No one could open their mouths to mention such ominous words, although everyone knew it in their hearts. Search. Miao Jingyun's face turned sullen, and his eyes were red. Holding on to the last bit of hope, he waved his hand and commanded. Everyone instantly dashed off with a so sound, and in an instant, an area of 100 li was thoroughly searched through. However, there was nothing to be found. Under the might of the terrifying lightning storm, even the birds and beasts had escaped long ago. Even after searching for a long time, there wasn't even the slightest sign of a single living being. Could those two really have turned into ashes already? Although everyone was thinking the same thing, when they saw the murderous look on Miao Jingyun's face, no one dared to say anything. Miao Jingyun's eyes blazed with a stormy look as it swept past the faces of everyone. When they passed the Chiu family's Chiu Qingyun's face, they stopped for a brief instant as the look turned even deeper. His face, however, still remained emotionless. Chiu Qingyun felt as if a 10,000 Jun heavy hammer dropped on his heart at that instant. His entire body shook, and his back was suddenly filled with sweat. My precious grandson you're indeed a troublemaking devil This time, your grandfather is going to be doomed because of you. Look at the mess you've created. This is no longer a problem that concerns you alone. The entire Chiu family might even be turned on the path of destruction this time because of you. Old Master Chiu Qingyun wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was like he'd gotten shot while just lying down innocently. Everything could only be blamed on that failure of a grandson. He could have chosen to provoke anyone, but he just had to provoke that Mo Junyi. And to do that time and time again, now, this free and natural physique that had appeared only once in 10,000 years had been reduced to ashes as a result. On top of that, the most doted on and precious granddaughter of the manor lord had also been embroiled into the tragedy. And the most unfortunate part was that, this had even happened on the manor lord 500th grand birthday, and the engagement day of his granddaughter. This double joyous occasion had been turned into a funeral. If all this was pinned onto the Chiu family, because who else could be blamed for it? F***ck, how much more unlucky can our Chiu family get? My son, just what kind of a curse did you and your wife give birth to? Even if black smoke rose out of all 8 generations of our ancestors' graves, it would still not amount to such a god of misfortune. That unfilial brat really killed them all this time. Chiu Qingyun felt like crying aloud, but his eyes were completely dry. When the others saw the mortified expression on that old Chiu family head's face, they all smirked internally with glee at his misfortune. We'll see how you continue to act arrogantly. F***ck, wanting to snatch the spotlight with a miniature longevity pine tree. Are you stunned this time? Instead of blessings for longevity, you've instead began clanging the funeral bells for others and for yourself. Brother Gu, seeing Miao Jingyun turning around without saying anything, Miao Jingyun looked around anxiously for help. The first person he turned to directly was Gu Yunyang. Everyone knew that Gu Yunyang normally had quite a bit of face with the manor lord. If he could help him put in a few words, perhaps the manor lord would simmer down his anger a little. Cough, this old man is going back to check on the situation there. I wonder how the situation back there is. Gu Yunyang heard Chiu Qingyun calling his name, and he immediately coughed, pretending as if he didn't hear anything. Leaving just a few words behind, he slipped away quickly, disappearing without a trace. Only when he was far out of sight did Gu Yunyang have the time to squeeze out a head of sweat. F***ck, you can die on your own, I'm not joining you. Your Chiu family is already destined to be doomed. If I said anything now, I might even get dragged in with you. The best move is to run. Acting deaf and dumb was just a method of survival. It wasn't just Gu Yunyang. Whoever Chiu Qingyun looked at, that person would immediately flee as if there was a ghost chasing them. In the end, he was the only person standing on the rugged plains. Even the Zhan family's Zhan Wuyun had also escaped. Seeing the empty patch around him, Chiu Qingyun could not help but to curse aloud in an aggrieved manner. Chiu Ping, you damnable bastard. Little son of AB***tch. Utter wastrel. Mother** King Jinx. This old man is going to die of anger. One had to say, that this Chiu family patriarch's curses were quite creative. Some of the old fellows who hadn't run far yet could not help but feel the urge to burst out in laughter when they heard those words. Nobody had managed to find even the slightest trace of Jun Moxie and Miao Xiaomiao. So, where had the two gone? The terrifying lightning tribulation had already dissipated. But the two were still tangled together on the ground. Miao Xiaomiao felt that her spirit was rejoicing, and her soul was singing. She'd already forgotten where she was a long time ago. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that the fierce winds and loud thunder had already disappeared, and the surroundings were quiet and calm. The area was completely silent, but the whole place looked as if it had suffered a natural disaster and did not seem to have any relation to this peacefulness at all. At this moment, Miss Meow was the happiest she'd ever been in her life. The heavenly tribulation is over? Meow Xiao Meow asked as she blinked her large beautiful eyes with confusion. Jun Moxie chuckled internally as he looked at her. This lass looked so confused, seemingly not remembering anything, to actually be so focused. How would I know? I've never experienced a heavenly tribulation before either. But I think it should be over, right? Even the sky has cleared up, Jun Moxie said with a slight smile. Looks like it was still very useful for him to act inexperienced. As his cultivation was weak, it was only natural that he didn't know what had happened. Quickly get up, you're crushing me to death. Meow Xiao Meow hurriedly pushed him away and anxiously arranged her clothing. With the violent storm a moment ago, and adding on to the fact that the two of them had rolled around in the mud for so long, her clothes had already become torn in many places. Not to mention, her clothes had nearly been fried by the lightning tribulation as well. How can I face others like this? Meow Xiao Meow almost cried with horror. She knew that her grandfather and the rest would surely rush over to check once the lightning tribulation was over. And at that time, it would definitely not be him coming alone. It was quite likely to be several hundred people. As a girl, how could she face the crowd like that? For a girl, it was better to die than to let others see her in a compromised state. Half her chest was already exposed due to the state of her clothes, and a large patch of her snow-white thighs were revealed. There were also a large amount of mud, contrasting on her skin, causing her fair skin to appear even whiter, and the black mud to seem even darker. Her originally silky black hair had been fried into a messy, grass-like state. Miss Meow still didn't know that her face had also turned into the likes of a wild cat's. Since you chose this place to weather the tribulation, you should be quite familiar with it. Are there any places nearby to hide? Somewhere with water? You can just return after a quick wash. Jun Moxie suggested. Of course, his eyes were roaming all over her body at the same time. This lass always seemed skinny and slim. Who would have thought that she would be so ample at those important places? The areas that should be protruding are extremely perky, and areas that should be arched are shockingly arched. This is simply a devilish figure of legends. Meow Xiao Meow placed her hand protectively in front of her front chest, not having the time to scold him. Over there, there's a little creek, beside it, there's a rather well-hidden cave. But I don't know if it's ruined by the lightning tribulation just now. Meow Xiao Meow, who had grown up in the misty illusory manner, was naturally very familiar with the area. Just by looking around, she was able to find the spot. I think it certainly wouldn't be destroyed. Let's go there quickly. Jun Moxie carried her up and ran off. After his spiritual sense was improved, he could already sense that a large group of people was rushing towards him. As for whether that secret area was really destroyed or not, it didn't matter. Even if it was destroyed, he could just make another one using the power of earth and the power of water. The reason why he was in such a rush was very simple. With Meow Xiao Meow's current appearance, she definitely couldn't be seen by others. Young Master Jun would be incredibly jealous if that happened. It was only natural that he could look at his own woman in whatever state of undress, but if it were other people, it would be a huge loss. Put me down. I can walk myself. Young Lady Meow was only saying that on the surface, but she snuggled even deeper into Jun Moxie's arms. With a so sound, young Master Jun disappeared into the void along with young Lady Meow. Meow Xiao Meow's face was hidden in his chest, and she had already closed her eyes long ago, naturally not seeing anything. At this moment, the two of them were already moving in the void, and were completely invisible, no one could see them. After crossing over this mountain, there was indeed a unique and pristine pool. There was a tall cliff beside the pool and a medium-sized cave. This area had not been touched by the lightning tribulation, saving young Master Jun some effort. A branch flew out from Jun Moxie's hand as he dashed across, landing in the pool. It seemed as if he was just randomly throwing something, without any purpose, but by the time he entered the cave with Meow Xiao Meow, the entire pool along with the cave had mysteriously disappeared. If anyone came here, they would not be able to see anything. A miniature disorientating formation. This kind of formation had no other use than for concealment. The moment she saw the clear waters, Meow Xiao Meow instantly grew uncomfortable as she escaped from Jun Moxie's arms, wanting to jump into the water. But in that instant, she paused and turned around with a red face. You, what about you? What about me? What do you mean what about me? Jun Moxie cocked his head and suddenly understood. This lass must be shy. Playing dumb, he said in an innocent manner. What else can I do? Your body is dirty, but can it be that I'm clean? I must naturally wash up. I'm already not very good looking, if I'm dirty, who can still look at me? But Meow Xiao Meow bit her lip and stamped her foot, unable to speak properly as her face turned red. But what? Why are you speaking so strangely? Jun Moxie asked. But there's only one pool here, Meow Xiao Meow looked at him shyly. Oh, this pool is quite big it's enough for us to use together. I don't mind you bathing with me. Jun Moxie said with an exaggerated gasp, as if he'd just realized the situation. Nodding, he said in a pleased manner. Furthermore, we can wash each other's backs, how comfortable. Che, who wants to wash your back? Meow Xiao Meow instantly felt like she'd spoken wrongly the moment the words came out of her mouth, and she hurriedly continued. What do you mean by you don't mind? Who wants to bathe with you? I mind very much. I don't even mind you, and you want to complain. At the most, I'll wash your back for you first. That should be fine, right? Young Master Jun was getting addicted to teasing her. Fine your head. I will bathe alone. How can you follow me? Meow Xiao Meow was suddenly unable to speak. From the looks of it, her Jun Yi was also covered in mud. It didn't seem right to not let him bathe too, but... Fine then, seeing that this Miss Meow was getting anxious, he sighed and said, how about this, since you're shy, I'll put up a screen here, and place my clothes on it to block the view. When you've finished bathing, it will be my turn, this should be fine right? But, how can I be sure, that you won't peek? Meow Xiao Meow twiddled her thumb as she said in a conflicted manner. I can guarantee it on my character, I won't peek. Even if you peek at me later, I won't do the same. Jun Moxie swore to the heavens. At the same time, he chuckled in his heart. Character. Do I really have such a thing? After saying that, Jun Moxie directly got to work, finding a few large stones and branches, setting up a simple wooden frame. After that, he took off his shirt and draped it over the frame, forming a simple screen. Then, he sat outside in an honest manner. Seeing this, Meow Xiao Meow gradually relaxed, however, she was still incredibly shy. If this fellow really wanted to peek, she wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Forget it, if he wants to peek, he can peek. Since sooner or later, she would be his anyway. Still. Jun Yi was such a well-mannered and upright person. He probably wouldn't stoop to doing that kind of thing. Meow Xiao Meow consoled herself. One had to say that a certain fellow had truly given Meow Xiao Meow too good of an impression of himself. It seemed that only the heavens knew right now. Not only was this fellow not an upright gentleman, even using the word hoodlum was too good to describe him. You, don't peek. You're a beast if you peek. Meow Xiao Meow warned again and slowly approached the water. Then, she splashed some water onto her arms and began to wash her elbows. At the same time, she stole a few looks from the corner of her eye at the cave. After seeing that the fellow was not turning around like he said, she finally relaxed. But immediately after, a strange thought appeared in her mind. Humph, why isn't he attempting to peek? Am I, that unattractive? She somehow felt a sense of disappointment at this time. You're a little too gentlemanly. Not even comparable to a beast. Meow Xiao Meow clenched her teeth in thought. Girls were sometimes this contradictory. She first warned him not to look, but when he really didn't look, she became upset instead. But if he did look, she would be even more unhappy and would even become angry. Too complicated, ah. As Meow Xiao Meow was secretly fuming, she heard young Master Jun's voice ringing out. Hurry up and take off your clothes and wash them first, then toss them to me to dry. Otherwise, you still won't be able to go back after bathing, you can just bathe yourself when the clothes are drying. A wicked grin appeared on Jun Moxie's face as he spoke. There were lots of clothes inside his Hongjun pagoda, but at this time, he would naturally not take them out. An opportunity to get an eyeful of such a beautiful thing, which man wouldn't appreciate the chance. And, Meow Xiao Meow agreed, feeling that great prodigy Mo's suggestion was very reasonable. Looking again at the unmoving back view, she unbuttoned her blouse slowly. Then, as if she'd thought of something, her face reddened and she hurriedly dove into the water, leaving only her head above the water. After that, she removed her clothes in the water, quickly washed them and threw them out accurately towards the cave. After hearing the surprised screech inside, Miao Xiao Miao smiled happily and sank into the water. But all of a sudden, she shuddered. The clothes had been thrown out, but what would she do after she was done bathing? This bastard. To actually use such a method to take advantage of me. In that moment, Miao Xiao Miao, who was submerged in the water, began to panic. Could it be that she had to walk out naked later to put on her clothes again? One had to admit that the impression that young Master Jun had given to Miao Xiao Miao was truly too good. Miao Xiao Miao did not even have any doubts to his words and had not imagined that this fellow would actually be so sly. Now, her clothes were gone, and she was still naked in the water. This time, she was truly at a loss for what to do. Miao Xiao Miao continued washing herself while she tried to think of a solution. It wasn't clear how long it had been, but her body was already clean long ago. Yet, she hadn't managed to come up with a solution at all. She turned unconsciously to look up at the cave, but her mouth instantly widened, and her eyes nearly popped out from her head. A youth could be seen on the side of the pool with only a pair of shorts and two bare, long legs. This person was sitting atop a rock, staring at her with a long line of shiny drool rolling down the side of his mouth. You, why did you come down? What are you looking at? Quickly close your eyes. Miao Xiao Miao was on the verge of tears as she covered her chest with both her arms. In an instant, her entire body disappeared into the water, nearly submerging her head into the water as well. She was both embarrassed and anxious, and her heart beat wildly. But at the same time, a strange feeling which she couldn't describe with words appeared in her heart. Didn't you say that you wouldn't peek? You, how could you go back on your words? And why did you take off all your clothes? You, Miao Xiao Miao cried out with a red face. She couldn't stamp her feet in the water, otherwise, her little foot would have turned red from stamping her feet too hard. When did I peek? I'm clearly looking straightforwardly. Jun Moxie said shamelessly as he admired that perfect body in the clear water. Smiling cheekily, he said, what kind of look are you giving me? When did I take off all my clothes? Aren't I still wearing a pair of shorts? Why you, was sputtered with rage as she slowly wriggled her body, moving towards the other side of the bank. But all of a sudden, a loud plop rang out. Miao Xiao Miao screeched aloud and turned around, only to see that the shameless fellow had already jumped into the water and swimming fervently towards her. As he swam, he said in a comfortable manner. I'm truly too dirty, I'd like to have a bath as well. Actually, this pool is so large, not to mention 2 people, it can even fit 10 people. You're about done soon anyway, I'm sure you don't mind that I come in now. I won't mind. I mind very much. Very, very much. Miao Xiao Miao was completely speechless when she looked at this hooligan. Why you, don't come over her. Don't come over here. Miao Xiao Miao backed off continuously. At this time, she'd been so frightened that she'd forgotten how much stronger she was compared to this shameless bastard. What did you say? Speak louder please, I can't hear you. Forget it, I should be able to hear better when I'm nearer, Jun Moxie said in a puzzled manner, as if he really couldn't hear. Was she calling for me? What's she calling me over there for? As he spoke, he swam over rapidly like a fish. At this moment, there was only less than 2 zhang of distance between the two of them. To think that he had the face to say that he couldn't hear her speak, with his abilities, even if there were 2,000 zhang between them, he would still be able to hear perfectly. To still say, what's she calling me over for? That, you've already touched what can't be touched, and seen what shouldn't be seen. What else can you do by going over? Miao Xiao Miao felt as if her entire body had been seized by a fierce fever. When had a noble young lady like her ever experienced such an awkward situation? In her anxiousness to back away, she unexpectedly ended up being tripped by a stone and ended up plunging into the water. In her moment of shock, an esteemed second-level venerable like her, actually ended up swallowing a mouthful of water. Lass, are you alright? Miss Miao, don't worry, I'm coming to save you. Young Master Jun cried out in a concerned manner and increased his speed further. With a whooshing sound, he'd already swam up to Miao Xiao Miao. With a stretch of his hand, he safely grabbed the perfect beauty into his arms. Without hesitation, his hands began to roam all over her body in a dishonest manner. At the same time, he shouted, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you hurt here? Or was it here? Let me see, what about here?" Luckily, this area was not hurt, and here, let me take a look. Miao Xiao Miao's entire body went soft as her eyes widened helplessly. Looking at that shameless fellow that was groping her freely, she couldn't even say a single word. In this world, there was actually a person as base as this. To actually, come to save me, this person's face is truly too thick. Lass, why aren't you speaking? What's going on? This fellow actually still had the face to ask with shock and concern. Could she have fainted from choking water? Oh no, that probably requires mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. No matter, I've learnt that before. Without caring about whether Miao Xiao Miao knew what mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was, he directly found a royal excuse and placed his mouth over that cute perky lips. Miao Xiao Miao was only momentarily flustered and was completely fine. How would she require CPR? It was just an excuse for that fellow to take advantage of her. Even if she was truly in trouble, just circulating a stream of Xian Qi through her body would be more than enough for her to be fine. Besides, what did he mean by fainted? Her eyes were still open widely. Miao Xiao Miao's eyes widened to an impossible level as she moved her limbs wildly, attempting to push him away. But as the two's bodies were so close together, how could she exert any strength? Young Lady Miao could feel the heat from his body, and that musky manly scent caused her body to soften even more. In that moment, she suddenly remembered the words she'd said before. Husband, after we pass through this trial, I will be your woman forever. Miao Xiao Miao felt even more powerless when she remembered those words. She directly closed her eyes tightly. However, she didn't realize that she'd already begun panting a long time ago. Ah, your breath is quite unstable, and why is your face so red? It should be a result of choking on the water. This looks very serious. Jun Moxie continued with his actions as he mumbled a bunch of strange reasons. In any case, this mouth-to-mouth resuscitation wasn't finished yet. Miao Xiao Miao only felt her head becoming dizzier and dizzier, and her body became even weaker. Miao Xiao Miao would never have imagined that as the little princess of the Misty Illusory Manor, an esteemed second-level venerable, the number one beauty of the entire Misty Illusory Manor, her first time, would actually be in the water. But by this time, she'd already lost all her ability to think. The water rippled violently. A long time passed. Finally turning calm. You baddie, a soft voice rang out, with a slight moan. Ah, another voice rang out, seemingly carrying some shock. Miss Miao, so you're actually fine. I was worried to death. AI, in order to save you, I've exerted myself so much. You did that to save me? Looks like I should thank you. Her face turned red as she grabbed the soft part of his waist and twisted viciously. A wretched cry rang out. This was a common tactic used by all women, an innate skill without needing to be taught. This technique could be said to be extremely lethal and effective. You bastard, now that the two of us are already like this, you are still calling me Miss Miao. What do I call you if not Miss Miao? My parents call me Meow Meow. Meow Meow. Meow Meow, Meow Meow, Meow Meow Meow. Young Master Jun rolled his tongue and meowed happily. This is a really nice name. Why you, what are you doing? No. I can't anymore. Little beauty, we should celebrate your nice name too. Come, let this young master dote on you a few more times. No way. Woo. Kiki, little beauty, it's useless even if you screamed yourself hoarse. By the time the pair walked out of the little mountain gorge, the sun had already nearly disappeared behind the mountain. An entire afternoon had already passed. Miao Xiao Miao leaned against Jun Moxie, her face red. A strange look lingered in her eyes, filled with a kind of happiness. She felt completely frail, as if she'd just returned after weathering a violent storm. The moment she thought back to the events of the afternoon, Miao Xiao Miao felt a fluttering feeling in her heart. When did she become so loose? Every time she thought of that fiery situation, Miao Xiao Miao would feel incomparably embarrassed. It was all this fellow's fault. Miao Xiao Miao looked furiously at the smirking guy beside her. This person can no longer be described as being worse than a beast. He is simply a wild beast that is wilder than a real wild beast. The ceaseless energy and the endless demanding caused Miao Xiao Miao to still be frightened even now. Young Master Jun hugged the beauty in his arms, his face wreathed in a victorious look. Truly too comfortable. Strictly speaking, this was only his second time after coming to this world. The first time, he'd been poisoned by aphrodisiac and was barely able to remember that feeling. This time, he could be said to have truly shown the full extent of his might. Young Master Jun looked at the beauty beside him with some lingering aftertaste in his mind. Thinking back to the sensation of that soft body under him, he even felt a sudden impulse to drag her back for a few more rounds. But from the looks of it, it was impossible right now. Judging by the time, the two of them had wasted quite a bit of time outside. The people on the misty illusory manor side should have already gone crazy with panic long ago. It was better to go back earlier and set everybody's minds at ease. When the two appeared at the gates of the Miao family, the family guards nearly dropped their eyes on the ground with shock. There was no reason other than this was too shocking. Although the two's deaths had not been verified, and there was still a large search going on for them, but everyone had already decided in their hearts that the two of them were surely already finished. And it was the kind where even their corpses had been turned to ashes. But for them to appear again in front of them, they felt that they should have seen a ghost. The originally noisy hall was deathly silent now. The entire bunch of old fellows were all furrowing their brows in a serious manner. From noon till now, they hadn't even eaten anything. Truthfully, who would be in the mood to eat at such a time? As for the person behind all this chaos, young Master Chiu Peng, he had already been bashed up personally by Saint Emperor Bai Chi Feng. Saint Emperor Bai did not bother about his status and directly went up to the junior and began to beat him viciously in a storm-like manner. No one came forward to stop him. In the blink of an eye, Chiu Qingyun had been turned into a pig's head and carried back in a half-dead manner. Although Chiu Qingyun felt somewhat unhappy in his heart, he had not dared to say anything in that moment. Not only had he not stepped out to stop the beating, he even stood at the side and looked on with a stern expression. If one didn't know, they would have thought that this old fellow had some irresolvable grudge with that pig-headed person. Old man Chiu had no choice either. The other fellows were all rubbing their weapons, preparing to fight. With the slightest bit of push, a bloody war would be ignited at any moment. Especially Miao Dao and Miao Jian, that pair of saint venerables. Their eyes were watching him closely. From their looks, it was clear that as long as he dared to say even one word that was unpleasant to hear, they would immediately kill their way to the Chiu family in rage. Most of the old fellows here were elders who valued great prodigy Mo's talent greatly. Miao Dao and Miao Jian were also exceedingly sorrowful because of Miao Xiao Miao. The two of them doted on Miao Xiao Miao to the extreme, perhaps even more than even Miao Jingyun. Now that something like this happened, they could already be considered very controlled since they hadn't started a killing spree. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, the Miao family's butler hardened his scalp and asked if everyone wanted to start dinner. In an instant, he was chased out after being scolded by Miao Dao. Eat eat eat. Eat your mother asterisk king head. All you know is to eat. Eat my d asterisk ck. Those were the exact words of that saint venerable. The deathly silence in the great hall became even heavier. Before Miao Jingyun said anything, nobody dared to leave. Just at this time, a commotion appeared at the door. After that, a figure walked over leisurely. As everybody was in a bad mood, they all looked up with rage and annoyance. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened with disbelief. What was going on? Could they have really seen a ghost? Miao Jingyun's authoritative air as the manor lord suddenly disappeared without a trace as he widened his eyes and gaped soundlessly. A gurgling sound came from his mouth, and he nearly passed out from joy. Turning around, he saw a young fellow in clean robes, walking in with a faint smile on his face. Who else was this if not great prodigy Mo? A loud bang rang out as Chao Guofeng stood up, completely forgetting his status. You, brat, you aren't dead. What about Xiao Miao? Miao Huanyu walked over hurriedly. He had always behaved in a calm and composed manner his entire life. This was the first time anyone had seen him in such a flustered state. Xiao Miao's clothes were dirted because of the heavenly tribulation, and she went back first to change. She'll be down in a moment. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and smiled as he looked at this person in front of him. From the looks of it, this should be his father-in-law, Miao Huanyu. In that moment, he felt a little embarrassed and guilty. A short moment ago, he'd eaten up the other's daughter, and quite a few times at that. After eating so cleanly, he naturally felt somewhat uneasy when facing his father-in-law. Aha, good good good. It's good as long as she's fine. Miao Huanyu laughed aloud. Now that he knew that his daughter was safe and sound, this normally calm and steadfast middle-aged man was suddenly filled with vitality as he laughed. Quick! Go and inform Madame quickly that Xiao Miao has returned safely. She's fine. Completely fine. It turned out that Madame Miao had fainted when she heard the news, unable to bear the blow. Before his voice dissipated, Miao Xiaomiao dressed in white robes walked out slowly. She had no choice but to walk slowly at this time. The lower half of her body was exceedingly uncomfortable. As for why it was uncomfortable, the reason was clear. Miao Miao, over 10 voices rang out, their voices filled with emotion. Young Master Jun rolled his eyes. This synchronized Miao Miao had caused young Master Jun to feel as if he'd walked into a den of cats. The entire hall was instantly filled with happiness and excitement as everyone gathered around them to ask all kinds of questions. Regarding the heavenly tribulation, Miao Xiaomiao was in a state of confusion at that time and did not know what had happened at all. Besides, even if she could see everything clearly, she wouldn't be able to explain it, she could only try her best to answer the questions in a confused manner. As for young Master Jun, he was even more talented at acting confused. Narrowing his eyes, he spouted all kinds of strange logic, leading the conversation in circles. In the end, what could the crowd expect of a mere little golden Xian prawning to answer such profound questions? As for why they'd come back so late, the bunch of old fellows cleverly did not ask at all. What was the point of asking? Which of these people were not wily old foxes? Which of these people's eyesight was not sharp enough to tell? From the instant Miao Xiaomiao walked in, they had already discovered that something wasn't right. Everything became clear in an instant. There was no need to ask at all. With great prodigy Mo's selfless act, how could that last Xiaomiao not be touched? The two of them must have absconded somewhere after the tribulation to clean themselves, and subsequently. This matter was too obvious. Who among them would be unable to guess? If at this time there was anyone stupid enough to ask, that person would probably be beat up by the rest together. As for the tribulation, everyone had already arrived at an obvious conclusion in their hearts. Another powerful expert must have happened to also be undergoing his tribulation at the same area at the time. Miao Xiaomiao had only intercepted with that person's heavenly tribulation briefly. But when the other person's heavenly tribulation began, hers had already ended, which was why the pair of them had been able to pass through from it safely. As for such a high level of analysis, the two juniors naturally would not understand. The old fellows had already arrived at the most logical explanation for the entire event. Truthfully, this was also the only possible explanation. Otherwise, could the pair of little fellows that were only 17, 18 years old possibly draw such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? Even ghosts would not be able to believe such a thing. This exceedingly difficult problem that Jun Moxie had originally brooded over had actually been dismissed so easily by the clever commonsensical answer that the crowd came up with. Miao Miao ah, my poor daughter, Madame Miao stumbled out and hugged Miao Xiaomiao tightly as tears of joy poured down her cheeks. The mother and daughter pair hugged each other, crying loudly. After a long time, Madame Miao wiped away her tears and walked up to Jun Moxie. She had a gentle and earnest look on her face as she said in a soft voice. Jun Yi. I'll be leaving Xiaomiao in your hands from now on. She is young and willful and has been pampered since young. Please be patient with her. After this matter, Madame Miao had thoroughly acknowledged this son-in-law. Right now, even if Miao Xiaomiao wanted to turn back, this mother-in-law would instead be standing on young Master Jun's side. In this world, how many men would truly be able to die with his woman? From what she knew, she hadn't met one until now. Mo Jun Ye's actions had truly allowed this Madame Miao to set her heart at ease. To place her future in the hands of this young man, she could really relax. Furthermore, she would not suffer any injustice at all. For his sake, her daughter was even willing to sacrifice her life. How would he bear to bully her? Jun Moxie laughed awkwardly, and in that moment, he didn't know what to say. Even this Lord Evil Monarch whose skin was thicker than a city's walls could not help but blush a little at this kind of trust. In that moment, he actually resembled a shy little boy. That night, the Miao family hosted a huge feast, and all the guests gathered together happily. It was a grand feast where everyone drank until they were drunk. Only the Chiu family's Chiu Chengyun was feeling somewhat unhappy in his heart. It's good for you all, since both of them are back, and everything is fine. But this old man's grandson had been beaten half to death by Bai Chi Feng, and no one even knows how he is now. But he could only brood about the matter in his heart. As for saying it out, even if he was given 10 times more guts, he wouldn't dare. The most important thing was that Jun Moxie and Miao Xiaomiao had come back safely, and he could finally breathe. Now that the two little ancestors had returned safely, the crisis that the Chiu family was facing had disappeared by 80 to 90%. In the instant Jun Moxie returned, the happiest was actually this Chiu family head. My dear little ancestor, you're finally back. If you returned any later, my Chiu family will truly be finished. That night, Li Xingyu and the other youngsters surrounded Jun Moxie and began to stuff him full of wine. This lucky brat had actually managed to pick the best flower of the misty illusory manor away and even completed the deed on the same day. Whose throat would they pour the wine down if not his? Everyone found all kinds of reasons to continuously offer cups of wine, commencing a grand drinking competition. Everyone claimed themselves to be the god of wine, or a wine immortal. Young Master Jun's character was still very good and did not go back on his words, accepting everything that came his way. Downing bowl after bowl, until his face was completely red, and he swayed heavily, looking as if he would collapse atop the table and pass out at any time. However, this fellow simply would not drop. This gave others an illusion, that with just one more bowl of wine, this fellow would probably drop. In addition, Miao Xiaomiao repeatedly advised him anxiously, drink less, drink less. From the looks of it, she seemed extremely concerned. With such an obvious reaction, everyone naturally became even clearer in their hearts. Looks like the free and natural physique is very good at enjoying wine, but his drinking capacity is normal. So, everyone became even more excited, and the atmosphere became even more intense. Forcing others to drink was fun, and it was even more exciting to down a drink, bowl after bowl, vat after vat, one after the other, in a continuous flow. With a bang sound, the bowl in Meng Xianru's, who drank the most fiercely, hands fell to the ground. After that, his entire body slid down like a dead octopus. In a moment, loud snoring sounds could be heard from under the table. The others were not much stronger than young Master Meng. Their tongues had all grown swollen after drinking so much. However, they still fought to drink faster. Some directly lost their sense of direction after drinking their last bowl, while some tripped over the legs of others and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Some began running for the toilet to urinate after drinking, directly passing out while inside. At least, they didn't suffer the same fate as Fatty Tang Yuan, which was a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Finally, young Master Jun was simply surrounded by a large group of loudly snoring bodies. The young masters of all the various large families were lying on the ground like dead dogs, snoring up a storm. Food and sauce could be seen on their faces, and their breaths reeked of wine. Young Master Jun still had the same narrowed eyes and red face as before. At the end, only when he saw Miao Xiaomiao coming over to support him, did he pour the wine in his bowl out and dropped his head onto the table. From the looks of it, he was also drunk. Meng Xianru, who was sleeping under the table, just happened to be opening his mouth when young Master Jun poured his half-finished wine out. Over half of it went directly into his throat. In his state of unconsciousness, he hiccuped and actually cried out. Good wine. One more vat. After that, his snoring resumed. Miao Xiaomiao looked helplessly at this bunch of drunkards and could not help but smile bitterly. For the first time, she finally understood what her mother felt when she took care of her father whenever he was drunk. This was both an infuriating and hilarious feeling, along with a sense of helplessness. At this time, Madame Miao just happened to be accompanying beside her daughter. Looking at that bunch of unconscious youths, she sighed lightly. Miao Miao, do you know why those people are drunk tonight? Madame Miao asked lightly. Why? Miao Xiaomiao replied with hesitation. To be drunk meant that they drank too much. What other reason could there be? Li Xingyu, Meng Xianru, Zhang Qiyun, and the rest, are people who grew up with you. These guys, including Qiupeng, Gu Feiyu, and Zhang Yushu who'd unfortunately passed away, all of them had not formally married even until now, because they were waiting for you. Madame Miao laughed bitterly and sighed. Today, you were stolen swiftly by an unexpected outsider, in such a short period of time. To them, their dreams of more than 10 years had been dashed in an instant. Gu Feiyu turned into a cripple. Have you considered, although Mo Junyi had been in the advantage that day, Gu Feiyu's cultivation had indeed been much higher than Mo Junye's? How did he suffer such a heavy internal injury and turn into a cripple? Try to think about it. If you weren't beside him that day, would Gu Feiyu end up in that state? The Zhan family brothers set up a gamble that day, which ultimately resulted in a loss for them. There were naturally luck involved as well, and the main reason was naturally also because Mo Junye's talent was too shocking. But were you really unaware of Zhang Yushu's feelings towards you? Not only Zhang Yushu, I suspect that even Zhan Qingfeng also had some intentions toward you, only that he had never displayed it so far. And Qiu Peng today's greatly abnormal behavior, not only did he throw away his reputation and demeanor of a suave and refined young master, he even decided to oppose Mo Junyi regardless of the cost, attracting Bai Qi Feng's anger, resulting in the tragic ending of him being beaten up to an unrecognizable state. Try to think about it, is Qiu Peng really such a rash and brainless person who normally does things without consideration for consequences? After hearing Madame Miao's words, Miao Xiaomiao could not help but furrow her brows lightly. Replying in an uncertain manner, she asked, "Mother, you're saying that they did all that for me? If not for who else can it be?" Madame Miao laughed bitterly as she looked at her pure and naive daughter. "Take this bunch of people who are so drunk that they'd passed out. Do you think that they're really drunk? Could it be that they're not drunk? Are all of them pretending to be drunk? Aren't their acting skills too good then?" Miao Xiaomiao looked at the bunch of young masters laying on the ground in all kinds of strange positions, unable to believe that they were all pretending to be drunk. They are of course drunk for real. However, they are not drunk because of the wine. Madame Miao sighed heavily and shook her head. Li Xingyu is sociable and resourceful, Meng Xianru is intelligent and witty, Zhang Qiyun is mature and stable. Of these three, which one of them is not a refined young master proficient in all manners of art and war? Even since you were kids, have you ever seen them lose control of themselves like this? Today, not only had they lost all their bearings, they have drank themselves to such a state. Yet, they aren't using their cultivation to rouse themselves and regain their clarity. Why is that so? Why? Miao Xiaomiao asked, perplexed. As the saying goes, wine washes away all troubles. Today, they are using wine to wash away all their pain and bid their past farewell. To them, this drunkenness is the mark of a new beginning. Madame Miao continued in a soft voice, before this round of drunkenness, they were still living in their old dreams, that is why they are not willing to use their Xian Qi to force the alcohol out. This is a pain from the depths of their hearts. Apart from getting drunk, there are no other methods for them to vent. Perhaps the average man may choose to face the pain head-on, or a warrior would use a bloody battle to baptize themselves and herald a new beginning. But they can't. Because they are descendants of large families, and they carry this fate. Madame Miao suddenly looked straight at her daughter and said, "I'm telling you all this not to let you know how fanatical they were towards you. Because, that passion is now all in the past. I only want to tell you that it is sometimes very hard for men as well. There is some bitterness that they can never say, and when they drink, it's perhaps the method which they use to heal the pain in their hearts. At such times, people who disturb them when they are drinking are all extremely detestable. Even their own wives are not any exception. As a wife, you must not lash out at them or scold them, mock them, or even ignore them. Only a woman who can take care of her man in such times, can be considered a good wife." Miao Xiaomiao's eyes began to shine with some understanding. Madame Miao sighed heavily again. It is known that being a woman is not an easy task. She needs to abide by the 3 obediences 1 and 4 virtues 2, remain quietly at home behind closed doors. It's as if the entire world is biased against women. But how many can see that while most women are troubled by the small affairs of family life, their men had to take on the entire world. All their sacrifices and efforts to raise the family, the responsibilities to provide for the entire family are all set on their shoulders. A woman can cry when they feel wronged, and no one would laugh at them. But the moment a man shed even a single tear, the entire world would point and mock them. That is why there was even the phrase, "A real man would rather shed blood than shed a tear." If us women could choose, we would rather our men shed tears instead of blood. Because crying is not dangerous, while bleeding, often means that we would lose the person whom we rely on. It isn't easy for them either. A wife should not make things even more difficult for their man. A good wife needs to understand some things, and sometimes, you need to be understanding towards your man. If a woman does not know how to be understanding, the marriage will simply be a tragedy. Do you understand? You may not understand now, but you need to try your best to do so. Her daughter was already another's wife right now. Although it was a bit sudden, she needed to teach her the path of a wife as quickly as possible. This could be said to be one of the most important lessons in her daughter's life. "I understand, thank you for the instructions, mother." Miao Xiaomiao said lightly. "I may be too greedy, but I hope that my Junyi will not have to shed either tears or blood in this life." Madame Miao shook her head bitterly. This girl's wish was indeed quite greedy. But, while I understand why they are drunk, why is Junyi also drunk? Could it be that he has some troubling matter in his heart as well? Miao Xiao Miao asked. Silly lass, they are drunk because of you, but Mo Junyi is drunk because of them. There is a limit to a person's endurance after all. It doesn't mean that a person will not get drunk if they are not troubled. Anyone can get drunk if they drink too much. Madame Miao shook her head as she looked at her daughter dotingly. Her. I understand now. Miao Xiao Miao's face reddened slightly as she said, Mother, look, those guys are all lying on the ground in such an unglamorous manner. But my Junyi is just resting his head on the table so gracefully, not even snoring at all. Kiki. Junyi is still so classy even when drunk. Just by this alone, Junyi is much stronger than all of them. Madame Miao rolled her eyes in response. Was there even such a thing as being classy when drunk? Who would be able to care about being classy when drinking? Was there even such a comparison? Forget it, there was no point talking about this with her. Right now in her daughter's eyes, Mo Junyi was simply a perfect existence. Alright, quickly call over a few people and bring your Junyi back to the guest room. And call a few more people to bring the other young masters to rest. I think your father's side should be about done too. When happy, they drink too much. When troubled, they drink too much as well. The ones who are left troubled after that are always us wives. Madame Miao furrowed her brows and said. Mother, Miao Xiao Miao said in a coquettish voice. The guest room's bed is so hard, it's not even comfortable at all. Furthermore, with so many being drunk, how terrible would the smell be in there? Wouldn't Junyi be suffocated to death in there? The conditions there are not very good. The guest room is not good? Madame Miao's lips twitched. That was the best guest room in the entire Misty Illusory Manor. And the standards were the highest. How could the conditions there be bad? What do you say we should do then? Madame Miao looked at her daughter. In any case, he can't stay in the guest room. Miao Xiao Miao pouted her mouth. Fine, since the things that shouldn't have happened have already happened, Madame Miao said helplessly. You and little Beansprout can bring him to your room to rest then. However, you must come to my room to sleep. The old madam was an experienced woman, so how could she not tell that her darling daughter was no longer as untainted as before? But because the two children could only be considered to be engaged, they could not behave too outrageously in public. Okay, mother, Miao Xiao Miao blushed slightly, but she still said happily, I'll take care of him for a while and go over later. After saying that, she called little Beansprout over, bent her waist and carefully carried young Master Jun up. With her current second-level venerable cultivation, it was naturally not much of an issue to carry the 100-gene heavy young Master Jun. After that, she directly left in a hurry. One could hear her calling for little Beansprout to prepare the hot water, towel, alcohol-dissipating soup, etc. Madame Miao looked at her daughter's back view and shook her head with a bitter smile. Her daughter had really grown up. Miao Xiao Miao carefully carried Mo Junyi all the way up the stairs to her own room and placed him gingerly onto her bed. After that, she called over little Beansprout and carefully peeled off his shirt and his socks. Then, she used a hot towel and dabbed lightly at his face. Only when all the trivial matters were over did she finally send little Beansprout away. Sitting at the side of the bed, she held a fragrant pouch in her hand as she watched that extremely ordinary face in a dazed manner. Slowly, her face broke into a gentle smile. I wonder what about him attracted me so deeply. In such a short time, I'm actually willing to live and die together with him. Not seeing him for even a short moment gives me such an empty feeling. As she mused to herself, she stretched out a finger and lightly stroked his face. Her jade-like finger was infinitely warm, filled with a loving gentleness. But this seemingly unconscious touch had created quite a bit of trouble. All of a sudden, Miao Xiao Miao felt that her hand had been grabbed by another larger hand. When she lifted her head, she saw that the corpse-like drunkard that she'd carried up with little Beansprout had suddenly opened his eyes and was looking at her with a strange smile. Ah, Miao Xiao Miao's brain instantly short-circuited. You're awake. Awake? Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes. Your husband isn't even drunk at all. Since I'm not drunk, why wouldn't I be awake? You're not drunk. Miao Xiao Miao felt that her brain power was not sufficient. You've drank so much wine, how are you not drunk? They are using wine to drown their sorrows and intentionally did not expel the alcohol in their blood so as to get drunk. Jun Moxie sighed in a feigned sorrowful manner as he continued. My alcohol capacity is originally great, and there aren't any troubling matters in my heart. In addition, I even have a beautiful girl in my arms. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when involved in happy events. How can I get drunk like that? But if I didn't pretend to be drunk, how many more people were going to look for me to stuff me with wine? For such a clever person like me, is it very surprising to pull a drunken act? You, Miao Xiaomiao didn't know what to say. Looking at the smug look on this fellow's face, she found it both funny and infuriating. To think that he would actually pull such a trick at that kind of setting. Truly too amazing. Right, this place seems to be much more comfortable than that pool. Right now, there's only the two of us. Young Master Jun suddenly smiled in an evil manner as he patted the soft bed. Wifey. Seeing the familiar look of lust in this fellow's eyes, how would Miao Xiaomiao not know what he wanted? In that moment, her face turned completely red as she stammered, but mother said. But tonight, this young master wants to savor the taste of the number one beauty of the misty illusory manner. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and chuckled. And I want to savor carefully, from top to bottom, bit by bit. Miao Xiaomiao had yet to react, when a large hand was suddenly wrapped around her waist. With a soft gasp, she had already been pulled onto the bed, half of her clothes had already disappeared before she realized it. Just as she was about to resist, another hand suddenly appeared on her chest. Miao Xiaomiao moaned lightly and completely lost the energy to speak. Forget it. With a flip of his body, young Master Jun instantly occupied the top position. That night, the color of spring filled the entire sky. Early the next morning, a large number of people had already gathered in front of the Miao family manor. All of them were peak experts, and nearly all the saint venerables of the misty illusory manor had all come together. The patriarchs of the large families were also present, even Chao Guofeng and the rest had come. Miao Jingyun's face was sullen, and he looked at the gradually brightening sky in an anxious manner. Today was the day when all the top experts entered the spiritual herbal gardens once every 100 years. Everyone had already arrived, save for two people. They were only two people from the younger generations, Mo Junyi and Miao Xiaomiao. And today, the both of them were absent. The two were actually late. You, go to the guest room and drag Mo Junyi out. You, go to Miao Miao's bedroom and wake her up. What time is it right already? How disappointing. Miao Jingyun had also drank quite a bit last night and didn't know that great prodigy Mo had already abducted his granddaughter away. On such an important day, the two most important characters who could possibly reap the greatest harvest, were actually missing. The spiritual herbal gardens only opened once every 100 years. And everyone would take this chance to gather more of the spirit herbs they needed. But now, they'd already been delayed for more than an hour. This was equivalent to how many missed spirit herbs are. If everything was added together, it was a huge fortune lost. And this huge fortune had actually been turned to dust while the two lovebirds slept. Let me go and get Miao Miao. Miao Huanyu said somewhat awkwardly. As the lord of the spiritual herbal gardens, he could only spend about 2 months every year at home. Of the 2 months, he would choose the New Year's where every family chose to hold their reunion dinner. As for the other month, he would dedicate it to the date where the spiritual herbal gardens was open to the outside. As for the rest of the time, he would stay inside the spiritual herbal gardens. At such an important time, his own daughter, whom he'd been most hopeful of inheriting his position, was actually missing. Even the normally steady Miao Huanyu couldn't help but feel somewhat frustrated. This kid Xiao Miao had always been reliable. What happened this time? By the time Miao Huanyu arrived under his daughter's room, before he could even open his mouth to call out, he saw a scene that was enough to cause him to go crazy. Miao Xiaomiao was walking up the stairs gingerly with Jun Moxie, arm in arm, their faces wreathed in the happiness of youthful spring as they supported each other. From the looks on their faces, even if one thought using their knees, they would be able to tell what happened last night. Not to mention, that weak and frail behavior of Miao Xiaomiao's was completely impossible to hide. In an instant, a ball of flame surged through Miao Huanyu's heart. No matter how pleased a father-in-law was with his son-in-law, they would definitely feel a great, complicated feeling in their hearts if they saw their own daughter in such a manner, after being eaten cleanly. Miao Huanyu's feelings could be said to be incomparably complicated in this instant. His calm and polite demeanor had completely disappeared, and he gritted his teeth and glared angrily as he shouted, "You two little beasts! What are you doing?" The moment she saw her father standing under the stairs with a stormy expression, Miao Xiaomiao's face instantly turned red as she panicked. Jun Moxie was also somewhat speechless. As a senior of the family, what are you doing standing under the stairs of a youngster's bedroom early in the morning? Don't you know that this would be embarrassing for this thin-skinned young master? Miao Xiaomiao was also very helpless. She naturally knew that today was the once-a-century important day. But even if she could remember more clearly, there was nothing she could do since her body was not listening to her commands. The entire night last night, that fellow hadn't let her rest at all. That rascal was like the waves of a mighty ocean, smashing against her over and over, without pause. Miao Xiao Miao nearly thought that her body was breaking apart. Even until now, she could still feel her important part aching. When she woke up this morning, she found that she was snuggled right against this naked man. Furthermore, there was basically no distance between them. She couldn't remember how they fell asleep in the end. The whole night seemed like a part of memory that she'd lost, and only now, she could only remember the orgasmic ecstasy that existed in every inch of her bone and muscle. If not for Jun Moxie's reminder, Miao Xiao Miao would really have been unable to get up. Too tiring. Too sleepy. Too exhausting. How was that a night of rest? That was even more tiring than a full day's training, or a whole day of hard work. At a certain moment, a comprehension that she didn't know whether it could be considered as a comprehension appeared in Miao Xiao Miao's heart. There was surely a reason why the men in this world had so many wives and concubines. A single wife was really not going to be able to endure this much. Even if she had the cultivation of a venerable, she was already in this state. What about other normal girls? Young Master Jun's spirit was refreshed, and his body was comfortable. Even if Miao Xiao Miao forgot, he would never forget such an important date. With his supernatural self-control, even if he was 3 or 4 times more tired last night, he would still be able to get up on time. Today was the main reason why he'd entered the misty illusory manor in the first place. He was already filled with excitement at what surprises the spiritual herbal gardens were going to bring. When he was washing his face, Jun Moxie mumbled something, but that one sentence had caused Miao Xiao Miao to blush from head to toe. These events of yesterday are truly unforgettable. His words seemed exceptionally normal, except that he placed emphasis on a few words. The normally calm and steady Miao Huanyu's face was as black as the bottom of a wok as he marched his embarrassed daughter and the happy-looking son-in-law to Miao Jingyun. Miao Jingyun only rolled his eyes when he saw them and waved his hand. Set out. What could a grandpa like him say about an event like that should not have happened but already happened? To continue reprimanding now would only hold up the time further. With Miao Jingyun at the lead, the group moved off quickly. Miao Dao carried Miao Xiao Miao, and Miao Jian carried Jun Moxie on his back. The entire group resembled a straight arrow as they shot off into the distance. What kind of speed did this group of people possess? In just the time of several tens of breaths, they'd already reached the main palace of the misty illusory manor. At this moment, only a huge stone wall could be seen in front of everybody's eyes. To say that the thing in front of them was just a stone wall was truthfully somewhat inappropriate. Because strictly speaking, it was more like a piece of jade wall. This wall was about 20 zhang in height and width and shimmered with a faint glow. One could barely see a multicolored light flowing within it. The face of the jade stone wall was filled with countless strange patterns. Apart from this uniqueness, there was another point of special thing about it. The entire piece of jade wall seemed nearly transparent. From where they stood, the group could see a myriad of scenes within it. It was as if this jade wall was a passage to another world. And from where the crowd stood, they were only looking at a small piece of this mysterious world. And behind this jade wall, there was only a giant precipice. There was nothing else there at all, not to mention the strange images that they saw through the jade wall at the front. For such a huge piece of jade, even if it were set in the Xian continent and auctioned, it was likely that even an entire country might not be able to afford it even if they pooled the wealth of the entire country together. And even that price was only limited to the value of the jade itself. This is a piece of Sky Xian jade. It's a complete piece of Sky Xian jade, and there isn't even a single chip at its corners of a tiny crack on it, Miao Xiao Miao whispered lightly into Jun Moxie's ears as she explained. The most mysterious thing about this Sky Xian jade is that it has an indestructible property. No one has the ability to hurt it at all. Even if 10 Saint Venerables joined hands and used all their might together, they would not be able to leave even the faintest scratch on it. What a great stuff! Jun Moxie's eyes lit up. This Sky Xian jade is the most valuable thing in the entire misty illusory manor. But its preciousness is not because of its indestructibility and the strange sights hidden within it. If that were the case, it would only be a slightly more interesting toy. Misty illusory manor said softly. Its true value lies in the fact that it's the only entrance to the spiritual herbal gardens. In that moment, Miao Huanyu was standing before the huge Sky Xian jade alone as he revolved a strange energy in his body, as if he were communicating something to the huge jade wall. At the same time, the somewhat blurry images on the sky Xian jade began to move, from slow to quick, before becoming a blurry image. In the end, it turned into a resplendent white light. To me, the most valuable thing in the misty illusory manner is you, and you alone. Jun Moxie said with a slight smile. And, I've already obtained this most precious thing. You, Miao Xiao Miao's ears instantly turned red with happiness and embarrassment. However, she still stamped her feet cutely. I'm not a thing. Right, you're not a thing, Jun Moxie laughed. How could he miss such a great opportunity to crack a joke? You are the one who's not anything. Miao Xiao Miao stared angrily as she turned around. I'm not bothering about you anymore, you baddie. That's fine, you don't have to mind me right now, Jun Moxie leaned over her ear and cackled in an evil manner. You just need to mind me tonight when all your clothes are off. Right, you'll see the real baddie at that time. Miao Xiao Miao instantly covered her face with her hands, not having the ability to face the world anymore. This bastard, what kind of setting is this, and what kind of words is he saying? Although nobody could hear him. Just at this time, a brilliant, multicolored light shot out of the jade wall. Along with it, a refreshing, fragrant smell also surged out. This kind of smell was completely incomparable with any kind of scent in the mortal world. The instant one smelt it, their bodies would feel exceptionally light, and their hearts would be relaxed. Following that, a huge door appeared out of nowhere. A pair of words appeared on both sides of the door, unrivaled through the 9 nethers and 9 firmaments, I am number 1 in the world. Going up to heaven or down to hell based on my own ability, moving unhindered through the howling winds and pouring rain. Every single word seemed as if it had flown out of the jade wall, striking into the hearts of everyone like lightning. These words carried an arrogant and domineering meaning, as if the person who penned it was sitting atop the sky, looking down disdainfully at all under the heavens. Just by looking at it, one could already imagine the might and pride of the person who wrote those words. The 9 nether first young master. Apart from the 9 nether first young master, no one else throughout the entire history of this world had such a great arrogance. And no one else had the ability to write such words. An unrivaled wildness. But it was a wildness that roused the respect in everybody's hearts. Such unyielding willfulness. But it was a willfulness that boiled the blood of men. The set of words only disappeared slowly after some time. At the same time, a row of neat stone steps slowly appeared. This path led to a faraway location, without an end in sight. It was as if one would be able to walk to the edge of the world by following this path. On both sides of the stone path, one could see a vague yet distinct forest that stretched out seemingly endlessly. When these sights became completely clear, everyone would be able to tread this path as if it were a real path and enter the spiritual herbal gardens. This was a custom that hadn't changed for 10,000 years, and nothing strange had ever happened before. Everyone waited patiently. But at this time, the accident that had never appeared in 10,000 years actually appeared for the first time. Just as the earlier set of words were about to disappear, a golden light flashed, and another row of completely differently styled words appeared. If you dare to screw around after entering, this daddy will butcher you. When they saw those words, all the other old fellows were completely frozen. What was going on? Why was this new content so crude? And, why had it appeared on this jade wall? Furthermore, such a thing had never happened before in the past. But those words were clearly different from the 9 nether first young master's earlier words. This sentence also seemed to be targeted at somebody. But who had it been meant for? Young Master Jun felt his scalp hardening as a sense of danger blew under his legs. Among all the people here, only he knew what those words meant. Those words had clearly been said to him. It was a warning that the 9 nether first young master had left behind for him 10,000 years ago. Young Master Jun was not unfamiliar with such a strange method. When he'd taken away the power of the 5 elements the previous time, he'd already experienced it before, so he was not a stranger to it. However, the content of that sentence. F***ck, how am I screwing around? Aren't I just here for a single tree? I'm just taking away a few fruits. Is there a need to be so serious, to actually set a warning 10,000 years in advance? You're looking down too much on this young master's self-control. Am I such a greedy and base person? The golden words disappeared this time after a brief flash, but everyone's hearts grew heavy. This old ancestor had actually given such a strict warning this time. It was definitely not a joke. After entering, they could not afford to be careless at all. They would rather not obtain anything, than to act rashly. With a heavy heart, the group entered the spiritual herbal gardens. As they reached a fork on the stone path, Miao Jingyun gave the order to split the crowd into 3 groups to pick the spirit herbs. With a stern warning, he told everyone to gather back at the same place before the time limit. As for Jun Moxie and Miao Xiaomiao, they followed behind Miao Huanyu towards the center where a patch of verdant plains was. This was the direction where the rainbow holy tree was. From Miao Huanyu's warning, young Master Jun finally learned why the candidate could only be one person. Because it was usually best if this path was traversed alone. 2-person was possible, and 3 was stretching it. But there could be no more than 3. Once this number limit was passed, they would never be able to see the rainbow holy tree. Of course, the 3-people limit did not include the spiritual herbal gardens lord. In other words, it was actually still possible to squeeze one more person into Jun Moxie's group. However, after the last time the holy tree protested, no one had tried to do that again. In fact, only 1 person went in each time. This time, Miao Huanyu was already making a huge exception for the first time in several hundred years by bringing 2 people. Miao Huanyu walked in the center. Miao Xiaomiao was on his left and Jun Moxie was on his right. The things in this world were no different from the outside world. There was a comfortable feeling when stepping on the grass. The smells and sights of the lustrous surroundings caused Jun Moxie to feel that this place was not an illusion and was completely real. After walking for a moment, by the time they turned around to look, the path behind them was already completely covered in a layer of mist. It was impossible to see the people whom they had come in with. This area is the territory of the holy tree. In the entire spiritual herbal gardens, this can be considered the most mystical place. Miao Huanyu took a step out and said. These verdant plains are vast and endless, but there isn't a single stalk of spirit herbs growing here. Because the holy tree will not allow any spirit herbs to grow on its territory. Jun Moxie and Miao Xiaomiao had already noticed the strangeness long ago. When they first came in, they noticed that the 2 sides of the forest were filled with precious spirit herbs everywhere. But when they reached here, there wasn't a single one at all. Even the most common spirit grass was nowhere to be seen. When they heard Miao Huanyu's explanation, the 2 of them instantly realized that this was the rainbow holy tree's work. Exchanging a brief glance, they thought to themselves, so this rainbow holy tree is actually a selfish fellow. But as Jun Moxie thought about it, he understood the logic as well. Some of the stronger Xian beasts did not permit the existence of any other Xian beasts in their territory. Once any other Xian beasts entered their domain, a huge fight would instantly break out. A spirit plant with powerful spiritual qi could also similarly make it hard for other spirit plants to grow around them. The only thing was that this rainbow holy tree was even more oppressive, and its field of control was even wider. All of a sudden, a fresh spiritual qi wafted over from a distance away, and Miao Huanyu smiled. We're here. The 2 raised their heads and looked over. In the center of the vast prairie, where nothing else existed, there was a large tree that could definitely be considered gigantic. This tree was completely straight and was at least over 100 meters tall. Its branches were filled with verdant leaves, and its branches seemed to touch the skies. This gigantic tree's leaves were strangely shaped, with 9 sharp points, and which each emanated a different color constantly. At one point, it would look completely normal and green, but in the next moment, it would be red, or black, or purple. The leaves on this tree were actually switching colors constantly. As the 3 got nearer, all the leaves suddenly turned around in an instant, and the entire tree even shook for a moment. It was as if a giant had turned around to look at little ants that had caught its attention. Young Master Jun froze for a moment, and his eyes widened. F***ck. A tree can actually be so arrogant. This is too human-like. Jun Moxie had to admit that he had truly never seen a tree like this that could reach over 100 meters tall in the 2 worlds that he had experienced so far. If he were to chop this tree down, how many king-sized beds could he make? The leaves rustled loudly, and a clear voice rang out. Little kids of the misty illusory manor, you've come to see this Lord Holy Tree again. What good stuff have you brought for this old tree this time? Respected Lord Holy Tree, today is the once-a-century day of the spiritual herbal gardens again. In order to better serve Lord Holy Tree, the misty illusory manor has chosen 2 talented youths to test their compatibility towards your lordship. May Lord Holy Tree take a look at them with your all-knowing eyes of wisdom and determine the path of the spiritual herbal gardens for the next millennia. Miao Huanyu bowed lightly and said with utmost respect to the tree. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes as he looked at this scene with wonder. Was this a fairy tale? a tree could actually understand human speech. And speak the human tongue as well. Furthermore, Miao Huanyu was still acting so respectfully towards it. Could this thing understand him? The rainbow holy tree's leaves rustled again, and the entire tree even swayed visibly for a moment. In that moment, the three people could clearly feel that this tree seemed to be in a very happy mood. In fact, it seemed to be very agitated as well. Miao Huanyu was somewhat shocked. Such a situation had never occurred in the past. Could it be that his respectful attitude had caused it to become so happy? But he also used similar words in the past as well, yet he'd never seen it this happy before. The leaves rustled noisily, as if tens of thousands of people were chattering. Those two juniors, come forward a step. Jun Moxie widened his eyes slightly. This so-called speaking voice was undoubtedly this tree using its unique frequency, causing the leaves to create a set movement at the same time to create the effect of voices. But just this point alone was enough to prove that this rainbow holy tree did have its own consciousness. And from the looks of it, its intelligence was not low too. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. As requested, he took a step forward, and Miao Xiaomiao followed closely behind him. But her expression was somewhat fearful. After all, she had never seen such a strange thing before. From her knowledge, this holy tree was an existence akin to a god. All of a sudden, a sharp roar rang out as a voice formed out of spiritual sense burst forth with rage. That junior! What is with that expression? You dare to be disrespectful to this Lord Holy Tree? Do you know the severity of your crime? As it turned out, Jun Moxie's small act of rolling his eyes had been seen by it. As the holy tree raged, the winds and clouds and entire spiritual herbal gardens changed. Miao Huanyu cursed bitterly in his heart. Looks like this rainbow holy tree is about to go crazy again. It was the same the last few times as well. A moment ago, it was happy and excited. And in the next moment, it was already raging. However, there was nothing they could do about it and could only retreat. This time was the same as well. No one provoked it, but it still turned angry for no reason. Jun Moxie stared at this tree, speechless. From the way it was shaking and rustling, it seemed to be uncontrollably angry. Scram! All of you, scram for me! The tree used its spiritual sense and roared. This lord does not wish to see any more of you puny humans. Are you crazy? Jun Moxie spat without a care. When they came in here, young Master Jun had already noticed that there wasn't even a single fruit on this tree, and he was already slightly annoyed. After looking around, he realized that there was nothing of what Miao Jingyun Miao Huanyu and the rest had mentioned about the second or third tree that the misty illusory manor was nurturing. As such, he was already starting to feel exceedingly annoyed. And now, a mere tree like this is cursing freely at this evil monarch. Truly unbearable. Moreover. You brat, what did you say just now? The rainbow holy tree roared. What did I say? I asked if you were crazy. Jun Moxie did not care about the stupefied expressions on Miao Xiaomiao and Miao Huanyu's faces as he snorted discourteously. I realize that those guys from the misty illusory manor must have really spoilt you. Are you very amazing? Aren't you just a tree? Just because you've lived a few years longer, you think that you're very great. Look at this huge body of yours, don't you feel embarrassed at producing only 2 sets of fruits every few hundred years? To think that you could still act so proudly. If I were you, I would have found a tall tree and hung myself long ago. Oh, right, you are a tree already. In that case, you can just hang yourself on one of your own branches and commit suicide. This little brat's mouth is truly venomous, this Lord Holy Tree is going to die from anger. The rainbow holy tree swayed left and right violently, shaking the entire land. Little brat, for your brazen words, this lord will not let you off. With a loud whooshing sound, a violent wind swept up as 2 thick roots shot out of the ground like a pair of dragons, instantly wrapping around Jun Moxie. Then, with a violent rumble, a huge hole appeared in the middle of the rainbow holy tree's trunk. The 2 roots swung widely, tossing him into the hole. Then, in an instant, the hole closed again, leaving no gaps. After that, the roots returned to the ground, and the tree stopped shaking, the entire place was completely quiet again. This rainbow holy tree had actually eaten young Master Jun. Miao Xiaomiao cried out aloud, nearly fainting from the shock as her face turned as pale as snow. Lord Holy Tree! Miao Huanyu cried out in a stupefied manner. The child is young and ignorant, may senior please be magnanimous and not stoop to the same level as him. Please show mercy, ah. This kid is full of nonsense and has a rude and vicious tongue. Is this lord a tree that he can curse at as he wishes? If he is not taught a lesson today, what will become of this fellow in the future? The holy tree rustled its leaves and continued. There is no need to worry, this lord is only going to teach the little brat a lesson and will not take his life. The two of you can go out first. When I'm done with his punishment, this lord will naturally let him out. Miao Huanyu was completely speechless. Go out first. Could it be that this time's effort was going to end in failure again? This place would only open once every 100 years. Go out after just coming in. Are they playing with us? Lord Holy Tree, please have mercy on him, senior, Miao Xiaomiao begged. He is a good person, can you not punish him? What's with so much nonsense? Hurry up and scram. The rainbow holy tree seemed to be somewhat angry now as it shook its trunk. The winds grew wild once again, and the entire sky darkened. The entire area grew black, to a point where it was impossible to see one's fingers even if they stretched their hands out before their eyes. When the Miao father and daughter pair regained their sight once again, they saw that the entire place was empty and bare, only leaving behind a vast prairie. As for the huge rainbow holy tree, it had already disappeared without a trace. Let's return first. AI, it's a wasted effort this time as well. We'll need to wait another 100 years at least to try again, Miao Huanyu said with a helpless sigh. No. I'm not going back. I will wait here, for him to come back. Miao Xiaomiao shook her head obstinately as she stared stubbornly at the spot where the tree had been. Silly lass, how will you where Jun you will exit from? The holy tree has never done things in a normal way before. There are no ways to estimate its next move. Also, Lord Holy Tree's sense of time is different from us. Miao Huanyu did not say out the second part of the sentence. How do you know that he will definitely be able to come out? If he doesn't come out, wouldn't you have to wait here forever? I don't care. I'm going to wait here. Even if it's 100 years, or 1,000 years, I will wait. If I'm unable to wait until he comes out, I will die here. Miao Xiaomiao said insistingly. Her face was resolute, and there wasn't a single bit of wavering thought in her eyes. Miao Huanyu sighed helplessly. The holy tree. Everything in front of Jun Moxie's eyes was dark, and suddenly with a flash, he was already transported inside the body of the tree. This place was an exceptionally amazing and mystical space. A dense mist covered the entire place, and a 7-color qi could be seen flowing within it, while a sweet fragrance hung in the air. The ground beneath his feet was normal and colorless, and countless, fine root-like things waved around him. Jun Moxie smiled and sat down tranquilly. He hadn't guessed wrongly. The power of wood was undoubtedly a kind of energy that all plants in the world would welcome. More accurately, instead of welcome, they lusted after it. Young Master Jun's provocation of the rainbow holy tree had been nothing but an act to fool the rest. When the rainbow holy tree appeared, Jun Moxie had already activated his power of wood, revealing just a sliver of it. That was why the rainbow holy tree had behaved so excitedly and was agitated at first. It had nothing to do with Miao Huanyu's bootlicking words. Following that, Jun Moxie had sent his spiritual sense to it. Do you want this thing? If you do, can we have a private chat? Since this tree had the ability to mimic the voice of a human, it could naturally understand his words. Jun Moxie had complete confidence that intentions would be received perfectly. Following that, Jun Moxie purposely acted arrogantly to anger the tree even more, allowing it to have a reason to take him away. Otherwise, with the strange temper of this rainbow holy tree, why would it let Miao Huanyu and Miao Xiaomiao off so easily if it were really angered? Jun Moxie had only just sat down when a rumble echoed out, and a blurry figure slowly appeared from the mist, materializing into a human-like face. This strange face was filled with tree roots which twisted together to form a long beard. After witnessing that exceedingly strange energy, this Lord Holy Tree could not wait to come and hear itself. Human youngling, what do you want to discuss with this Lord? The Holy Tree said in an arrogant manner. We can talk about it later. First, bring me a chair. Jun Moxie snorted and the corners of his mouth arched upwards. With that kind of attitude, what do you want this young master to discuss with you? Chair. What is a chair? The Holy Tree asked with a confused expression. A chair is, could it be that you haven't seen a chair before? Jun Moxie said with disbelieving eyes. The holy tree seemed even more confused now. Then just give me a place to sit. Don't you feel the distance between the two of us are too far apart? You're so tall, and it's tiring to lift my head to speak to you. We'll just forget about the discussion in that case. Jun Moxie said. Oh. The holy tree's eyes lit up and a large hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, plucking its eyeball out. After that, it threw the eyeball down, and the eyeball turned into a wooden block. Is this fine? With a schwa sound, the huge hand disappeared again. This works as well. Young Master Jun was truly a bit stunned. Seeing the growing look of confusion on this fellow's face, and the second eyeball appearing, he could not help but sigh. F***ck, this is too embarrassing. As expected of an old monster of over 10,000 years old. It truly has quite a bit of skills. But as he looked at the wooden block, he could not help but feel a little reluctant. This daddy will be sitting on an eyeball if I sat down on this. The mental barrier is not low. But after thinking about it, he still sat down on it. This young master is sitting on your eyeball, what about it? The moment he sat down, the eyeball would suddenly grew taller with a whooshing sound, instantly bringing him into sky until he was facing that huge face. Is this fine? We can converse comfortably now. The holy tree said proudly. It seemed to be smirking. How is this, human youngling? To actually dare to play mind games with this Lord Holy Tree? Have you seen the abilities of this Lord Holy Tree? It's passable, I guess. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. No matter how amazing you are, your eyeball is still under my butt serving as my seat. Young Master Jun suddenly thought of a two-part allegorical saying. Looking at the sky with one's butt, having eyes but failing to see. But today, this young master is sitting on an eyeball, doesn't that mean, having eyes and sight? That strange energy of yours, take it out and let me take a closer look, Lord Holy Tree said authoritatively. Although it was anxious and excited, it was acting in a way as if it were saying, it's because I acknowledge you that I'm willing to look at your stuff. It's an honor for you, and you should be thankful to me. The moment they entered this space, this Lord Holy Tree began to speak like a normal person, unlike before, when it spoke through spiritual sense. From the looks of it, there was nothing that this fellow couldn't do in this space. Sure. With Jun Moxie's abilities, how could he not understand the thoughts of this rainbow holy tree? But there was also no harm in letting it take another look. The more anxious it was, the easier it would be to discuss the other matters later. His young master will let you be willful for a little longer. In a negotiation with this young master, you're actually dreaming of taking the initiative? And trying to act as if you're in a higher position? As the two large pairs of eyes stared with anticipation, young Master Jun stretched out his hand and cried out, power that grows all wood. It was still the power of wood, but young Master Jun had purposely yelled it out and also added a few more words to the name. And because of those few extra words, the name alone had caused this old holy tree to grow even more shocked. Young Master Jun had already seen through this fellow long ago. Its foundations could be said to be high to a terrifying level, but when it came to its brains, it was no smarter than a child. After being confined in here for over 10,000 years without even a person to speak to, how clever could it be? In other words, this was just a kid with absolute foundations. If there was nothing capable of controlling it, everything must then go according to its way. Only by coaxing and pleasing it, would it give up some of the things that it didn't look too highly upon, even producing some good stuff once in a while. And that was the method that the misty illusory manner had been using all this while. However, these kinds of methods were too reactive and completely did not suit young Master Jun. And Jun Moxie also happened to have the perfect thing to control this rainbow holy tree with, the power of wood. This thing could be said to be the most delicious sweet to coax this child with. If this tree wanted the sweet, it would need to pay the appropriate price. Just like that, the positions of the two sides had already been determined. As for why he had added the words, he was afraid that this kiddish tree would not understand what power of wood meant exactly. Under the expectant eyes of the tree, a green light came out from young Master Jun's hands. This exceedingly pure power of wood began to grow in this little space. It was only growing, but did not dissipate out in the slightest. In other words, if it was only for looking and admiring, there were no problems at all. But as for enjoying it, sorry, it's completely impossible. It wasn't possible to get even a single whiff. Along with young Master Jun's improvement in cultivation, his control over the power of the 5 elements could also be said to have reached a hair-raising level. Lord Rainbow Holy Tree's eyes widened as it stared greedily at the green light. As the ball of life energy grew stronger and stronger, the Rainbow Holy Tree's eyes also protruded more and more. Until finally, the green ball had grown to the size of regular footballs. And those pair of eyes had already nearly popped out completely from its head. It was as if two eyeballs were suspended in midair. The holy tree's face was only left with endless enthrallment as it pulled out of its root beard and poked at the ball of green light carefully. This is the life energy that I have sought for countless years, ah. Oh my God, my earth, my heavens. If I just at this ball of green light, I will gain at least 10,000 years worth of energy. At that time, I will. Wah. It's too wonderful. Ah ah ah. The drool from this Lord Holy Tree's mouth had already flowed out and dropped onto the ground, glistening brightly. Young Master Jun felt like he had gained an eye-opener this time. The ancient people used to have a saying, spittle 3 chi long. I used to think that such a saying was just bullsh *t. But after seeing this fellow today, I finally understand that that wasn't pure nonsense. How is this just 3 chi? This seems to be in excess of even 3 zhang ah. Furthermore, the line is not broken at all. In that moment, just as that huge mouth opened wide and was leaning forward to swallow that bowl of green light, Jun Moxie flipped his hand, and the ball of green light disappeared without a trace. Little kid, you want to play underhanded sneak attacks in front of me? This daddy is the ancestor of sneak attacks. Ah! The holy tree let out a roar of rage. Little fellow, you actually dare to toy with this lord like that? Hurry up and hand over that magical energy. Otherwise, this lord will make you suffer. Kiki. Does our dear Lord Holy Tree want to see something good? Jun Moxie smirked as he crossed his leg. A hong sound rang out as a plume of black fire darker than night itself burst out of his hand, burning silently. This flame was emanating endless death energy. The flame of primal chaos. A threat. A bare and naked threat. The holy tree's eyes widened even more, popping out once again. It could clearly sense that this seemingly harmless black flame could easily turn its huge body which had taken over 10,000 years to grow into ashes. Even more scary was that because they were inside its body right now, it did not have the ability to resist this power at all. Lord Rainbow Holy Tree instantly shut its mouth. The long line of drool finally broke with a splish sound. At the same time, its enormous head was filled with water. From the looks of it, it had been scared to the point it was sweating. It was too unlucky to have met with such a thing. Lord Holy Tree was already on the verge of crying. How did I provoke such a jinx? I initially thought that this separate space could easily neutralize all outside energies, which was why I had boldly called this human in for a talk. If the talk went south, it could directly turn this kid into fertilizer, and that energy it was after would not be able to escape either. But not only had that failed, it had even ended up handing its little life into this fellow's hands as a result of this talk. It's fine if the heavens make one commit a sin. However, one mustn't commit a sin on their own initiative. This was a famous saying whose essence is truth itself. Lord Holy Tree opened and closed its mouth, not knowing how to react. Although it was over 10,000 years old, its intelligence was only comparable to a little child. Could a child react properly when faced with a dangerous situation? Fortunately, young Master Jun was kind enough to give this kid the proper guidance. I say. Lord Holy Tree, didn't you want to look at something good? Is this nice looking? This energy is magical enough, right? Jun Moxie lowered his head and looked at the ball of flame of primal chaos in his hand. With a sudden toss, the flame of primal chaos instantly flew up, burning brilliantly in midair. The moment it left Jun Moxie's hand, the power of the flame of primal chaos was completely unleashed. The 7 colored energies in the space, which was the essence of the Rainbow Holy Tree, was unable to escape the fate of being burned, although it was just gaseous energy. Wood breeds fire, and the flame of primal chaos began to burn even fiercer. Wait, the Holy Tree's voice turned sharp. Youngling, stop it ah. Don't ah, an intense sensation surged through its body as its face contorted with pain. Brat, what did you call me? Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and summoned another ball of flame of primal chaos. This ball of flame was even bigger than the previous one. Lord Holy Tree nearly forgot about its current pain in its shock. Oh my God. I can't bear even one flame, and there's still a second one. Help. Big brother, the holy tree suddenly became enlightened under the threat of extreme danger, directly calling him Big Brother. Big Brother? That still seems to be somewhat lacking, it's not comfortable enough. Young Master Jun lowered his head and played with the ball of flame of primal chaos. Waving his hand aggressively, it seemed as if he was about to throw that ball of flame out as well. No no no. Old Master, you're my old master, my dearest old master. Lord Holy Tree was completely subdued. Who is your dearest old master? Old master is fine, what dearest old master? Forget it, this young master is a magnanimous person and will not be so calculative towards you. With a wave of his hand, the flame of primal chaos that was hovering in midair flew back, and the two ball of flames merged together as they danced merrily in his hand. The danger was finally temporarily over. Lord Holy Tree heaved a sigh of relief. It had nearly pissed itself from fear a moment ago, that was, if it could pee in the first place. But if it could sweat, it might not be impossible that it could pee as well. Old Master, woo, this Lord Holy Tree finally could not bear it and it started crying. It had never seen anyone bullying a person like that, no, bullying a tree like that. Please put those eyeballs back before talking, it's uncomfortable for me to look at. Jun Moxie shook his leg and pointed at the two large eyeballs that had fallen in front of him. Lord Holy Tree hurriedly nodded and with a so sound, the two eyeballs were retrieved. After that, its wizened old face twisted together with a fawning expression as it asked, Old Master, what other instructions do you have? Hearing the old tree calling him Old Master, young Master Jun felt somewhat speechless. I say, you've already lived for over 10,000 years. How come you don't have any backbone at all? Young Master Jun was truly somewhat helpless against this spineless tree. Even a normal expert would always have their own insistence. But this tree was great, with just a bit of threatening, it even called out Old Master so enthusiastically. Truthfully, Lord Holy Tree was quite helpless as well. You brat are at the most sensitive part of my body, and you took out such a horrifying flame all of a sudden, and even forced me so shamelessly to call you Old Master. After being forced and calling you Old Master, you said that I have no backbone, what do you want then? Why are you so hard to please? I also want my pride. But if I hold on to my pride, my little life will be forfeited. Do you think it was easy to live for over 10,000 years? Old Master, having a backbone may be important, Lord Holy Tree said with a bitter face. But my little life is more important. I see. Jun Moxie said with some exasperation. You lifeforms from outside of civilization have too little education. If you discard your pride for the sake of living on, what is the point of life? Can't you have some goals? Something to pursue? The most basic self-esteem. Lord Holy Tree nodded repeatedly in an eager manner, but it felt exceedingly bitter in its heart. If you're the one with a knife hanging above your neck, I'll like to see how you insist on your pride. *CK, you're talking about pride to a person whose life was in danger. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Didn't they say that there were quite a few rainbow holy trees here? How come there's only you here alone? Where are the others? Jun Moxie sighed and shook his head. From the way he saw it, talking to this fellow about pride was no different than playing the lute to a cow. But this was fine as well, at least he would be saving himself some trouble. Who said that? There's only been me here all along. Lord Holy Tree exclaimed. But in an instant, it understood what he meant. Are you talking about those trees that the other humans grew? That's right. Jun Moxie nodded. Hey! Those few broken things are deserving of the name Rainbow Holy Tree as well. Lord Holy Tree seemed to have regained his previous arrogant air again. When it compared itself to those other trees, it instantly felt much more lofty. Those little trees are actually just young saplings that were grafted from my branches. They are in essence, this Lord Holy Tree's children and grandchildren. Those things do not have any consciousness, and even if they grew for another 10,000 years, they would never be able to produce any 7-colored holy fruits. They simply do not possess that ability, I've swallowed them long ago. Swallowed. *CK. Jun Moxie widened his eyes with disbelief. This fellow was actually so heartless, to even be able to swallow its own children and grandchildren. Oh. So from what you said, it is impossible for a second rainbow holy tree to appear in this world. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes. That is not necessarily so. As long as I'm willing. And, actually, it's like this, how can nurturing a rainbow holy tree be such an easy matter? Without experiencing the winds and rain of thousands of years, how can one grow up? The holy tree is naturally the only one. As it spoke, Lord Holy Tree changed its tone and shook its head as it hummed. A holy tree is a large tree turns into an old tree, and only after being refined by rain and gale, can it be considered a tree that towers to the sky. This fellow actually knows how to compose poems. Young Master Jun truly began to look at it with a different light. There's really no way to cultivate a second rainbow holy tree. Young Master Jun's voice turned somewhat dangerous. The ball of flame of primal chaos began to sway back and forth in a horrifying manner as he sighed in a pitiful tone. I guess there's no point in leaving you alive then. When I came in today, I was intending on obtaining a method to cultivate a new tree. You're too big, and I can't take you away no matter what. If I can't cultivate a new tree, that would mean that I'm destined to not be able to get a rainbow holy tree. If I can't have something, how can I allow others to have it? Since you said you're the only one, I'll just have to kill you then. From now on, the rainbow holy tree will become history, belonging to no one. With a whooshing sound, the flame of primal chaos surged upwards again. How could young Master Jun be such an extreme person? But from the words of this rainbow holy tree, he could already tell that this fellow was at the crucial point in nurturing another rainbow holy tree. However, this fellow was obviously quite dishonest. But this young master is already standing in your heart right now. Is there any use in being dishonest? Don't, old master. Old master, I'm calling you old master, isn't that fine? Please don't set me on fire. Lord Holy Tree's voice reached a new pitch as its face was filled with water. We're family, everything can be talked over, everything can be discussed. Who is family with you? What a **t discussion. Since you cannot give me a holy tree, and I can't take you away, what is there left to discuss? Young Master Jun's voice was fierce and sharp as he continued fiercely. Since it's impossible, I'll just have to burn the bridges. Nobody will get anything. Old master, please calm down and listen to me. I'm actually not something that belongs to anyone. I can just ignore those people in the future, and they wouldn't be able to see me at all. That should work, right? Lord Holy Tree proposed anxiously. **t. What does it have anything to do with me whether you see those people or not? I'll only say one thing now. Today, I'm determined to take a holy tree away. If you can't satisfy my desire, you would have lost your value to exist. Those who obey me live, while those who defy me, Kiki, will be burnt to ashes, and their souls scattered, Jun Moxie said in a gangsterish way. Understood, I have. I really have. Old master, why you must, stay your hand, hold on for just 1 second, Lord Holy Tree stammered. If it hadn't remembered that this old master did not like its eyes popping out, both its eyeballs would already have popped out 3 zhang away. Wait 1 second. For what? You're already finished anyway. What tricks are you trying to pull? I don't have that much time. Young Master Jun said in an annoyed manner. Please don't be anxious, you must allow me to explain. Lord Holy Tree said in a scared voice. It was feeling extremely bitter in this moment. Even when the 9 nether first young master brought it here as a sapling, he had treated it very carefully. Who acts like this bandit-like fellow, threatening to burn and destroy with every sentence? **ck, why has the human race become like this? Don't they even know how to flatter a little? The poor tree turned around and its 2 thick and strong arms appeared once again. This time, it was holding 2 green-colored things carefully in its hands. What the **ck is that? Say it directly. I'm really getting very impatient now. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes dangerously. This is my life's essence. This Lord Holy Tree was about to cry as it said. Only with my permission, can they be merged together. Then I just need to pour my blood essence over them, and it will become a rainbow holy tree seed which can grow into a new rainbow holy tree, but that requires a very long time. So that's how it is. Alright, I understand. Young Master Jun waved his hand dangerously. Hurry up and nurture it then, and pour your blood essence over it. Quickly, I don't have much time. The holy tree rolled its eyes and almost fainted. Old master, in order to form a seed from this life's essence, I will need to sacrifice over 1,000 years worth of life force. On top of that, I need to extract 1/3 of my essence blood, This Lord Holy Tree's eyes seemed to be welling with tears, and its voice was as hoarse as a runaway train. It constantly looked at the magical hands which the old master had used to conjure the amazing power that grows all wood. There's no need to speak so much nonsense. In the first place, I'd come to conduct a trade with you. I won't let you work for free. For all the life force you lost, I will replenish it for you, even returning you double the amount is not an issue. Jun Moxie switched to using the carrot instead of the stick. If that tree turned desperate and decided to go for mutual destruction, he would not get any benefits as well. Truthfully, he really wouldn't bear to kill this tree. After all, it was a being that had lived for over 10,000 years. Really? Lord Holy Tree's eyeballs nearly popped out again in its excitement. It calculated briefly in its heart about how much it would gain from this trade. Would I still lie to you? Jun Moxie lifted his chin and said disdainfully. You should understand, even if I don't give you a single cent, would you dare to not give me what I want? In that case, why would I lie to you? Hurry up and get to work, my time is limited. That's true. Although Lord Holy Tree didn't know what a cent was, it still understood the general meaning. There was indeed no reason for the other party to lie to it. Since it wouldn't be losing out in anything, it might as well get to work quickly. If it could really get some life energy in return, it would have made a great profit. Many thanks, old master. I'll get to work immediately. Lord Holy Tree said in a fawning manner. After that, the two balls of life's essence glowed resplendently under the control of the rainbow Holy Tree. One of it was shining with a green light, while the other burst with a seven-colored radiance. Slowly, the two merged together, and a green light filled the entire space. Following that, Lord Holy Tree panted heavily and said, Old Master, please move over here. Jun Moxie followed a thin route and turned a corner, discovering a pond lake. This pond was filled with deep green water. The top layer of the pond was covered in a thick layer of seven-colored mist. Lord Holy Tree said in a somewhat proud manner, Old Master, this is the life-blood essence I mentioned before. The seed can only germinate after being soaked in here and truly grow. If it isn't soaked in this, even if it could germinate by luck, it would wither very quickly, As the Holy Tree laughed proudly, it placed the newly formed seed into the pond. A light splash rang out, and it sank to the bottom of the water. In a moment, bubbles rose to the top, as if that seed was breathing in the Holy Tree's blood essence. This is your life blood essence. It can't be this little, right? Young Master Jun looked at the proud mannerism of this fellow and smirked in his heart as he thought to himself. Just this bit of tree sap is only enough to nurture one tree at most, what are you being so proud about? What do you mean this little? The Holy Tree widened its eyes. If it were any other person, it would most likely have smacked the human to death and absorbed the ignorant fellow as fertilizer. But it didn't dare to do that with his particular human. Barely managing to control its anger, it said huffily, Old Master. This is my life-blood essence. It could even be said to be the #1 treasure in the world. Regardless of man, beast, or plant, as long as it's a living thing in this world, they only need to soak in here for an hour, and any kind of injury no matter how serious would be healed. Even if their souls was destroyed, as long as the corpse is still there, even a dissipated soul would be able to be reconstructed again just by soaking in here, subsequently resurrecting back to life. Right, my life-blood essence should be called, Heaven's Root Water, in your world. Don't you know about the legendary, Heaven's Root Water? Lord Holy Tree looked condescendingly at Jun Moxie as it spoke to hear. This time, you brat must have been properly shocked, right? Can you see this Lord Holy Tree's extraordinariness now? Heaven's Root Water. What's that? Is it really so magical? Young Master Jun revealed a suitably shocked expression. Gasping, he thought to himself. If it's really so amazing, I wonder if it could heal Green Hunter's injury. Ha ha ha, Lord Holy Tree laughed with satisfaction, finally managing to get one back. Little brat, although you can threaten me, this Lord Holy Tree's treasure is something that you cannot lay your hands upon. The more it thought, the happier it became in its heart as it furrowed its brows and sighed pretentiously. It's a pity that you don't have a heavily injured friend with you this time, especially the kind whose soul and body had been gravely injured. Otherwise, this lord would let old master see the amazing properties of this life-blood essence. This is a legend among legends, Lu. Halfway through its words, it received a glare from Jun Moxie and suddenly remembered that it couldn't offend this human. As for a heavily injured friend whose soul and body had been gravely hurt, this Lord Holy Tree was simply speaking nonsense. Who would bring a person like that around with them? A person whose soul was injured, how was that any different from a corpse? Who would bring a corpse around with them? So Lord Holy Tree felt that it was not a problem for it to say those words. In any case, this little brat would leave soon with the seed. Even if he didn't compensate it, it wasn't a big deal. How would the human brat know that it actually wouldn't cost much for this Lord Holy Tree to nurture a seed? The most important thing right now was naturally to chase this brat away first. After he's gone, this place will be this Lord's paradise again. Ah, for real? Jun Moxie was even more shocked. Of course it's real. Lord Holy Tree said proudly. But right after the words left its mouth, the one who becomes speechless next became itself. Since it's so magical, do me a favor and help me treat her. It was important to hit a metal while it was hot. Without wasting any time, young Master Jun directly took Green Hunter out of the Hongjun pagoda and laid her carefully on the ground. This, ha. Lord Holy Tree was in the middle of a laughter when its face changed, and the smile turned into a crying expression. Its huge eyes popped out once again, smacking loudly onto the ground. In that moment, Lord Holy Tree truly wanted to smack itself soundly across the face. I'm really F***king, stupid ah. This mouth of mine is truly F***king cursed ah. What did I say all that for? Why did I try to show off ah? Wouldn't everything have been fine if I just satisfied him and let him leave? With this Lord Holy Tree's ability, it could naturally tell with a single glance that this girl's soul had been broken to the point of near collapse. She could even be said to be no different from a corpse. This, wasn't it exactly as it had described a moment ago? It wasn't that it couldn't save her, but, to do that would require a huge price, ah. Lord Holy Tree truly felt like crying, but it had no tears in its eyes. Even though it looked exceedingly unwilling earlier, it was actually an exceptionally simple task to make a seed, using up only a tiny bit of essence blood. It completely did not feel any heartache over it at all. But to heal a broken soul like this, how much life blood essence would it need to spend? By a rough calculation, even the amount of life blood essence required to nurture 1,000 seeds might not necessarily be enough. Looking at the small pool of life blood essence that it had saved painstakingly for over 10,000 years, Lord Holy Tree even had the thought to running into a wall to kill itself. If it wanted to save this girl, it would probably need to use up over half of its life blood essence. Over half. Over half, ah. Lord Holy Tree's expression was twisted to the extreme. In that moment, it felt as if it truly had nothing left to live for. Heavens ah, quickly call down a bolt of lightning to strike me to death. No, the best way is to strike this despicable brat to death first, and then strike me dead. Well. I know that Lord Holy Tree is a tree that honors his words. Jun Moxie said in a fawning voice as he looked at this Lord Holy Tree that was contemplating suicide. Woo, woo woo woo, woo 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 woo, Lord Holy Tree suddenly started crying loudly. Its voice was sorrowful and bitter, as if it were a girl who had been announced the winner of a beauty pageant and was in the middle of gloating when the crown was suddenly seized from her due to a mistake by the announcer. Ah, young Master Jun had not expected that this Lord Holy Tree that was over 10,000 years old would suddenly start crying. Furthermore, it was crying in such a sorrowful manner as if its world was on fire, and it had nothing left to live for. In that moment, he was somewhat stunned speechless. Fuck, who has ever seen a tree cry before? This daddy has seen one. This daddy can really be considered to have seen the world today. Boo-hoo. You want me to treat this woman, sob. I'll lose at least half of my life force, Lord Holy Tree sobbed sorrowfully. These are my savings of 10,000 over years, sob. Just burn me to death, I don't want to live anymore, I don't have any path of survival. Cough. Even if you really do not have any path for survival, then I will still need you to only talk about it after you have treated her properly. You can't speak as if you are releasing a fart especially when it is someone like you, Lord Holy Tree, young Master Jun comforted. Stop crying first, even if you want to commit suicide. Save her first, and make a couple of seeds, then you can commit suicide however you want. Is this still comforting? Lord Holy Tree was so livid that he was practically about to have a battle to death with this shameless, despicable asshole. Do you even have any conscience? If I fulfilled all your requests, then why do I still need to commit suicide for? Relax, an emperor is never short of hungry soldiers, you will not lose out in this exchange. Young Master Jun chuckled, the flame of primal chaos still burning in his right hand, and that soft, green ball of light appeared on his left hand again. Wah! Boo-hoo, seeing this green ball of light, that power that grows all wood, Lord Holy Tree's cries became even more sorrowful. If not for this thing, would I even fall into this pitiful state I'm currently in? Great, now I've lost all my savings and still did not even get a single bite of this thing. Furthermore, this thing can only speed up my growth, but it can't accelerate the accumulation of my life blood essence. Even if you give me this entire green ball, I will also still be unable to produce that much life blood essence within a short period of time. And you're saying that I won't lose out? If this exchange is completed, I'll really be completely bankrupt. F***ck. You're an old demon that has lived for 10,000s of years, why are you behaving like a girl? What are you crying for? Jun Moxie was getting impatient. This fellow had no halt in his crying, and he didn't even give a proper answer first. You need to tell me whether you can do it or not first. If it's really impossible, then I won't make it difficult for you. I'll definitely not make things difficult for a useless fellow. As he said this, he was randomly tossing and catching the flame of primal chaos in his hand repeatedly. And you call this not making things difficult for me? Then what is making things difficult for me? Boo-hoo, Lord Holy Tree, who was on the verge of breaking down, only felt that his life was too tragic. I can't even talk big. To think that this fellow actually brings a semi-corpse whose soul is almost completely shattered along with him. Whipping it out the moment I shoot my mouth off. What sort of crime is there in talking big? This fellow before me has a murderous look in his eyes, his killing intent is oozing out. He says he is not going to make things difficult for me, but I'm clear that the moment I say that it is impossible, perhaps I'll turn into ashes the next instant. That black flame is truly too terrifying, it is definitely 10,000% the bane of my existence. Is there still justice? How can there be such people in the world? Can you do it? Hurry up. Give me an answer. I don't have any time to waste, I'm in a rush. The murderous look on Jun Moxie's face thickened. If this fellow is trying to dupe me and give me false hope, this young master will really burn you into a pile of charcoals to use for barbecuing meat. I can. I really can. I definitely can. I absolutely can. Lord Holy Tree was so frightened he did not dare to cry anymore. He gave a crisp reply. He could already tell the killing intent in Jun Moxie's tone, so how could he dare to say no? I'll have to make it work even if it costs me my life, Although it's so frustrating that I feel like committing suicide. But the problem has not reached such a hopeless state yet. Besides, who would want to die if you can stay alive, even if the price to pay this time is truly too massive? Then hurry up. Sobbing and crying, aren't you sick of it? Jun Moxie realized that the stick worked better than carrot for this guy, so he used an even harsher tone. When dealing with someone like this, it was still necessary to apply further pressure. Old Master, Lord Holy Tree looked at this demon with hidden bitterness and pleaded. That power that grows all wood. You must give it to me. I'm not the same as you. This master always keeps his words. Jun Moxie replied. Thank you, old master. When Lord Holy Tree said this life, he felt truly aggrieved. This person before him had plundered him of all his savings, and he still had to thank him. What sort of logic was this? After weighing the gains and losses, Lord Holy Tree unwillingly nodded his head and agreed. Turning around, Lord Holy Tree let out another mournful cry. What's wrong with you? Screaming all of a sudden. Did you get possessed? Jun Moxie was also astonished. What is this fellow up to now? This. I don't want to live anymore. I really don't want to live anymore. Pointing to the few seeds of the holy tree in the water, Lord Holy Tree was so angry he was about to explode. The seed only needed to be soaked for a short while. But because he was so engrossed in talking, feeling sad, and crying, he had completely forgotten about this matter. Right now, the seed in there had absorbed 10 times the amount of life blood essence needed. This seed was definitely going to grow healthy and strong, but Lord Holy Tree's heart was aching so much that he was on the verge of vomiting blood. One woe doth tread upon another's heel. I have really offended someone's ancestor, This disaster on top of another had practically sent Lord Holy Tree fainting from heartache. He hurriedly fished the seed out of the water, only to realize that these originally wrinkly seeds were full and plump, and some areas were releasing bubbles, as if they were burping after a filling meal. Lord Holy Tree had the urge to toss this seed out and smash it into smithereens. Young Master Jun gave a warning sound at an appropriate timing. Lord Holy Tree's body jerked as he slowly turned around, bowing slightly as he gave a pandering smile. Old Master. Old Master, this seed is already ready. It's ready. Then I must check and inspect it. See if did you lack or cut any corners. Jun Moxie did not hold back, quickly taking it over. Of course, he used his left hand and had kept away that ball of power of wood. All right. Then you can start to save her. Young Master Jun said, raising a brow. Yes. Old Master. Lord Holy Tree carefully picked up Green Hunter's body and placed her into the water. Be careful, be more gentle. Young Master Jun shouted, feeling worried. Slowly, gently. Lord Holy Tree was feeling fed up again. If you are worried, you do it yourself. What are you shouting for? Looking at how anxious you are. This woman is not your wife, but a lover that you have somewhere else. Don't get too gleeful, the time will come when the fire starts in your backyard. After cursing and swearing mentally, Snake Queen Green Hunter's body was finally submerged into the water. Completely sinking inside the water like this. There isn't any problem, right? She still will need to breathe, Jun Moxie asked, worried. Are you the one who knows or am I the one who knows? Are you treating her or am I the one treating? Lord Holy Tree finally could no longer bear it and exploded, turning around and asking lividly. Why don't you come and do it yourself? The F***CK. You're rebelling now. Young Master Jun practically jumped up and pointed at the other party's nose. You have some balls, huh, try repeating that again. Old Master. You're my old master. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Lord Holy Tree was shocked and remembered his own treacherous state, instantly losing all his gusto. So you are sorry. Humph. If you cannot treat her, you can just wait to turn into charcoal. To even dare to yell at this master. You are really gutsy, huh? Jun Moxie hollered menacingly, scowling fiercely. When dealing with this sort people who bully others but give in to threats, you absolutely must be more threatening than him. And maintain the absolute upper hand. Lord Holy Tree obediently gave his assurance. I definitely will be able to treat her. Definitely. Please don't be so fierce, he regretted mentally. It's obvious from one look that this fellow is not one who is reasonable. Why did I yell at him just now? I'm really digging my own grave. Lord Holy Tree was already a little used to his own predicament. What did you say? Which part of me was fierce? I was teaching you on how to be a decent person. Young Master Jun said coldly. Yes, old master, it was I who did not understand the great intentions behind your words. Lord Holy Tree replied. Then you tell me, am I gentle? Young Master Jun asked in a weird tone. You are so gentle, Lord Holy Tree was on the verge of tears again. Good, you continue to work hard. Jun Moxie saved his hand and directed his consciousness to the interior of the Hongjun Pagoda. Right now, the most pressing matter was to use the power of wood at full force within the Hongjun Pagoda to make this seed germinate. To the point it could grow and bear the first batch of fruits. If he left this place only to find that this cowardly tree had duped him and gave him a useless seed that could not bear fruit, then it would really be bad. After choosing a vast, empty space in the Hongjun Pagoda, he planted this seed into the central position of the ground. Then he controlled the dense spiritual qi in the Hongjun Pagoda to come over and infiltrate into the soil. The soil in the Hongjun Pagoda was naturally incomparable to that in the outside world. It was all full of spiritual qi. As expected, it did not take long for a small, green seedling to emerge from the soil. Then with a shake, it shot upwards with a whoosh. It stood upright like a bamboo pole. Then, leaves began to grow on it. Jun Moxie waved his left hand, and the power of wood went flying over to this tree, covering a small range. A small ball of pale green light instantly covered this small tree. Jun Moxie did not dare to be too forceful in rushing the growth of this tree, afraid that it would ruin things. Young Master Jun understood the logic of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. As expected, the moment the power of wood was infused into the small tree, it began to grow at a rapid speed that was clearly visible. The leaves that were budding had begun to grow out with a whoosh. The trunk of the tree began to grow taller and thicker. It was only a duration of a couple of breaths, that little sapling had already grown to the thickness of a thigh, and 6 zhang tall. Jun Moxie smiled and the pale green light on his fingers suddenly vanished, replaced by a layer of deep green glow. Pop! That rainbow holy tree shot straight into the skies, 20 zhang in height, its trunk also instantly thickening. Its crown began to spread rapidly, like dark clouds that had suddenly gathered in the skies, filling up the entire heavens. After another couple of breaths, it seemed that the sapling could no longer be called a sapling anymore, because the trunk of this newly grown rainbow holy tree was about 4 meters in diameter. Countless of nonagon leaves spread out, swaying gently, and the entire tree was emitting a faint rainbow glow. Yet again, after a while, from amidst the densest part of its leaves and branches, a rich fragrance began to gently spread, small rainbow-colored flowers sprouted, 7 in a bunch. And there were 7 such bunches on the entire tree. Jun Moxie was shocked. Isn't it only supposed to produce only 2 bunches every 500 years? Why are there 7 on this tree? Could the genes have mutated? Just as he was pondering over this matter, the rainbow holy tree that had been planted in the Hongjun Pagoda for less than a quarter of an hour began to bear fruit for the first time, under the effects of the dark green light. The flower petals began to wither at a visible speed, and the rainbow-colored fruits hung on the branches. 49 of them. It was really 7 bunches. In a blink of an eye, the entire Hongjun Pagoda was filled with its fragrance. Jun Moxie only stopped infusing the power of wood after this. He didn't want to be kicked out by the Hongjun Pagoda like the previous time. Carefully observing these 7-colored holy fruit, it was exactly the same as the ones he had eaten before, with absolutely nothing odd about it. The only small difference was that the 7-colored holy fruit that was grown here was 2 times the size of the ones he had eaten. Looked like the things grown within the Hongjun Pagoda was way better than in the outside world. And one more thing is. Looks like the Lord Holy Tree did not try to play any tricks with me. It's worth praising. The way you treat me, I'll return it to you 2 folds. I still have some conscience. Jun Moxie did not know that when Lord Holy Tree was a seed, he was only soaked in its senior's life blood essence for a short while, unlike this seed that had completely had its fill. These were 2 different types of treatment. To a rainbow holy tree, this was the most natural foundations it could have. It could even be said that the 7-colored holy fruit that Jun Moxie had in the Hongjun Pagoda was the 7-colored holy fruit in its most perfect state. Just when young Master Jun heaved a sigh of relief, there was another change within the Hongjun Pagoda. From the rainbow holy tree, a rainbow shot out, cutting across the vast space and connecting perfectly onto the exquisite lotus on the other end. Then, this arch of rainbow just stayed between them, forming a literal rainbow bridge. Jun Moxie could even vaguely sense that through the transmission between this rainbow bridge, the exquisite lotus and rainbow holy tree were growing more quickly, complementing each other's growth. This is great. This is really great. Jun Moxie excitedly waved his fist, keeping the 7 bunches of 7-colored holy fruit on the tree. Then, he even added some enforcement to ensure that these fruits would not fall off before leaving. Actually, young Master Jun's axe was unnecessary. The 7-colored holy fruit remaining on its branches had better effects than being harvested. And it would not fall unless it was forcibly plucked off. What is this? Young Master Jun was originally feeling extremely pleased after settling the rainbow holy tree, coupled with the matter with the exquisite lotus, but upon coming out, he seemed displeased again. Snake Queen Green Hunter had already been fished out by Lord Holy Tree and was laying flat on the ground, still like Sleeping Beauty. She showed no signs of waking up. There was no difference from before. Even her breathing and condition did not experience any change. He couldn't help but raise a brow and scowled in displeasement. Old master, please calm down. This young lady is already healed, she really is alright already. Young Master Jun scoffed, practically scaring Holy Tree out of his wits. He quickly explained, I really have treated her injuries already. If you don't believe it, you can check it thoroughly, I won't dare to lie to you even if I had 100 guts. Towards the end, the Lord Holy Tree's tree voice was cracking a little, about to cry again. Jun Moxie turned around to take a look, he couldn't help but feel startled. The pond that was brimming with life blood essence was already half gone. In fact, even more than half, there was only a shallow layer of it left, just barely covering the bottom of the pond. It looked like this spineless tree really put in great effort. Since you said you've treated her, why has she not woken up yet? Jun Moxie walked over to Green Hunter, checking her pulse. To his delight, that blood essence of the holy tree really had amazing effects. Green Hunter's pulse has already returned to normal, and there were no irregularities in her heart rate. And her breathing had also returned back to the normal state, smooth and steady. She only looked like she was in a deep sleep right now. Old Master. This young madam of yours had sustained severe injuries. With that sort of injury, there is no way to salvage the situation, but I believe you used many divine treasures to create an environment that was similar to the natal state, helping her secure the last bit of life that lasted till now. Although she has regained her life force because of my life blood essence, but because she has been asleep for too long, be it her spiritual, mental or physical state, she is in the most primordial state. Waking her suddenly will definitely put an enormous strain on her mind and body. If she is unable to take it, it will definitely cause irreversible damages. Lord Holy Tree said indignantly, so she needs Old Master you to help her recuperate for some time. As long as she wakes up naturally from this deep slumber, all sorts of negative side effects will not exist. Lord Holy Tree was really aggrieved. He really was thinking for this sleeping beauty this time. To someone who was in a deep sleep for a few months, no matter how much effort the person taking care of her had put in, no matter what sort of environment they had arranged for her to recuperate in, it could not compare to her feeding herself to her fill. Furthermore, she was someone who was recovering from such a severe injury, practically on the verge of dying. Feeding her a little bit of soup and water daily was already considered good enough. If she was really woken up suddenly, her 5 viscera and 6 bowels or basic bodily functions would not be able to take this strain. This was a process that needed to take place gradually. Of course, the reason why Lord Holy Tree had made this arrangement was also out of consideration for himself. If this sleeping beauty's body could not take the strain upon being woken up, then he would not be falling short of turning into ashes. So Lord Holy Tree really had no other choice. Oh. What you said makes sense. I understand it. Jun Moxie naturally understood these logic. But he was confused due to his concern earlier, so it was unavoidable. Young Master Jun may not be good guy and was definitely twisted and unreasonable most of the time, but he was still reasonable when it was time to be reasonable. Much thanks, much thanks. Thank you for your understanding. Lord Holy Tree's tears were brimming from his eyes. To get the approval from this robber right in front of him was truly too difficult. You have done very well in handling this matter. I'm very pleased. I will give you what I promised you. But I still have a question that I hope you will answer honestly. This 7-colored holy fruit shouldn't only bear as little as 2 bunches per 500 years, right? Jun Moxie asked, frowning as he looked at him. Lord Holy Tree jolted. Then, it began to perspire like a waterfall. This secret. How did he find out? Is he trying to trick me? Could he? Then, taking another look at Jun Moxie's confident expression, Lord Holy Tree ultimately did not dare to tell any lies. He decided to tell the truth and spill everything. Yes, Old Master, you are truly sensitive to the finest details. But, Old Master, I have no choice but to do that. I also want to live. Live? Jun Moxie looked at Lord Holy Tree, a doubtful look in his eyes. What does the quantity of fruit spore have to do with you living? Old Master. Everyone in the world will go through the 4 stages of life. This is something that is completely common and usual. In fact, all the living things also fall within these constraints. Lord Holy Tree said bitterly. Take us trees for example. Although we live longer than humans, but we are also restrained by this fate. No matter what sort of spiritual seeds, king of the trees, even if I can live for 10,000 years, or even 20,000 years, ultimately, there will be a day when I run out of life force, and I'll eventually have to die. This was a fact. There were really not many living things that could escape from this fate. Jun Moxie nodded in agreement, indicating for him to continue speaking. As to the process for trees, I believe Old Master will definitely understand it, so I shall get straight to the point. Hoping to get the 7-colored holy fruit, it'll have to go through bearing flowers before forming fruits, and this is a process that is a huge strain. To us, it is like you humans bearing children. This is something that will hurt our vitality. Every 7-colored holy fruit contains varying amount of life's essence. And they are my savings for 500 years, one of the basic requirements for bearing the holy fruit. If all these life's essences are put into the growth of the fruits, then the entire process is the equivalent of using 500 years of our longevity. Aside from growing a thicker body, and taller, there is essentially no benefit to us. Lord Holy Tree sighed a couple of times. To be honest, us Rainbow Holy Tree, those who are under 5,000 years, can bear 7 bunches of fruit each time. And trees who are 5,000 to 10,000 in age will be able to produce 14. It will increase by a fold for every 5,000 years of age. But if it is maintained at this rate, then our longest lifespan will not exceed 30,000 years before we completely vanish in this world. Old Master. Since I had developed a conscience, I am also a living spirit in this world. I also wish to live for a few more years. Even though there is not much meaning living, but being alive is still living. Lord Holy Tree had a bleak and forlorn expression. So, after I understood this, I began to slowly reduce the quantity of holy fruits, until the current 2 bunches. The remaining bunches were refined into life-blood essence to prolong my longevity. Then all gathered here. In preparation when my life gradually comes to an end, I can water myself in it and have that brief moment of breath when I'm at death's door. But now, all my thousands of years of savings have turned into nothing and went to someone else. Lord Holy Tree pointed at that life-blood essence pond bottom, which was almost visible. He really felt like crying. All these were the stocks I had been saving for thousands of years. Because of the arrival of you, this pestilence, I've used up 90% of it within such a short time. I see. Then you cannot be blamed for this. Jun Moxie said magnanimously. Whether Misty Illusory Manor got more or less was not his business. And now, he knew that the Rainbow Holy Tree in his Hongjun Pagoda was growing normally. That was enough. Considering the matter on a more shameless level, all the Holy Tree's life-blood essence that had been saved and stashed away by Lord Holy Tree for thousands of years was almost practically used up to save Green Hunter for him. It seemed that he was the one who had taken advantage of the Misty Illusory Manor. If this fellow had been honestly bearing fruits normally, then Green Hunter would really be done for this time. Thank goodness this tree played dirty. Now there is no big issue anymore. Let's chat. How did you come here? Where were you originally from? Jun Moxie was really interested about what sort of place it was to be able to produce this sort of miraculous tree. Could it be another unique space? That. Back then, I had only just begun to develop a conscience. I still did not dare to speak, or even make any noise. A gloomy look took over Lord Holy Tree's face. That day, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in my hometown. He walked around the forest. For some reason, he picked me. I also don't know where is my hometown. But afterward, I had learnt that that black-robed man had a mighty reputation, called the Nine Nether First Young Master. Lord Holy Tree let out a sigh. He did not care whether I agreed or not, simply uprooting me in a single grab without saying a single thing. Uprooted you in a single grab? How big were you then? Jun Moxie was a little shocked. This holy tree had already developed a consciousness. A tree with a consciousness, could it develop it in a short time? It would take at least 2,000 years. A tree that had grown for 2,000 years. Uprooting it in a single grab, so easily. Jun Moxie pretended not to hear the part Lord Holy Tree mentioned the Nine Nether First Young Master not seeking his opinion. Which person in this world would ask a tree, do you agree? When trying to replant a tree. If there was, it was either a retard or a moron. And the Nine Nether First Young Master didn't seem like either of the two. I was definitely thinner than now, and I was much skinnier. About 8 people huddled together. That sort of thickness, Lord Holy Tree said, a little embarrassed. Ah. A tree that is about the thickness of 8 people huddled together. One person, uprooted it with a single hand. Are you for real? Young Master Jun's eyes were completely widened. What sort of strength is that? This is a little too exaggerated. Of course it's real, he only used a single hand back then. Lord Holy Tree let out a long sigh. Because Lord First Young Master noticed that I grew the most upright, so he chose me from one look. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes, speechless. What sort of selection method is this? It's too unconventional. Then I arrived here and put down my roots. The Nine Nether First Young Master had even personally gave me a name, Lord Holy Tree said. He said, you stand so straight, as if you are punished to stand still for being disobedient. From today onwards, you shall be called a tree that is punished to stand still. A tree that is punished to stand still, it is really a creative name. The corners of Jun Moxie's mouth twitched. This Nine Nether First Young Master was still a little humorous. Which tree in this world didn't stand? Were they all punished to stand still? Actually, I did not commit any offense, I had never commit any crimes before. So naturally I am not punished to stand still, Lord Holy Tree explained innocently. I actually also wish to lie down. But I can't lie down. Ah. You actually wish to lie down? Should I get you a bed? Ah, the corner of Jun Moxie's lips twitched again. He was really utterly defeated. A tree also wished to lie down. Alright, let's not waste any more time, I'm in a rush. The power that grows all wood that you wish for. Should I give it to you, so you can slowly digest it, or should I directly digest it for you? Jun Moxie has completely lost interest in chatting with this innocent tree. Lord Holy Tree clearly hesitated for a while, as if he couldn't make up his mind on which to pick. But he still could not conceal the happiness in his eyes. He really did not expect that someone this unreasonable would keep his promises. He was so happy he almost laughed out loud. If I helped you digest, you will be able to see the benefits quickly. If you are to slowly absorb it bit by bit, maybe it will be able to help you resolve a crisis when needed. Jun Moxie gave a clear explanation. These two proposals have their own benefits. I have already given you the suggestions, as to which choice to make, it is up to you to decide. Lord Holy Tree considered for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and saying, I better choose to slowly digest it myself. To him, it was no longer a pressing matter for increasing his growth. Because he no longer had large amounts of life blood essence to support himself, so that goal he had previously has already gone up in smoke. Perhaps everything needed to restart from the beginning. But young Master Jun had mentioned that the second proposal can help him resolve a huge crisis for him, which caused him to waver. The wearing down of nature and whittling away by time, or even, the terrifying lightning tribulation when he developed a human form. So Lord Holy Tree immediately chose the second proposal. Giving himself control over the pace, digesting it slowly like this to achieve the most perfect effects. This was more beneficial in the long run. Alright, then I'm going to begin. You get ready to receive it. Jun Moxie did not drag things out, stretching out his left palm. A green glow began to form on his palm, slowly increasing to the size of a soccer ball. Lord Holy Tree couldn't help but drool at the sight of that green light. Slowly, Jun Moxie continued to increase the size of this ball of light to bigger than a soccer ball before coming to a stop. Then, he used the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to coat this green ball with a milky white protective layer. When you want to use the power of wood, you only need to use a thin root to pierce through this layer and use as much as you wish. If you do not intend to use it all, then you can use spiritual chi to seal up this opening. If you carefully store it, it should be able to remain without any expiry. Jun Moxie carefully explained the way to use it. The gains from today were not small. Jun Moxie naturally would not be petty. This tree may be a little cowardly, but, he was very honest. And did not play any tricks. Since he treated Jun Moxie in a sincere manner, Jun Moxie naturally would not be stingy. Thank you. Thank you. I really thank you this time. Lord Holy Tree kept that ball of green light as if it were a treasure, agitated tears filling his eyes. He had never expected the other party to give himself so much power to grow all wood, of his own accord. This one was much bigger than the one he had used previously to tempt him earlier. And it was also much purer, so its effects naturally were greater. This had surpassed his expectations. He originally did not harbor any hopes that the other party would keep to his promise and give him the power to grow all wood. It would be good enough if he didn't kill him. With this amount of power to grow all wood, if he used it appropriately, he could definitely replenish all that life blood essence in a short period of time. And there was also another great benefit, that layer of spiritual chi surrounding the power to grow all wood was a magical type of energy that the Holy Tree had never seen before. Although it was not in large quantity, it was enough to open a new door for him. In fact, in this world, only Mei Shui Yan had the opportunity to obtain this sort of spirit energy aside from young Master Jun. To the Holy Tree, although he has suffered great losses today, but the opportunity today had unimaginable impacts in his future. But this fellow was too honest, to say that, I really thank you this time, which meant he was saying that all the thanks he had given previously were all fake. Jun Moxie chuckled. He did not take it to heart. With his behavior earlier, if the other party really thanked him sincerely, then that person would really be a moron or an idiot. Young Master Jun carefully kept Green Hunter's body back into the Hongjun Pagoda and waved his hand, bidding farewell. Right now, he had more or less set his heart on speeding home now.
After gaining a great advantage, Lord Holy Tree reluctantly sent Jun Moxie to the door, suddenly tugging on his sleeves. He said, Old master. Could you help me pass a message to these juniors of the misty illusory manor? What is it? Jun Moxie turned around to look at him. Tell them, stop sending people to test some compatibility. Sending a person every 100 years, I'm about to lose it. Lord Holy Tree said, as if he were really going to break down. If they are not lacking the manpower, just let them send someone who can live for a longer time. That's fine too. Oh. I may just be a tree that is punished to stand still, but I also have human emotions and feelings. And they change a person every 200-300 years. I had just gotten familiar with the previous person, we had yet to understand each other better, then they're changed away. This sort of feeling is too unbearable. Lord Holy Tree was really at a loss. A feeling like this was like watching a friend leaving for a faraway place suddenly, never to return. It was also like what you humans say about the father watching his progeny die before himself. This sort of repeated torment. I really can no longer take it. Jun Moxie came to a sudden realization, and a sincere feeling of pity rose in his heart. The Holy Tree was the only living creature with a conscience in this space. The people from the misty illusory manor that arrived all treat the Holy Tree respectfully, worshipping him like a god, and that was the most upsetting period of time for the Holy Tree for losing his old friend. Finally getting familiar after a few hundred years, that person was at the end of his lifespan, with not much longer to live. Something like this, if a human were to bear this mental torture. He'd have gone insane a long time ago. Looks like this tree has already endured almost 10,000 years of this, at least 50 times of this similar painful experience. No wonder his emotions were so unstable right now, as if he were going through menopause. It couldn't be helped. It was like a bride who had married 50 husbands but all of them died halfway. I will help you relay the message. Jun Moxie nodded his head sincerely. Many thanks. When sending Jun Moxie off, Lord Holy Tree genuinely revealed some reluctance. With a whoosh, Jun Moxie was sent flying out. Behind him, the branches of the rainbow Holy Tree curled into a ball, its leaves rustling, its thick trunk was also vaguely shaking. Although they did not spend a long time together, but the exhilarating feeling of opposing each other with equal harshness earlier was a first in Lord Holy Tree's entire life. Especially when he received a great benefit from Jun Moxie at the end. Of course, he had also forked out a lot, but Lord Holy Tree's naive and innocent childlike emotions were unable to accept young Master Jun's departure. The rustling of the branches and leaves were clearly his sobs. Then there was a strong gust of wind and the entire towering figure of the rainbow Holy Tree suddenly vanished completely. Jun Yi. From afar, Miao Xiao Miao's elated cries could be heard. She came dashing over, quickly hugging Jun Moxie with such great force that they were practically about to merge into one. Miao Xiao Miao was laughing happily when her tears suddenly began to fall. Pressing herself into Jun Moxie's chest, she began to sob. The tears instantly left a soaking wet patch on Jun Moxie's clothes. These were not only tears of fear that she had held back. It was also the tears of her delight and her happiness. Although Jun Moxie was only gone for half a day, but during this short period of time, to Miao Xiao Miao, it was as if a few centuries. Miao Xiao Miao almost gave up all hope a couple of times. The loneliness of this wait was extremely tormenting to a young, teenage girl. If it was not for her firm belief that Jun Moxie would definitely return, Miao Xiao Miao may have broken down a long time ago. Now, Jun Moxie had managed to return without a single scratch on him. How could she not be overjoyed at the turn of events? Don't worry. I am fine, I've never been better. Jun Moxie gently patted her back and comforted her gently. From far away, Miao Huanyu silently watched this couple that was in a tight embrace, feeling extremely heartened. Although the Holy Tree still did not pick a successor, but it was a father's greatest joy to know that his daughter was in good hands. Compared to this, nothing else was important. The skies began to darken and it was time to leave the spiritual herbal gardens. The three of them slowly walked to the entrance. Miao Jingyun and the rest were already waiting there. Upon seeing the three of them, he excitedly began to ask about the matter of the next successor. Miao Huanyu sighed and told them all about it. Everyone was disappointed. But Jun Moxie stepped out and mentioned the Holy Tree's request. Everyone fell into deep thoughts. Even for us humans with short lifespans, we are unable to easily accept the parting of life and death,
what more, a tree that has a conscious and long life. I believe this is undoubtedly an extreme torture to him, and besides, it is a painful experience that repeats itself again and again. You all are only concerned about the benefits of the misty illusory manner, but have never considered for the holy tree's feelings. This is an unwise move. Jun Moxie was very direct and unreasonable in his words. But this speech left everyone present silent. Jun Moxie naturally would not convey the words as they were originally. He had slightly altered it too. The holy tree wishes that the current lord of the spiritual herbal gardens, Miao Huanyu, can continue to remain, and if possible, for a long time. In this way, the stability of the strength and position of the Miao family was an irrefutable matter. Which was equivalent to Jun Moxie doing a huge favor for the Miao family again. Selecting a person to take over is a troublesome matter. We had indeed thought of letting someone continue doing this job, but it's a pity. Huanyu's physique is truly too weak. He is only past the level of a spirit Xian. Even if he wished to do it for a long time, how long could he keep at it? Miao Jingyun furrowed his brows and said. If it were not because of this, why would we let the holy tree select a compatible and suitable person within such a short span of time? Lord Holy Tree naturally had made considerations for this aspect. He let me bring something out to pass to Uncle Miao. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth. Take it as for Miao Xiao Miao's sake, he absolutely mustn't see the power of the Miao Miao family decline. Jun Moxie reached into his robes, as if he was trying to retrieve something. In fact, he had plucked a bunch of the 7-colored holy fruit from the Hongjun pagoda, and at the same time, converted 3 heaven extremes pill into the purest form of spiritual qi and infused it into the flesh of the fruit. Then he also cut a small portion of the exquisite lotus and injected it in 2, using the power of wood to fuse it all. When he brought his hand out again, there were a bunch of 7-colored holy fruit in his hands. All of them were ripened to the size of a peach, much bigger than those 7-colored holy fruit that the misty illusory manner was collecting. It was obvious that they were not like any other ordinary fruit. This is what Lord Holy Tree asked me to deliver. It is a bunch of divine grade 7-colored holy fruit that can only be cultivated every 5,000 years. After consuming this fruit, it will allow Uncle Miao to gain 1,000 years of strength and longevity with no side effects. 1,000 years of strength and longevity. It seemed that Jun Moxie had already taken down a peg. Just the 7-colored holy fruit was already bigger than the bunch the misty illusory manner had given young Master Jun. And now, it was infused with the exquisite lotus. These 2 divine treasures were grown in the Hongjun pagoda, so they were superior to the original ones by multiple folds. Just the combined effects of these 2 items could at the very least, increase one's strength and longevity by 1,000 years. And these were merely the effects of the holy fruit and the exquisite lotus. The prolonged lifespan that came with advancement in the Xian cultivation had yet to be included in the calculations. Besides, there was still those 3 heaven extremes pill. That was 180 years worth of purest Xian qi. It was sufficient to make Miao Huanyu go straight to the peak levels of a spirit Xian. The combined effects of the 2 spiritual fruits was enough to make him rush straight through into the realm of a 4th-level venerable. And even with a chance of breaking through the saint realm. If everything went smoothly, the original longevity of Miao Huanyu would be lengthened by almost 1,000 years because of his Xian cultivation. Coupled with the additional 1,000 years from the holy fruit. That was almost 2,000 years worth of lifespan. Everyone's jaws dropped. Such a heaven-defying thing existed in this world. The breathing of all the old men present became heavier instantly. I repeat again. This is what Lord Holy Tree specially designated for Uncle Miao. Jun Moxie frowned. This bunch of old fogies are looking a little off. They wouldn't. Nonsense. Who doesn't know that it's for Huanyu? We are all feeling agitated only. Are we really able to snatch it? Putting it in a bad way, even if we wish to snatch it, are you capable of holding us back? Is there a need for you to emphasize that Lord Holy Tree had specifically given it to your father-in-law? A venerable yelled, glaring as his nostrils flared angrily. All the other old men also laughed embarrassed. They may make it sound pleasant, but they were all tempted. After all, it was a divine treasure that was capable of increasing one's strength and longevity by 1,000 years. But upon hearing that this was what Holy Tree had specifically designated for the Lord of the spiritual herbal gardens, none of them dared to snatch for it even if they had the guts. This was a divine grade 7-colored holy fruit that was produced every 5,000 years. Who dared to snatch it? If this incurred the rage of the Lord Holy Tree, and he went on strike because of this, what do they do? Then wasn't the spiritual herbal gardens done for? Besides, the holy tree had handed this sort of heavenly treasure to Mo Junyi. Mo Junyi completely had the opportunity to hoard it for himself. But he didn't. What sort of broad-mindedness was this? If they had developed other thoughts, wouldn't that make them worse than a beast? Not even comparable to a mere junior. Miao Jingyun's face was completely red, even his white beard was trembling. Amongst all those who are present here, he was the most delighted. His joy even surpassed that of Miao Huanyu himself. After all, Miao Huanyu is his son, and the son and father's hearts were linked. Miao Jingyun's greatest concern had always been his son's health. Today, this problem was solved just like this. 2,000 years, ah. That is sufficient. Miao Xiaomiao was even more elated, laughing and skipping about excitedly, tugging on her father's hands to spin around, like an innocent young girl. She did not know how else to express and vent the joy in her heart. Oh right, Lord Holy Tree also mentioned, the advancement from the effects of this divine great holy fruit have no side effects on the body, but as the effects are too defiant of the natural order, they will definitely attract a heavenly tribulation. It would be best if you can find a place to temporarily hide from the heavenly tribulation first. Wait until the medicinal effects have been completely digested before coming out to go through the tribulations. That way, it can ensure that there will be no losses, Jun Moxie reminded with a smile. The previous matter with Miao Xiaomiao mustn't have a repeat of itself. Right. Right. As expected, Lord Holy Tree is most considerate in his thoughts. I will have a way for this matter, all is taken care of. Ha ha ha. Today is a joyous occasion, Miao Jingyun laughed happily, stroking his beard confidently and gleefully. This sort of repulsive expression of arrogance and confidence made all the other experts who came in feeling extremely sour internally. What joyous occasion! It is a joyous occasion for your Miao family. We didn't even get any gains, and not only did we not get it this time, it's likely that there is no hope for us for the next thousands of years. We can only drool. Is this a great joy? More like a great tragedy. Miao Jingyun personally kept the 7 holy fruits away. Miao Dao and Miao Jian followed after him all the way, hurrying back to the misty illusory manor through the passage that connected the spiritual herbal gardens and the misty illusory manor. Delays may bring more unexpected changes or troubles. The best option now was to immediately let Miao Huanyu go to where old ancestor Miao Qingcheng was the moment they got back. Then let him completely digest the medicinal effects of the 7-colored holy fruit. With the old ancestor around, allowing Miao Huanyu to advance until he can safely face the heavenly tribulation. Wasn't that a simple feat? In the midst of the joyous mood, Jun Moxie also mentioned his intentions to return to his hometown. The reason was simple but clear, he still had kin outside. If he intended to stay in the misty illusory manor for a long time, he would ultimately have to bring them in. Miao Huanyu agreed quickly this time, giving a simple order of making it a quick trip, before disappearing. After all, the top priority right now was to let Miao Huanyu successfully advance. Just as he was about to leave the misty illusory manor, Jun Moxie suddenly remembered something, the 9 Nether 14th Young Master's divine tune. This was a matter that fellow had once repeatedly reminded me to do. I had completely forgotten about it. If I go out, and that fellow asks me about it, it would not be easy to answer. There's no other way, I'll try to ask around and find out some news about it. Wait. Jun Moxie aborted the idea. If I open my mouth and ask about it, then if this thing goes missing in the future, they'll definitely suspect me. That divine tune of the 9 Nether 14th Young Master was made from the 9 Nether Frost Blades. Which meant that, there would be the eerie aura from the 9 Nethers on it. Taking out a 9 Nether Frost Blade from the Hongjun Pagoda, and confirming its aura, Jun Moxie's spiritual sense began to silently spread out. Slowly hovering in the skies of the entire misty illusory manor, actually sensing for that unique aura of the 9 Nethers. In a place that was full of holy aura like the misty illusory manor, where the air was extremely clean and pure, this sort of nefarious aura should be rather easy to find. And Jun Moxie's target was mostly focused on the main palace of the misty illusory manor. After a thorough search, he finally discovered that there was a peculiar object that was sealed within the secret chamber of the main palace. And the aura it gave off was the same as the 9 Nether Frost Blade. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh of relief. The secret chamber of the main palace would definitely have tight security. But this was the case for most people. But for Jun Moxie, no matter how tight the security was, it was ineffective against him. Jun. Are you going to fetch big sister back this time? Miao Xiao Miao was visibly anxious, rubbing the hem of her shirt as she hung her head low. Will big sister be unwilling to come? If she comes, and finds out that you and I. Will she be angry at you? She wouldn't. She has good temper and is very gentle, Jun Moxie comforted, laughing bitterly in his head. Those few ladies at home, none of them should be described with the words gentle. More like a bunch of tigress or vinegar jars. Although I have many gains this time, but the troublesome wave of jealousy is inevitable. Jun, don't worry, I will definitely do my part and serve big sister properly. If she doesn't accept me, then I'll kneel and beg her until she is willing to accept me. Miao Xiao Miao garnered her courage and looked at Jun Moxie. Jun. If big sister is unwilling to accept me, don't worry about me. And don't try to speak up for me, let me handle this matter. Alright? Jun Moxie looked at her, feeling extremely perplexed. It looked like this silly lass imagined about his other wife whenever she had the free time. Imagining the situation she had to face in the future, how they were going to get along in the future, and even in the event that the other party was hostile towards her, how she would resolve it. And the starting and ending point of all these was all because of one reason and outcome, for himself. Because she loved him. When faced with a woman that loved himself so deeply, a woman that moves him, Jun Moxie truly felt deeply moved. He suddenly asked. Meow meow. If I leave misty illusory manor, never to return. Would you be willing to live in the outside world with me? Never to return. How can that be? Miao Xiao Miao was shocked upon hearing these words. Then she looked at him for a while, her eyes wide opened, before silently saying. I am yours. No matter where you are, I will follow, be it the end of the world, in heaven or hell, wherever you go, I'll follow. Miao Xiao Miao's voice may be soft, but her resolve and determination were obvious. Jun Moxie let out a low sigh, pulling her into his embrace as he muttered, my love doesn't abandon me, and I will not abandon my love. My love doesn't abandon me. I will not abandon my love. Miao Xiao Miao's eyes watered as she leaned against Jun Moxie's chest as she mumbled. Till the ends of the world, heaven or hell, life after life. Never to abandon or leave, following through life and death. Her petite body was trembling, but in every sentence, every word was enunciated extremely clearly, and exceptionally, as if she were using her heart and soul and everything to make this regretless vow that will never change, before the vast heaven and earth. On that night, Miao Xiao Miao abandoned all her duties, taking the initiative to pull Jun Moxie into her chambers, tearfully joining her body with Jun Moxie as one, as if she were trying to melt herself into his body so that he could bring her along. Miao Xiao Miao had an odd premonition, with this departure, her Jun Yi would never return again. A woman's instincts were exceptionally accurate. Whether Jun Moxie returned to the misty illusory manor after today, the great prodigy Mo with the free and natural physique, Mo Junyi, was destined to never appear in the world again. Jun Moxie's objectives for this trip had been accomplished, and he had significant gains from it. But he had ultimately been away from home for too long, especially when there was not much time left from the war for seizing the heavens. He truly wished to rush straight home. But right now, his heart was painfully heavy. Xiao Miao. Meow meow. My woman, what should I do the next time we meet? What should you do? Mo Junyi is Jun Moxie, but Jun Moxie is not Mo Junyi. The second day, before dawn broke, Jun Moxie had already gotten up. He left behind another bunch of 7-colored holy fruit, and especially left a note. This bunch was the top-grade 7-colored holy fruit that the holy tree had gifted Madame Miao. The effects were weaker than the one given to Miao Huanyu, but it still required 2,000 years to grow. This 7-colored holy fruit could increase the longevity of the person eating it by 1,000 years, but did not have the effect of increasing their strength. Precisely because of this, even someone who does not have any cultivation foundations can safely consume it. This 7-colored holy fruit may only have one effect, but it had much lesser restrictions, so it would easily tempt others to try and steal it. As there were many people present, he did not bring it out back then. Then, young Master Jun gently walked over the bed and landed a gentle kiss on Miao Xiao Miao's face. Before finally turning away to leave. Under someone's guide, Jun Moxie silently left misty illusory manor. When Jun Moxie was talking down from Miao Xiao Miao's chamber, he clearly heard the discreet sound of 2 drops of tears landing on the pillow. Since she knew that she was about to part from her beloved, how could Miao Xiao Miao really remain asleep? But she was unwilling to do anything that would affect her lover's decision. If he wished to go, then let him go with a peace of mind. After he left this place, he would belong to another woman, who was also bitterly waiting for him, a woman who also loved him deeply. I must not be so selfish to monopolize him and not let him go. But the griping pain in her heart had caused this wise, strong princess of misty illusory manner to bite tightly on her handkerchief. Tears flowing down her face. June. Come back soon. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you forever. This heart will not change, and there will be no regrets. When Chao Guofeng and the other 6 saint emperors woke up in the morning, the 7 of them discovered that they had gained 180 years worth of Xian Qi out of nowhere. This shocking change had practically pushed all these 7 saint emperors to the level of a saint venerable. Especially Chao Guofeng, who was the strongest amongst the 7, he went straight to the peak of a first-level saint venerable. This peculiar change left these 7 involved parties baffled. This was too bizarre. It had only been a night. And to be more exact, it was only the duration of a night of sleep. They had already break through to Saint Venerable. And all 7 of them brothers broke through together. Could another miracle happen in this courtyard again? They had originally intended to tail Jun Moxie after he went out, to protect him secretly. But after they had broken through, they were bound to face the lightning tribulations that came with it. So they had to give up their original plans and get through the tribulation safely first. It was not too late to go after that. Saint Emperor Chao and the 6 other saint emperors went through the tribulations together, becoming an eternal, lasting legend in the misty illusory manner. What Jun Moxie didn't know was that the moment he stepped out of the misty illusory manner, someone delivered an invitation letter into the headquarters of the misty illusory manner. Right now, that invitation letter was placed on the desk of the misty illusory manor's manor lord, Miao Jingyun's table. This invitation letter was completely made from gold. On it, there were writings that were clearly carved by hand. The construction cost of this invitation letter alone was considerable. And it was said that almost 10,000 copies of this invitation letter were sent out. The words on it were not big, but they were bossy and domineering and insufferably arrogant. And the contents inside were even more haughty. 15th of June. The dragon amongst clouds, tiger amongst the winds, looking down at everything from high up with an indisputable dignity, evil monarch. Sincerely sending this invite, specially inviting the misty illusory manor as my guest for the opening ceremony of my faction. Evil monarch, Jun Moxie. Miao Jingyun furrowed his brows deeply. The evil monarch opening his faction meant that there was going to be another superpower that was above the secular powers aside from 3 holy lands and the misty illusory manor. And this force was one that no one could ignore. It was enough to affect the entire world. It broke the balance of the 4 factions in the world that had existed throughout time. This evil monarch Jun Moxie was truly outrageous and bold. This lad surnamed Jun is a little too haughty. Forget that he had been showing off his military strength and riding roughshod over people in the Xian continent. Now he is trying to open his own faction, and even sent an invitation letter to us, the misty illusory manor. He truly doesn't know the limits of his own strength. Miao Dao had an exceptionally bad expression on his face. Who did he think he, Jun Moxie, is? We, misty illusory manor, are an existence that rules above Xian continent. What is he taking us for? We must go just because he has sent an invitation letter. What a joke. Miao Jian was also furious. This little evil monarch who had just started to make a name for himself may have some strength and luck and a certain amount of forces. It was not uncommon for him to be dominating the secular world. But he actually was so bold to think of setting up his own faction and rule alongside with the originally few peak superpowers. This was a little overestimating his own capabilities. And to even send misty illusory manor an invite. And wording was so distasteful. It truly was. According to the calendar of Xian continent, what day is it today? Miao Jingyun slowly asked, still in deep thoughts. The 3rd day of June. Miao Dao replied affirmatively. There is still 3 months' time from the war for seizing the heavens on the 3rd day of September. Although the misty illusory manor had never been involved in the war for seizing the heavens, but they were extremely clear of the timing. Manor Lord, could it be that you mean that, we are going? Miao Jian looked at Miao Jingyun with an incredulous look. From the looks of it, we have no choice but to go. Miao Jingyun sighed and shook his head. The purpose of this is naturally not because of that evil monarch's so-called power and influence, but something else. He paused for a moment and continued. That evil monarch had many conflicts with the three holy lands in the past, and their relationship is like fire and water, completely incompatible. Now that his wings have grown strong, he's starting a sect in such a grand and showy manner. This move may seem arrogant, but I reckon it's something that has been decided only after much consideration. Because, the war for seizing the heavens is about to begin. At such a time, the three holy lands would surely not dare to continue fighting against the evil monarch and will stop everything to prepare for the war. Only after repelling the outside threat can one deal with internal battles. One has to admit that this Jun brat chose a very good time for this. Miao Jingyun said with a faint smile. So right now, no matter how much grandeur this evil monarch stirs up right now, the three holy lands would not dare to move any troops. Even if there was an exceedingly urgent problem, it would have to wait until after the war for seizing the heavens. That's why this evil monarch Jun Moxie chose to establish his faction at this time. One could say that the timing was judged with complete perfection. Apart from this timing, if he stuck his head out at any other time, he would definitely receive the joint attack of the entire three holy lands. In fact, the Heaven Saint Palace might even interfere as well. After all, the effect of a new superpower in the Xian continent is a huge threat towards the original delicate power balance. This is not something that the peak powers would be willing to see. So although I don't know what the exact situation is on the evil monarch side in terms of cultivation strength, but their ability to fish in troubled waters is undoubtedly unrivaled in the world. Now that the evil monarch has started his own faction, the three holy lands will definitely send someone over as well. Because with the current strength of the three holy lands, they are definitely unable to deal with the war for seizing the heavens on their own. Therefore, they must contact Jun Moxie and ask him to send out his forces for the war for seizing the heavens. As for us, the reason we have to attend as well is because there's a need for us to understand the current power structure of the Xian continent, as well as the general strength of both sides. Though we cannot decide which faction to side with, staying neutral in the middle will only offend both sides, and the loss will be greater for us. Miao Jingyun continued. Based on the current situation alone, this matter may be an excellent time for the evil monarch. But to us, it's also a great chance to make a fortune. Because our misty illusory manor is now in a position where we haven't decided who to side with, but before we make an official choice, we are an entity that both sides would not dare to offend. I believe that the two sides will definitely use all methods to try to pull us over. That will be an opportunity for us to make use of. Thus, this trip is one where we're going to gain lots of benefits. Why wouldn't we go? With that explanation, Miao Dao and Miao Jian widened their eyes with realization. Although their cultivations were strong, they were not familiar with politics, so these kinds of things were difficult for them to see. There's another matter. I've been having a very strange feeling in my heart these past few days. Has Mo Junyi left already? Miao Jingyun suddenly shifted the topic to Mo Junyi halfway through his words. Yes, he left the misty illusory manor early this morning. Miao Jian said. Miao Jingyun furrowed his brows and thought deeply for a moment. This matter will be headed by sixth uncle, and the Zhan family will go as support. If you two want, you can go over and join in the fun as well. What fun is there in that? Too pointless. Not going. Miao Dao rejected directly. Is there anything fun outside? Grandpa, the evil monarch is holding an opening ceremony. I want to take a look as well. Miao Xiao Miao skipped over and said. After Jun Moxie left, Miao Xiao Miao immediately regretted that she hadn't left with him. With her waiting here like this, when that elder sister came later, wouldn't she blame her for putting on airs? Truthfully, it was because Miao Xiao Miao already felt an empty feeling in her heart not even 4 hours after Mo Junyi left. She felt as if she'd lost her soul, and her entire body was uncomfortable as hell. After sitting around uneasily for a long time, Miao Xiao Miao still decided to look for her grandpa and ask him to let her go out to look for Mo Junyi, but when she reached the door, she'd heard the news about the evil monarch. Seeing her chance, she quickly volunteered. You. The three old fellows furrowed their brows together. With Miao Xiao Miao's strength as a second-level venerable, it was naturally sufficient for her to go anywhere in Xian continent. But this lass was overly innocent, and they were afraid that she would get tricked outside. Grandpa, let me go please. Miao Xiao Miao latched herself onto her grandfather's arm and whined. I want to go that Jun Moxie who is supposedly an even greater genius than Mo Junyi. I want to see just how formidable he is. In Miao Xiao Miao's heart, Mo Junyi was the most outstanding person in the world. But in recent times, the fame of the evil monarch Jun Moxie,
which was supposedly of around the same age as her, had already spread widely in the outside world, as if he were a god. Before she was with Mo Junyi, Miao Xiaomiao did not think much of it at all. It's none of my business even if he was more formidable. But now, she was completely unresigned to it. I don't believe that there's a man that's more outstanding than my Junyi in this world. If she went out, she could take the chance to let that dog fart Jun Moxie suffer a bit. At the same time, she could go and look for Mo Junyi. If she could go with him to meet that elder sister and display her sincerity, wouldn't that be better? A genius that's even more formidable than the Mo Junyi who has the free and natural physique. Miao Jingyun narrowed his eyes as he sunk into deep thoughts. Who knows if my guess is right? I hope it's wrong. He thought back to the words that old ancestor Miao Qingcheng had said when he sent Miao Huanyu into the underground space yesterday. Is that kid who came last time still in the misty illusory manner? Miao Jingyun had answered promptly. He's still here, but he requested today to go out, and I've already agreed. If ancestor wants to see him, I can bring him back any time. Miao Qingcheng shook his head heavily and said, there's no need to trouble yourself with that. You need to form a good relationship with that kid and never let your guard down. Above all, you must not offend him. After saying that, the old ancestor continued in a mysterious manner. If not for him, that child Huanyu might not have the chance to come here. Although Miao Qingcheng's voice was light, Miao Jingyun had clearly heard his words, and he could scarcely believe his ears. Mo Junyi, the old ancestor's evaluation of him was actually so high. Just why was that so? Could it be that, even the heaven-ranked 7-colored holy fruits that Huanyu had obtained was something that the holy tree had given only because of that kid? Miao Jingyun was about to ask again, but Miao Qingcheng was no longer interested to dwell on the topic. He only said another sentence. The misty illusory manner's danger is gone. After that, he was dismissed. Because of this sentence and Miao Jingyun's suspicion, he'd sent the Zhan family out this time for the opening ceremony of the evil monarch's faction. If his guess was right, the people from the Zhan family would likely not return after going out this time. Since they'd seriously offended Mo Junyi before. Miao Jingyun didn't dare to say too much and came out quietly. Just as he reached the door, he happened to hear Miao Qingcheng asking Miao Huanyu something. After hearing that Mo Junyi had already become Miao Huanyu's son-in-law, he suddenly roared with laughter saying, so that's how it is. That's how it is. Ha ha ha. Miao Jingyun's suspicion grew even heavier as he heard those words. The old ancestor's words seemed to have some meaning within them. But as for what that meaning was, he would have to find that out for himself. The main thing was undoubtedly that Mo Junyi. The news of the investigations that had come in from the outside had truly shocked Miao Jingyun greatly. The person Mo Junyi did not seem to exist in the outside world at all. If there were truly such a person, how could someone with that kind of talent be completely unknown? Mo Junyi's obscurity had already exceeded the realms of a human. This person seemed to have jumped from a stone. At this time, Miao Jingyun suddenly had a very bold conjecture. What if the name Mo Junyi was fake? And his true identity was someone else? If that's the case, there was only one person who fit that level of talent and age. Jun Moxie. He'd considered this matter for an entire night. So when Miao Xiaomiao proposed to go out and take a look, Miao Jingyun could not help but to think about this again. It's also good, to let Xiaomiao go and see. Alright. Since you want to go out and play so much, you can follow your sixth uncle out. Miao Jingyun said with a faint smile. The two of you, it looks like you can't avoid this trip, go with Xiaomiao and guard her. Grandpa is the best. Miao Xiaomiao exclaimed with joy as she jumped up and gave Miao Jingyun a kiss as she dashed away like a gust of wind to prepare. Miao Dao and Miao Jian widened their eyes with some shock. Their responsibilities were originally to protect the Manor Lord. Although Miao Xiaomiao was the Manor Lord's favorite, it wasn't to the point where she would get such treatment. Originally, it should be the most suitable for Chao Guofeng, Bai Chi Feng, and the rest to go. But as they'd only just broken through not long ago, they would most likely need to undergo their tribulation in these few days. There's no other people I can trust, Miao Jingyun said in a low voice. Miao Dao and Miao Jian looked at each other, not knowing the meaning in those words. After that, Miao Jingyun sent a voice transmission directly into their ears and secretly told them a sentence. Miao Dao and Miao Jian instantly turned pale, and their mouths gaped. This matter is confidential, and I haven't confirmed it as well. The two of you just need to keep this in mind, don't even tell Xiao Miao or sixth uncle.
Miao Jingyun said in a low voice. The two of you just need to be aware of the possibility. Yes. Miao Dao and Miao Jian exchanged a glance and replied together. The Evil Monarch Manor's opening ceremony is going to be held within the jungle outside Tiannan City. With your speed, you should be able to reach there in at most 5 days by riding on our flying Xian beasts. It'll be enough time as long as you set out before the 5th day of the 6th month. You shouldn't turn up late, but there's also no need to arrive early. Miao Jingyun instructed slowly. If that matter is truly verified, how should we proceed? Miao Dao asked. Everything will wait until you return to the misty illusory manor. Miao Jingyun said sternly. Even if you really manage to verify it, you must not act rashly. The ancestor is wise and has great foresight, you must remember to not act rashly at all cost. Yes. The two replied together. Later, the two of you will personally go and inform the Zhan family and make your own preparations. Just at this time, someone rushed in hurriedly and reported, Manor Lord. Something weird has happened. That personal weapon belonging to the 9 Nether 14th young master that had been kept in the secret chamber, has gone missing. The guards on duty had not discovered anything strange, and even the 7-layered locks on the doors were completely fine. There aren't any traces of any forced entry inside as well, but the item is missing, as if it had just evaporated into thin air. The messenger had a look of complete horror on his face. Even he himself would not have believed the words that had just come out of his mouth. This matter was truly too ridiculously strange. But the truth was exactly like that. The 9 Nether 14th young master's personal weapon, is missing. Miao Jingyun actually didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he sighed heavily and mumbled something to himself. After that, he raised his head and closed his eyes. A long time later, he said heavily, All right, you may go. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils that had always been filled with wisdom and confidence, were now wavering with doubt. Could it be that this world was really about to change? This world could be said to have been peaceful for over 10,000 years now. Ever since the 3 Holy Lands and the Misty Illusory Manor was established, and with the addition of Tian Fa Forest as the 5th Great Land, there had never been any major wars. But right now, this fine balance was going to be broken by force. The evil monarch had, at such a stormy time, suddenly established his own faction. And the 9 Nether 14th young master's weapon, which had been stowed away carefully for many years, had gone missing. What kind of omen was all this pointing to? Today, Mo Junyi had left the misty illusory manor. And today, the evil monarch's invitation card had also arrived. And on the same day, the divine tune that had been kept in the most secure area of the misty illusory manor, went missing. As he organized his thoughts, Miao Jingyun suddenly began to laugh. Truly interesting. Mo Junyi. Such far-sightedness, such precise calculations, even if I want to underestimate you, it's impossible. No wonder the old ancestor viewed you so highly. But, this old man will like to see how you answer to my granddaughter in the future. How you will answer to the Miao family. The most difficult debt to return in this world is the debt of gratitude. This brat owed so much debt of gratitude this time, I'll like to see how you pay it back. Miao Jingyun's guess was basically not wrong. But the only thing was that he had actually wronged Jun Moxie. Young Master Jun had only just left the misty illusory manor, and he didn't know about the matter of the evil monarch manor opening ceremony. Unfortunately, Miao Jingyun had already pinned the matter onto his head. Manor Lord, since Old Sixth is going, why is there a need for the Zhan family to go as well? Miao Dao said after a short hesitation. Even if, we're still giving this evil monarch too much face by attending the ceremony with such a great lineup. The Old Sixth was actually of the same generation as Miao Dao and Miao Jian, whereas Miao Jingyun was of a younger generation. Thus, Miao Jingyun addressed him as Sixth Uncle, while Miao Dao and Miao Jian directly called him Old Sixth. No. If my guesses are not wrong, the Zhan family's party will end rather bloodily, Miao Jingyun said with a sly smile. Dao, Jian, don't you think that the Zhan family's share of power in the misty illusory manor is a little too much now? Manor Lord is wise. Miao Jian was completely convinced by him this time. The two of them had only known painstaking cultivation and did not have any deep understanding of such sinister measures. However, they could also sense the power of the Zhan family and their obvious intentions to replace the Miao Jian at the top. Furthermore, their small actions had become quite frequent. From the looks of it, Miao Jingyun had already hardened his heart this time to weaken the Zhan family. Compared to the calm in the misty illusory manor, the three Holy Lands' side was so angered that they nearly exploded. According to the news they received, the evil monarch Jun Moxie was going to set up a new manor at the edge of Tian Fa Forest and formally announce their positions as a new superpower of the Xian continent in a few days. In practically the same instant, the three lords of the three Holy Lands all shattered their cups and flipped over their tables. At the same time, their enraged howls rang out from different places, piercing through the heavens. These big characters that had always behaved loftily and looked down upon the world suddenly felt as if they'd been slapped harshly across their faces. Too despicable. Too arrogant. But right now was the most crucial period right before the war for seizing the heavens, and they couldn't afford to start an internal fight. If there was anything that Jun Moxie was unhappy with, the latter could easily create troubles for them during the war for seizing the heavens. So although the three Holy Lands were all incredibly vexed, they could only act in contrast to their feelings, and go forth to congratulate the evil monarch on the establishment of his new faction. Not only must they go, they have to arrive with great gifts, borne by people of status in their respective Holy Lands, to show their sincerity. Despite clearly knowing that there was a disgusting fly in their food, they still had to pretend that they didn't see it and eat the food with satisfied smiles as if it was the most delicious food in the world. To force others to such a level, wasn't that infuriating others to the point where they would vomit blood? Not to mention the lofty experts of the three Holy Lands who had already been used to pushing the ordinary people of the three Holy Lands around. But no matter what, with the war for seizing the heavens hanging as a sharp knife over their heads, they could only compromise as much as possible. No matter how unwilling they were in their hearts. The various countries of the world, all the large families of the pugilistic world, all received the invitation letter from the evil monarch's faction. Even the powers in the remote grasslands of the north also received an invitation. The number of powers that were invited this time could be said to have encompassed the entire world. And every occupation. Although the content of each invitation letter was the same, they were divided into 5 different types: golden yellow invitation letters, white jade invitation letters, platinum invitation letters, red copper invitation letters, and black iron invitation letters. A total of 5 different colors. For an invitation letter from the evil monarch, it's likely that no one who received it would dare to not attend. This was a fellow who even dared to challenge the three Holy Lands and still came out ahead. Who would be willing to offend such a person? Receiving an invitation letter and not turning up. Wasn't that the same as saying they were sick of living? Not only must they go, they had to go even if they sold off all their property and bankrupted the family. Thus, the golden yellow invitation letters, which was the highest tier, had become a mark of status in the pugilistic world. It was a form of glory to hold one of those. Right now, anyone who possessed even a platinum invitation letter would be deemed to be people with some status. As long as a person took one out in public, they would instantly draw many envious gazes. As for white jade invitation letters, that was an idol-level thing. While it was not very rare, there were only very few people who had those. As for the red copper invitation letters, they were things that only legendary characters could have. The invitation letter sent out by the evil monarch had practically split the various powers of the world into 5 segments. It was easy to understand, and very orderly as well. As the evil monarch's invitation was sent out, the wealthiest man in Xian, Tang Yuan, and the God of Wealth of this world, immediately released a world-shaking level announcement to support the evil monarch's manor. And he directly used actions to demonstrate his firm support. Anyone who'd received the evil monarch's invitation would have all of their travel expenses including food and lodging taken care of by the aristocratic hall. And the time limit will last until they left Tiannan. This news truly shocked the entire world. If all the invitation letters were counted together and the colors added up together, it would at least be in the tens of thousands. All those who received the invitation letters were all at least heroes and rulers of an area, or even kings of an entire country. If each person brought along 10 guards and servants with them, how many people would there be? It wouldn't be much even if the counting began from the 100,000 mark. Assuming that each person spent 10 silvers every day on average, the expenses of a single day would still amount to millions of silvers. And this entire event would last at least 20 days. Calculating like that, this owner of the aristocratic hall would, at the most conservative estimate, need to spend over 300 million silvers. This was an astronomical price no matter who it was. And Tang Yuan, this god of wealth, truly did not let down his reputation as the richest man in the world. He did not even furrow his brows at the mention of this terrifying figure, and simply moved his lips and agreed. It was as simple as though he had just let out a fart. The fatty only felt a relaxed feeling and did not feel the slightest bit of worry. Right now, gold and silver had become nothing but a bunch of meaningless numbers to Tang Yuan. The aristocratic hall was still the same aristocratic hall and did not have anything different. That was because Fatty had become lazy. He wasn't willing to run around everywhere like before. Thus, he'd only expanded the original aristocratic hall by 10 times. The amount of space it took was not that big, only slightly smaller than the Tianxiang Imperial Palace. The only thing was, the aristocratic hall still had an underground space which was not inferior to even the Zhan family's underground space. Right now, one could say that even if a common copper coin landed in Tang Yuan's hands, he could resell it for a ridiculous price of 10,000 gold if he so wished. Because the god of wealth said, that is the value of this coin. Then, that would be its value. It would have value even if it was worthless. If you insisted that it had no value, that meant that you could not see the uniqueness of this coin. According to legends, there were 2 newly rich lords from the villages who once came into Tianxiang city carrying 5,000 silvers. They thought that they were rich and imposing, and did not lack money, and so they decided to go to the aristocratic hall to have some fun. When they reached there, they asked the guard at the door, "What can we do with 5,000 silvers here? How long could we play for?" The guard looked at the 2 of them with pitiable glances and pointed at the distance. "See that? Go over there, and you will see a tea restaurant. After handing over 5,000 silvers, you can go to the first level and find a seat for yourself. You can enjoy a pot of tea there, but you need to remember, you can only sit there for at most 1 hour, after that, you can go. I'll give you another word of advice, when you're drinking there, it's best to behave appropriately. Don't try to make any moves on the serving girls because they're beautiful, as long as the girl sits down, and, as long as there but touches the chair, it doesn't matter if you have other requests or not. You won't be able to leave that door if you don't have 50,000 silvers." The 2 rich men discussed for half a day before coming to a conclusion. 5,000 silvers is only enough to have a pot of tea in the aristocratic hall, nothing else. Even if they had money, it shouldn't be spent like that. Thus, they left in a crestfallen manner and saved the 5,000 silvers. Later on, this little story became a joke that spread to the entire city. Many people were furious that the rich were so overbearing, completely not caring about the gap between the wealthy and the poor at all. However, those rich young masters who could afford to spend the money became even more eager. Not only were they not ashamed of themselves, they spent even more lavishly as if it were a badge of honor. Are you an aristocrat? Have you been to the aristocratic hall? No. Then what kind of aristocrat are you? F***CK. Talk business. Sure, let's go to the aristocratic hall. What? You can't afford it. You can't even afford to go to the aristocratic hall and you have the face to talk business with me. Forget it then, if there are any crisis in the business, are you even capable of covering the loss? Do you have anything that you won in an auction from the aristocratic hall? No. Then you are truly too laughable. The aristocratic hall was a place that only the real aristocrats could afford to visit. Only the super rich had the qualifications to enter. Even if one entered the aristocratic hall and came out squeezed as dry as an old lemon that had been left out in the wind for a long time, one would at least still be capable of speaking on equal grounds as all the other upper class. People who could enter the aristocratic hall were elites, people who stood at the peak, the best of the best. This was the basic idea behind young Master Jun's idea when he established the aristocratic hall. All the messages behind their advertisements were exactly this. After Tang Yuan took over, he pushed this idea with greater effort, spreading it to the entire Xian continent. Then, when the name of the evil monarch became more resounding, the aristocratic hall's fame grew even higher as a result. And the prices of the things in the aristocratic hall seemed to be sitting on a rocket, shooting all the way into the skies. But the higher the price became, the more people went. This was a concept that the commoners and normal people could not understand at all. To them, it was the legendary, brainless people effect. The spirit herbs that could no longer catch young Master Jun's eyes would immediately be placed for auction at the aristocratic hall. Something that would normally be bought with just 2,000 gold would be impossible to buy at the aristocratic hall without at least 50,000 gold. Why? This granddaddy is an aristocrat. This granddaddy is not auctioning spirit herbs, but a status. Do you understand? To sell something for just 1 or 2,000 gold. That would be disgracing the face of the aristocrats too much. A pot of tea that costs 50 silver would not have anyone drinking it at all. But if it's raised to 500 silvers, the restaurant would be flooded with customers. If it's raised to 5,000 silvers, people would even need to place a reservation in advance to get a seat. And the tea house was only one of the lowest earning businesses of the aristocratic hall. With just a single thought, Fatty Tang's net worth could be said to have reached an absolutely terrifying level. Money could enslave ghosts, and even summon the gods. When one had accumulated enough money that even the heavens would be moved, one would still be a terrifying character even if they didn't have any physical strength. The entire Xian continent was stirred up as all the large powers moved out. All of them were elites with great strength and influence. This was not just an invitation to attend the establishment of the evil monarch's faction. It was also a chance for everyone to showcase their abilities in front of the heroes of the world. Who would dare to miss this chance? The grand ceremony of the evil monarch had sent the whole continent into a buzz. From the three holy lands to the worldly families, to even the mighty pirates of the ocean, everyone began to move at the same time. Even those who hadn't received an invitation were also fretting to look for a good gift to send over. If they could present a gift that was able to catch the eye of the evil monarch, they could ascend to the heavens in one move. Whether it was those who had received an invitation or those who hadn't, at least 2/3 of the people in the continent were reeking their brains about the present. No one would go forward empty-handed, that was for sure. But what should they bring? What should they give, that would help them to stand out in front of the evil monarch? I heard that old fellow is an exceedingly unreasonable person. It's fine if the gift did not stand out, but if it is unsatisfactory, their lives might even become forfeit. Thus, many newly rich families were constantly being targeted by theft, robberies, kidnapping etc. They were not taking gold and silver, but rare and precious items. There was a well-known rich man who had good brothers in all corners of the world. But in this short period, his only son had actually been kidnapped twice by those familiar friends. Furthermore, his family's treasury had been ransacked thoroughly by thieves and robbers. After this, the rich man shattered all his mirrors. Whenever he wanted to take a look at his reflection, he could just go to the treasury room and use the smooth and empty floor as a mirror. The floor had been swept so cleanly that it was even clearer than the bronze mirrors. It was possible to even count the number of hairs on his leg if he stood still. But at this time, young Master Jun did not have the slightest idea about the chaos in the world. Right now, he was walking through the dense forest alone. When he left the misty illusory manor this time, he did not come out the way that he went in initially. The place where he'd come in from at the start was not far from the Dongfang family, but Jun Moxie found that he was actually at a very foreign location this time. Although this place was also a dense forest that stretched as far as the eyes could see, it was very different from the original entrance. The mountains in the distance did not appear familiar at all. The forest was exceedingly dense, and even young Master Jun could not see far into the distance with his eyes. But Jun Moxie was not anxious at all. As long as he was back in the Xian continent, he would eventually find his way home. At this moment, he simply chose a random direction and walked forward in a slow manner by himself. There was truly no need to be anxious. He only needed to find a place where people lived, and he would be able to understand where he was. After determining his direction and traveling down at full speed, he would return to Tiannan in at most a few days. Besides, young Master Jun had managed to feed Green Hunter a few mouthfuls of food ever since she'd been healed using the holy tree's life blood essence. Her pulse was also getting stronger, while her breathing was heavier. Her condition was improving rapidly, and she seemed like she would wake up at any time. In this crucial period, how would Jun Moxie forget about Green Hunter while only caring to rush home? This poor girl had already been sleeping for a few months now. In this period of time, Jun Moxie had also asked himself countless times, after having Guanqing Han, he accepted Mei Shuiyan. After accepting Mei Shuiyan, he could not give up Guanqing Han, and even accepted an additional Duge Xiao Yi. And now, he'd also taken Miao Xiao Miao in. Then, why couldn't he accept Green Hunter? This was originally a world where men were in a dominant position, and it was common for a man to have many wives. Even the women saw it as an extremely normal thing. Then, could it be that he didn't dare to take up this responsibility? Did he have to reject these smart and beautiful girls who loved him deeply to some common guy? Would they really be able to find happiness like that? No, if he did that, it would definitely not be a matter of happiness for them. They would only fall into an endless abyss, and he would never find peace within his conscience. In that case, what am I afraid of? Who am I afraid of? Back then, Guanqing Han had been the target of public ridicule and scorn, but hadn't he still managed to face the problem and resolved it by force? Could it be that he'd instead become more cowardly after experiencing all those things? I am Jun Moxie, the monarch of all evils in this world. Why should I care about the views of the world? I do as I wish. That is sufficient. As for the disdainful eyes of others. Who the f*ck are they? If they irritate this daddy, I'll annihilate their 9 generations. As his thoughts traveled here, Jun Moxie felt his body lighten considerably, and his mind felt more refreshed. In that moment, he suddenly remembered the Jun family's ancestral teachings: having balls does not make you a man. It is the incomparably indomitable spirit which does. He could not help but to roar aloud with laughter. F*ck them. What a nice F*ck them, ha ha ha. His vulgar laughter rose into the sky, sending the birds in the trees around him fleeing in panic. All of a sudden, Jun Moxie clearly heard a weak moan from inside the Hongjun pagoda. Jun Moxie instantly recognized the source of the voice and gasped with surprise. His body shook lightly and suddenly disappeared from the forest, diving into the Hongjun pagoda. Inside the Hongjun pagoda, Green Hunter was trying to prop her body up weakly as she looked around her surroundings with fear and confusion. You're awake. Jun Moxie had already returned to his original appearance after he came out of the misty illusory manor. When he saw Green Hunter waking up, he quickly asked. You? A look of joy appeared on her face. But in an instant, the look disappeared and she hung her head. Brother-in-law, where is this? How come I'm not dead? With brother-in-law here, how would you be allowed to die? This place is a secret location. Jun Moxie said with a slight smile. But inside him, he felt a strange sour feeling in his heart. When Green Hunter awoke, her eyes had been filled with wild joy when she saw him. However, it had turned immediately into a look of endless pain and regret. This silly girl had been so full of fear and suspicion when she saw this place, but the instant she saw him, all her fear had instantly turned into peace and calm. It was as if it didn't matter where this was. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. But Green Hunter had still forcefully controlled her overwhelming emotions and called him brother-in-law. Jun Moxie could hear how difficult and painful it was for her to call him that. A look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. She originally thought that she had already died, along with Jun Moxie. When Jean Mubai had unleashed that heaven-shocking strike back then, Green Hunter didn't even have a single shred of hope of living. However, she was sacrificing herself for Jun Moxie and sacrificing herself for her hopeless love. When she saw that Jun Moxie was also with her in this strange world, she felt a little happy in her heart. Although she was letting down her eldest sister, she could now be with him, even if they were in the netherworld. When she asked, how am I still alive, she'd hoped to hear Jun Moxie tell her that she'd already died. That would mean that the Jun Moxie in front of her was also, and that would also mean that she could be with him. But now, she realized that her hopes had been dashed. She was actually still alive. Since she was still alive, that meant that she would have to continue living while shouldering that hopeless love. How do you feel? Is it uncomfortable anywhere? Jun Moxie helped her up in a somewhat anxious manner. Green Hunter had just woken up, and in this period of time, he'd fed her countless pills and natural treasures. How would she feel? I'm fine, the only feeling I have now is. I'm so full. Green Hunter examined her body and found that apart from her body being somewhat weak, the energy in her dantian was filled to an unimaginable extent. She felt that her cultivation had even improved drastically in this period of time while she was unconscious, and it had even reached a previously unimaginable level. If she had to say that, point out an area that she felt uncomfortable about, it would be that she seemed to be too full. She even seemed a little. Brother-in-law, how long have I been unconscious? Green Hunter asked. You've been unconscious for 3 months, 8 days, and 12 hours. Jun Moxie thought for a moment and answered with surprising accuracy. Ah! So much time had already passed. She exclaimed and stood up, only to find that her body was still somewhat frail and not completely capable of listening to her orders. Stumbling in a somewhat shocked manner, she asked, since I've been unconscious for such a long time, how is this possible? Being in a coma did not mean death. An unconscious person still needed to eat, drink, and expel waste. Furthermore, after being in such a long coma, her muscles and bones would definitely be stiff and weak, even displaying signs of atrophying. Such symptoms would appear for people who were unconscious for a few days, let alone a few months. But she actually didn't feel anything strange at all. This in itself was the strangest thing. In these 3 months, who had been taking care of me? Green Hunter lowered her head and asked. That, ah. Cough cough cough, young Master Jun rubbed his nose and said in a somewhat awkward manner. I was the one who has been taking care of you. You. Green Hunter instantly blushed heavily. At the same time, she felt a strange sense of happiness in her heart. Even Green Hunter herself did not know why she had those thoughts. Her snow-white face instantly flushed a deep red, all the way until her neck as she asked in a light voice. Then, how did you take care of me? Jun Moxie stammered, not knowing what to say. We're all family, there was no need to behave like strangers. It's exactly as what you imagined, and, in order to prevent your body from stiffening, I massaged your muscles, joints and veins every day, once in the morning and once at night. I also fed you food and gave you water 3 times a day, also. As he spoke to her, Green Hunter had already grown embarrassed to a point where she was covering her face with her hands. Her body shook lightly as well. And, what? No wonder she didn't feel much discomfort in her body, it turned out that he always helped her massage her body and fed her. Wouldn't that mean that he'd already touched every single part of my body? This lofty snake queen almost wished that she would fall into another coma at this time, this was simply too embarrassing. Cough cough cough, also, cough cough, Jun Moxie coughed violently as if he had suddenly caught a deadly lung cancer. You know, all humans have the 3 needs, when you were unconscious, this, that. Hearing this, Green Hunter made a slight sound of despair in her throat and her eyes rolled upwards, nearly fainting from the shame. Jun Moxie cried out with shock, hurriedly running forward and catching her. After patting her back and pressing her acupoints, he managed to bring her back. But this snake queen that had woken up was the same as before, her entire body soft, she laid in Jun Moxie's arms, refusing to raise her head no matter what. So that was why I felt so full the moment I woke up, so he actually. How should I continue living this life? How do I face all this? All humans had their 3 needs, didn't that mean that he had helped her relieve all those needs? In other words, she had completely no secrets in front of him anymore. Didn't that mean that he'd seen everything now? And even, the most embarrassing things had already been done. This was an exceedingly awkward thing that even husbands and wives would not encounter. This was truly troublesome. After a long and awkward silence, she realized that it was impossible to continue staying silent like that. In an attempt to find something to say, she asked, then, how did you feed me? Her voice was as light as a mosquito's. Young Master Jun groaned internally. Elder sister, you even managed to ask this question. Is there a need to be so detailed? How did I feed you? How else am I supposed to feed you? It can only be done like that. But since the girl had already asked like that, he had to answer no matter what. Steeling his heart, he hardened his face and replied, just, like, mouth to mouth. Green Hunter instantly realized that she had asked a dumb question, and she turned her face away again. That was all my fault. Young Master Jun consoled. That. I will take responsibility. No need. Unexpectedly, the moment Jun Moxie said those words, Green Hunter turned around swiftly and said. I don't need you to take responsibility. You are my brother-in-law and will always be my brother-in-law. In this life, you can only be my brother-in-law. I will not allow you to let down eldest sister. Not mentioning whether eldest sister is agreeable or not, I will never agree. Jun Moxie had already prepared himself long ago for this kind of reaction from her. The Snake Queen had always been this kind of girl. Otherwise, there would not have been a situation where she had kept her feelings hidden from him for such a long time back then. All of that had been for him and Mei Shuiyan. You don't have a say in this matter. Jun Moxie said forcefully. Right now, you're already my woman. Where are you still thinking of running away to? Whether you agree or disagree, this matter is already decided. No, Green Hunter stood up swiftly. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was white. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. Jun Moxie said with a cold face. Since when do you have a say in this kind of thing? I'm the head of the house, and my word is final. No, we can't do that. Eldest sister will be sad. Green Hunter shook her head violently and said with clenched teeth. Brother-in-law, we can't do that. I can't let eldest sister down, and you especially must not disappoint her, please don't be like this. I'll promise to be your woman, but I will never appear in front of others in that position, alright? Eldest sister is a person who needs to keep her face. We'll never fight with eldest sister, never. What nonsense are you speaking? I belong to all of you, what is there to fight about? This matter ends here. There's no need to say anything more. Jun Moxie said stubbornly. At the same time, he shook his head with a gentle sigh. Qian Sun 1. I know you have great respect for your eldest sister, but, what kind of man did you take me for? Could it be that in your heart, I'm such a man who can't take responsibility? If I'm really that kind of man, would I still be worth your sacrifices? Green Hunter's tears flowed down her face, and she shook her head continuously. Her face was filled with joy, contentedness, as well as a deep guilt. Jun Moxie sighed heavily. Alright, let's hurry back first. Everything will wait until after we return. Green Hunter nodded gently and did not say anything more. Jun Moxie looked at her and thought to himself, it looked like this matter would still need Mei Shuiyan to handle personally. Even young Master Jun hadn't imagined that Mei Shuiyan's position had actually reached such an extreme level in Green Hunter's heart. But Jun Moxie had actually neglected one fact: Mei Shuiyan had propped up the entire Tian Fa alone for so many years. One could say that if not for her, Tian Fa would have already have its name removed as the ferocious land long ago. In the hearts of the Xian beasts of Tian Fa, she could be said to be a motherly figure or a guardian angel. How could it be easy for such a level of respect that had been built up over so many long years to be broken? Green Hunter arranged her feelings and began to examine her current Xian Qi level. The moment she roused her Xian Qi, her entire body felt as light as a sparrow. The discomfort of her old, severe injuries did not appear at all, and she felt even stronger than before she was hurt. In fact, her strength had at least doubled. But as for what level she had reached exactly, she didn't know as well. That was a profound level of strength that she had never reached or even dared to imagine before. During the period when she was hurt, Jun Moxie had fed her countless precious heavenly treasures and miraculous pills as if they were free. As she had been unconscious, she wasn't able to use her cultivation to circulate the medicinal energy in her body. As a result, all of the medicinal energy had been deposited inside her meridians. More than 3 months of such an accumulation together with the life essence of the holy tree, how could that be underestimated? The holy tree's life essence was not only merely capable of fixing her soul and body. If not for that, even with Jun Moxie's meticulous care, there was no way that her body would have recovered so quickly the moment she woke up. That was an extremely pure life essence energy. The heaven's root water. In this world, it was something that only a rainbow holy tree that had gained a consciousness could create. Green Hunter had absorbed the equivalence of several thousand years of life essence of the holy tree. The only pity was that Jun Moxie had met the holy tree a little too late, so some of the medicinal energy in Green Hunter's body had still been wasted in the end. Still, the remaining medicinal energy was still quite substantial. But if she could fully digest the full medicinal energy, the increase in her strength would only be able to be described with the word terrifying. There seems to be a lot of medicinal energy in my body. I need to refine it. Green Hunter looked at Jun Moxie with a smile. At this moment, her eyes were filled with love and gentleness. Just from the amount of energy in her body, she could tell how much Jun Moxie had done for her. Even if she had a heart of ice, she could not help but to be moved. This was all the heartfelt effort of her man. Sure. You can stay here and focus on cultivation. I will protect you. Jun Moxie nodded. This cultivation session of Green Hunters lasted for an entire day and night. She maintained the same posture throughout, not moving at all. Only the spiritual qi around her moved in and out, wrapping around her body. Every time the spiritual qi changed, it meant that Green Hunter had moved a step forward in her cultivation. After 6 times, the aura finally calmed down. Right before the whole process ended, Jun Moxie melted down 3 Heaven Extremes pill into liquid form and sent it into her mouth. After that, her spiritual qi once again began to rise. No matter how one broke through here, there was no need to worry about any dangers. Lightning tribulations had no way of detecting this place as well. After breaking through in here, she could go out, and the Hongjun Pagoda would directly absorb away the lightning tribulation, turn it into pure spiritual qi and store it away. Thus, Jun Moxie prepared to let her break through to the limit, where she could stand with the peak experts of the world. For his own women, since he could let her reach a greater height, why wouldn't he do it? After the spiritual qi from the Heaven Extremes pill weakened, Jun Moxie waved his hand, and the thick spiritual qi from the Hongjun Pagoda surged forward, condensing slowly into a golden jade fluid which he fed to Green Hunter. The spiritual chi fluctuations this time was greatly different and were exceedingly violent. A painful look appeared on Green Hunter's face and her meridian seemed to have swelled up, her veins could be seen clearly from under her skin. Jun Moxie stretched his hand out unhurriedly and placed it against her back. After that, a wisp of incomparably pure spirit energy flowed through her body, helping her to dissolve the medicinal energy. A thick pungent liquid started to flow out slowly from her skin. After a long time, Green Hunter finally woke up. "You should go and take a good bath, there's a little island over there, and here's some clothes. I've prepared them specially for when you wake up. Later, when you come out again, we'll get ready to receive the lightning tribulation," Jun Moxie said with a faint smile. Knowing that she was shy, he exited the Hongjun Pagoda. Green Hunter examined her body and felt the powerful pure spirit energy in her body. Looking at the direction that Jun Moxie had left in, she could not help but smile sillily in happiness. A few droplets of tears also fell from her eyes. A short moment later, the sky was filled with tribulation clouds, and lightning fell continuously. On the ground, Green Hunter laid in Jun Moxie's arms, completely unharmed. The Hongjun Pagoda was truly reliable, or more accurately, it was greedy. All the lightning that fell around them was swallowed up cleanly, leaving nothing. By the time everything ended, Jun Moxie carefully examined the Snake Queen's strength. He found to his surprise, first-level Saint Emperor. One had to know that before Green Hunter was injured, she had only been a mere superior supreme, even worse than Miao Xiao Miao. But after everything, she had directly skipped over the 4 levels of the Venerable Realm, the 4 levels of the Saint Realm, and directly stepped into the Saint Emperor in one shot. Even compared to the previous Mei Shui-yen, she was not lacking too much. After all, she had 1,000 years worth of the Holy Tree's life essence more than Mei Shui-yen. If one calculated in all the sub-realms within each level, she had skipped over 30 levels in one go. Such a level of improvement was something that could not be exaggerated even if it was described as ascending to the heavens with one step. Even Green Hunter herself could not help but to open her little mouth wide with disbelief after she found out about this. Saint Emperor. She was a Saint Emperor now. But she hadn't even heard about such a realm before. On the noon of the next day, a man and a woman stepped into a little town on the north side of Tianxiang country. The man was dressed fully in white shirt and white pants, and he looked handsome and refined. He was tall, with an elegant bearing. The girl was dressed in a light green dress, and she had a petite frame with a willowy waist. She seemed incredibly enchanting and was delicate and cute like a fairy. Especially that dress on her, it was dreamy looking like a smoky peony, as if one was looking at a flower through a fog. It was completely impossible to see what kind of material it had been made of. As she walked along the road, it gave others a feeling as if she were riding atop a cloud. These two were naturally the world-renowned evil monarch, Jun Moxie, and the Snake Queen Green Hunter. The dress that Green Hunter was wearing was one of the 9 dresses that the 9 Nether First Young Master had given young Master Jun back then. Only until now, did young Master Jun have the chance to gift one of it to his woman. The colors of the 9 dresses were all different, and this was the only green-colored one. The moment Jun Moxie pulled it out, Green Hunter fell in love with it immediately and hurried to put it on. Of course, after the Snake Queen put on this dress, her delicate features had become even more striking. After passing through the tribulation, Green Hunter sternly warned young Master Jun to not turn around. Then, she ran off to secretly deal with her all humans have 3 needs problem. This idiot, even if you want to feed me, there's no need to stuff me until I'm almost bursting. If such a serious injury couldn't even take her life, but she ended up being stuffed to death by food, wouldn't that be a huge tragedy? The Snake Queen naturally did not know that young Master Jun wasn't actually trying to toy with her on purpose. This fellow thought that all Xian beasts would have a big appetite. Take Big Bear for example, that appetite of that fellow. So after Green Hunter was healed, young Master Jun had fed her according to half the portion that Big Bear would eat, afraid that she would be hungry. Only when she could not eat anymore, did he stop, not to mention Green Hunter who suffered greatly, even young Master Jun's mouth was tired from chewing so much. Kissing once was naturally a nice thing, but after 100 kisses, and 1,000 kisses in consecutive succession, it was a different story. But if he said that out, he would probably end up suffering the relentless wrath of the girl. You seem to be treating this lady as a pig, eh? And it's even enough food to feed quite a few pigs. Following that, there were suddenly a few more things in the Hongjun Pagoda, a full 5, 6 sets of snake skin. One had to know that the Snake Queen would shed once after every breakthrough. Naturally, the Snake Queen would not happily shed with young Master Jun beside her. This was a result of her ascending too many ranks at once. If she molted every single time, she would end up shedding over 20 skins. The Snake Queen was very embarrassed about this kind of thing, whereas young Master Jun didn't seem to think anything of it. This brother already knows that you're the Snake Queen, and I've already begun treating you as my wife. Why would I mind it? Besides, that Bai Suzhen from the new legend of Madame White Snake 1 still ended up giving birth to a human baby. And my Qian Sun is much stronger than her, this brother doesn't mind at all. Originally, young Master Jun still wanted to let her eat the 7-colored holy fruits and exquisite lotus. But Green Hunter had asked a single sentence, has eldest sister eaten the yet? Young Master Jun naturally answered honestly, not yet. He'd only just gotten this stuff, if she'd already eaten it, that would be strange. In the end, Green Hunter refused to eat, and even said that unless Mei Shui Yan ate first, she would not do so first. This Snake Queen's insistence completely left young Master Jun speechless. But at the same time, he felt happy for Mei Shui Yan. All along the way, as long as there were places where people lived, he would see many Xian experts rushing somewhere in a hurried manner. It was as if there was an extremely urgent matter that required all of them to handle. Such a frequent occurrence was naturally not of the same batch. Along the way, Jun Moxie had already seen 7, 8 batches of people riding on swift horses and passing them by. These powerful characters were all rushing off in anxious manners, while an indescribably fervent look could be seen in their eyes. On normal days, these people would at least pause to look at a great beauty like Green Hunter, or even whistle at her and say a few words. But today, not a single person took the initiative to chat with her. At most, they would turn back to look at her after they'd rushed past her. But before they could even conceive any lustful thoughts, their horses had already bolted far into the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust. As a result, Snake Queen Green Hunter felt somewhat depressed. Could it be that after she came out, her charm had dropped that much? On the other hand, Jun Moxie thought of another possibility. Could it be that something huge had happened recently? Or something that was about to happen? Perhaps the war for seizing the heavens had started earlier. Otherwise, it would truly be hard to understand how these aristocratic families and strong experts of the pugilistic world were behaving so abnormally this time. From their behaviors, even if someone in their families had died, they wouldn't be running with such urgency. This was simply too strange. And because these people were rushing too quickly, he did not even have the chance to ask them what happened. Of course, young Master Jun could forcibly stop them, but he didn't want to do that. As his cultivation improved, his heart had also become more calm. An action that was like bullying the weak was something that he was not interested in at all. Still, even if there were any urgent matters, he only needed to find a place where he could get good information. In any case, it wasn't an urgent matter for him. There was a large town in front, and among the neighboring areas, this place could already be considered the most bustling. The largest inn of the city, the Phoenix Perching Inn. This was a place that the queen had once dined in before, according to some legends. As for this town, it was also called the Phoenix Rights Town. At this time, the Phoenix Perching Inn was completely filled. When Jun Moxie and Green Hunter walked in, there was only one table remaining. From the looks of it, another customer had left not long ago, and the table had just been cleared. Over half the people in here had weapons hanging on their waist, and they were dressed like pugilist experts. Looking over with a single eye, Jun Moxie could not help but to open his mouth slightly with shock. There were actually even a few Sky Xian experts among this group, and with a single look, he could spot at least 3 or 4. To the current young Master Jun, the Sky Xian realm was no longer worth anything much, to the point of being meaningless in his eyes. But in this world, a Sky Xian expert was still a powerful hero of an area. To see a bunch of Sky Xian experts together in one place could be said to be exceedingly rare. But today, this seemingly secluded and small town actually had 3 or 4 Sky Xian experts dining together in the same inn. Furthermore, there were no troubles at all, and everyone was eating quietly, and drinking their own wine. There were completely no intentions to stir up any trouble. Since when had these rowdy and hot-blooded bunch of people become so law-abiding? Furthermore, there were 2 people among the few Sky Xian experts who very obviously had some grudges between them. Just by the looks of hatred in their eyes, it was easy to see this much. The servants beside them were even more tensed, and they were nearly at the point of pulling their blades out at any time. However, the 2 still held their rage in their hearts, and forcefully controlled themselves and the attitudes of their servants. It was clear that none of them were willing to start a conflict here. When has the pugilistic world become so civilized?
At the very least, this scene caused young Master Jun to be somewhat at a loss, unable to fathom the reason behind everything. Jun Moxie and Green Hunter sat down, and a waiter quickly went forward to ask. "This sir, and madam, may I ask if the two of you have an invitation letter?" "Invitation letter? What invitation letter?" Jun Moxie asked with a strange look on his face. "What is going on today? Does one even need an invitation card to eat nowadays? What kind of nonsense was this?" Compared to the bewildered young Master Jun, the Snake Queen instead smiled shyly after being addressed as madam. "Ah, since young master does not have an invitation letter, you may place your orders now." The waiter nodded and bowed quickly before pulling out a menu. But young Master Jun became even more stumped at this. What was that? "I can order because I don't have an invitation letter." Then does that mean that people with an invitation letter need not order? An invitation letter. Perhaps a rich person in this town is holding a birthday celebration today, and anyone who comes to this inn with an invitation letter would have their bill taken care of by the rich lord. That must be the case. Truthfully, young Master Jun's guess had indeed been quite close to the mark. However, he was extremely far off in the scale of this guess. "Waiter, do you have a quieter area?" Jun Moxie looked at the noisy inn and said with furrowed brows. "Apologies, sir, our little inn is already filled," the waiter bowed apologetically. "We'll just sit here then," Green Hunter said in a light voice. That single madam earlier had left her in such a sweet mood that she no longer bothered about these details. "Fine then." Jun Moxie causally ordered a few light dishes and a jug of wine. The waiter pursed his mouth and brought the menu away with a perfunctory bow. He had seen that those two youngsters were dressed so well and had guessed that their status must not be ordinary. Normally, these kinds of guests were the favorite of all inns and restaurants. But who would have thought that the guy would end up only ordering such light and bland dishes? How embarrassing. If I could bring a girl like that out, even if I blew all my life savings on a meal, it would be worth it. How cheap. Who would have imagined that the world-renowned evil monarch young Master Jun Moxie would actually end up being called a cheap bastard by the waiter of a small inn? Just at this time, the thunderous sounds of horse galloping rang out, stopping right in front of the inn. A few middle-aged men entered, with a man and a woman between them. The man was a muscular fellow dressed in purple robes, and he took the lead and entered. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows, yet another Sky Xian expert. And it's even Sky Xian peak. Just what was going on today? "Lord Sima, I didn't expect that you would come. We were just in the middle of looking for a person to travel with us." Inside the inn, several people stood up and greeted him. This Lord Sima smiled lightly and nodded. A few quick-witted people hurriedly stood up and offered their table. Lord Sima did not take ceremony, and simply cupped his fists and thanked them before strutting over and sitting down. The moment he sat down, he pulled out a palm-sized red copper-colored thing and slammed it on the table. As he took out the copper thing, he looked around the entire inn with an arrogant expression on his face. As expected, the instant that copperish-colored thing came out, everyone's eyes instantly turned onto him. Someone even said with an envious sigh, "Lord Sima is indeed Lord Sima, to think that it's actually a red copper one. Us brothers are really jealous. Lord Sima smiled in a pleased manner and cupped his fists saying, No, this is just Lord Jun giving me some face. Truthfully, this Sima is not worthy of this red copper invitation letter. You're being too modest, too modest. How could Lord Jun possibly send out the wrong invitation letter? For Lord Sima to receive a red copper one is only natural." The crowd replied. Everyone is being too kind." Lord Sima could not contain the proudness in his heart as he laughed happily. The young girl that had come in with Lord Sima didn't say anything all the way, but her eyes were fixed on the dress that Green Hunter was wearing. Her face was filled with great reluctance, as if she wanted to swallow that dress using her eyes. One had to say, that regardless of which era it was, clothes still held the most irresistible attraction to women. Especially a beautiful long dress like the one that Green Hunter was wearing right now. With a single look, it would rouse up the desires in people's hearts. It was simple, but not lacking in elegance, gracefulness, but with restraint. Although the colors were beautiful, it was not too dazzling. This dress looked simple at first glance, but after seeing it properly just once, a person would fall into a daze because of it. If one examined it properly, they would discover that regardless of the style or color coordination, it was truly a perfect work of art. Just by sitting there quietly, it gave of an aloof feeling, causing others to not dare to look at it. There aren't any elaborate decorations on it,
and only the soft waistband tied in a ribbon loop. Along the chest contours, there were faint dark lines that formed a phoenix pattern. But it was exactly this kind of subtle detail that made the dress even more appealing. Especially after wearing it, it caused the person to look like a fairy that had descended from the heavens, elegant and classy, lofty, and out of reach. Which lady would not want to wear such an outstanding dress? The more she looked, the more her heart yearned for the dress, and she could not tear her eyes away. Her eyes were filled with a passionate greed, and finally, unable to hold back her desires, she turned around and whispered a few words into Lord Sima's ears. That Lord Sima raised his head and turned around to look at Jun Moxie and Green Hunter's table. When he saw Green Hunter, this lofty Lord Sima could not help but to have a look of shock appear in his eyes. When he first came in, he hadn't noticed or thought that such a rare beauty would actually appear in this kind of secluded place. Although the two of them were dressed luxuriously and their weapons looked extraordinary, the two were just a pair of youngsters. In that moment, he could not help but feel somewhat tempted. From the looks of it, this pair should be the child of some high-ranking court officials. Or perhaps, it's just a newly-wed couple coming out to see the world. But with his Sky Xian peak cultivation, there really shouldn't be a single person in this entire area that could offend him. This young sir, this one is called Sima Shang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Although Lord Sima was cupping his fists and saying in a warm manner, he had an arrogant look on his face as if he were saying, I'm giving you a lot of face by talking to you. Oh. Lord Sima, I wonder what is the matter. Jun Moxie raised his head and said in a somewhat calm manner. Truthfully, young Master Jun did not really wish to talk that much with such a small character in such a secluded place. Thus, he already felt that he was being very courteous and affable. If he reported his status as the evil monarch, how would that simply be considered courteous and affable? This Lord Sima would probably be scared to the point where he fainted. And after waking up, he would even boast to everyone he knew about the encounter. If he could keep his memories in the next life, he would probably also continue boasting in the next life that the evil monarch had once spoken to him in a gentle and affectionate way. But the problem now was that Sima Shang didn't know, so right now, Lord Sima was feeling exceedingly uncomfortable in his heart. Who the hell is this rude kid? F***ck, who gave him that kind of arrogance? What kind of status do I have? I initiated a talk with him, and he actually dared to reply in a bored manner like that, as if it was only natural. 2F** King cocky. Not only this Lord Sima, everyone around him also raised their brows when they heard Jun Moxie's tone. This kid is surely a little too brave, right? This is Sima Shang, a peak Sky Xian expert who is only one step away from the Spirit Xian level. In just this area of 1,000 li, who could afford to offend him? A mere kid like you actually dared to speak to him with that attitude. Looks like this kid is doomed this time. I saw that young master's weapon is extraordinary, and so had the thought of making a friend, Sima Shang said with a light chuckle. I wonder if young master has an invitation letter. Invitation letter? No. Do I have to have that thing? Jun Moxie said in a somewhat annoyed manner. This fellow was an expert with Sky Xian abilities. How was he so blind? Can't he see that this young master cannot be bothered to talk to him? So it's a person without any invitation letter. Sima Shang completely relaxed. Since he doesn't have an invitation letter and does not even seem to know what it meant to carry an invitation letter, that means that he is definitely a minor character. At the very least, he's not the descendant of some great figure. In that case, this old master will not have anything to worry about. Smirking lightly, he roared, damned foul-mouthed little brat. How dare you talk to this old master like that? You don't even have an invitation letter and you dare to act loftily in front of this daddy. Fine then, this old master has taken a liking to the dress on that lass beside you. Tell her to take it off right now. Immediately. The moment Sima Shang's words rang out, the entire inn fell silent. Those words were a little too overboard, isn't it? Even the girl beside Sima Shang widened her eyes with shock. I only said that I liked that dress. You could have just asked them where she bought it from, and that would be enough. How could you talk like that? To think that you even asked a young girl to take off her clothes in public. That means that you have not only taken a liking to the dress, but to the person as well. Are you hoping to get both the girl and the dress? Truthfully, Sima Shang was exactly hoping for this. From the moment he laid eyes on that country-toppling beauty, he already had the thought in his heart. It was just that he saw that the demeanor of the two youngsters was extraordinary, which was why he hadn't dared to move rashly and had instead used the excuse of befriending to test them. When he found out that the two didn't have any invitation letters and didn't even know what the invitation letters meant. At this time, the people who don't even know what the invitation letter was, were either bumpkins of commoners. In that moment, he decided that as long as he gave the two little fellows a good scare, they would definitely submit, and he could take the beauty with him to Tiannan. With such a beauty by his side, he would certainly gain a great amount of face. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem even if he killed that little gigolo. Even if that kid had some backing, it wouldn't be anything notable. With his status as a peak sky Xian expert, even if he killed a few people, it wouldn't mean anything to him. Jun Moxie's face was instantly filled with killing intent as he raised his brows. He wasn't planning on creating any trouble, but trouble still came looking for him. Young Master Jun's eyes turned cold as he looked at that peak sky Xian Sima Shang. Are you sure of those words? Sima Shang was a sky Xian expert, and naturally had great awareness. He could feel the shocking aura of the opponent, and some parts of his body even turned cold. But as he looked at the red copper invitation letter in his hand, his courage rose as he sneered. Why? Little gigolo, do you have an opinion? Snorting coldly, he continued, in this 1,000-li area of Tianxiang, the words of I, Sima Shang, am the law. Do you dare to defy me? Jun Moxie laughed lightly as a dense killing intent appeared on his face. The law. So the law around here is to demand for a lady to strip off her clothes in public. Today, I've truly gotten a huge eye-opening experience. Green Hunter did not say anything from start to end, only sitting there with a slight smile, allowing Jun Moxie to handle the matter. If it was in the past, with her character, this Lord Sima would have turned into a corpse by now. In fact, she would even kill her way to his family, wiping them out until blood flowed like a river. Even that would not be enough to quell her anger. But now that she had Jun Moxie by her side, although Green Hunter was still incredibly enraged, she did not display any emotions on the surface, allowing her man to handle everything. Simply because. I'm his woman now. Everything about me will be left up to him to decide. At this time, the other Sky Xian experts also stood up hesitantly. Towards Sima Shang's behavior, all of them also felt somewhat uncomfortable. But because of the other's strength, they didn't dare to say much even though they were enraged. One of them cleared his throat and said, Lord Sima, everyone is roaming the pugilistic world, and there's bound to be misunderstandings no matter what. Let's talk things over and forget about the unpleasant stuff with a laugh. Even if there's any serious disagreements, it's fine to just fight it out, but to force a girl to strip in public, is truly a little overboard. Sima Shang shifted his eye and snorted coldly. Oh, does that mean you're teaching me what to do now? That Sky Xian expert instantly felt a rush of anger in his chest. Lord Sima is a peak Sky Xian expert, and also a person who had received a red copper invitation letter. How could this one dare to say the words teaching? However, all of us are here because of Lord Jun's invitation. If we were to cause trouble along the way, it would be bad if Lord Jun found out about it. What kind of person is Lord Jun that he would care about this kind of minor matter? Sima Shang snorted and said. But when the other person mentioned the name Lord Jun, his forceful stance softened considerably. However, he still did not intend to let the two small characters off. Especially this sweet-looking girl who would cause a ball of fire to rise in anyone's hearts just by looking at her, let alone hugging her in their arms. And the best thing was that there wasn't any powerful faction backing her. How could this kind of beauty be something that this little gigolo was worthy of possessing? Only I, Lord Sima, am worthy of such a beautiful plaything. Jun Moxie chuckled coldly. Since you want my woman to take off her clothes, what are you waiting for? Come then. Young Master Jun crossed his legs in a leisurely manner as he stretched out his hand. In an instant, a powerful suction force appeared from him. Although this suction force was strong, it was only concentrated on Sima Shang alone. Even the people who were standing right beside him did not feel the slightest breeze. Under the disbelieving eyes of the crowd, this peak Sky Xian expert who had been acting so arrogantly was suddenly lifted helplessly into the air and pulled towards Jun Moxie. A look of absolute terror appeared on Sima Shang's face, but he couldn't even utter a single word. Jun Moxie had already sealed off the space around him, stopping him from speaking. Even the hairs on his body was frozen on the spot. The faces of the crowd instantly changed. Looking at Jun Moxie's outstretched hand and Sima Shang flying helplessly through the air, everyone felt as if they were hallucinating. Telekinesis. And the target being controlled was even a peak sky Xian expert. What kind of profound cultivation was that? This level of strength had already far surpassed the knowledge of the crowd long ago, and they completely had not even heard of such a mysterious technique. When a real expert revealed their hand, it was obvious with a glance. Sima Shang, who had been caught, instantly knew that he had smashed his foot against an iron board this time. Although he still didn't know what kind of methods the other was using, but it was clear that such a character was definitely not someone that he could offend. But even though he was feeling incredibly fearful in his heart, he was still confident in the trump card in his hands. With that trump card, he was sure that the other person would not hurt him. Because he was holding the invitation letter that the evil monarch himself had sent to him. In this current era, not many people would dare to defy that legendary evil monarch. Although this brat was powerful and had unfathomable cultivation, but even if he was a person from the three holy lands, he would still need to fear the evil monarch. Sima Shang's body floated past the three tables between them, finally coming to a stop before Jun Moxie's table. When his feet touched the ground, Sima Shang instantly felt that he had regained his movement. The other party had clearly dismissed the strange suppression energy on him. This Lord Sima, whose words are the law around here, kneel down for me immediately. Jun Moxie glanced over and in an instant, a terrifying aura crashed down. Sima Shang felt like his body, which had regained its movements, had suddenly turned as heavy as if a mountain was set upon his shoulders. Without the ability to resist at all, his legs softened and he plopped down heavily onto the ground on both knees. Now, tell me, do you still want my woman to take off her clothes for you? Jun Moxie used a foot and lifted up Sima Shang's chin, raising his head. Tapping the side of his shoe against that old greasy face, he asked with a disdainful expression. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. But no one present found anything strange about this scene. The other party had such great power, so how would he be polite towards this Sima Shang who dared to be rude to his woman? Doing only this to him was rather merciful already. It was this little one who had eyes but failed to see Mt Tai, speaking wrong. It is easy to kill, but there's no need to go overboard when the purpose has already been achieved. However, does Mr. really dare to kill me? Sima Shang's face was completely pale, and sweat rolled down his face. However, he still grasped desperately to the life-saving straw in his hand, and attempted to struggle against death. Even at this point, you think that I won't dare to kill you? I really wonder where your confidence comes from. For the sake of your guts alone, I'll send you off cleanly. The Yellow Springs is long and winding, have a good journey. Jun Moxie lifted his brows and said in a good-humored manner as he looked at this Sima Shang. From the moment this fellow said he wanted his Qian Sun to take off her clothes, Jun Moxie had already sentenced him to death. Young Master Jun truly did not know if there was anybody in this world that he didn't dare to kill. Even if the other party was the 9th young master, as long as he could kill the person, he would kill. Not to mention a mere Sima Shang that was no stronger than a mere ant. You dare. I'm a guest of Lord Jun. I have an invitation letter from Lord Jun. You cannot kill me. Sima Shang could feel the growing killing intent from the other's body, and suddenly remembered that the latter didn't seem to know about the significance of the invitation letters. In a moment of panic, he cried out and gripped the bronze letter in his hand tightly. A guest of Lord Jun. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows. I wonder what kind of power and influence this Lord Jun has that I cannot kill his guests. The evil monarch. Sima Shang howled in a hoarse voice. I admit that you are indeed very strong. But even if you're stronger, can you be stronger than the evil monarch, Lord Jun Moxie? Evil monarch. Lord Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was completely stunned as he rubbed his nose and turned around to look at Green Hunter. Seeing the look on his face, she could not help but to turn her head away and burst out laughing. F***ck, this daddy is right here, but this fellow is using my name to threaten me. And using his power and influence to force his own wife to strip. This was no longer just a simple joke. The letter you're holding in your hand was sent by the evil monarch, Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie's face turned rather unsightly. Indeed. Sima Shang smirked proudly. From the looks of it, although this fellow was strong, he still didn't dare to offend the evil monarch. Raising his head, he snorted. Hurry and let me go. I'm a guest that Lord Evil Monarch invited fervently. I'm a person with a red copper invitation letter. Do you know what that means? Jun Moxie did not bother to respond, and only waved his hand. The red copper-colored letter in Sima Shang's hand instantly floated up into his hand. After reading through it carefully, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Green Hunter also turned her head over curiously. There was only one sentence on the invitation letter: on the 15th day of the 6th month, the evil monarch's reign will be established, the sovereign will descend, uniting the pugilistic world. The evil monarch's faction establishment. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows. In just an instant, he could already understand the situation. This was undoubtedly Mei Shuiyan's work. In this world, the person who could be said to understand Jun Moxie the most, was Mei Shuiyan. From the looks of it, Mei Shuiyan must have already managed to raise the strength of everyone in Tian Fa to a suitably high level after she brought the spirit vein fragments back. Furthermore, she should have also ensured that the Jun family's strength had reached a level where they could deal with any changes. If they still remained quiet like that and continued to stay in the shadows, it would be too much of a waste of heavenly treasures. The most important thing was that it was now the crucial time when the war for seizing the heavens was about to happen. Announcing the establishment of their own faction at this timing was the most advantageous. The three holy lands would have to suffer humiliation, but would not dare to do anything, even needing to take extra effort to butter up to the Jun family. There was another reason: Jun Moxie was assumed to be in the misty illusory manor right now. With the strength of the misty illusory manor, how could their information network be lacking? How would they not suspect Jun Moxie's identity? How could they not investigate? If the evil monarch suddenly came up with such a high-profile event at this point, no matter how many suspicions there were about Jun Moxie's identity in the misty illusory manor, they should not suspect that Jun would actually be Jun Moxie. Apart from Jun Moxie, no one else would have those same miraculous abilities like him. Since the evil monarch was still in the Xian continent and was announcing his establishment of a faction in such a high-key way, how would he appear in the misty illusory manor? This would be the biggest cover for Jun Moxie's infiltration mission. In the entire Tian Fa forest, only Mei Shuiyan had enough power even among the entire Jun family to make such a decision on Jun Moxie's behalf. On top of that, Mei Shuiyan was the only person who understood the pride in Jun Moxie's heart better than anyone else. When they retreated into Tian Fa back then, it was because the Jun family had been in danger of being hunted down by the three holy lands. It was a move done out of desperation and after being pushed into a corner. If Jun Moxie was expected to carry this shame all his life, it was impossible. Jun Moxie might have been able to accept living under the protection of others for a moment, but he would not be able to endure a life of hiding in another's arms. The moment the situation in Tian Fa forest became inverted, and they expected the Jun family to be part of Tian Fa, that would be the day that their relationship would break down. Because it was inevitable that Jun Moxie would one day start his own faction and become independent. As a woman of the Jun family and the #1 beast king of Tian Fa, Mei Shuiyan had also been deliberating over this matter for a long time. But in the end, she still made her decision. After discussing extensively with the 8 great beast king seniors, Mei Shuiyan decided to establish the evil monarch manor. And also put the entirety Tian Fa as part of the evil monarch manor's power. In other words, everything would belong to the evil monarch as the lord. That way, the new power will no longer be under the lead of the Jun family, but under Jun Moxie. This decision was the best method to avoid any conflicts. Because the revival of Tian Fa and the Xian beasts of Tian Fa had been the work of Jun Moxie alone. Tian Fa's millions would depend on the success or failure of one person. Those words were indeed the truth. For Jun Moxie to be called the savior of Tian Fa forest was fully deserving. But this decision could only be made by Mei Shuiyan alone. Only her could do this. No one else could, including Jun Moxie. If it were Jun Moxie himself who proposed this, regardless of his original intentions, he would still be viewed as being ungrateful. Even if he did not request for Tian Fa forest support in his new faction, the Xian beasts of Tian Fa would still see him as a person who wanted to separate from them. The only person suitable enough to do this was Mei Shuiyan. Thus, Mei Shuiyan chose this time to announce the establishment of the evil monarch manor. From the looks of things, even Jun Moxie himself did not know about this. However, this was a good thing for all sides. If Jun Moxie knew about it in advance, no matter what kind of reaction he gave, it would not be good. But since everything had already been decided and the news had been announced to the entire continent, and the Jun family and Tian Fa were also going to merge into one entity, there naturally needed to be a big enough ceremony. As such, the entire matter had developed like this. Especially after Fatty Tang had heard about the matter and used his wealth to further boost this event up. Just like that, the matter of the establishment of the evil monarch manor grew more and more dramatic, creating a storm throughout the entire continent. Right now, even though the evil monarch manor had not been established yet, its reputation and momentum was already unrivaled, to the point where it was even more exaggerated than the three holy lands. The most ridiculous thing was that all this had been a result of a decision made at the last minute. Right now, Jun Moxie's heart was filled with all kinds of conflicting emotions. Who would have thought that before he knew it, he had become the lord of one of the 5 strongest factions in this world. Furthermore, it was even one of the strongest one. Tianfa might still lack some true top-tier experts like Saint Venerables and above. However, their foundations were definitely the firmest. With a pill-refining monster like Jun Moxie, he was confident that he would definitely be able to create the most powerful Saint Venerable army in a short time. Jun Moxie sighed heavily. He could feel all the efforts that Mei Shuiyan had put in for him. Mei Shuiyan could be said to have given up all her power and thrown away everything for him. She had even considered the finest details of his feelings. To be able to find a person who truly understood every part of him, and go so far as to give up all she had for him, what else could he ask for in this life? In that moment, even the killing intent in Jun Moxie's heart had disappeared, and he no longer wished to kill Sima Shang. Because right then, he could only feel a content and touching emotion. Fine then, taking into consideration of the evil monarch manor's grand establishment, I will give you some face. You just said that it is easy to kill, but one should not go overboard when the purpose had been achieved, right? Fine then, you can kneel properly and kowtow 9 times to my wife here, and admit your wrongs 9 times. After that, you can scram. Jun Moxie raised his hand and casually threw the red copper invitation letter onto the table, causing it to be deeply embedded into the table, such that it was flushed perfectly with the surface. I was wrong. Seeing that his threat had worked, Sima Shang instead grew bolder. Now that you've offended the evil monarch, you still want me to kowtow. If you let me go now, that would be the end of it. If not, Waving his hands he said. Even if you killed me to silence me, all of these people here are also going forth to congratulate Lord Jun. If Lord Jun finds out that you not only made things difficult for his guest, and even took their life, what do you think the result will be? Your strength may be great, but are you stronger than the 3 holy lands? Sima Shang's goals had been lowered greatly by now. He could clearly tell that this person in front of him was someone he couldn't offend at any cost. He didn't dare to covet after the beauty anymore and only wished to retreat safely. But this place was still his old nest, and if he really kowtowed towards a young girl, begging for forgiveness, he would really lose all his face and standing in society. Pooh, the stone-faced snake queen finally could not bear it and burst out laughing. This matter was simply too amusing. This Lord Sima, do you know what a fortunate thing it is for you to be able to keep your life today? To actually still want to keep your face as well. I originally didn't want to say anything at all, but you're simply. Sima Shang hardened his scalp and said stubbornly. No matter who it is, they definitely need to give old man evil monarch some face. Although your cultivations are high, but, in the eyes of the evil monarch, you're still nothing. With these words, the killing intent in Jun Moxie's heart which had dissipated began to rise up again. In this world, just how many people were similarly using his name as a flag to bully the weak? I did not kill those people, but those people died because of me. If I do not remove such plagues, how will I be able to set my mind at ease? Huh, what a ludicrous joke. Jun Moxie raised his head to the sky and laughed as his killing intent burst out again. Sneering icily, he said, to dare threaten this seat and this seat's woman with my own name? Sima Shang, your dog's *T guts are truly amazing As he said that, he'd already stretched one hand out and gripped onto Sima Shang's right shoulder. With a light squeeze, a terrifying sound of bones popping and shattering rang out. With just that light squeeze, a large part of Sima Shang's bones on his right side had already been crushed. However, this level of pain was actually unable to hide the shock and disbelief in his heart. Sima Shang's eyes widened and nearly popped out of his eye sockets. To dare threaten this seat and this seat's woman with my own name. What was the meaning of those words? It wasn't that Sima Shang did not understand, but he did not dare to imagine. He only wished that time would stop in this instant. The others were no fools as well, and they understood in an instant. In that moment, everyone's faces turned pale as they looked at Jun Moxie with horror. This youth before them was actually the legendary evil monarch. Right, according to the rumors, there were some that said that the evil monarch was actually Jun Moxie from the Jun family of Tianxiang. And that third young master Jun was a youngster who haven't even reached 20 years of age. Apparently, this evil monarch was a handsome and intelligent young master with a pretty boy appearance. Could this really be him? At this time, Sima Shang screeched pathetically as the pain from his nerves and bones woke him up from his shock. Jun. Lord Jun. Old master, spare me, ah. Sima Shang's body shook all over. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected that his luck would be this bad. He'd taken out the name of the evil monarch to bully others, but the person he'd been trying to bully was actually the evil monarch himself. This kind of luck was truly 2F** King Heaven defying. Just how many bad deeds did his ancestors commit for him to be as unlucky as this? Jun Moxie snorted coldly, not even paying attention Sima Shang's pleading. With a light kick, a bang rang out, and Sima Shang's petrified body was directly smashed backwards with a pathetic scream. His flight path was not completely straight, actually arching through the air as though he was a ball kicked by a famous football star. Curving spectacularly, his body flew out of the window and soared high into the sky before bursting apart like a firework, causing flesh and blood to rain down from the sky. His entire body had burst into fragments at the same time, not leaving even a single complete bone. This was the true meaning behind having one's body pounded to pieces and one's bones ground to powder. If anyone else dares to use the reputation of the evil monarch manner to commit all kinds of crimes and bully the weak, they will follow the example of Sima Shang. Jun Moxie said coldly. These people had not shown any intentions of colluding with Sima Shang in his villainy, and had even tried to stop him, so Jun Moxie would naturally not make things hard for them. Everyone was as silent as cicadas in the winter. Some of the more timid ones even begun shivering in fear. Jun Moxie's name had already resounded throughout the entire Xian continent, and nearly everyone already knew that this prince of the corrupted world was a world-ending demon that killed without so much as blinking his eyes. And, it would be more accurate to say that this was a world-ending evil monarch. After seeing him in the flesh today, one had to say that indeed, to know a man by repute was not as good as meeting him face to face. His real person was even superior to his reputation. Jun Moxie stood up slowly and smiled. This seat thanks everyone for your great efforts to prepare for the opening ceremony of the evil monarch manor. May everyone have a safe journey. If we are fated to meet, we shall see each other again at Tiannan. After saying that, he took Green Hunter's hand and looked coldly at the direction where Sima Shang had come from. How's the reputation of the faction that this Sima Shang comes from? Replying to Lord Jun, the faction that Sima Shang belongs to is known to be evil and forceful. But because Sima Shang was already a peak Sky Xian expert, no one could go against them. The Sky Xian expert who had stood out to stop Sima Shang earlier came out again and answered in a respectful manner. I see, so it's a sinful and immoral tyrant who likes to bully others. In that case, there's no need for them to exist anymore. Jun Moxie said in a bland manner. Holding Green Hunter's hand, the pair disappeared in a flash. Half a second later, a silver ingot flew through the sky and landed on the table that Jun Moxie had been sitting on a moment ago, landing softly without a sound. Even a long time after Jun Moxie left, the crowd remained standing respectfully, not daring to sit. The evil monarch. We actually met the legendary evil monarch who stands at the peak of the entire continent. The few Sky Xian experts were so agitated that even their bodies shook. Because not only had they seen the evil monarch personally, they'd even received an order from him. In that case, there's no need for them to exist anymore. This sentence was undoubtedly an order for them. Sima Shang's faction's end was already destined to be doomed, and they would naturally get to be the ones to destroy it. At the same time, the spoils would also go to them. That was the meaning in the evil monarch's words. This was already the equivalence of gifting them a great fortune. An order by the evil monarch was already far superior to the imperial decree of any emperors in the world right now. From the moment the evil monarch said those words, the fate of Sima Shang's faction had already been decided. If the faction that the evil monarch had described as a sinful and immoral tyrant was still allowed to exist, wouldn't it be a slap on the evil monarch's face? And if that slap was jointly given to him by all of them, who would dare to do that? It was likely that no one would be able to bear that result. Even the three holy lands would not dare. Everyone's eyes grew bloodshot in that instant. If this matter was not accomplished, how would they face the evil monarch when they reached Tiannan? If that happened, they might not even have the chance to meet him after they reached there. Numerous pairs of red eyes turned towards the direction of Sima Shang's group. In that moment, those hulking guards all took a step backwards in fear. Especially the girl who had eyed the dress greedily, she directly collapsed weakly to the ground. Who would have thought that this matter would escalate to this level because of a woman's love for clothes? How would she know that her entire family would be pushed into an endless abyss because of this matter? So ladies, it's not a crime to like clothes, but do not demand for it forcefully. If your boyfriend ended up being forced to empty their life savings to get the clothes, then, it would be better to not have that dress. In that moment, a wave of horse galloping sounds rang out. Look at him, as expected of the evil monarch. He even paid for a meal he ate at the inn, not willing to take any advantages. How noble and graceful. To pay for one's food was a natural thing, but young Master Jun paying for his meal had actually become a noble action. How understanding and sympathetic of the commoner's hardships. How virtuous, upright, and full of justice. How chivalrous and cool. On that afternoon itself, Sima Shang's faction was directly flattened by the joint attacks of all the other factions, completely disappearing from this world. All because the evil monarch had said, there's no reason for them to exist anymore. The sudden arrival of this news caused young Master Jun, who had intended to stop by at Tianxiang City for a moment, to quickly dispel his thoughts. Jun Moxie and Green Hunter hurried all the way without rest towards Tiannan. In order to move even faster, young Master Jun even carried Green Hunter on his back. Revolving the yin-yang escape art to its maximum speed, he charged forward as if he had mounted a cloud and was riding the mist. As the sights of the clear waters came into view, they could finally see the outlines of Tiannan. Green Hunter's eyes had even become somewhat painful after being exposed to the fierce winds because of the speed they had been traveling at. Gasping with shock, she shook her head. Brother-in-law, that speed of yours is truly too terrifying. Eldest sister is also good with speed, but even eldest sister would probably be slower than you. Jun Moxie laughed aloud and dashed across the water. What speed? Lass, I'll let you see. Take a good look today. I traveled across the North Sea in the morning and went to Kangwu in the evening. The green snake hidden in my sleeves boosts my courage. Passing by Tianxiang 3 times with no one the wiser. And so I recite loudly as I fly across Tiannan Lake. This should be the so-called poem, right? Brother-in-law is still the most cultured, spouting such beautiful words as soon as you opened your mouth. How wonderful, Green Hunter said with a worshipful expression. But the phrases are somewhat not right. Although I'm a green snake, but I'm on your back, not in your sleeves. Young Master Jun laughed awkwardly, his face somewhat red. It wasn't because the snake queen wasn't in his sleeves, it was because of her praise. Cultured? Was that considered a compliment? Although young Master Jun's face was thick, there was still a limit to it. Even though this brother had plagiarized the poem and adapted it well, it isn't worthy enough to be called cultured, right? After crossing Tiannan Lake and continuing forward for another day and night, Tiannan finally came into view. Jun Moxie was surprised to discover that the normally quiet Tiannan city was suddenly filled with flags all over the place, as though there was a grand festival going on. At the same time, a loud bustling noise could be heard, as though it was the waves on a beach. As he came closer, he could not help but to gasp with shock and rub his eyes a few times. He truly did not dare to believe the sight before his eyes. There were at least tens of thousands of white tents pitched at the south of Tiannan City, stretching for over 1,000 li. It was as if a huge snowstorm had fallen on this grand festival. On the other side, there was a gigantic tent with a tall flag fluttering in the wind above it. Just from the height of this tent, it seemed to be at least 50 zhang high. From the looks of it, the poles of the tent had been taken from a towering tree that reached into the skies. Just this so-called flag pole would probably have a base so heavy that even over 20 muscular men would not be able to lift together. There were 16 large words one on the flag, and each word was the size of a house, bright golden in color and dancing mightily in the wind. When young Master Jun saw those words, he nearly fell right out of the sky. The sovereign descends, evil monarch. Uniting the pugilistic world, for ages to come. F***CK. Did another brother from Earth transcend over here? Such a slogan would cause anyone to think of the legendary Dongfang sect leader. One just thinking about it caused young Master Jun to feel a breeze under his legs, and his chrysanthemum tightened unconsciously. A distance away, countless members of the evil monarch manor were dressed in different colored clothes and attending to the guests. There were people busy everywhere, as if the entire city was impoverished and were trying to earn money. There were simply too many guests, and they came surging in wave by wave like a tsunami. Before him, Jun Moxie was attending to the guests along with his wife. The two of them were filled with a light and cheerful happiness of spring, and their faces were wreathed in smiles. In this period of time, the charity work that Jun Moxie was heading had grown incredibly smooth under the support of huge amounts of wealth. Countless orphan children had all been taken in by them, providing them with food and lodging, as well as a place to belong. At the same time, the mental burden in his heart had also lessened greatly. Han Yenya was also naturally very happy. The shadow that had been in her heart had already disappeared through the innocent smiles on these children's faces. Her face was filled with happiness, and her belly was already bulging a little. From the looks of it, she was pregnant. With a schwa sound, Jun Moxie suddenly appeared before Jun Moxie and Han Yenyao. Moxie. Jun Moxie cried out with shock and joy after being stunned for a moment. After instructing the disciples beside him to bring the guests into the resting area, which was the huge white tent, he hurried over. Jun Moxie widened his eyes momentarily and looked at Han Yenyao's stomach. Noticing his glance, she lowered her head shyly. All of a sudden, young Master Jun roared. "Third uncle. What happened?" Jun Moxie looked at him in a confused manner. "What's going on? You still want to play the fool?" Young Master Jun cried out in an exaggerated manner. "Who beat my third aunt's stomach until was swollen? This is simply too much bullying. This won't do, I'll go and look for that person immediately. Who dares to bully a person of my Jun family? Truly too intolerable. See if I don't fix that guy up." Han Yenyao's face burned bright red, and she held her stomach with both hands, never letting go. Young Master Jun's face was wreathed with worry. "Third aunt, is it painful? Are you fine? Don't worry. I have the best medicine for pain, just tell me who it is. I'll go and give him a good beating. To dare to bully my third aunt, that fellow is too brave." Han Yenyao's face was so hot that one could fry an egg on it, and she didn't know how to answer. She dug her feet into the ground, as if she was trying to burrow into it. Pa! With a loud smacking sound, Jun Moxie's foot landed on Jun Moxie's butt as he scolded. King brat. Is your butt starting to itch now that you haven't been fixed for a long time? To actually cause trouble the moment you come back. It's one thing to joke around with me, but to ignore seniority and tease your third aunt, your wings have gotten hard, huh? Third Master Jun had only been momentarily confused and had not been able to react at the start. This nephew of his was well accomplished in the field of medicine, so how would he not know about things like pregnancy? Even if he didn't know, he must have at least seen a pregnant woman before. That little brat definitely had hidden meanings in his words. Not mentioning anything, if that kid saw that his family members had been bullied, he definitely wouldn't smile and behave this cheekily. Thus, how would Third Master Jun possibly be polite with this little fellow who was obviously messing around? Jun Moxie yelped in pain and turned around, clutched his bottom with a sly grin on his face. "Third uncle, don't be angry, I haven't seen you all for so many days and was beginning to miss you. I was just joking with third aunt. If people within the family don't even make jokes, how would it be fun? And, if you're still angry, you can at most make fun of my wife in the future when I have children. I don't really mind." Jun Moxie's face turned slightly green as he raised his hand and began to wallop Jun Moxie. As he administered the beating, he panted heavily with every hit. "You brat naturally wouldn't mind, but can an elder like me do that? I'm considered from the older generation, and also somebody's husband, make fun of your wife. What nonsense at that." Jun Moxie laughed aloud and pulled Green Hunter's hand as he ran away. Apart from Third Master Jun, there truly seemed to be no one else who could chase this evil monarch around like a rabbit. In the distance, the place which was originally the encampment area of the evil monarch Manor's outer region had now been changed into a stretch of pavilions. The walls were constructed with large green stones that were unusually simple and heavy. With just a glance, it looked deep and solemn with an aura as though it could swallow a person. Before the door, Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qinghan, Dugu Xiaoyi, and Han Yen Meng were dressed in snow-white dresses with a faint red waistbands around their hips, all standing there with gentle smiles waiting to receive him. The eyes of the four girls were actually all filled with the same pining. The same fervent looks. They were all trying their best to control their emotions, and the eyes of the two little girls Dugu Xiaoyi and Han Yen Meng were already somewhat red. They few of them had already received the news of Jun Moxie's return and had specially come here to welcome him. Behind the window inside, Princess Ling Meng's tears also welled up in her eyes as she looked yearningly at Jun Moxie. Big brother Moxie. Dugu Xiaoyi screamed and ran up, laughing and crying. The little lass skipped over from a distance away like a little sparrow. Jun Moxie had not even managed to recover from the sight of the four beauties when he felt a petite ball of fire jumping into his arms. How come you're only back now? Woo-woo. I was almost bored to death here. I even picked up mahjong to dispel my boredom, but who would have thought that I would lose every single round? Even the money I've secretly hidden away is gone. Woo-woo. Dugu Xiaoyi clung to him like an octopus, and rained her little fists on his chest. The more she spoke, the harder she cried. No one would let me win at all, it's all your fault, all your fault. Why didn't you come back earlier? If you were here, I wouldn't have lost so badly. As she cried, she did not forget to wipe her little face on his chest. Jun Moxie carried the cute little lass in his arms as sweat rolled down the back of his head. This lass, is she crying because she missed me, or is she sadder about her hidden money? Although he shook his head internally, he still consoled. It's all my fault, all my fault. How much did you lose? Count it all on me, later on, this hubby will return it to you double. If they don't let you win in the future, I'll help you take revenge. As he consoled her, young Master Jun discovered another shocking matter. The two of them were practically sticking together right now, but he could see that in just these few days that they hadn't seen this little lass had already turned into a grown lady. Her originally curvy body had become even more enchanting, enough to steal a person's soul. Just that short moment of hugging was already enough to cause a fire to burn in young Master Jun's heart. Although it was still not to the point where he was pitching a tent in his pants, it was still unavoidable that his blood was flowing somewhat faster. Young Master Jun smiled happily and leaned towards Dugu Xiaoyi's side and whispered into her ear. Wow, I hadn't expected that in just a few days, my little Xiaoyi has already become a grown lady. How are your culinary skills now? Do you know how to cook properly this time? At the very least, you should know how to cook raw grains into rice now, right? Later on, I'll get you to perform a little bit for me. This elder brother is looking forward to cooking rice with you. You big bad is shameless. Dugu Xiaoyi instantly blushed a deep red when she heard young Master Jun mentioning this matter again. How would she still remember to cry? Quickly jumping out of his arms, she escaped far away. At the same time, she could be heard crying out, "Little White, quickly, bite that shameless fellow for me." At the same time, Green Hunter had already dashed forward and was hugging Mei Shuiyan tightly. Eldest sister. I've missed you. Green Hunter. It's you. It's good as long as you're back, it's good as long as you're back. Everything will be fine now that you'd woken up. Mei Shuiyan hugged Green Hunter in her arms as she said in an equally agitated manner. The good sister that had previously been in a coma had suddenly returned to her. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan's heart was bursting with happiness. Her sister had returned safe and sound, and her husband had come back as well. It was really an occasion of great joy for her. Jun Moxie walked up to Guan Qinghan with a gentle smile. Guan Qinghan's eyes were filled with joy as well, but her face was still as cold as ever. However, young Master Jun, whose face was as thick as the city's walls, would definitely not fall for that. The two were already standing quite close initially. With 2 steps, he was already right up against her. Before she could resist, young Master Jun laughed and said in a hair-raising voice, "Qinghan, have you missed me?" Guan Qinghan shuddered and could not help but to roll her eyes. This fellow, why did he have to say such gross stuff the moment he came back? Is such a question appropriate in front of others? Truly. She didn't know what to say at all. You're back. Guan Qinghan replied coldly. I'm back. Jun Moxie nodded with an honest smile. All of a sudden, he leaned forward and whispered in her ear. Qinghan, can I go and sleep in your room tonight? I've missed you so much in this period of time. Guan Qinghan's ears instantly turned red and she suddenly remembered the night when they were last here at Tiannan. Gritting her teeth, she scolded harshly, "Horrible pervert. Stupid lecher." Her face burning bright red, she escaped as well. Jun Moxie laughed aloud as he watched her running away. I'll let you give me a cold face all day long. See if I don't fix you up in the future. Hello, little lass Han. No, it should be bed-warming lass. Kakik, little sister Han, don't forget to prepare my room properly tonight and warm my blankets after taking off your clothes. I've waited a long time for this, you'd better live up to your words. It's already dragged on for such a long time.
Since this young master is quite free anyway, let's just do it tonight. Han Yanmeng was about to skip over happily to greet him, but before she'd even come near him, she heard those same words and immediately fled like a little bird. This big bat still hadn't forgotten about this? My goodness. Another one settled easily. Jun Moxie breathed out a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, having a few wives was still truly quite tiring. The only way was to break up their joint camp and attack them one by one. That was the best way to attack. To have 4 of them coming out to receive him at the same time, while he had another one right beside him, it wouldn't be appropriate no matter who he was intimate with first. Thus, young Master Jun could only defuse the situation first. As for the other matters, there were plenty of time for that. Right now, this was the best move. Only 3 of the beauties had been chased away, leaving behind the most difficult one. As he turned around, he spotted Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter standing side by side, staring at him. Green Hunter laughed cheekily and suddenly pushed Mei Shuiyan from behind. Caught by surprise, Mei Shuiyan stumbled forward. Although Green Hunter's push was unexpected, she hadn't used much strength. With Mei Shuiyan's cultivation, not to mention a light push like this, even if it had 10 times the force, she would not fall. But the talented young Master Jun would naturally not let such a good chance slip. His face instantly changing to a flustered expression. He took 1 step forward and held her tightly. With an anxious and exceedingly worried tone, he asked, "How are you, Shuiyan? Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? What's wrong with you, Qian Sun? Is there such a rough way of playing? See how I'll deal with you if Shuiyan is hurt." As he spoke, his hands did not stop examining her everywhere for injuries. Mei Shuiyan's ears turned red, and it took her a great deal of effort to squirm out of his arms. By then, she was already panting slightly. All the words that she had planned on saying had been forgotten. A peal of soft laughter could be heard from the side. Turning around, the perpetrator, Green Hunter, had already disappeared from the spot. A few beautiful faces could be seen peering sneakily through the flower bush nearby, as if they were watching an interesting show. When they saw Mei Shuiyan's piercing stare sweeping over, the laughing sounds instantly disappeared. Why are you stirring up trouble as soon as you're back? Stop messing around. Mei Shuiyan controlled her breath and said in a somewhat annoyed manner. Yes, I'll listen to my dear wife's words. If my precious wife doesn't want me to mess around, I won't mess around. Young Master Jun actually stopped in an extremely obedient manner. Mei Shuiyan's face turned red as she said coughed. Are you satisfied with this matter of establishing a faction? Jun Moxie immediately stopped his joking attitude and sighed heavily as he looked deeply at Mei Shuiyan. Shuiyan, you've truly put in great cares for my sake. Mei Shuiyan smiled warmly. The 2 of us are already so close, would I not know what is in your heart? Moreover, you've also mentioned to me before that you wish to be person who sets the law of the pugilistic world. Blinking adorably, she revealed a playful smile. Today, you already have that kind of power. The person who sets the law of the pugilistic world, Jun Moxie mumbled and smiled. The whole world shall submit under my rule. In this world, there are only things that you cannot imagine, and nothing that you cannot accomplish. I trust that you can do it for sure. Mei Shuiyan gazed warmly into his eyes. Jun Moxie smiled faintly as he leaned closer to her. My dear wife, let's put those things for later, after we establish the evil monarch manor. Shouldn't we enter the nuptial chamber first, before talking about the other stuff? How would Mei Shuiyan have expected that young Master Jun would be able to switch topics so quickly? Completely talking about a different thing without even a blink of the eye. Unfortunately for him, Great Beauty Mei was not like Guan Qinghan, Dugu Xiaoyi, and the rest who only knew how to run away. Pinching the meaty area of his side, she twisted a full 360 degrees and growled. So, how much have you gained from your trip to the misty illusory manor? She also changed the topic in an exceedingly skillful manner. Cough, that trip was quite smooth, all my objectives have been accomplished. Jun Moxie laughed awkwardly and coughed dryly in a guilty manner. He had indeed obtained everything he wanted, with some unexpected gains on top of it. The only thing was one of the things he'd gained was somewhat awkward to say. You're truly capable to even manage to get your hands on the 7-colored holy fruit. Mei Shuiyan watched his expression and asked slowly. Cough, I got it. With this evil monarch taking action personally, not to mention the 7-colored holy fruit, even. So you got your hands on the rainbow holy tree as well?
Mei Shuiyan slowed down her words. Cough cough. I got it, that's only to be expected. With this evil monarch acting personally, I naturally managed to get my hands on that too. Then, the little beauty of the misty illusory manner, did you get it too? Mei Shuiyan's voice suddenly turned sharp, arriving like the force of thunder. How intelligent was Mei Shuiyan? When she saw this fellow stammering and hesitating, she instantly knew that he was feeling guilty. But, what else could he be worried about? There was basically no need to think about that to know. Cough cough. I got it, this young master is handsome and talented, and would naturally be able to bag the beauty, young Master Jun nodded repeatedly as he boasted. Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped and gasped. His tongue was tied, and he immediately swallowed back the rest of his words. However, he'd already said what he should have said, and he had also said what he shouldn't have said. Mei Shuiyan's expression instantly turned unkind. So you've really gotten your hands on the beauty? Ah, that. I've really gotten the beauty. I didn't actively chase any skirts, but since ancient times, it's always been the case where beauties cannot resist the charms of heroes. Young Master Jun lowered his head guiltily, as if he were a criminal being tried in court. He would have to bring Miao Xiao Miao out sooner or later, and Mei Shuiyan would find out about this in the end no matter what. At least now, he wouldn't have to wait until the very last minute to panic. Jun Moxie still understood the severity of this matter very well. It's always been the case where beauties cannot resist the charms of heroes. You're truly not being humble at all. Mei Shuiyan's lips twitched helplessly as she sighed. Speaking of which, when will you change this butterfly-attracting character of yours? Her expression turned cold as she narrowed her eyes. So you used those methods of yours to anger and drive them away just now, in order to speak to me about this? Jun Moxie nodded his head with a pitiful look on his face. I can't make any decisions on this matter as well. You'd better gather all of them together and tell it to them yourself. Mei Shuiyan said coldly. I still have other matters to attend to, you had a long journey, go in and rest first. Shuiyan, young Master Jun wanted to explain a little further, but before he could say anything, Mei Shuiyan had already disappeared. Jun Moxie sighed heavily. Looks like everything is progressing towards a horrible direction. How should he handle this now? Among all the girls, he felt that Mei Shuiyan should be considered one of the easiest to appease. But now, even she had overturned the vinegar vat and left. As for the others, there seemed to be no point in even asking. Their reactions would definitely be the same or even worse. Moxie, my son, hearing the commotion, Dongfang Wen Xian came out of the door. Mother. Jun Moxie's eyes brightened and he hurriedly ran forward. This mother of his was undoubtedly his strongest supporter, always encouraging him to get a few more wives. If his mother could help him to talk to those girls. Dongfang Wen Xian smiled and hugged him tightly, before examining him up and down. After getting a thorough look, she nodded happily. You're getting better and better looking, as expected of the son that I gave birth to. In that moment, Jun Moxie did not know if he should be laughing or crying. Was his mother praising him, or herself? How confusing, Following that, old Master Jun also walked out slowly with a wide smile on his face. After exchanging some words with his family, Jun Moxie finally had time to go over to Tian Fa Forest to check on the changes there. It was one thing if he didn't look, but the moment he looked, he received the shock of his life. It was just a list of names, but it greatly shocked this evil monarch whose name resounded all over the world right now. Ever since Mei Shuiyan came back, she'd been using all her effort to increase the strength of everyone in the Jun family. Right now, old Master Jun had already reached the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, while Jun Wuyi was even more shocking, directly reaching the Saint Emperor Realm. Although Han Yenya was not as strong as 3rd Master Jun, she'd still reached the peak of the Saint Realm, only one step away from the Saint Emperor Realm. Only young Master Jun's mother Dongfang Wen Xian was comparatively weaker. Dongfang Wen Xian had never enjoyed cultivation, and her foundations were not good. But with the help of the pills and natural treasures, she'd still reached the 1st level of Venerable Realm. Guan Qing Han was a 3rd level Venerable. As Han Yen Meng had better talent and a stronger starting point, she had actually reached the peak of the 4th level Venerable Realm. As soon as she reached the right mental state, she would be able to break through to the Saint Realm at any time. As for the last Duga Shao Yi, she was simply too lazy, and could never quiet her heart down to cultivate. Even with Mei Shuiyan's great efforts to stuff all kinds of pills to her, she only barely reached the first-level venerable realm. Right now, in the entire Jun family, Dugu Xiaoyi and Dongfang Wen Xian's cultivation was the lowest. Even Princess Ling Meng had already become a second-level venerable. But the one with the most shocking improvements was actually Jun Moxie's personal maid, the little lowly Kur. This lass's talents were excellent, and her heart and mind was firm. In the past, she had already eaten quite a few of young Master Jun's pills, and this time, she directly charged all the way to second-level saint, even slightly better than old Master Jun. Such a shocking result had caused even the normally calm young Master Jun to widen his mouth with disbelief. After she finished raising the overall strength of the entire Jun family, Mei Shuiyan gave the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops, as well as Jun Moxie's assassin team another round of upgrades. If it weren't because their meridians had already reached a maximum limit, these people would have advanced even further. After all, they'd already raised their strengths after pushing themselves to the limit before. In such a short time, their meridians hadn't managed to recover and get used to the vast changes. If they relied on pills and external help to break through again, these people's meridians might end up exploding. But even so, these 300 people had also obtained terrifying results after consuming some medicinal liquid that had been made by powder scraped off the top of the spirit vein fragments. Right now, there were over 70 people with Saint Emperor among the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troop. For the 4th level saints, there were a total of 120. As for the rest, even the weakest had reached the standard of 3rd level saints. As for the old expert Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun, they had already reached the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm. Leng Ao and Bailey Luo Yun had also attained cultivation of 2nd-level Saint Emperors. Among the entire Jun family forces, only 2 people had not used the pills to raise their cultivation, Tian Can and DK. Because Jun Moxie had once told them very sternly that as the foundations of their bodies were poor, it was best to raise their strengths using pills and natural treasures only after consuming a marrow-cleansing pill. That way, the effects of the pills would be maximized. Thus, those 2 little fellows had been left behind. Truthfully, those 2 little fellows truly had great steadfastness of mind to endure, remaining unmoved even though the people around them were all advancing with the speed of a rocket. They continued to practice harshly, pushing themselves to the limit every day. It was as if the progress of the others did not affect them at all. The one who had improved the most little Kur, but the person whose strength was raised the most was still Mei Shuiyan herself. After having her strength raised once again by the baptism of the spirit vein, she had risen from the peak of the 3rd level of Saint Emperor realm all the way to 1st level Saint Venerable first. Although the number of levels she'd crossed was not that great, her strength had increased by a shocking amount. With just the strength of the current Jun family, it was already more than sufficient to stand stably at the peak of the world. However, this alone was still not enough if they wanted to look disdainfully down at the rest of the world. But if one considered the strength of the current Tian Fa forest as well, it would be a completely different story. After consuming the pills that Jun Moxie had given them, the 8 senior beast kings had already recovered back to their peak strengths. With the addition of the spirit vein's help, they'd all charged all the way to the level of 2nd level Saint Venerable. As for Big Bear and the other new generation beast kings, they had also reached the 1st level of Saint Emperor as well. The several hundred Xian beasts that originally had the strength to transform into human form had also advanced greatly, reaching at least the 3rd level of the Saint realm. This was not just 10 or 8 people, it was over 500 people. However, the strength improvements had also stopped here. Because, the spirit vein fragments that Mei Shuiyan had brought back had already been completely used up. Apparently, there were still several thousand Xian beasts waiting for their turn in Tian Fa forest. Hearing this figure that wasn't exactly clear, large droplets of sweat rolled down Jun Moxie's back. From the looks of it, this strength is already sufficient to destroy this world. However, this upgrade was not without a price. All those that had advanced had all received a round of heavenly tribulation. In this half a month, the entire Tian Fa forest was filled with dense clouds and endless lightning. There would often be circumstances where tens of people were caught up in the same heavenly tribulation, greatly increasing its fearsomeness. Each of them were struck by lightning so badly that their faces were gray and their hairs were fried. The more serious ones had even been smacked back into their original forms, with injuries all over their bodies. Even Big Bear had all his fat fried clean, nearly losing his life. Apparently, this fellow had been overly exhausted after he brought his wife back, resulting in his essence being damaged. Even though Jun Moxie had already cautioned them laboriously and given them all kinds of things to help them, 2 people from the Heaven Destroyer team had unfortunately been killed by their heavenly tribulation. As for the Tian Fa Xian beasts, over 10 had their form and souls extinguished as well. However, compared to the number that was successful in overcoming the heavenly tribulation, that was an insignificant number. Taking the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit that the Xian beasts had been relying on in the past to advance, the percentage of success was only 2 or 3%. Compared to now, the danger level of advancing could be said to be nearly non-existent, with a never-before-seen high rate of success. Jun Moxie's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and it was already a great accomplishment that he hadn't fallen off his chair. Mei Shuiyan had only brought back 6 pieces of fist-sized spirit vein fragments, but it had actually achieved such a splendid result. Perhaps splendid was not the right word for this. This result should be described with terrifying. Exceedingly shocking. My goodness. If the entire spirit vein was completely used up, wouldn't he be able to create a 1 million strong army of Saint Venerables? Jun Moxie nearly stopped breathing when he thought of that. However, thinking about it was all there was to it. Young Master Jun would never do such a wasteful thing. Before he could wake up from his shock and joy, young Master Jun was directly grabbed up by Mei Shuiyan. Before the eyes of the entire forest, Mei Shuiyan carried young Master Jun and pulled him all the way to a small hall. This was a shared living hall surrounded by a few doors. This was a special residence made for the girls, for them to live together. They were all staying in different rooms, with a common hall in the middle. This setup was rather similar to the structure that the 9 Nether first young master had left in Blizzard's Silver City. A large common area, with many hallways which led to other rooms. With a pu sound, Jun Moxie was thrown roughly onto a small stool before the table. When he looked up, he saw 4 beautiful faces looking intently at him, as if there were 4 mothers lecturing a son. From the looks of it, the trial was about to begin. Mei Shuiyan and Guan Qinghan sat in the middle, while Dugu Xiaoyi and Han Yenmeng sat at the 2 ends. And, looks like these girls have even determined their own positions internally. But this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with that last Han Yenmeng. What is she to do? As the 4 pairs of eyes bored into him, young Master Jun could not help but to hiccup unnaturally. What is going on? Are they getting ready to administer torture to force a confession? 4 pairs of eyes were locked coldly onto Jun Moxie, and even with young Master Jun's strong will, he felt somewhat naked in front of them. This isn't right. Young Master Jun attempted to struggle. We're all family here, and we share the same blanket, we could have just talked about it privately on the bed, but what is this last doing here as well? He was naturally referring to Han Yenmeng. From the way he saw it, after he said those words, that last Dugu Xiaoyi would probably not be affected, while Guan Qinghan would probably snort and leave given her personality. As for Han Yenmeng, she would most probably leave in rage as well. If everything proceeded as he expected, he would only need to deal with Mei Shuiyan and Dugu Xiaoyi for now. That would be much simpler. Because, there was practically no need to deal with Dugu Xiaoyi at all. If other girls did not fall for her Jun Moxie, it would instead be more infuriating for her. Big brother Moxie is so outstanding, and you actually don't like him? What is wrong with you? That would leave only Mei Shuiyan. It was difficult to clap with only one hand, so without any support, it would easy to handle her. But contrary to his expectations, although Guan Qinghan's face turned red, she did not move at all. As for Han Yenmeng, she only snorted lightly and raised her chin in defiance. I've neglected to tell you one thing just now. Mei Shuiyan said coldly. Madam Han from the Blizzard Silver City had asked third uncle and to ask on their behalf, for a marriage between you and second young Miss Han Yenmeng. Grandfather and mother have already agreed. With the agreement of the elders and the 2 sides' parents, the marriage agreement is already settled. Right now, Han Yenmeng is already a part of our Jun family. Dugu Xiaoyi smiled proudly and nodded. That's exactly what happened. Now, she even has to call me elder sister. That is the only condition I raised when mother sought our opinion. Han Yenmeng's face turned red and she stared fiercely at Dugu Xiaoyi. What are you so proud about? You're not even as old as I am, don't you feel any shame? Dugu Xiaoyi snorted and ignored her. Our Jun family's rule is that whoever entered here first is the bigger one. What does it have to do with age? In any case, this young lady is now your elder sister. Han Yan Meng was completely speechless, and she stared angrily at Dugu Xiaoyi. From the looks of it, these two little lasses had quite a bit of quarrels between them. To think you have the face to call yourself elder sister. Which time did you not lose the most when we play mahjong? And to actually have the face to borrow money from me, Han Yan Meng said disdainfully. Dugu Xiaoyi gritted her teeth hatefully. If I don't borrow some money, how would I recoup my losses? One would not necessarily lose every gamble. You damn lass, not even willing to help me win a little. I gave you such obvious hints every time, but you wouldn't give me any tiles. You kicked my legs swollen every time we play mahjong. Do you only know how to speak about others and not yourself? Han Yan Meng rolled her eyes and turned around haughtily. At the same time, she took off her money pouch and shook it with a smirk on her face. A clear clinging sound rang out from inside, and Dugu Xiaoyi's eye immediately welled up with tears, as if she couldn't wait to snatch that pouch over. Jun Moxie's eyes widened with shock. So it wasn't just him attracting one outside, there was actually one more gained at home, and he was actually still the last to know. The orders of his parents. Marriage agreement. So this world was also such an imperfect world. No wonder the four of them had come out together to welcome him when he came back. At that time, he thought that the Han lass was only joining in for fun. And, I almost forgot. Xiao Yi, go and call Qian Sun and Princess Ling Meng over here, and Kur as well. This matter concerns them as well, and they also have a right to know. Mei Shuiyan wielded her authority and instructed in a calm manner. Order received. Dugu Xiaoyi jumped up and walked off in a proud manner, as if she was a great general that had been sent off to the front lines. Jun Moxie's sweat poured down his back. From the looks of it, this situation was no longer four mothers lecturing a son. Instead, it had become 7 countries contending for hegemony. In a short time, all the girls had already gathered. When Green Hunter and the rest saw this strange scene, they could not help but to look at each other with some confusion. They completely could not understand the current situation. Sisters, I'm sure everyone knows by now that Moxie went out this time in consideration for all of our futures. Mei Shuiyan said lightly. Us Xian cultivators would be able to enjoy an exceedingly long lifespan that could last for even 1,000 years or 10,000 years once we reach the peak. However, the prime years of girls are limited, and it is easy for beauty to fade away. Even a country toppling beauty is not exempt from the withering effects of time. Moxie had went out this time precisely to find some miraculous spirit herbs that could help us retain our youth for a long time. As Mei Shuiyan spoke to hear, the entire group gasped aloud. Miraculous spirit herbs that could retain youth for a long time, do such fabled things actually exist for real? Then, has he found them? Dugu Xiaoyi was the most impatient, and she asked first, clearly anticipating the answer. This question of hers also reflected the hearts of the other girls. If he couldn't find it, he probably wouldn't have come back, Mei Shuiyan said in a light voice. However, there's another matter that I need to tell everyone. Although Mei Shuiyan was speaking in a very formal manner, Jun Moxie still shot her a thankful glance when no one was looking. Mei Shuiyan snorted coldly, ignoring him as she continued. Us sisters have gone through many things together, and everyone had already accepted each other. Although it isn't anything strange for a man to have a few wives and concubines, there is still a limit that us girls can accept. Everyone nodded in agreement at this. But this time, although Moxie had found the spirit herbs, something that shouldn't have happened had still happened in that process, Mei Shuiyan said coldly. Without obtaining the approval and opinion of us sisters, he actually secretly had some relations with the little princess of the misty illusory manor, Miao Xiao Miao. Although this matter could be said to have happened as a result of many coincidences, but, the matter should not have been handled like that. It should have at least gone through a discussion with us. Ah, so that's what happened, everyone widened their eyes with realization. So this was the reason that everybody had been gathered together. In simpler words, young Master Jun had cheated outside. The girls looked at each other, and they lowered their heads together. No one spoke first. The first one to speak would be hated by young Master Jun, but what should they do then? Besides, although they had been acknowledged by the Jun family, they hadn't actually conducted the formal wedding ceremony. Did they really have the qualifications to speak or be angry with him? But one thing that cannot be denied was that the girls all felt a sour feeling in their hearts now. At the same time, all of them scolded in their hearts. This fickle-hearted fellow. There are so many beautiful flowers at home, but he still went out and picked up some wild grasses, attracting women everywhere. Is it really true that the flowers at one's own home are never as fragrant as those outside? Among all the girls, only Dugu Xiaoyi and Kuer did not feel much about it. Dugu Xiaoyi only thought to herself, it doesn't seem to be a very great matter. My grandpa had tens of women, and my second uncle, third uncle also, isn't it a very normal thing for men to have many wives and concubines? Why is big brother Moxie's face so troubled? What's the big deal about this? Kuer was even more exaggerated with her thoughts. Our young master is such an exceptional and talented person who is destined to be unrivaled in this world. It's a natural thing that girls will be attracted to him. If those girls outside didn't fall for him, they would be blind. From the looks of it, these two Lolitas did not even feel the slightest bit of jealousy. In fact, they seemed to be somewhat proud. As for Princess Ling Meng, who was sitting in a corner with her head lowered, her heart was in a state of chaos right now. Why? Why was I also called here? These girls are all women that Jun Moxie had acknowledged, or his wives in name. He'd never even said that he'd accepted me before. What should I do? Should I leave immediately? But after thinking like this for a long time, she could not bear to move her feet. Even if I thicken my face and stayed here a little longer, I can at least see him for a second longer. The moment Mei Shuiyan finished with her words, she was greeted with a field of silence. Laughing bitterly, she said, so what should we do? Everyone, you should at least say something, right? The girls looked at each other, but still didn't say anything. After a long time, Guan Qinghan coughed dry and spoke up first. How is the looks of that girl? And how's her character? As she said that, she glanced at Jun Moxie. Moxie is always very principled when it comes to such matters, and he likely wouldn't be moved just because of lust. I'm guessing that there's some other reasons in this. Why don't we let him tell us himself? We'll decide after hearing the entire story. That is good too. Everyone nodded. A light smile appeared at the corner of Mei Shuiyan's lips. The reason she'd called all the sisters together was precisely to help Jun Moxie resolve his problem. Everyone would know about this matter sooner or later, so now was as good a time as any to gather everybody together and reveal it. Furthermore, since everyone was here together, as long as one person said that she didn't mind, the others would be unlikely to object as well. No one would want to seem like a small-minded and jealous woman in Jun Moxie's eyes. Moreover, they hadn't even been married formally yet. Mei Shuiyan's move may seem strict and harsh, but it was actually the best method to resolve Jun Moxie's current headache. What kind of intelligence did Jun Moxie have? He naturally could understand the reason behind this, which was why he was looking at Mei Shuiyan so gratefully. However, Mei Shuiyan still rolled her eyes fiercely. At the same time, young Master Jun heard a faint voice in his ear. This is the only time. No more. Otherwise, you can forget about getting into the nuptial chamber in this lifetime. Jun Moxie shivered heavily as he heard this. This punishment was a little too harsh, And this punishment seemed to be including everybody as well. The matter began like this, Jun Moxie hurriedly explained. However, as he spoke, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. To narrate his love story with another girl in front of all his women, this feeling, was really too strange. When they heard that Jun Moxie had been targeted by the Zhan family in a misty illusory manner, the girls were incredibly infuriated, hating that they couldn't be there as well to beat those two little gigolos up ruthlessly. Naturally, when they heard that Miao Xiao Miao had stood out like that for him, they thought much better of her. Only when they came to the part when the competition with the Zhan family was concluded with his win, did they feel more appeased. The numerous pairs of eyes grew colder as they stared at Jun Moxie. With you flaunting so much, displaying so much talent that no one could match, that Miao Xiao Miao is not blind either, it would be strange if she did not fancy you. What is this if it isn't actively seducing women and courting butterflies? Towards the end, when they heard how Miao Xiao Miao's heart had been broken and she even spat out her heart's blood and fell into a coma because Jun Moxie had harshly rejected her, all of them sighed heavily with an sound as a look of empathy appeared on their faces. These girls could all understand this feeling very personally. If they were rejected like that when they loved him so deeply, at the same time, there was a high possibility of being married off to someone whom they didn't like as a marriage offering, they couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines at the thought. This was really a situation where they wouldn't have any hopes in life, By this point, the attitudes of all the girls had already changed. They even wanted to scream at Jun Moxie to quickly go and save Miao Xiao Miao and had already forgotten that this girl was their so-called wildflower. One had to say, girls were indeed emotional creatures. When they heard that Jun Moxie had ultimately gone and saved Miao Xiaomiao, Guan Qinghan and the rest heaved a sigh of relief together. After that, they heard how Jun Moxie had met one of the 4 original disciples of the 9 Nether First Young Master, and at the birthday of the Manor Lord, Miao Xiaomiao had attracted a heavenly tribulation after eating a pill from him. These events were all exceptionally shocking and the girls were kept on the edges of their seats. Since it was such a precarious situation, in those circumstances where she was so incredibly touched, it would be strange if nothing happened between them. After Miao Xiaomiao finally passed through the heavenly tribulation successfully, and the 2 of them entered the spiritual herbal gardens the next day. As he spoke, the girls listened attentively as if they were listening to an interesting story. Dugu Xiaoyi, Ku'er, and Han Yen Meng were hugging their knees cutely and listening with wide eyes. When Jun Moxie came to the end of his story, the 3 of them asked together. What happened after that? Jun Moxie nearly fainted. Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qinghan and the rest rolled their eyes and sighed. These 3 lasses, did they really think that they were listening to a story? This was a love rival from the outside although it was a very pitiable love rival. But quite clearly, the thoughts of these girls were no longer on this topic or on Miao Xiaomiao. All of them were rather calm. The wood had already been crafted into a boat, and the uncooked rice had already been turned into white rice. What else could they say? They could only accept it. Fortunately, from Jun Moxie's words, this little sister Xiaomiao sounded like a pretty nice person whom they could get along with. The cheating matter had basically already come to an end. Jun Moxie sighed heavily, his heart still conflicted. You girls may be fine, but Miao Xiaomiao still doesn't know that I'm Jun Moxie. This is another emotional knot that I still need to resolve. Right now, everyone was most concerned about another matter. Moxie, does that mean that the 7-colored holy fruits and the exquisite lotus are with you now? With those words, all their eyes shone brightly. This was a miraculous thing of legends that could increase 500 years worth of Xian Qi and retain a person's youth for 500 years. When they thought of how they could live for longer while also retaining their youthful looks, even an icy girl like Guan Qinghan could not remain composed. As long as it was a girl, there were none who would mind being pretty. Does that mean that everybody has no opinions toward Miao Xiaomiao? Mei Shuiyan seized the chance and asked. At this point, no one could be bothered with Miao Xiaomiao. Besides, was there any use even if they were to object? Their man had already been split into so many portions, it wasn't a big deal if he was shared with one more person. The most important thing right now was the exquisite lotus and the 7-colored holy fruit. I do have them here, Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and said. However, an increase of 500 years of Xian Qi and 500 years of youthfulness, those numbers are a bit off. Are they off? Those numbers are passed down from the mouths of the old ancestors, so they might indeed be a bit inaccurate. Mei Shuiyan hesitated and said slowly. How much are they off by? Is the real numbers 300 years? Or 200 years? It's good even if it's 100 years, Dugu Xiaoyi said excitedly. I'll just eat one every 100 years. In any case, we have the tree. It's not 200 years, nor is it 300 years, Jun Moxie raised his hands. It's this. Only 10 years. The girls felt somewhat disappointed. After so much effort, it was only 10 years. This was too much of a blow. Still, even if it's 10 years, it was still better than nothing. As the girls were comforting themselves, Jun Moxie's voice rang out. Why are you all only counting downwards? This is not 10 years, nor 100 years, it's 1,000 years. A round of gasp echoed out, and Dugu Xiaoyi and Han Yen Meng directly jumped up. 1,000 years. Such a heaven-shocking good news caused all the girls to erupt with joy, and they nearly fainted from the excitement. Eternal youth, and 1,000 years of beauty. Could this be a dream? Even if it's a dream, please let me dream a little longer, don't wake me up. Since ancient times, beauties and famous generals did not grow to let the world see their heads of white one. The merciless blades of time was what beauties like them feared and hated the most. It was undoubtedly the most terrifying thing in the world to them. If they could retain their youthful looks, even if it was for a short moment, countless women would pursue it with everything they have. Things like cosmetics and beauty care products were designed to target this part of a woman's heart, which was why they could see so well. Even if it was only a temporary cover, it was enough to make people go crazy over them, not to mention a magical thing like this which could maintain a person's youth and looks for 1,000 years. This was something that all the girls in the world would die to get. Even Mei Shui-yen also had a strangely agitated look in her eyes. All 7 girls sprang to their feet in an instant as they advanced towards Jun Moxie. All of them were rubbing their fists and rolling their sleeves up threateningly as they threatened, "Quickly hand over the stuff." Jun Moxie nearly peed his pants in fear as he backed up against the wall. Who would have thought that these few girls would suddenly explode with such a powerful force? This brother nearly passed out, so the lure of beauty and youth is actually so terrifying. Cornered and threatened, young Master Jun could only take out the previously prepared 5 sets of 7 colored holy fruits. After that, he activated the power of wood in the Hongjun Pagoda and created another 7 sets of fruits. Then, he reached into the exquisite lotus pond and pulled out a comparatively large piece of exquisite lotus root. "Everyone, my queens, this little one only has this much, it's all presented before you, this little one does not dare to hide any for myself, please spare this little one." Jun Moxie served the stuff up with tears in his eyes. From his pathetic form, it seemed as if he'd been robbed 100 times. 7 people, 7 sets of the holy fruit. The huge piece of lotus root was also divided into 7 portions, 1 for each person. The exquisite lotus root that young Master Jun had taken out was truly large enough. Even after being cut into 7 pieces, each piece was still over 3 times the size of the one at the Heaven Saint Palace. Not to mention the size, the effects of it were also vastly superior. For the stuff produced in the Hongjun Pagoda, how would it be of poor quality? Looking at the irresistible temptation before them, the girls could not help but turn slightly short of breath as their faces grew red. Guan Qinghan picked up one set and looked it over curiously before bringing it to her nose and sniffing deeply. After that, she looked at Jun Moxie in a queer manner and asked, "How come there's only this much? Moxie, aren't you eating any?" For the time being, I only have 7 sets. There's 7 of you here, just enough for 1 set per person. Jun Moxie replied as he shook his head internally. Does it matter, whether I eat or not? I'm not a girl, and I'm not afraid of growing old. Then, an extremely complicated look appeared on Guan Qinghan's face, and her jade-like hands trembled lightly. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and controlling herself forcefully, she placed the 7 colored holy fruits and the exquisite lotus back onto the table. As the 2 items left her hand, one could clearly see the strong struggle in her eyes. However, she still put the 2 miraculous treasures back down and stepped back 2 steps. Closing her eyes, she said with a somewhat pale face. "If you don't eat, I won't eat either." "Why?" Jun Moxie was truly shocked. When Guan Qinghan put down the 7 colored holy fruits and the exquisite lotus, she had undoubtedly just completed an intense battle in her heart. Anyone with eyes would be able to see how intense that internal struggle was. But Jun Moxie had not expected that Guan Qinghan would actually make such a choice. Why? Guan Qinghan's color slowly returned to her face. However, her forehead was already lined with sweat. Sighing lethargically, she said, "We care about our appearance, but have you considered who it is for? A gentleman will die for the patron who recognizes his worth, and a girl will doll herself up for the man who loves her. The reason a girl wants to protect her beauty has always been for one reason, for the man she loves." Guan Qinghan looked deeply at Jun Moxie and said in a slow manner, "If you don't eat it, you will inevitably grow old. Even if you're not scared of aging, you will still grow old. At that time, even if we still have beauty enough to topple countries and cities, what is the meaning in that? Since you won't eat, I will also refuse to eat. Let us grow old together then. I believe that is also a very happy thing. Could it be that the words, living together to a ripe old age, is only said for fun?" Qinghan. Jun Moxie felt a heavy tremor in his heart, as if the oceans were flipping over. He had never thought that the cold and proud Guan Qinghan would actually say such words. This girl who looked so indifferent, actually held such extreme emotions. For the sake of Jun Moxie, she was actually willing to let go of the chance for eternal youth. She would rather give up her country-toppling beauty in order to accompany him and grow old. Sister Qinghan is right, I won't eat it either. This time, it was Han Yenmeng who said that. Following that, Duguxiao Yi, Kur, and the rest also placed their portions back on the table. Mei Shuiyan's face was filled with an incredibly touched and relieved look. Jun Moxie felt a sour feeling on his nose, and he coughed lightly a few times to clear his emotions. Smiling lightly, he said, "You've all misunderstood me, when I said that I wasn't eating it, I meant it as I'm not eating it temporarily. There's only 7 sets right now, but in just a short time, there will be a lot more of this stuff. The 7 of you are just the lucky winners of this first harvest, that's all. Not mentioning the other stuff, we have a living rainbow holy tree right now. Although it doesn't bear a lot of fruit, it's still enough for us to eat, not just us, grandpa, mother, third uncle, third aunt, and the rest will also get some. It's just a matter of sooner or later. There's another matter. Third aunt is pregnant now, and she cannot consume such stuff yet, in case there's an accident. Let's not tell her for now, until after the child is born. And, at that time, the second batch should be almost ready. We can use it as a present. You baddie, why didn't you say so earlier? My heart was almost broken just now by having to let go of this thing. Who asked you big baddie to be a teensy bit more valuable than these spirit herbs? Dugu Xiaoyi pouted her mouth and complained. A second later, she laughed happily and beckoned to everyone. Come, everyone, come and eat. Elder sister Qing Han, you should eat quickly as well. From now on, you don't have to worry that there's nobody to appreciate your beauty anymore. Third young master Jun will be able to admire you till a ripe old age. However, the world will never see a single white hair on us beauties. Ha! Guan Qing Han's face turned red, and she lowered her head deeply. However, her eyes were filled with happiness. She once again held the 7-colored holy fruits and the exquisite lotus tightly in her hands. Alright, you should eat it quickly now. Jun Moxie sighed heavily and said as he controlled his emotions. I'll protect you while you cultivate. Later on, the newly acquired energy will charge past the Xian Qi barriers of your body. In other words, it will attract a lightning tribulation. At that time, we'll gather together and go through it together. All the girls nodded their heads. Dugu Xiaoyi, who could not wait, had already popped a fruit into her mouth. Around half a day later. Lightning arched across the sky above Tianfa forest, and the winds and rain fell like a thick wall. That huge storm eye in the sky seemed to be telling everyone. There's someone breaking through here. And, it's not just one person. Such a sight was incredibly shocking, who had ever seen so many people undergoing the heavenly tribulation together? In that case, just how deep was the strength of this evil monarch manor? The heavenly tribulation lightning fell the entire afternoon, only dissipating when the sky was about to turn black. When the people in Tianfa rushed to the site, they discovered to their shock that everything was perfectly peaceful. If it was just peaceful, that would be fine. But there weren't any traces of any lightning tribulation there at all. This matter was truly shocking. Such a phenomenon was incredibly difficult to explain. The only possible explanation was that the person undergoing the lightning tribulation did not dodge any of the lightning strikes at all, facing the entire thing fully and also completely dissipating its might such that not even a single shred of it touched the ground. The instant that this only plausible explanation was raised, it was immediately shot down. This explanation that seemed reasonable was simply too ridiculous and completely impossible. No one in the world was capable of doing this since ancient times till now. Even the creator of Xian Qi cultivation, the 9 nether first young master would likely not be able to do it. However, apart from this ludicrous explanation, was there any other way to explain this phenomenon? On the 7th day of the 6th month, 1,000 li north of Tianfa forest. As they looked at the endless span of dark clouds and the lightning that fell like rain, Miao Dao and Miao Jian's faces turned heavy. Miao Xiaomiao wore a simple dress and stood behind the two of them, looking curiously at the strange sight. Her expression was exceedingly calm. Although Miao Xiaomiao was already at the venerable realm, her understanding of Xian cultivation was comparatively weak. Although the heavenly tribulation she had experienced that day was shockingly powerful and was fraught with dangers, all the risks had been borne by Jun Moxie alone. She could be said to have walked over a precipice as if strolling on a highway. From what she knew, this heavenly tribulation was still not comparable to her heavenly tribulation that day. Thus, she naturally did not feel much about this. But Miao Dao and Miao Jian was widely experienced. How could they not see the kind of danger in this lightning tribulation? Miao Jian raised his eye and said in a heavy tone. That is the direction that Tianfa forest is in. From my estimations, the heavenly tribulation should be taking place at the fringes of Tianfa forest. If I'm not wrong, someone powerful has broken through in Tianfa forest. Miao Dao nodded heavily and sighed, and looking at the scale of this, I'm afraid there's more than just 1 or 2 people undergoing the lightning tribulation together. From the direction that the lightning is striking, and the might of this storm, there should be at least 3 or more people this time. Pausing for a moment, he laughed coldly. Don't those people know that the lightning tribulation will become stronger the more people are involved? If it's not because they haven't failed yet, I would even say that those people are simply seeking death. Not mentioning the other stuff, just the might of that lightning tribulation is clearly already at the Saint Venerable level. But to actually not fail despite such a powerful force, those people must have absolute confidence to think of using such an unwise method. Ah Jian, from the looks of it, this Tian Fa forest strength exceeds even our initial estimations. If all of them manage to pass this heavenly tribulation, we'll have to reevaluate our strategy. Miao Jian's expression was also exceedingly ugly. Dao, what should we do if the 3 holy lands choose to disregard the bigger picture this time? Miao Dao's face also turned ugly. Considering seriously for a moment, he said, I believe that the 3 holy lands wouldn't really disregard the bigger picture. However, it's impossible for them to not create any hindrances. Their side is already irreconcilable with Jun Moxie's side, and their enmity can be said to be impossible to resolve. If not for the war for seizing the heavens being so close and their strength is already insufficient, they would have already attacked Jun Moxie's side long ago. So, although they would not go so far as to try to smash up this event, they would probably apply pressure in many areas, not allowing this evil monarch to have his way. The opening ceremony has an auspicious significance. If it doesn't start off well, the influence of the evil monarch would not be as great as predicted. At least, it wouldn't be as dazzling as the noontime sun like now. So, if both sides began fighting, the consequences will undoubtedly be very serious. At that time, our positions could become very awkward. Especially now that we'd seen for ourselves the strength of Jun Moxie's side. The moment we make out choice, it would very possibly have a very far-reaching effect on the future. An old man drifted over lightly like a gust of wind, and stood beside the two with a slight smile. There's no need to be overly worried about the actions of the 3 holy lands. After all, we will not be choosing to stand on the side of the 3 holy lands this time. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Of course, we won't be standing on the evil monarch's side either. Miao Xiaomiao hesitated for a moment and said, but I'm afraid it would be quite difficult to maintain a neutral position anymore. Furthermore, an action like urging the tiger to devour the wolf is not necessarily beneficial, right? If the 2 sides are really intent on vying for hegemony over the continent, our misty illusory manner would undoubtedly need to choose a side for support. If we simply watched coldly from the side, it would only gain the displeasure of both sides. No matter which side comes out the victor in the end, it wouldn't be beneficial to the future development of our misty illusory manner. Miao Xiaomiao naturally had her reason for speaking out, and her words were also very reasonable. As the granddaughter of the manor lord, it was expected for her to know more of this kind of things. Although she knew that the misty illusory manor could be considered to be self-sufficient on the surface, but there was actually a considerable portion of resources which they still relied on the outside world for. To get their hands on those resources, there was a need for them to have a certain amount of friendship with the main powers outside. Previously, they had already worked with the 3 holy lands a few times and had built up a bit of relationship with them. The 7 colored holy fruits that Xiaoying had consumed was one such important trade. The 3 holy lands had a monopoly on all those resources that the misty illusory manor lacked. Although the misty illusory manor was domineering, they could not ignore the outside world and live alone. After all, although the 3 holy lands claimed to be separate from the worldly affairs, there were still countless large families with considerable strength that were affiliated with them. When added together, the influence and things that they could affect were still extremely terrifying, enough to change the situation of the entire world outside. And the will of these large and influential families could be completely controlled by the 3 holy lands. Thus, the ability to control the world was actually laying in the hands of the 3 holy lands. It was just that they had already become used to their position and no longer needed to use those powers. But if they decided to use these powers, it would result in a huge change in the world. Little lass Xiaomiao has worried overly. The points you mentioned are the core of the misty illusory manor, so how would this old man not understand? Ultimately, it is naturally impossible to not choose a side. The old man looked at Miao Xiaomiao with praise as he smiled. But for now, we don't have to truly choose yet. Because, we will only be working with the side that wins in the end. There was still another sentence that the old man hadn't said. Although it can't be confirmed right now, but if Jun Moxie is Mo Junyi. There was a marriage agreement with the misty illusory manor, but if he loses in this battle, the misty illusory manor won't choose him. This matter concerned the 10,000 years future of the misty illusory manor. It couldn't be taken lightly and changed just because of personal feelings. Miao Xiao Miao nodded in a somewhat confused manner. Although she had detected the contradictory words in the words of this sixth grandpa, she did not continue to pursue the topic. Because all along the way, she had sensed that these few elders seemed to be hiding something intentionally from her. Miao Xiao Miao didn't know what was going on, but she was not that interested in poking her nose into matters that were above her. Although she was the only granddaughter of the manor lord, she was still young. It wasn't a big deal if the elders decide not to let her know about certain things. Besides, her main objective in this trip was to look for Jun Xie. That evil monarch fellow had nothing to do with her. It was better if they didn't tell her, at least, she would get to travel leisurely without any troubles. The Zhan family's Zhan Wuyun had come with his brother Zhan Wufeng and 12 other saint-level experts. At this time, they were standing silently behind him. Beside him, there were 2 4th-level saint emperors who were here as his bodyguards. Although the combined strength of the two of them were not greater than Chao Guofeng and the others when they worked together, it wasn't inferior by much either. The lineup that the Zhan family had sent out this time was already sufficient to sweep through this world unrivaled, under normal circumstances. If it was not because it was the opening ceremony of the evil monarch manor, and a strong showing was required, and if not for the other purposes of the Zhan family, Zhan Wuyun would not have sent out such a large force. But when they saw the dense lightning clouds that stretched for 100 li in the sky, all of their faces turned slightly green with fright. The look of fear in their eyes was extremely obvious, even though they were not the ones undergoing the lightning tribulation. The ferocity of this heavenly tribulation was so great that their own lightning tribulations were not even 1% as strong as this. And this exceedingly fearsome heavenly tribulation actually carried on for an entire afternoon. Miao Dao and the rest had also stopped on this mountain 1,000 li away, for the entire duration. Only when night descended did they finally return to their tents. There were 21 people from the misty illusory manor in this trip. The Miao family had Miao Xiao Miao, Miao Dao, Miao Jian, and the 6th elder Miao Zhan. The Zhan family had 17 people, including Zhan Wuyun, Zhan Wufeng, the 2 saint emperor guards, and 12 saint experts. The only person of the younger generation from the Zhan family was the previously 3rd-ranked and now 1st-ranked youth, Zhan Yuting. In the Zhan family's Zhan Wuyun's heart, this evil monarch manor opening ceremony was nothing but a simple ceremony for formality's sake. It was a good opportunity for the young generation to broaden their views. Since the deaths of Zhan Yushu and Zhan Qingfeng had already become an unchangeable reality, they could only bring this Zhan Yuting, who had never seen the world, to come out and gain more experience. After all, he now carried the hope and future of the entire Zhan family. In a country of the blind, a one-eyed man would be king. They had already arrived there early noon. Although there was nothing very unique about this area, it was actually the place where the misty illusory manor and the 3 holy lands joined up whenever they had to meet up and go somewhere together. For thousands of years, this had already become a habit. So although the misty illusory manor had already reached early, they were waiting for the other 3 forces. "Grandpas, why aren't we moving anymore? Isn't there still a bit of distance till we reach there?" Miao Xiao Miao asked in a confused tone. They had rushed here like the speed of lightning all the way, so why did they suddenly stop? From the looks of it, there was still over 1,000 li until they reached the evil monarch manor. Although with their speed, this distance could be covered in just a few short days, it was still quite far away. Along the way, whenever Miao Xiao Miao passed by a place with people, she would always ask about Mo Jun Xie, seeking to find his trial. However, it was destined that no one would know about this person who did not exist at all. Miao Xiao Miao had traveled with endless hope in her heart, but it grew into greater worry as she went along. "Little lass, this is the first time you've been to Xian continent, and you naturally wouldn't know. We're waiting here for the 3 holy lands to meet up with them and go forward together." Miao Dao looked at Miao Xiao Miao and sighed lightly. Although the manor lord had mentioned some words to them, and there were even some biases in his words, but if this Tian Fa's evil monarch's faction was too weak, it would instead become a burden to the misty illusory manor. At that time, Miao Xiao Miao's love affair might have to be sacrificed. After all, the happiness of a little girl was truly insignificant compared to the entire misty illusory manor. The only hope was that Mo Jun Xie was not Jun Moxie. If that was the case, all the problems would be easily solved. The misty illusory manor could continue working with the 3 holy lands, and they could force the evil monarch out of the game together. No matter what, that would be an easier choice than joining hands with the evil monarch manor to destroy the 3 holy lands. And Miao Xiao Miao would also be able to obtain her happiness, while the misty illusory manor would not lose their only legendary prodigy with the free and natural physique. 3 Holy Lands. Oh, Miao Xiao Miao suddenly giggled and continued. So it's the 3 Holy Lands that were pushed into a corner by that evil monarch with no means of retaliation? I always heard that 3 Holy Lands have always been in existence equally famous as misty illusory manor, from the looks of it now. You must not speak of such words. Miao Zhan solemnly stopped Miao Xiao Miao, his tone unusually stern. He said in a low voice, the 3 Holy Lands have never been simple. The strongest forces behind the 3 Holy Lands, the Heaven Saint Palace has never intervened in this matter. In other words, what that Jun Moxie has dealt with was merely the peripheral forces of the 3 Holy Lands. The strength of the 3 Holy Lands, excluding that of Heaven Saint Palace, is indeed not comparable to us. But if Heaven Saint Palace is involved, even us, misty illusory manor, can only face them by going all out. What more that small, tiny, evil monarch? What 6th grandpa means is that the situation is very unfavorable for this evil monarch to open his faction. His current, powerful stage is no more than a pipe dream. Miao Xiao Miao cleverly asked, blinking her eyes. That is more or less what I mean. Looks like you lass were just trying to worm facts out of this old man. Miao Zhan chuckled helplessly. There are no outsiders here, so I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I truly do not think highly of this evil monarch who has abruptly risen. If the evil monarch only wishes to build his own faction and slowly develop it for fun, as long as he doesn't reveal overly great ambitions or too impressive strength, then he will still be able to maintain it for a few years. But the moment he reveals that he intends to make claims as equals with the 3 Holy Lands, or does anything unbeneficial for the 3 Holy Lands, the moment the 3 Holy Lands are unable to face him on their own, then Heaven Saint Palace will definitely not stand by and continue watching. When that time comes, the one that will be unlucky will only be the evil monarch manor. In that Heaven Saint Palace, there are no less than 50 Saint Venerable level experts. And there are already a number of them who have already broken through the realms of a Saint Venerable. And, gone to even higher levels. Miao Dao said as he sighed. Since the 3 Holy Lands have such a thick and solid foundation, and they have us as their ally, then why are you sighing for, Grandpa Dao? Miao Xiao Miao had sensed that when Miao Dao was sighing, he took a glance at her. Why? Isn't it all because of you lass? Miao Dao thought helplessly. But he replied, when 2 tigers fight, there is bound to be one injured. And right now, it just happened to be right before the war for seizing the heavens. The moment both sides engage in a battle, there will only be chaos in the world. It must be kept in mind that as long as there are endless repercussions of these fights amongst these higher levels, it will affect the entire world. When that time comes, the common people will be caught in the chaos of war for thousands of years again. Didn't 6th Grandpa say earlier that the Heaven Saint Palace's strength is powerful enough to guarantee victory? Could this evil monarch really have such powerful strength? Could it be that he already has enough power to destroy the 3 Holy Lands? Miao Xiao Miao picked this point up from Miao Zhan's words. She suddenly felt aghast. Because Miao Zhan had just said, but the moment he reveals that he intends to make claims as equals with the 3 Holy Lands, or does anything unbeneficial for the 3 Holy Lands, the moment the 3 Holy Lands are unable to face him on their own, then Heaven Saint Palace will definitely not stand by and continue watching. This sentence was enough to show that right now, the 3 Holy Lands no longer had the confidence to win that evil monarch with their own strength. And they need the experts from Heaven Saint Palace to intervene to suppress this evil monarch. That's right. Miao Jian nodded his head solemnly. If the evil monarch really wishes to do so, he will definitely be able to do it. But even if he succeeds, his destruction by Heaven Saint Palace is unavoidable. The moment this battle clashes between the two, both sides will suffer great losses. This is without a doubt. Miao Xiao Miao widened her eyes in shock. But, didn't the rumors have it that evil monarch, Jun Moxie from Tianxiang, is only 20 years of age? He is so young, but is he really this capable? How is this possible? To be more exact, that evil monarch's age is only 18.5 years. He is yet to be 19. The one who said this was the second in command of the Zhan family, Zhan Wufeng. Seeing that there was an interesting conversation here, he brought his grandson Zhan Yuting over and was in time to continue the conversation from Miao Xiao Miao's words. 18.5 years old, Miao Xiao Miao took in a sharp breath. 18.5 years old. This age. It seems that he is half a year younger than Jun Yi, and naturally, making him younger than me by half a year. But look at him, then look at myself. Miao Xiao Miao couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. But she quickly raised her brow and thought. No matter how powerful your Xian cultivation is, you will never be like my Jun Yi, well-versed in all aspects and an expert in every single area. Furthermore, Jun Yi has the legendary free and natural physique. It is just a matter of time for him to surpass this evil monarch in terms of his Xian cultivation. It won't take long for my Jun Yi to crush that evil monarch until he cannot lift his head. This evil monarch can be said to be the #1 prodigy in this world. It has been more than 10,000 years since the existence of Xian continent. But a prodigy like this has never appeared before. Even if it is the 9 Nether first young master, whose achievements are unprecedented, he may not necessarily be unsurpassable. Because even if he had the strength like the evil monarch at when he was at that age. If this evil monarch makes it through this hurdle, he may just be another 9 Nether first young master. And even stronger. Zhan Wufeng said nonchalantly. He looked at Miao Xiao Miao and said with a smile, young lady Miao's husband, that young master Mo Jun Yi with the free and natural physique, can also be considered a rare, prodigal figure in this world. But one's true value can only be determined through comparison. Mo Jun Yi may be one of a kind, but compared to Jun Moxie, they are still worlds apart. One is like a phoenix that soars in the heavens, the other, is more like a chicken whose wings have yet to develop. The Zhan family had been completely wiped out in dealing with this free and natural physique Mo Jun Yi. Not only did they lose 2 successors they had high hopes in, they also lost a Saint Venerable expert. Although they all died unclear deaths, but it was ultimately all because of Mo Jun Yi. The hatred between the two was entrenched deeply. Right now, they finally had the rare opportunity to humiliate him. How could they not make full use of it? Mo Jun Yi was a prodigy, but right now, there was a great prodigy who was 1,000 times stronger than Mo Jun Yi. Before this heaven-defying Jun Moxie, Mo Jun Yi may perhaps develop to become powerful in the future, but right now, he was nothing. How could a mere golden Xian's cultivation suffice as anything? He was merely an ant. Zhan Wufeng knew insulting Mo Jun Yi before Miao Xiao Miao was something that was not suitable for his own status, but he still couldn't help but blurt it out. His tone was extremely genial, and his smile still hung on his face. But his provocation was extremely obvious. Who are you saying is a phoenix? Who is the chicken? You're the bald chicken. Miao Xiao Miao was so enraged that her gorgeous face turned red. Her voice also became sharp as she stared at this 3rd-level Saint Emperor from the Zhan family intently. The chilling look in her eyes was so sharp that this Saint Emperor expert Zhan Wufeng was a little afraid to face it. Little sister Xiao Miao, who is the phoenix and who is the chicken? Do we really have to spell it out? Zhan Yuting said with a grin, fanning himself. As the saying goes, justice is the free will of the people. Jun Moxie's reputation has truly shaken the world, looking down on the world. And with his own strength, he created his own empire from nothing, and is claiming to be equals with the strongest forces of Xian continent, the 3 Holy Lands. And stands at the more advantageous position. Whereas your Mo Jun Yi may have the free and natural physique, but he only has the strength of a golden Xian. And at the most, he only knows a couple of tricks and despicable methods. He probably does not even have the means to fend for himself. Don't tell me that compared to Jun Moxie, Mo Jun Yi is the phoenix. You. Miao Xiao Miao was so infuriated that her body trembled. But her suddenly calmed down and scoffed coldly. 3rd young master Zhan is right, it is impressive and remarkable that Jun Moxie has this sort of achievements and strength for his age. Comparing him as a phoenix soaring in the skies makes sense. As to my Jun Yi, it is true that his wings are still undeveloped. But if Jun Yi is a chicken, then, what is the Zhan family that has been defeated by Jun Yi based on his strength alone? The crushed worms under the sharp claws. How could Miao Xiao Miao endure the blatant insults this pair from the Zhan family was hurling at Mo Jun Yi? She gave a strong rebuttal, spewing all sorts of incisive words. Zhan Yuting couldn't help but be dumbfounded upon hearing this. He had never expected the soft-spoken Miao Xiao Miao was capable of saying such words, and in such an unflinching manner. He couldn't help but turn completely red. After a long while, he retorted in embarrassment. That is because he is lucky. He just happened to meet with his forte. Otherwise, Mo Jun Yi would already be doomed. Oh. I wonder why the Zhan family is so unlucky. Your luck is determined by the wills of the heavens. If even the heavens are not standing on the side of the Zhan family, then what victory or defeat do you speak of? What phoenix and chicken? The frog that at the bottom of the well presumptuously speaking of the creatures in heaven, how truly ignorant. Miao Xiao Miao no longer held back her tongue, her words are sharp and cutting like knives. Miao Xiao Miao was always sweet-tempered and was never one who was this acrimonious. But the Zhan family insulting Mo Junyi was trampling on the reverse scale in Miao Xiao Miao's heart. In such an unrestrained and unbridled manner. But these few sentences of hers, especially, if even the heavens are not standing on the side of the Zhan family, had stabbed right at Zhan Wufeng's sore spot. Zhan Wufeng thought of how the Zhan family's 1,000 years of effort going up in smoke. Wasn't it really a case of even the heavens are not standing on the side of the Zhan family? A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his black hair began to rise. Zhan Wufeng had never expected this last to be this sharp-tongued. Every single line was so insulting as if she were hinting at something else. From her words, it was as if she knew something. He couldn't help but feel more wary of her. But he was just having groundless fears. The reason why Miao Xiao Miao said these was completely because she was forced by their words, and not because she really got a hold on some secret of the Zhan family. But as the saying went, a casual remark sounds significant to a suspicious listener. The moment Zhan Wufeng heard this, he felt something is off and couldn't help but begin to feel suspicious. Stop bickering. We are making this trip representing the misty illusory manner. Why are we bickering amongst ourselves? Zhan Wufeng, you are already a few hundred years old. Wrangling with a young lass in such an unbridled manner, do you still have any shame? Miao Dao turned around and chided impatiently. His cold gaze looking at Zhan Wuyun. But his protectiveness over Miao Xiao Miao was clear in his words. Zhan Wufeng turned red and immediately shut his mouth. Miao Zhan scoffed coldly. He found these people from the Zhan family insufferable. Since he already intended not to bring these people back alive, naturally he had no need to banter with a few people who were about to die. But he still felt that time was passing a little too slowly, letting these **stards behave so arrogantly like this before him. Right now, Miao Zhan was thinking. Should I let these people die in the hands of the evil monarch? Or just let them die in my hands? Since they're destined not to return alive, as opposed to letting an outsider have it easy, might as well do it ourselves, so that their deaths will not bring down the mighty repute of the misty illusory manner. Miao Jian breathed out slowly and mumbled to himself. Why haven't the people from 3 holy lands arrived yet? Although this is a distance from the 3 holy lands, but it doesn't make sense for not a single one of them not arriving yet. Miao Dao smiled. The 3 holy lands have always been eruptive in the way they handle things. They often gain the initiative by striking first, catching the enemy off guard. I believe they're already near. Just as he was saying this, Miao Dao's expression changed. Following which, Miao Jian and Miao Zhan's expressions also turned serious. All 3 of them turned to look in the direction of a dense forest. There was a powerful aura coming over from that direction at exceedingly high speed. Miao Dao shook his head and said in bewilderment. How uncanny, speak of the devil. Miao Jian shook his head and uttered softly, the people of the Holy Lands are really devils. You speak of the **starred and he comes. Miao Xiao Miao guffawed, her body trembling from the laughter. Miao Jian's words are really insulting. Brother Miao, to arrive this early. Ha, looks like the misty illusory manner is rather concerned about this matter with the evil monarch. We have allowed Brother Miao to wait for us for so long, that is truly great sin, ah. A clear, unfettered voice rang out. Following this voice, 7 white figures appeared from the dense forest. Brother Gu, why is it you who has came personally? Looks like the elusive world of immortals came prepared, ah. Miao Zhan laughed and walked over to greet. From the shadows of the forest, 7 white figures emerged, 6 males and a female. They were all donned in white robes. The men had ash-gray hair, and a sharp look in their eyes. The only woman amongst them looked like she had walked out of a painting, an ethereal beauty like an immortal who had descended in the mortal world. I believe this one in the middle is the current palace lord of the elusive world of immortals, Mo Wu Dao. Miao Zhan's eyes landed on that man in the center of the 7 people with a curious look in his eyes. This person's face was handsome like a crowned jade with delicate features. He had white robes that contrasted with his black hair. Upon first look, he really looked like an otherworldly existence, extremely carefree and unfettered. And most importantly, amongst these 7 people, he had the lowest cultivation. Just in terms of cultivation, he was only slightly stronger than Miao Xiao Miao and Zhan Yuting, amongst those who were present. But he had an air of calmness, confidence, and ease, with a vague tinge of nobility, as if he gave orders without even opening his mouth. And of the other 6 people, amongst the 5 men, 3 were Saint Emperors and were 2 Saint Venerables. And that beautiful female also has the cultivation level of a Saint Venerable. Her strength slightly higher amongst all of them. These 6 people may be above Mo Wu Dao in terms of their cultivation, but in terms of presence, he stood out exceedingly. It was enough to tell that this person was not ordinary. This was a demeanor that was cultivated from giving orders from a high position for a long time. The other people didn't have it. Mo Wu Dao had a kind look in his eyes as he looked at Miao Zhan and greeted him with a smile. This is Miao Zhan from Misty Illusory Manor. Senior Miao, this junior Mo Wu Dao greets senior. His words were extremely ordinary, but the moment this ordinary sentence came out of his mouth, it gave one a genuine and sincere feeling. Coupled with the look in his eyes, everyone felt that his greeting was sincere and heartfelt, with not the slightest bit of falseness. Miao Zhan looked at him for a while silently. Mo Wu Dao maintained his smile. Although he did not open his mouth to speak again, but that sincere smile and clear look in his eyes made one feel that this person was a modest gentleman and worth befriending. Mo Wu Dao, truly remarkable. Miao Zhan sighed softly. Just this demeanor alone was truly rare to find in a Misty Illusory Manor, with the exception of Miao Huanyu. No wonder this person can rule the elusive world of immortals with the strength of a 3rd-level venerable with no one who unconvinced. Just this profound shrewdness in his methods alone is already unsurpassable. Wu Dao is unworthy of that praise of remarkable from senior. Worldly affairs have bothered me for many years and I am truly ashamed to not have made any improvements in my cultivation. Senior Qiao Ying is the head for the journey this time. This junior is merely here to make up for the numbers. Mo Wu Dao said, pointing to the woman in their group. That elegant woman was Qiao Ying. With Qiao Ying's status and position, she need not come forth on this trip. But Qiao Ying was truly worried about the exquisite lotus that Jun Moxie had taken. To Qiao Ying, those exquisite lotus were like her own children. How could she not be deeply worried? This sort of feeling was naturally incomparable to others. Qiao Ying may be powerful and was the one in command for this trip amongst all the rest from the elusive world of immortals, but when it came to handling affairs, it was the opposite case. But it was a fact that her status is extraordinary, so although Mo Wu Dao was the palace lord of elusive world of immortals, he still treated her with respect. But no one would believe that she was the one in command for this journey. This is Miss Qiao Ying. We've heard of your great name for a long time. Miao Zhan said sincerely. In the entire Misty Illusory Manor, almost everyone knew of Qiao Ying's name. She was the only other unique existence that had eaten the 7-colored holy fruit outside of Misty Illusory Manor. And at the same time, she was also fortunate enough to eat the exquisite lotus. And more than once. This sort of good fortune blessed by heavens was truly matchless. Not only Miao Zhan, but Miao Dao, Miao Jian, Miao Xiao Miao, and those from the Zhan family also focused their gaze on Qiao Ying. They had all heard of her name, but had never seen her before. So it was really an eye-opener for them today. Qiao Ying may have high cultivation, but compared to an ordinary person with no Xian cultivation, she was at a loss as to how to react to the looks from everyone else. She didn't know how to reply. Having seen the svelte of all the seniors today, the Misty Illusory Manor truly lives up to its reputation. Mo Wu Dao is truly ashamed of. Mo Wu Dao sighed. As he spoke, he shook his head, his low spirits were obvious on his face. And there was a flash of shame. Although it was only a flash, everyone saw it. This made one believe that this person admitting to his own flaws, practical and realistic, not exaggerating at all. He was truly one who was worthy of being trusted. Just this line alone had saved Qiao Ying from her self-awkwardness. Truly smooth and slick enough to make everything go his way. The Holy Lands controls the world and rules over the secular world. If not for Palace Lord Mo ruling the elusive world of immortals, how will those old fellows have the time to cultivate? Miao Zhan said with a smile. Palace Lord Mo may have been hindered in your cultivation, but it is all for the welfare of all the lives in the world. Your current work will benefit the next 1,000 years to come. This old man and the rest truly feels deep veneration for someone like Palace Lord. Even if your cultivation is somewhat weak, but what does that matter? It could be seen that Miao Zhan had a good impression of Mo Wu Dao. It was truly difficult to feel dislike a person when facing someone like this. Mo Wu Dao laughed carefreely. How could I not understand this logic? It's just that, everyone is capable of speaking about this logic, even myself included, but it is still inevitable to feel some disappointment. Wu Dao's immature antics have truly incurred seniors' ridicule. As they talked, both parties have easily walked alongside towards the tents that they had set up earlier. The three Saint Emperors from the elusive world of immortals began to swiftly set up their own tents beside those that the misty illusory manor had set up. They may be Saint Emperor experts, but compared to Miao Zhan and Xiao Ying, they really did not amount to anything much. Everyone exchanged pleasantries and entered the tent, sitting down accordingly to their statuses. Mo Wu Dao may be a junior, but he was still the palace lord of the elusive world of immortals, and at the same time, his words counted most amongst all these present. So he took the first seat. Mo Wu Dao was seated, then Xiao Ying, who was the one in command in name only, sat down in the second seat. I wonder what opinions the seniors of Misty Illusory Manor have towards the evil monarch opening his own faction. Mo Wu Dao asked with a smile, a calm look in his eyes, and a humble expression on his face. The moment this sentence was said, Miao Dao, Miao Jian, Miao Zhan and Zhan Wufeng sensed it at the same time. Through only a couple of exchange of greetings and his unique charisma and speech, Mo Wu Dao had successfully taken control of the direction of the conversation. This man was truly impressive. His question was, what opinion do they have towards the evil monarch opening his faction? There was no problem with this question upon first glance, it was a very ordinary question. But everyone's line of thought was completely confined within this topic. The moment you spoke, you must answer his question first. And while this question may seem like an ordinary question at first glance, there was an extremely sharp focus hidden within. And it was focusing on the evil monarch. The four of them knew that the moment Mo Wu Dao began with this sentence, if they were unable to bring out another topic strong enough to change the current one, all the conversations that followed would be controlled by Mo Wu Dao and would be headed in the direction that was unfavorable for the evil monarch. And this sort of situation was extremely unfavorable for those from Misty Illusory Manor, who had already made up their mind to stay neutral and observe first. But everyone had come because of the matter of the evil monarch starting his own faction, so what other topic could be more important than this? I wonder what is Palace Lord Mo's opinion, Miao Zhan chuckled. We, the Misty Illusory Manor, belongs away from the secular world. When it comes to the Xian continent, we will forever watch from afar. We really do not have much understanding of the evil monarch. Palace Lord Mo can share your opinions and the tactics the elusive world of immortals will be employing this time. We use it as a reference, how is that? Mo Wu Dao laughed bitterly. Senior Miao is truly impressive, just a sentence alone, you've pushed this question back to this junior. However, as to this matter, I truly have nothing to say. It is not because I'm trying to evade giving my opinions, but because, my brother, Mo Xiaoyao, truly died a tragic death in the hands of the evil monarch Jun Moxie. This vengeance and hatred is too deep. So, no matter what I say, it will be biased and unfair. He furrowed his brows, as if he were in a pinch. If seniors could give me your pointers, that would be best. But if it is difficult to have an opinion yet, then it's wait for Supreme Golden City Shiroa Chen and Illusory Blood Si Huyen Ao Bo to arrive first. Then, we can come up with a countermeasure to deal with this situation together. Miao Zhan gave a non-committal smile and replied. Palace Lord Mo is frank, speaking from your bottom of your heart. But it has been a tiring journey for everyone, we should get some rest first. This matter is not urgent. There is still time before the 15th. We completely have enough time to gather our brains to think of a perfect countermeasure. A sharp look flashed across Mo Wu Dao's eyes before vanishing. He smiled sincerely and replied. As such, I'd have to trouble Senior to worry about it then. Everyone from the Miao family returned to their tent, all of them wearing a frown. Zhan Wuyun also came in to join them, sitting down. What do you think of this Mo Wu Dao? Miao Zhan asked solemnly, looking at everyone with his brows furrowed. This Mo Wu Dao is truly difficult to analyze. If we are able to figure him out, I believe it will be the equivalent of figuring out half of Jun Moxie. Mo Wu Dao holds the leading position amongst the three holy lands. Then in the future, if we work with the three holy lands in the future, we will have more confidence. And our current goal is to find out the disposition and characteristics of Jun Moxie, as well as his strengths and weaknesses. If the three holy lands are really defeated, this is also a necessary point for working with the evil monarch. This is also what the Manor Lord had seriously instructed us to absolutely do before we came, and it must be done well. Miao Zhan was very serious and cautious when he said this line. Especially when he said the line, "If the three holy lands are really defeated," he obviously hesitated, but ultimately said it. But it was obvious that he had extreme difficulty getting the word defeated out. As if in the heart of this expert of misty illusory manner, the defeat of the three holy lands in the hands of the evil monarch was something that sounded ridiculous, but not completely impossible. The moment this was said, everyone fell into deep thoughts. Everyone was clear what Miao Zhan meant by his words. They only had a brief interaction with Mo Wu Dao, they had barely had any significant exchanges and they parted ways just like that. Everyone could easily repeat the conversation between Miao Zhan and Mo Wu Dao earlier. They were just pleasantries. From start to end, they were just pleasantries. But Miao Zhan wanted to find out valuable information from these couple of pleasantries. And from there, analyze Mo Wu Dao as a person. These were high expectations. Even Miao Xiaomiao was shocked. In her point of view, from how harmonious the exchange between both parties were just now, she though this sixth grandpa had a good impression of this palace lord of elusive world of immortals, as if there was a familiarity at first sight. Who knew that the moment he turned around, he wanted to dissect the other person's mind and thoughts. The world of the adults was truly incomprehensible. This person, Mo Wu Dao. Mo Wu Dao, Miao Dao scrunched his brows and began to think hard. He and Miao Jian were people who were like murderous butchers. It was really not their forte to be thinking and analyzing in detail. After murmuring to himself for quite a while, he said, "I don't know why, I just don't like this person." After such a long time, he only managed to come up with this sentence. Miao Zhan was extremely angry. "You don't say. Who cares whether you like or dislike him? I only want to know why. And this instead, you don't even know this most important part." But Miao Jian was nodding his head aggressively, agreeing with his brother. Miao Xiaomiao burst into giggles. "Wu Feng, you go first." Miao Zhan sighed. This was also the greatest meaning he had for calling Zhan Wu Feng. And the only purpose and use Zhan Wu Feng had on this operation. Only someone who was used to playing with schemes and plots was an expert at analyzing. Letting him make an analysis was making good use of someone's talent. Mo Wu Dao, Zhan Wu Feng sucked in a breath of air as he tried to recall everything that occurred earlier. This person has an air of a leader and is extremely approachable, making people unknowingly feel refreshed and harmonious when around him. And one more thing, be it in his words or actions, it reveals that he is someone with good upbringing and poise. When he speaks, he always looks right into the eyes of the other party, and his gaze is sincere, showing his utmost sincerity. Especially when it comes to his control of his speech. It is likely that he has gone through strict training. He knows exactly which words to emphasize, which sentence to intentionally deliver later, what tone to use for each word. Zhan Wu Feng said, "This is something that only aristocrats need to be trained in. But most aristocratic families will not go to this extent. Someone like this will not appear without the accumulated efforts of numerous generations." Yet Mo Wu Dao has been brought to the point of perfection and can be said to be an expert amongst experts in this aspect, which is truly exceptional. A genuine look of admiration appeared in Miao Zhan's eyes. This analysis by Zhan Wu Feng began from the exterior in dissecting Mo Wu Dao as a person. He did not go straight into determining how this person was like, but instead, through his words and speech, it outlined Mo Wu Dao's manner and temperament. No wonder this person was considered the second in command in the Zhan family. He truly was extraordinary. And there is one more thing that is important. Mo Wu Dao is exceptionally good at taking control of situations subtly. Each time he takes control of the direction of the conversation, he makes use of the other party's replies to subtly yet forcefully bring the control back to himself. Yet he is invulnerable. If not for this review in hindsight, one really might not see this truth. Zhan Wu Feng raised his head and closed his eyes as he carefully recalled the scenario earlier. But he continued to speak slowly. In fact, the moment he said his first sentence, he had already revealed his hostility towards the evil monarch. But it did not come out from his mouth, he was hoping that someone else would spell it out for him. Had it been anyone else, they may really fall into his trap. Upon seeing Sixth Uncle's rejection of commenting, as if he realized that this method didn't work, he promptly retreated and changed to a tactic of retreating to advance further. By taking the initiative to speak of how his brother died in the hands of Jun Moxie, he would be able to shun from suspicion. Otherwise, his words would be biased and unfair. This will make us feel that he is frank and will absolutely remain impartial despite his personal reasons. Which will in turn further gain our recognition and leave a favorable impression. Zhan Wufeng was a generation lower than Miao Zhan, Miao Dao and Miao Jian, so he referred to him as sixth uncle. In this way, first, we will understand that there is an immense hatred and enmity between the two of them that is irreconcilable. Secondly, he showed his fairness and strict impartialness, putting on an image of a fair and upright hero, making everyone feel a deep veneration for him. Everyone who hears his words will think, his own brother has been killed by someone, but he is still able to keep to his principles of being fair. This person is truly one who is benevolent, which is admirable. And when he puts it this way, although it makes clear of the fairness he upholds, it is essentially the greatest unfairness. Because we will think, Mo Wu Dao is so highly principled, but Jun Moxie still killed his brother. Then Jun Moxie is in the wrong, until today, the enmity between them has yet to be resolved. Is this Jun Moxie a huge demon? The type that is capable of all sorts of evil? So although Mo Wu Dao portrays himself as backing off, he essentially had taken a great step forward. And if we're unable to analyze and see this step he took, we will subconsciously develop a prejudice against Jun Moxie, or even a definitive opinion of Jun Moxie. Subconsciously, in our future interactions with Jun Moxie, we will feel estranged about him. We don't even need to handle anything, just a glance will suffice. And for Jun Moxie to be able to get to where he is today, how could he be simple? Every look and action will be enough for him to notice. The moment he is on his guard, during this sensitive period, his subconscious mind will regard the misty illusory manner as his enemy. And the three holy lands only needs to add fuel to the fire, and it will become a fact, even if it is not our intention. So, all these can be said to be Mo Wu Dao's plot. In a couple of exchanges, he created a powerful enemy for Jun Moxie, and at the same time, obtained a definite ally for the three holy lands. Because from the news, this person Jun Moxie is someone who has an unbridled and absolutely unrestrained temperament. This person has never bothered about who his opponents were and has never been afraid. When it is time to strike, he will go ahead even if it's the emperor. He even dares to offend the three holy lands so blatantly, then that goes to say that he may not necessarily be bothered by the misty illusory manner. At most, he only did not wish to have to deal with another strong opponent when he was dealing with the three holy lands. So the moment we heard Mo Wu Dao's words, and it develops an impact on us, even if it is the slightest, the opposition between us and evil monarch is inevitable. Because this is the only weakness someone Jun Moxie has that his opponent can use. Amplifying the greatest trait of the enemy and making use of it, Mo Wu Dao is truly outstanding in his schemes and tactics. Zhan Wuyun let out a long sigh, his throat feeling a little parched from talking. He glanced around to look for a cup and poured some water for himself and gulped it down. After he rubbed his mouth, he continued. So, sixth uncle. Wu Feng thinks that this person Mo Wu Dao is very sinister. He intends to make use of us. There is no doubt about this. Zhan Wufeng had provided a thorough and clear, logical analysis. But Miao Zhan, Miao Xiao Miao, Miao Dao and Miao Jian were perplexed hearing this. Because putting aside whether Zhan Wufeng's analysis was reasonable temporarily, the premise he spoke of was extremely clear, he stood firmly on the side of Jun Moxie. Firm and unwavering. But why? This Zhan Wufeng didn't seem to have ever met this evil monarch before. Although his analysis was reasonable and even very accurate, him speaking like this seemed as if he were speaking up for Jun Moxie. What kind of relationship do they have? Miao Zhan furrowed his brows and thought deeply for a long moment, before finally understanding. And because he understood, he could not help but to make a strange sound in his throat, before coughing violently. He coughed so hard that his entire body shook, and his face turned red as he nearly fainted. Why would a powerful Saint Venerable suddenly cough in such a manner? Because Zhan Wufeng's intention was actually to deliver a blow to the Miao family. Because from certain angles, the Miao family could be said to be almost unrivaled in the entire misty illusory manner. As for the future, they had the legendary free and natural physique whose potential was said to be endless, as their son-in-law. If there were no accidents, this son-in-law would surely become the strongest pillar supporting the Miao family in the future. And that was a result that the Zhan family could not allow. Thus, Zhan Wufeng was hoping to use Jun Moxie to oppose the great prodigy Mo. Using Jun Moxie to utterly crush Mo Junyi. Because in this world, it seemed that only Jun Moxie had the capability to rival Mo Junyi. Furthermore, the former would be able to claim superiority with great ease. There was definitely no third youngster who could be compared alongside those two. The misty illusory manor had only come here this time to take a better look at this new power, so that they could better decide who to throw their lot with, ensuring an utterly safe bet. As the Jun family, they had come with their own little plans. Before they reached here, they had already decided that the Jun family would work with Jun Moxie. Miao Zhan had been completely spot on with his guess. This was undoubtedly the best plan for the Jun family. It was also the main goal for Zhan Wufeng's trip to Xian continent this time. To properly, with the greatest effort, and regardless of the price, rope Jun Moxie in. If they could really establish a proper cooperative relationship with Jun Moxie, it would definitely be a deal that would only benefit and not harm the Zhan family. If Jun Moxie's abilities were really great enough, ultimately managing to destroy the Holy Lands, then the Zhan family's position in the misty illusory manor would naturally also rise by association with him. It was even possible for them to push the Miao family down in one stroke. The reason for this was simple: if the entire Xian continent was in the hands of the Zhan family's most loyal ally, Jun Moxie, even the misty illusory manor would have no choice but to concede in some areas. After all, the misty illusory manor still needed to rely on the Xian continent for a large amount of precious resources. As the strongest ally of Jun Moxie, it would be ridiculous if the Zhan family did not get any advantages. Even if Jun Moxie, this evil monarch, was defeated, the Zhan family would still use all their abilities to prevent Jun Moxie from dying. After that, they would extend their hand and invite him into the misty illusory manor. That way, the Zhan family would have gained another peak-level expert. Furthermore, he was a fully grown, unrivaled talent whose potential far surpassed even the free and natural physique. With him, the Zhan family could still command great authority in the misty illusory manor. At most, they would only need to spend some effort to stop the three Holy Lands from pursuing the matter. However, the profits would still be incredibly huge. Even if Jun Moxie only helped the Zhan family to deal with the Miao family as gratitude for them saving him, it would still be a great opportunity for the Zhan family. After all, if Jun Moxie went to the misty illusory manor, it meant that Jun Moxie would also be standing alongside Jun Yi, representing the future of the entire misty illusory manor. This strategy that the Zhan family had conceived could be said to be exceedingly clever, and even the strictest people would not be able to find a loophole in this plan. However, this entire plan rested on a very simple precondition. That was, that Jun Moxie and Jun Yi were two different people, that was all. As long as the two were different people, there would truly be no loopholes. Furthermore, the chances of their plan succeeding would be very high. Sending pillows to a person in need of sleep, and delivering coal in winter. In a situation where the three Holy Lands were breathing down on his neck like a heavy mountain, the support from the Zhan family could definitely be said to be delivering coal in winter. Even if Jun Moxie were more hard-hearted, he would still feel grateful for this huge favor. After all, at Jun Moxie's level of cultivation, it was truly quite difficult for him to be killed. No matter how powerful the opposing force was, as long as he could endure for a short moment, the Zhan family would definitely be able to rescue him. With Jun Moxie's current abilities, even if his opponent were the 14th young master, he would definitely be able to endure for a short time. The Zhan family's investment would surely see a return far above their expectations. This plan of the Zhan family could only be described as brilliant. After having their grand plan of 1,000 years destroyed, they were still able to come with this plan that was not inferior to the previous one. The talents in the Zhan family were indeed impressive. Their wit and scheming abilities were even more amazing. Unfortunately, the matters of this world were indeed so miraculous. The simple precondition was actually not that simple. Regrettably, the Jun Moxie whom the Zhan family had been intending to support as a rival for Jun Yi, was actually the same person. Jun Moxie was Jun Yi and also the genius son-in-law of the Miao family. So no matter how detailed and seamless the Zhan family's plan was, it would ultimately only end up as a joke. After using all that effort, they would find out that they had only been using that strength to dig their own graves. Digging the hole perfectly, and then plunging headfirst into it with the entire family in tow. Who had ever heard of such a thing? Because of this exact reason, Miao Zhan, who suddenly understood everything, started coughing and choking. Was this AF** King drama? Could it be that there were really no stories without a coincidence? Was there actually really such a contradictory thing in the world? Looks like the Zhan family's luck had truly hit rock bottom this time. How did they even come up with such a perfect grave digging plan? How F** King talented? The entire family is filled with geniuses. 6th Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Miao Xiao Miao cried out in shock. A saint venerable expert suddenly coughing so heavily, this was something that would not occur even for an aged person with silver Xian cultivation. I'm fine, Ku, Miao Zhan finally managed to stop his coughing as he twisted his facial expression with great difficulty and said. This old man was truly too shocked. Wu Feng's analysis was too good. This old man had already tried to think as badly about Mo Wu Dao as possible, but I hadn't considered it to such an extent. Looks like, the talent had truly come from the younger generation. This old man is too useless and old now. Zhan Wufeng laughed aloud and said modestly, Sixth uncle has spoken too heavily. Sixth uncle has only become wiser with age. If you made any mistakes in judging a person, it's only because sixth uncle is a righteous and forthright person, never dealing with others with schemes. For this junior to be able to share the burdens is only natural. I'm truly too old now, Miao Zhan shook his head and sighed. So, since we've already identified Mo Wu Dao's scheme, what should we do about the actual event? Miao Dao asked. No matter what, we should still act according to our original plan, dealing with change by remaining steady. In addition, we should be more careful with our every move from here on. Miao Zhan sighed heavily and said. Regardless of what kinds of scheme Mo Wu Dao is planning, we need to stand our ground. We are not seeking momentary gains, but an ally to cooperate with in the long term. No matter how deep his schemes are, we just need to pretend as if we can't see it. Zhan Wufeng laughed and nodded. Sixth uncle is indeed wise, dealing with changes by remaining steady. That is the best method for our current circumstances. He wasn't worried that they would change their decision. Because the Miao family's decision would always need to bear the responsibility of the entire misty illusory manor. And the Zhan family could only proceed with their own plans when the Miao family was bearing the weight of the responsibilities of the entire misty illusory manor. If there were no misty illusory manor, or if it collapsed, what meaning would there be even if the Zhan family occupied the entire misty illusory manor alone? From certain angles, it wasn't wrong to say that the Zhan family was the biggest parasite of the misty illusory manor. But Miao Xiao Miao only became more and more confused as she listened. That Jun Moxie, just what kind of person is he? The more she heard, the more shocked she had grown. The people here were all very important members of the misty illusory manor. But regardless of the Zhan family or the Miao family, all of them had given Jun Moxie an extremely high evaluation. It could even be considered to be too high of an evaluation. In so many years, this was still the first time that Miao Xiao Miao had seen the Miao family and the Zhan family agreeing on something. And all this was because of that evil monarch. Jun Moxie, this question, you should save it for tomorrow to ask Mo Wu Dao yourself. Perhaps tomorrow, when the rest of the three holy lands arrive, you will be able to understand more. The information we have now is still quite incomplete. Miao Zhan looked somewhat meaningfully at Miao Xiao Miao and said. His words seemed to have another meaning within them, but Miao Xiao Miao could only sense that this sixth grandpa was speaking a little strangely. As to what was strange about it, she could not tell. On that very night, the people from the illusory Blood Sea and the Supreme Golden City also arrived, one after the other. As expected from the experts of the misty illusory manor, these two holy lands had also come here, led personally by their palace lords. If one only looked at the status of the guests that showed up this time, the three holy lands could be said to have given this evil monarch plenty of face. The leaders of the three holy lands had all come personally to offer their congratulations. From ancient times, only the misty illusory manor had seen such an honor when they held their own opening ceremony many years ago. And that was a matter over 10,000 years ago. And now, it was as if history had repeated itself, causing everyone to gasp with shock and surprise. At that time, the three holy lands was also quite unwilling to let the misty illusory manor be independent. Their congratulations were also filled with deep animosity and was extremely volatile. If not for Miao Qing Cheng's good relations with his other senior brothers, a big fight might have erupted that day, with all parties suffering heavy losses. From the looks of the situation this time, the tension in the air was no less than that time. It was similarly extremely volatile, as if the slightest wrong move by either side would instantly herald a river of blood. The Supreme Golden City Shiroachen had also brought along 6 great experts, same as the illusory Blood Seas Huyen Ao Bo. With a single look, it was obvious that the three factions had already decided on this together. Even their lineups were exactly the same. Another common point was that these people's faces were equally heavy. As dawn arrived, everyone gathered together and began to discuss their course of action. Miao Xiao Miao, being young, could not help herself, and asked again, this Jun Moxie, just what kind of person is he? Miao Xiao Miao was truly very adamant about this question. Because she was very unconvinced. Humph. How is my Jun Yi worse than that Jun Moxie? But why didn't he get such a high evaluation? This is too unfair, based on what? What's so good about that Jun Moxie? My Jun Yi has the legendary free and natural physique. Even if his cultivation is a little lacking now, it's only temporary. Given a bit more time, his achievements will be inestimable. Jun Moxie, the moment this name was mentioned, the faces of the 3 palace lords and the 18 experts beside them instantly turned ugly. In addition, there was even a hint of fear. That person, it's truly hard to say. Shiroachin sucked in a deep breath of air and pulled out a stack of papers, tens of pages thick. This is all the information we've collected on Jun Moxie. It's been studied countless times, theorized over, and studied again and again. If all the information is brought out, I'm afraid this entire tent would be filled. This is simply a tiny portion of what we have gathered on him. Truthfully, our 3 holy lands have evaluated Jun Moxie personally. And the results are actually widely divergent. Huyan Ao Bo sighed and took out a stack of papers as well. Mo Wu Dao smiled bitterly and similarly pulled out a bunch of papers. How could that be? Isn't he just a youngster that isn't even 20? How could it be that complicated? This time, not only Miao Xiao Miao, but Miao Dao and the rest were also confused. Mo Wu Dao furrowed his brows lightly and read in a slow tone. Jun Moxie, male, 19 years of age this year. Citizen of Tianxiang, grandfather is Jun Zhantian, father is Jun Wuhui, mother is Dongfang Wen Xian of the Dongfang aristocratic family. He proceeded to recite the names of everyone in the Jun family and even introduced them with great seriousness. His research was very detailed, and even the little maid Kur was not missed. The attitudes and ways in which Jun Moxie interacted with others from the time of his childhood till present had been recorded in detail. That can't be. Palace Lord Mo, how could there be such a big difference in the character of this person from when he was young and now? Miao Dao furrowed his brows. This is also the part we are the most confused about. Mo Wu Dao said with a bitter smile. From the age of 12, Jun Moxie had already begun committing all kinds of debaucherous acts. He once went with his equally bad friends to a brothel in Tianxiang, and, after that, they became unreasonable, saying that the experience was not comfortable, refusing to pay up. They even beat the whore half to death, and when the boss of the brothel went up to them to beg for mercy, Jun Moxie proceeded to thrash the entire brothel. Miao Xiao Miao exclaimed with disbelief. Who would have imagined that this evil monarch was such a base and despicable person in the past? To think that they had the face to compare him with her Jun Yi. As Mo Wu Dao spoke here, he sighed. With regards to this matter, we've made several analyses. Whether it's an act done as a cover-up to something else, or if it was purely the work of a rich debauchee, there are many different opinions on this, and there aren't any conclusions yet. Miao Xiao Miao was even more shocked now. Was there still a need to analyze this kind of behavior? At 12.5 years old, Jun Moxie rode a horse wildly down a busy street, trampling over 7 people. 3 were paralyzed. When he went home, his grandfather Jun Zhantian was incredibly enraged and gave him a fierce beating. According to some, his legs were nearly broken because of the beating. There are many confusing points about this event as well. With Jun Moxie's current level, he should have already begun cultivating at that time. How could a cultivator's legs be broken so easily? However, there was even a record of this in Tianxiang City's hospital. Even the imperial physician personally went out. This matter didn't seem to be fake. If he'd already begun acting from that point, then, this matter is worthy of extensive thought. It was Shiroachin who spoke this time. When Jun Moxie was almost 13, he saw a commoner girl on the streets whom he found to his liking. So, he beat up the girl's parents and forcefully kidnapped her home to abuse. Fortunately, he was stopped by his grandfather and given another beating. After that, the girl was returned to her parents and a large compensation was given. Mo Wu Dao sucked in a deep breath of air and continued. We recently found out that that girl is already married with child. Furthermore, Mo Wu Dao coughed dryly and said. When the girl was married, she was still a virgin. Miao Xiao Miao's face turned red, and a look of contempt appeared in her eyes. This Jun Moxie is simply a human scum. I actually compared him to my Jun Yi. How shameful is this for Jun Yi? That is where this matter is the most strange. Mo Wu Dao furrowed his brows and continued. Since she'd been kidnapped home, how did Jun Tian make it in time to rescue her? One has to know, that matter, doesn't take that much time, so how was she able to retain her purity? Xiao Ying and Miao Xiao Miao both snorted lightly and turned around with red faces. What these people didn't know was that the things that they were so confused about, was actually all done by the original Jun Moxie before Jun Xie crossed over. The original Jun Moxie was a truly lawless and despicable scum. There was nothing to debate about that at all. The first time a person visited a brothel should be a fun experience. For some, it would even be a painful experience, and, because it was painful, it would naturally be uncomfortable. Since it wasn't a satisfactory experience, how would he be willing to pay up? Smashing the brothel up was just to vent his anger. As for the kidnapping, it was simply because he had failed to lose his virginity the last time, which was why he acted on impulse to try again. But right after snatching the girl back, he was pulled away by Fatty Tang Yuan to drink. When he returned in a drunken state, the girl had already been released by Old Master Jun. It was that simple. But the three Holy Lands had carried out an extensive investigation because of those actions, taking statements from all the witnesses they could find. Why did he do that at that time? Were there any deeper meanings behind his actions? Perhaps, it was a requirement for his cultivation. Or, was there some other reason? After all, that same despicable debauchee was the current evil monarch who was renowned throughout the world. Right now, who would believe that a person with a status as high as the evil monarch's would be capable of such things? If there were no deeper reasons, these experts would definitely not believe it. After all experts had their own pride. These kinds of lowly actions were something that even normal people would disdain to do. But this Lord Evil Monarch had actually committed them. And it was not just one matter. From the age of 12 all the way to 17, this kind of matters happened so often that they were like eating and drinking to him. Just looking at the extensive records of his shameful acts would cause one to feel incomparably disgusted. Because of this, the experts of the three Holy Lands were deeply confused. The accounts of Jun Moxie picking fights and instead getting beaten up, whoring, kidnapping, reneging on lost bets and turning to coerce his debtors. The intelligence departments of the three Holy Lands had nearly gone crazy from all the theories they had on the matter. How could there be such a person in this world? 2F** King, incomprehensible. All these matters were like a thick mist on the minds of everyone, causing them to be unable to comprehend his motives. The original Jun Moxie and the Jun Moxie now were two completely different people, with different characters. How could there be any similarities? To try to analyze the actions of a debauchee using the reasoning and mindset of experts, it would be strange if there were any results from their investigations. Was there a reason, for a young boy to be filled with sexual thoughts? Was there a reason for losing while gambling? Were there any logical explanations, for a person to lash out and kick at a random person on the street while walking because of a bad mood? However, they couldn't be blamed for being so confused. Even a peak expert that had been reborn from a holy infant and began cultivating in the womb, would not be able to reach the saint realm at the age of 19, it would already be very formidable to reach the venerable realm. And that was if there were unlimited resources. But from what they knew, this Jun Moxie had even clearly surpassed the Saint Emperor realm. Normal Saint Emperors were unable to even match him in strength. Who would be able to believe that this kind of results could be reached in just a single year? 1 year. How short was that kind of time? To a powerful expert, a year would pass like a fart coming out of their butt. Furthermore, the most incomprehensible thing was that from our records, this Jun Moxie is clearly a sex fiend. But, looking at the girls around him, any one of them is worthy of being called a peerless beauty of a generation. However, every single one of them except Guan Qing Han, is still a virgin. This is the most confusing part. Huyen Ao Bo shook his head with amazement, seemingly impressed with how Jun Moxie had managed to resist the charms of so many top beauties. From his expectations, it would be more correct if Jun Moxie had behaved like a sex fiend, forcing himself on all the girls and focusing on engaging in illicit activities all day long. Truthfully, young Master Jun also wished to do just that. But the problem was, the girls at home had formed a strong resistance under the lead of Mei Shuiyan, and he could only be forced to wait bitterly. Palace Lord Huyen. Xiaoying called out with a red face. This illusory blood-seas palace lord stopped speaking immediately. These kinds of words were alright as small talk between men, but to actually say so much in front of two girls. Ah, cough cough. My apologies, Huyen Ao Bo wiped his forehead nervously. He might not need to care if it were anyone else, but this Xiaoying, was an important person from the Heaven Saint Palace. Huyen Ao Bo could not afford to offend her. How could that Jun Moxie be such a person? Miao Xiao Miao was almost at the point where she wanted to cover her ears and stop listening. Just what kind of stuff had these experts of the Holy Lands investigated? Was this still a meeting between the experts of the four great factions or a gathering of hoodlums? Surely this was too ridiculous. That is also something that our three Holy Lands have been unable to understand. Mo Wu Dao sighed heavily and said. Truthfully, we are also quite embarrassed to talk about such matters. But this concerns the evil monarch, and we have no choice but to analyze it in detail. It's indeed a sensitive topic, but it truly cannot be helped. So those matters are what Jun Moxie had done in the past. So what about the current evil monarch? Miao Xiao Miao asked. Although the current Jun Moxie no longer visits brothels, he's still overbearing, evil, despicable, shameless, and acts like a hooligan. His words are filthy, and his actions carry no sense of a person from an aristocratic family, Mo Wu Dao snorted. However, this person is ruthless and decisive, arrogant and unyielding, audacious to the extreme, and exceedingly cruel and merciless. Miao Xiao Miao felt as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Looking at Miao Xiao Miao, she felt as if this elusive world of immortals' palace lord had gone crazy. Was this really the same person that she saw yesterday? It couldn't be an imposter, right? An overbearing, evil, despicable, shameless hooligan with a foul mouth who lacked any sense of a person from an aristocratic family could actually be ruthless and decisive, arrogant and unyielding, audacious to the extreme, and exceedingly cruel and merciless. Are you sleep-talking? Seniors of the misty illusory manor, Wu Dao naturally knows that my words are contradictory. However, Jun Moxie is just this kind of person. Mo Wu Dao said helplessly. That person is a living and walking contradiction, perfectly embodying all those extreme qualities, the number one weirdo under the heavens. This is something that all three of us had agreed on. After saying so much, even Miao Dao, Miao Jian, and the rest were looking at each other speechlessly, completely unable to say anything. All their guesses and expectations from earlier had fallen onto empty air. Was this Jun Moxie really the same Mo Junyi who was described by the Manor Lord as a person of graceful and elegant bearings, well-learned and diligent, soft-hearted, honest and devoted? The more they listened, the more it didn't seem likely. Those were two completely different extremes. Jun Moxie once used just his tongue to curse a venerable level expert until the latter vomited blood, Shiroa Chen said with an ugly expression. That venerable level expert was someone that hailed from our supreme golden city. If it weren't for the sake of warning you, our friends from the misty illusory manor, this she would not have told you such an embarrassing thing. Miao Xiao Miao was completely stumped, and her mouth dropped like a wooden chicken. Just how badly cursed was that venerable expert, for a person with such an advanced age and cultivation to end up vomiting blood from it? What if he also starts to curse at me the moment he sees me? Although she currently also had a venerable level cultivation, her mental stability was surely far below those senior experts at the same level. In that case, how would she? Miao Xiao Miao didn't dare to imagine further. He once framed the number one assassin of the Xian continent, Chu Chi Hun, so perfectly that our three holy lands ended up chasing the wrong target for nearly half a year. The losses we suffered from that were even more ridiculous. Huyen Ao Bo shook his head repeatedly. The three holy lands had finally understood that they had been set up by Jun Moxie, and all of them felt exceedingly embarrassed. He once felled the entire snow-capped peaks, and my brother died because of that. Mo Wu Dao sighed heavily, his eyes filled with pain. He once. The more Miao Xiao Miao heard, the more her heart was shaken with fear. And soon, fear turned into numbness. There were simply too many shocking tales. A hooligan, a sex fiend, a shameless bastard, a despicable and ruthless killer, this was the evil monarch that was currently as dazzling as the midday sun. Miao Xiao Miao finally arrived at such a conclusion in her heart. This Jun Moxie is a person that deserves to be killed by 1,000 blades. No matter how amazing and talented a person like that was, how could he be compared with my Junyi given his rotten character? He isn't even worthy to carry the shoes of my Junyi. Miao Xiao Miao snorted lightly. All of a sudden, a pride rose in her heart. In this world, only my Junyi is the most perfect. Honorable, kind, honest, well-learned, reliable, magnanimous, courageous, utterly devoted and loyal to boot. After that, while the rest continued to discuss about the evil monarch manor's opening ceremony, Miao Xiao Miao no longer had any interest in listening. Turning around, she dove into her tent. Looking at the bits of light streaming through the cracks of the tent, she could not help but to think about her Jun Xie again. Where are you right now? Do you miss me? A moment later, a light shuffling sound rang out, and a beautiful figure came into view. An intoxicating fragrance filled the tent, rising into her nose. Miao Xiao Miao turned around and saw Qiaoying coming in dressed in a long white robe. With the sunlight behind her, she seemed like an ethereal fairy. The only thing was that this celestial fairy's face had a slight crease on her brows. Ah, it's Senior Qiao, Miao Xiao Miao hurriedly greeted. To the people of the misty illusory manor, Qiaoying was a legendary character. Her fame was only below that of the 9 nether young masters. Qiaoying nodded lightly. Looking at Miao Xiao Miao, her eyes turned gentle and warm as she reached out a hand to stroke her hair. Miao Xiao Miao felt calmness in her heart as she smiled up at her. To her, Qiaoying was like a dearest elder sister who's taking care of her. It's good to be young. Miss Miao, you need to grasp all the happiness in front of you with everything you have. A hint of bitter smile appeared on the edge of Qiaoying's mouth. It seemed more like she was speaking to herself than to Miao Xiao Miao. A strange melancholy could be heard in her voice. Seeing Miao Xiao Miao, she seemed to have seen herself in her youth. At that time, she had also been like her, filled with curiosity and hope for the unknown. To have everlasting youth was something that all girls wished for even in their dreams. But when she truly achieved it, she had to ask herself, just how long had she lived in such lonesome solitude? Was it worth it? For a girl, was it really worth it? Qiaoying had never asked herself such a question, but this time, she had felt a sour feeling in her heart. When everyone was talking about Jun Moxie, she had felt somewhat unwilling. But she, who had been used to being by herself, chose to remain silent, only listening quietly. Many thanks for Senior's advice. I will grasp my happiness seriously. Miao Xiao Miao smiled sweetly. After that, she asked curiously. Qiao. Senior, have you met Jun Moxie before? If you don't disdain to do so, you can just call me elder sister Qiao. Qiaoying saw that the manner of addressing was a little awkward for both sides, and she smiled and said. So many years of loneliness had caused her to feel a great yearning for kinship. Jun Moxie, that youngster. I've actually met him before and quite a few times as well, Qiaoying said with a deep expression, as if she was reminiscing about something. Is he truly that kind of person? Miao Xiao Miao asked. Perhaps, so, Qiaoying replied uncertainty. I don't know for sure myself, but from the few times I've interacted with him. Jun Moxie may be a bit of a defiant person, treating all things indecorously and having a cynical attitude towards life, but he's not necessarily, unpardonably wicked, also. As she spoke here, Qiaoying paused. Also what? Miao Xiao Miao asked. Also. I don't know if it's a misconception, but I seem to feel that to us girls. Jun Moxie is a rather dependable man, Qiaoying said with a slight smile. At least, he is a person who dares to do things and bear responsibility for them. Oh, Miao Xiao Miao was truly surprised. She hadn't expected that she would hear a completely different answer, an answer that was in the other direct extreme this time. When we arrive at Tian Fa Forest, you will be able to see him with your own eyes. And at that time, you will be able to form your own impression of him. If you meet the girls around him, you might even understand more for yourself. The things that you hear from third parties should not be taken as the truth since they are not necessarily the whole truth. Qiaoying smiled lightly as she sat down slowly and hugged her knees. Miao Xiao Miao also sat down beside her, not speaking for a long time. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. And this day was exactly the 15th day of the 6th month. Dawn. As the first rays of light shone from the east. All of a sudden. The heavens and the earth from the direction of Tian Fa Forest shook. It was as if all the mountains and rivers of the earth were collapsing at the same time. As if all the volcanoes of the world had erupted at the same time. In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their color. A sudden loud sound rang out, and the people of the 3 holy lands and the misty illusory manor who had been prepared to set out were instantly jolted, scrambling out of their tents as they looked towards the southwest where the sound had come from. At this time, they were only 200 li away from the manor's location. With their speed, it was something that would be covered in just 2 or so hours. Far in the distance, a huge plume of mushroom cloud could be seen rising slowly into the sky, quickly filling the sky and covering the heavens. Following that, the ground shook heavily, and some fist-sized rocks directly sprang up, with some reaching a height of over a zhang. The 1,000 li of dense forest seemed to have encountered a powerful gale that was unprecedented in history. At the same instant, all the trees were bent until their trunks were crooked. Countless thick branches snapped, and loud crackling sounds rang out through the forest as branches flew wildly through the air, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Some small trees were directly uprooted, spinning and smashing through the air. And that gust directly carried all the debris hundreds of li away. Such power and might had clearly exceeded the levels of knowledge of anyone in the world. Only when that violent gale passed, did everything resume its calmness. Everyone that had witnessed the scene could not help but stare dumbly at the people around them, their faces filled with shock and fear. When they looked up again, that huge dark cloud above Tianfa forest had already disappeared without a trace. The sky was a deep and clear blue. That violent gale had clearly dismissed all the clouds in the sky. Clear skies for 10,000 li. Looking at this endless expanse of blue in front of their eyes, and the patch of forest that had turned bare in an instant, everyone felt a heavy feeling in their hearts. Which of the people that came this time were not influential characters that could command the winds and clouds of the world? They had witnessed even the grand establishment ceremonies of large countries several times, but no one had ever seen anything like this before. Even before reaching the site, they could already feel their hearts palpitating with awe. Gasping with shock, Miao Zhan, who had the deepest cultivation among the group, instantly raised his hand and roared, "Everyone, prepare to move out immediately. We must reach Tianfa within 2 hours." 2 hours later, the crowd finally managed to rush to the site. However, the scene before their eyes was so shocking that they didn't dare believe their eyes. This place was the old address of Li Ju Tian, who had been a formidable figure among the 8 great masters, the Shui Hun Manor. It was a location that was surrounded by a wall of mountains and facing the Tianfa forest. It was easy to attack and defend and could be said to be a land with natural geographical fortifications. But now, apart from the 2 outermost mountains that were like a pair of sturdy stone doors, the dense forest surrounding it and the other mountains had completely disappeared without a trace. A huge area of 10,000 zhang now appeared on this newly created flatland. The ground here was incomparably smooth, and even a fly would slip if it landed on this place. Right at the very center was a strange and majestic manor. No, this could no longer be called a manor. It could be directly called a castle. Furthermore, it could be called the most elegant and majestic castle under the heavens. Any random brick on the walls around the castle was at least 2 zhang wide, 3 zhang tall, and 1 zhang thick. A single brick would most likely weigh over several tens of thousand jin. Even a saint-level expert might not necessarily be able to break a brick like that easily. And the entire outer walls of this castle were built with this kind of bricks. The wall was over 10 zhang high, and a bluish thing that seemed to be filled with fine hairs could be seen on the outside of the walls, radiating a dazzling color under the sunlight. With a single look, it was obvious that those prickly things were all exceedingly poisonous. Anyone below Sky Xian would not be able to leap over the walls in one jump. They would surely need to step up against the wall to borrow the force to continue. But if they did that, they would have borrowed themselves a ticket to the gates of the netherworld. All kinds of colorful flags could be seen all around this flatland. The flagpoles were all made from towering trees that were at least over 100 years old, and they were clearly exceedingly sturdy. The flags themselves were tens of zhang wide, and flapping noisily in the wind. Not mentioning the other things, just the sight of those walls and the flags was already enough to emanate a domineering aura. Far in the distance, the entire mountain was filled with people waiting for their turn to offer their congratulations in this grand establishment ceremony. With just a rough look, one could see hundreds of thousands of people. Everyone had a look of extreme fear and respect as they looked at the vast empty grounds, the tall walls, and the majestic flags. This evil monarch is truly worthy of his fame as legendary character like the midday sun. What a grand stroke! Miao Zhan sighed in a heartfelt manner. This old man had lived for so long, but this is still the first time I've seen such a grand sight. Far away, the main castle stood firmly over 100 meters tall. When one looked up at it, they would feel an indescribable sense of wanting to bow down to it. It was as if they were looking at a primordial giant of the ancient ages, standing still in a solemn manner, looking down upon all life. Although it didn't move nor spoke, the aura itself was still enough to cull the world. The blood-red sun rose over the mountain. As the sun rose in the east and the first rays touched the castle, a loud hong sound rang out, and 2 several zhang tall bronze gates began to open. 2 huge doors slid apart, and this process was actually surprisingly silent. Miao Zhan and the rest once again displayed looks of amazement on their faces. Because from just this small detail, it was obvious to see the immaculate level of mechanical skills the people of the evil monarch manor possessed. Another sharp sound rang out, and a fireworks rocket flew into the sky before exploding in a shower of sparks. With that explosion, the official signal that heralded the establishment of the evil monarch manor was sounded. At that moment, no one knew that this rocket had also drawn open the curtains to the start of the unification of the pugilistic world that had been in chaos for over 10,000 years. As the loud bang rang out, several thousand white, peak 9th level flying Xian beasts soared into the sky together, charging several hundred zhang into the sky, rapidly forming into a sword formation. The tip of the sword was pointed straight forward, while the hilt was positioned right before the evil monarch manor. After that, there were no more movements. The several thousand flying Xian beasts simply maintained the same altitude, and remained in the same position like a singular entity. That scene was as if the evil monarch's castle was a primordial giant, wielding a great sword that split the heavens apart. A sea of cheers instantly soared into the skies. After a long time. Silence. A light but stern voice rang out. The voice was seemingly effortless, but it somehow rang out in everyone's ears. Even with the loud cheers going on, everyone could hear the voice clearly. That voice was from a Saint Emperor expert. At least a Saint Emperor of the 3rd level. Mo Wu Dao's face changed as he turned to look at Shiruo Chen for confirmation. Truthfully, Mo Wu Dao already had the answer in his heart long ago. The only thing was that he still didn't dare to believe and wasn't willing to believe it. He only wished that he could get an answer that denied this. However, he was bound to be disappointed. Shiruo Chen's gaze were sunken, and his expression was similarly heavy. It wasn't clear what he was thinking about, but he still nodded after a long time. Following that, the stern voice rang out again, the 15th day of the 6th month, the establishment ceremony of the evil monarch manor. Heavens and earth rejoice. Everyone, today is the first time that our evil monarch manor has opened itself to the outside world. In this world, another superpower that could command the winds and clouds has been added. Many thanks to everyone for coming to attend the opening ceremony. Truly boastful and conceited. Miao Xiao Miao pouted and said. She'd seen arrogant people before, but she'd never seen anyone so wildly arrogant before, to claim the moment they opened their mouths, that they were another superpower that could command the winds and clouds. They didn't even speak a few words in modesty and directly announced their power. There's no longer any need for them to be humble right now. Mo Wu Dao said with a slight smile. Normally, if a newly established faction were so arrogant, I'm afraid they would have instantly provoked the public's rage and destroyed. But the evil monarch needs to display a powerful stance from the start. If he acted humbly, he might instead be taken lightly by the world. Mo Wu Dao's mental state was truly stable. In just a mere instant, he'd already recovered his calm and managed to make an accurate judgment. All the experienced old fellows nodded along with his words. Because, among the people coming to offer their congratulations, there were also other superpowers like the 3 Holy Lands. The evil monarch manor was announcing their position in the pugilistic world, and the OG superpowers of the 3 Holy Lands naturally had to attend. Although on the surface, they were coming to offer their congratulations, but their intentions were definitely unkind. Thus, when the evil monarch declared such words, they had already become an arrow loosed from the bow, without any chances of turning back anymore. They could not show any weaknesses no matter what. The moment any weaknesses were exposed, it would mean that they could be bullied. If they couldn't be considered as a leader of the pugilistic world, wouldn't today's meet just be a grand joke? While the 3 Holy Lands would not choose to directly stop the ceremony at this time, they would still try to disrupt this event, preventing it from proceeding smoothly, as much as possible. No matter what, they would definitely do something. Right now, the words of this master of ceremonies directly represented the entire evil monarch manor. Although these two sides seemed to be indifferent with each other, but they were deeply opposed to each other in their bones. The 3 Holy Lands had already made their move, and the evil monarch manor had also displayed an absolute strong stance. That also meant that the evil monarch manor needed to completely crush the 3 Holy Lands' schemes with absolute might now that they had said those words. That was the only way for them to maintain their stance. If that didn't happen, it would be difficult to guarantee the success of the opening ceremony. There was only the option of going all out. So although the words of this master of ceremonies right now seemed like a declaration that was even somewhat too arrogant, it was actually the equivalence of a formal declaration of war against the 3 Holy Lands. It was no wonder that Shiruo Chen, Mo Wu Dao, and the rest's faces were so ugly. Miao Zhan and the others also managed to understand the overall situation after a bit of thought. Sighing, they thought in their hearts. So it's like that. There are tens of thousands of evils in this world, but I am the monarch. None shall defy the law of the monarch. Right now, we would like to announce to all the friends of the pugilistic world. From henceforth, please keep in mind to leave some face for the evil monarch in all areas. If the monarch is enraged, millions of corpses shall pile like a mountain, and blood will flow like an ocean. The master of ceremonies' voice was exceedingly solemn, carrying a strange calmness and determination. Every word was filled with frigid killing intent. Although it was a joyous occasion, his words were like a rain of blood, pouring atop the crowd. Towards the end, the sentence had directly ended in a threat. This was the same as saying, "If you give me face, everyone shall live well together. But if you don't, I will destroy you." Those words were exceedingly domineering and arrogant, and looks of rage appeared on many people's faces. Threatening all the heroes of the world on the same day that the faction was established. Weren't they thinking too highly of themselves? No matter how amazing your evil monarch manner is, could you go against the entire world? Did you think that you're another nine nether first young master? Keek keek. Up in the castle, Solitary Eagle was laughing with glee like an old eagle that had just caught a plump rabbit. Feng Wan Yun, that fellow, I really gotta hand it to him. He actually got so much into the role of the master of ceremonies that he's becoming a butcher. This old man has no choice but to be convinced. If this old man was asked to take over that role, and, even if this old man were beaten to death, I really wouldn't be able to do it. It turned out that the exceedingly arrogant master of ceremonies this time was precisely the hurricane swordsman Feng Wanyun. Only that madman that was as cold as a block of ice was capable of saying such overbearing and hateful words without even needing a script. The noises at the bottom began to grow once again. At this moment, that infuriating master of ceremonies finally stopped talking. Evil monarchs, manor establishment ceremony will begin now. As his words landed, a huge blood-red flag unfurled and rose up magnificently at the top of the castle. As the deep red sun rose behind the flag, an ocean of blood was raised over the entire castle. There was only one gigantic word atop the flag, evil. This huge word shone with a dazzling gold, and even normal people several hundred li away would be able to see it clearly. The moment the flag was raised, and the huge word appeared, everyone felt an exceedingly strange feeling in their hearts. As expected of the evil monarch. This was really 2 Motherf * King, evil. And 2 Motherf * King arrogant. It was a feeling that could cause one to suffocate. There were clearly tens of zhang to even 1,000 zhang of distance between them, but the crowd could still clearly feel the frigid killing intent that gripped tightly around their hearts. These people were like the evil demons that had been freshly released from hell. There were clearly only a few hundred people, but they moved as a single entity. Apart from the action of their feet landing, there were no other unnecessary movements at all. Just the few hundred people had managed to release an intense aura as if it was a great army of 1 million. Every single one of these people was a god of slaughter. These people were all dressed in clean snow-white clothes. The only difference between them was the golden lines along their sleeves. Some of these golden lines were thick, and some were thin. Some had 2 lines, and some had 3. The ones at the center even directly had a tiny golden sword embroidered onto their sleeves. From the looks of it, this was a uniform designed by the evil monarch manor. They were divided into 2 groups, with exactly 149 people in each group. When the last person marched out of the city gate, they stepped out neatly, lining the 2 sides of the road and opening a path. Following that, they spoke together in perfect synchronization. All esteemed guests are invited to come inside. Miao Zhan had originally been watching from afar with a calm expression, but in the instant he saw those 298 men, his eyes grew wide and his jaws dropped to the ground. Mo Wu Dao, Shiroa Chen, and Huyen Ao Bo's faces also turned exceedingly ugly. What's wrong? Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat strange, Miao Xiao Miao turned and asked Miao Dao. How is this possible? The troop that came out to welcome the guests, even the ones with the lowest cultivation are at the 3rd level saint level. Miao Dao also sucked in a deep breath of cold air. His voice even shook a little as he widened his eyes in disbelief. Among them, there are over 70 Saint Emperor experts, and over 100 of them are peak 4th level saints. Such a level of strength is simply, unbelievable. Furthermore, these are still just the people that came out to welcome the guests. F***ck, this daddy is going crazy, how could such a thing be real?
If it were just one saint-level expert, Miao Dao would naturally not place them in his eyes at all. Even if it was 10 or 8, it wouldn't be too much of a big deal. But to have so many as to form them into an army, this was simply too terrifying. Hearing this, Miao Xiao Miao exclaimed aloud and hurriedly covered her mouth. A total of 70 saint emperors and over 200 4th-level saints standing still like regular guards to welcome the guests, even the misty illusory manor would be hard-pressed to come up with such a grand formation. Right now, the only thing left to see is the strength of the evil monarch manor's core members. Miao Jian sucked in a deep breath and calmed himself down forcefully. Behind him, Mo Wu Dao and the rest also calmed themselves down. Following that, it was Jun Wu Yi, 3rd Master Jun, who came out personally dressed in a light green robe, to receive the guests. With Jun Wu Yi's status as an important member of the evil monarch manor, it could already be said to be giving the crowd a lot of face. Miao Dao and the rest exchanged a glance and nodded. Let's go. The group got up together, and walked over. All of a sudden, a bright voice rang out. Xikong and Yi of the Xikong family congratulates the evil monarch on the grand establishment of the evil monarch manor. We bring a stalk of 7-colored rainbow jade orchid and 10,000 liang of gold as an expression of our good wishes. Following that, a stalwart man walked out from the crowd, carrying an intricate brocade box. Jun Wuyi hurried forward and shook the man's hands warmly as he smiled. Brother Xikong is too polite, it's good as long as you turn up. There's no need to bring anything. Men, quickly bring Brother Xikong in to rest, serve over our best tea as well. Xikong and Yi laughed happily and nodded, following a white-robed girl in. Duanmu family's Duanmu. Chow. 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 Fan congratulates evil. 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 Mo. Mo. Monarch, on his grand establishment. The moment this person spoke, everyone almost spat out whatever was in their mouths. So it turned out that this was a stutterer. However, no one dared to laugh aloud. Because, there would only be one person who would dare to stand out here and stutter like that, the Duanmu family's Duanmu Chao fan. Jun Wuyi did not wait for him to finish speaking, and hurriedly went up to him with a broad smile. Brother Fried Rice, you're here as well. We're all family, there's no need to be so polite. You must have been tired after traveling such a long journey. Quickly go in and rest. Duanmu Chao fan rolled his eyes and said, Brother Wu Yi, I haven't reported my GI gift. What's there to report? Jun Wu Yi pulled him in impatiently. By the time you finished reporting it, the sky would have turned dark. The two men were already very familiar with each other, and there were no speaking barriers between them. As Duanmu Chao fan struggled stubbornly, he was pulled inside by someone else. After some time, one could still hear him stuttering in the distance, I need to report. Following closely behind that, the crowd all sucked in a large breath of air. Because, a huge wave of meat had suddenly appeared right at the front, rippling energetically and filling everyone's sights. This fatty could no longer be described with the word fat. He could only be described with a ball of meat. A huge ball of meat. This gigantic meatball wobbled forward slowly. With every step taken, the crowd felt as if they were sitting atop a small boat, while the rippling fats were the mighty ocean, vast and boundless. Miao Xiao Miao's petite little mouth opened to its extreme, and she could not close it no matter how much she tried. It wasn't that she had never seen a fat person before. But this was really the first time she had seen such a fat fatty. How could a human be fat to such an extent? This was simply too exaggerated. At the same time, she also discovered an amazing phenomenon. Wherever this fatty went, the crowd would automatically open a path for him, allowing him to go first. Furthermore, all of them had looks of great respect on their faces. Many people even squeezed to the front just to have a chance to speak a single word to this fatty. After exchanging a single word, they would hurriedly back away with looks of content and glory. Who is that person? Miao Xiao Miao could not imagine how a fatty like that was actually able to hold such great prestige, having so much influence. This was simply too strange. What was so attractive about this fatty that would make one laugh until their stomachs ached until they couldn't eat for 3 days? And the most ridiculous part was that this fatty didn't even seem to have much strength. His cultivation should at most be around silver xian. Could it be that this was a peak-level expert whose cultivation was so profound that he could already retract his aura perfectly into his body?
If that weren't the case, it would be hard to fathom how this person could win so much respect from the heroes of the world. Miss Meow seems to be wondering how that person could receive so much respect even though his cultivation is so low. This person is the #1 richest man in the world right now. He's the owner of Tianxiang City's aristocratic hall, Tang Yuan. And also the best and closest friend of the evil monarch Jun Moxie. I guess you can say, when a man attains the Tao, even his pets ascend to heaven. Mo Wu Dao said with a slight sneer. A rich man, and the closest friend of the evil monarch, Miao Xiao Miao mumbled with disbelief. Isn't it just some money? What's so amazing about that? Money can enslave ghosts and even summon the gods. In a world like Xian continent where strength was enough to rule the world, it might not mean much for a person to have 10,000 liang of gold, or even 100,000 liang of gold. But if it were 1 million liang of gold, or even an amount that far exceeds that until it's an incalculable amount, that person would become the most powerful person in the world. Even if he doesn't have a single shred of Xian Qi, he would still be the most dangerous person in the world. Mo Wu Dao nodded. As the saying goes, 1 liang of silver is also a temptation, 10,000 liang of gold is also a temptation. The more one has, the more temptation there is. For most people, it is naturally easy to remain unmoved in front of 10 silvers. But what about a truly astronomical amount? One has to know, a man without money is no man at all. To have lots of money, is also a kind of ability, an extreme level of ability. Miao Xiao Miao nodded in a somewhat confused manner. At this time, the richest man under the heavens had finally managed to make his way to Third Master Jun, whilst panting heavily. Slapping his tummy, he smiled in a nauseating manner that caused Miao Xiao Miao's face to turn green. One had to say that the expression on that fatty's face right now was simply too disgusting. Third uncle, long time no see, hee hee, third uncle hee hee hee, the fatty wiped his sweat and said in a fawning manner. Jun Wuyi furrowed his brows deeply. Oh fatty, what happened to you? Didn't Moxie help you lose weight not long ago? How many days has it been? You've actually. Third Master Jun didn't know what to say. Judging by the looks of this fatty now, he definitely exceeded even his highest weight record once again. Third uncle, there's no need to worry about me, this little one has already learnt to accept my weight, Tang Yuan panted heavily as his fats wobbled freely. Why you? You've indeed accepted your weight very well, Third Master Jun was completely speechless. Waving a hand, he signaled for somebody to drag this fatty away. Standing in front of this fatty, a tall, strong man like Jun Wuyi was completely blocked. This pressure was truly impressive. After speaking, Tang Yuan raised his head and puffed out his chest, causing all the fats on his body to shake dangerously. After that, he roared at the top of his lungs. Tianxiang City's aristocratic halls. Tang Yuan congratulates the evil monarch on the grand establishment of the evil monarch manor, and offers a gift of 100 million liang gold. The moment those words rang out, the entire area turned completely silent. 100 million liang gold. This fatty didn't bring anything else, no rare treasures or precious heavenly herbs, nothing, except money. Gold. 100 million liang gold. This number was no longer just an astronomical sum, this was an amount of money that 99.999999% of people in this world would never even dare to dream about. Just the weight of the gold was probably enough to crush 100,000 people to death. Miao Xiao Miao's body shook, and she completely could not speak a single word. This fatty is truly rich, truly too filthy rich. This is too much. Jun Wuyi said seriously after recovering from the initial shock. Not at all. Not at all. Tang Yuan waved his hand generously. Third uncle, I can do nothing but earn money, and now I do have some considerable savings. He then lowered his voice and said secretively. Let me tell you, third uncle. Do you still remember that guy who tried to boast about his wealth in Tianxiang City? I was so angry that I called for 2 carriages of gold and stoned him to death on the high street with gold. Come. Welcome in our great manager Tang Yuan and serve him with the best tea. Before Tang Yuan could finish, Jun Wuyi had already projected his voice and given the order. He could not tolerate how inappropriate Tang Yuan was despite being one of the most powerful people on the continent currently. Third uncle, I haven't finished yet, listen to me. Tang Yuan tried to struggle a bit as he was so proud of his heroic deeds and couldn't wait to share. Get lost. Jun Wuyi kicked onto his humongous buttock. Tang Yuan screamed in pain but didn't budge at all. His buttock was so flabby that it was like cotton absorbing all the force. It seemed that being fat could also be advantageous. As everyone watched him, Tang Yuan grumbled and massaged his buttock. He then waved his hand again casually. Four men immediately responded to his gesture by rushing forward and laying out an object. It was a foldable soft couch. Everyone was dumbfounded as he made himself comfortable on it before waving his hand again and ordering. "Show me the way to third young master Jun Dam. So tiring to walk for so long." He had spoken softly with Jun Wui, but Miao Xiao Miao was a solid venerable. How could she not have heard it? She was dazed by what she had heard. Stoning people to death with gold, this fat man, how can I even describe him? She finally forced close her mouth from the absurd scene as Tang Yuan was carried inside on the soft couch. She couldn't help but comment very honestly. Now I see how is he so fat. Everyone counted that Tang Yuan only walked on his own for less than 10 steps. And now he was complaining that it was too tiring. No wonder he was so fat. Jun Wui wiped off some cold sweat as he came to the resolution that he was going to remind Mo Xie again to help Tang Yuan slim down again. Tang Yuan's body would not be able to lift his own load if he continued to put on weight. It was a matter of life and death. Who knew why he didn't try to boost his own health with all the magical herbs he could afford? As Jun Wui pondered on, a high-pitched boy's voice suddenly could be heard. Unfailing as the sun that rises from the east, I am undefeatable. Conquer the world in no time and unify everyone for centuries. The Dongfang family has come to congratulate. The voice, the slogan, it was definitely the cousin. It was Jun Moxie's little cousin Dongfang Xiaohuai. Or perhaps he should be called Dongfang Bubai. Right after Tang Yuan, it was this naughty little boy. They are giving me a headache, Jun Wui complained silently. But he was lucky this time that Dongfang Xiaohuai was not here alone. He could see Dongfang Wenqing walking over with a smile. As Jun Wui welcomed the Dongfang family warmly and ordered servants to bring them in, a sudden wave of coldness and washed over him. It was as if he were back on the peak of the snowy mountains. It had to be the master of the Blizzard Silver City leading several experts of the city to send over their well wishes. There were no more incoming guests for a while and Jun Wui busily attended to those that had arrived. Tianxiang Empire has come to congratulate the grand opening ceremony of the Evil Monarch Manor. We present you Tiannan City as the gift. The ambassador from Tianxiang was Li Yuran, who had been Jun Moxie's archenemy. And the gift they had presented was another shock for everyone. The god of wealth, Tang Yuan gave 100 million gold and it was breathtaking enough. Who could have imagined that the Tianxiang Empire gave an entire city? It was more stunning. Only Mo Wu Dao and a few other well-informed individuals were not surprised. This move by the Tianxiang city was very strategic. After the Evil Monarch Manor was established, the de facto leader of the Tiannan city would no longer be the crown of the Tianxiang Empire. Furthermore, the city was too far away from Tianxiang city, so there was nothing the emperor could do even if he wanted to. But the situation would immediately turn the other way around if they gave it to Jun Moxie. With the current capabilities of the Jun family, they would naturally protect Tiannan city from any form of attack or invasion. Tiannan city might even become an impregnable city with absolute peace. More importantly, the city would turn into a strong line of defense that ensured the stability of the southern parts of the empire forever. In this manner, although it was the presentation of a gift on the surface, it actually settled a huge uncertainty factor forever. They were receiving a huge benefit with a simple favor. How could Jun Wui not be aware of their hidden agenda? But considering that Tianxiang had been his home country, Jun Wui could only smile helplessly and ask people to bring Li Yuran in. However, the next person really made the color on Jun Wui's face change. Mo Wu Dao from the elusive Word of Immortals has come to congratulate the grand opening of the Evil Monarch Manor. It was a very startling line indeed. Everyone knew that the three Holy Lands would definitely send someone to attend the event, but no one expected the master of the elusive Word of Immortals himself to be here. Instantaneously, there was only dead silence. Shi Ruochen from the Supreme Golden City. Huyin Ao Bo from the Illusory Blood Sea. Miao Zhan from the Misty Illusory Manor. Has come to congratulate the grand opening of the Evil Monarch Manor. 3 more voices sounded off simultaneously, finding their way into the ears of everyone present. They were not loud and actually sounded gentle, but they didn't fail petrifying everyone. The leaders of the manor and the 3 Holy Lands arrived at the same time. Thank you so much. Please come inside and enjoy some tea. Jun Woo-yi carefully raised his voice but kept his humble posture. Wait a minute. Please allow me to say something. May I ask where your manor lord, the evil monarch, is? Mo Wu Dao asked calmly. I think we have shown enough sincerity to be here by ourselves, but your manor lord refuses to appear. Isn't it a bit too inappropriate? Does your manor lord show no respect to all these heroes of the world? Ever since the arrival of the first group of guests, the evil monarch, Jun Moxie, hadn't appeared. Previously, most of them were his friends, so it was still understandable. But now, the guests were the leaders of the most powerful organizations in existence. Their status were high and almost on par with the evil monarch. Disregarding them was sort of impolite. Upon hearing what Mo Wu Dao had said, those families affiliated with the Three Holy were immediately stirred up. There was close to 10,000 of them making a commotion at the same time. After finishing his words, Mo Wu Dao waited in silence and did nothing else. He looked totally emotionless. His words sounded doubtful but not in a very challenging way, but hidden within was an extremely deadly trap. He had long been aware that Jun Moxie didn't even show up until now. He only brought up this matter at this point of time so that it would become a deadly arrow pointing at Jun Moxie. If Jun Moxie continued to refuse showing up, with a few more words and the help of the family supportive of them to stir up more sentiments, the newly established evil monarch manor would most likely find itself against the entire world. But if Jun Moxie did appear afterwards, it would seem that Jun Moxie was submissive. He didn't even appear to welcome his friends but showed up for the leaders of the Three Holy Lands. Wouldn't this mean that he was fearful? In this case, the status of the Three Holy Lands would be lifted tremendously, surpassing that of the evil monarch manor. At the same time, it would undermine the bond between the evil monarch manor and its allies. Everyone expected the Three Holy Lands to challenge Jun Moxie on this ceremony. But no one could have guessed that it happened as soon as they turned up. It was clearly a good demonstration of the strategy of ambushing an enemy. Before long, a casual voice suddenly became audible. Mo Wu Dao, what are you implying? Is it that you are more noble than the other heroes that I must welcome you personally? The evil monarch manor treats all heroes of the world equally. I respect them and naturally won't deliberately make your life difficult. But what are you trying to achieve by saying this now? The voice was penetrating and clear but sounded as if it used minimal effort. However, it easily covered over all the rowdiness and forced itself into everyone's head. That's skillful. Miao Zhan's eyes flashed with a surprised glow and exclaimed softly to himself. The speaker had a very high Xian cultivation, demonstrated by his voice covering over the noisy crowd. However, Miao Zhan was quite certain that he could do it as well. The more admirable was the way he responded with his words. It was a quick-witted response that turned the tide back against Mo Wu Dao and even glorified all the heroes of the world. It recognized that every hero was equal to the master of the elusive world of immortals. It was indeed very satisfying to hear. Besides, you said that it was inappropriate. I'm afraid I can't agree with your words. Although I, Jun Moxie, am the evil monarch, I'm still a person of the Jun family. The person receiving guests at the door right now is my third uncle. My third uncle is the famed blood general, and his status in the family is even much higher than mine. With my third uncle personally coming out to receive the guests, it is already a great show of respect to the heroes of the world. Mo Wu Dao, could it be that to you, a senior of the older generation has a lower status than a junior? As the palace lord of the elusive world of immortals, to think that you still have the face to say such vile and unfilial words. The clear voice ended here, but the noise from the crowd had also calmed down completely. This sentence had not only made his stance clear, he had even managed to return a blow back to Mo Wu Dao. Mo Wu Dao had taken the chance to attack Jun Moxie with a difficult question, but his attack had been dissolved instantly and returned with the same method. Mo Wu Dao's skill in maligning people could already be said to be among the best in the world, but who would have thought that this evil monarch would be even more amazing? Truly, there's always a taller mountain behind the tallest mountain. Miao Xiao Miao nearly burst out in laughter. At the same time, she thought in her heart that this fellow's skill was rather similar to her Jun Ye's smooth ability to talk. The only thing was that he was, of course, not comparable to her Jun Ye. Li Yuran, who had already been escorted inside, shook his head with a bitter smile when he heard those words. If it were him who were faced with this difficult situation, he would definitely have chosen the method of explaining himself and would never use such an extreme method of retorting head-on. Although Li Yuran's character was venomous, ruthless and daring, his subconscious was actually more cautious. Before obtaining success, he would always consider failure first. The first thought in his mind would always be self-preservation, before anything else. But Jun Moxie, on the other hand, was completely fearless. The two's personalities were as different as the north and south, so their approaches to a problem would naturally be very different as well. Mo Wu Dao laughed lightly, seemingly not minding at all. The evil monarch has a sharp tongue as expected, how truly admirable. From this sentence, it seemed as if the matter had come to a temporary stop, but in truth, there seemed to be a hint of mockery in his words. The palace lord of the elusive world of immortals is also impressive. Just a random sentence from you had been enough to force this seat to speak. Although those words are forceful to the extreme and don't seem to have any social ethics or morality to speak of, it's already asking too much of you. Humans are imperfect after all, so this seat can understand, Jun Moxie laughed and said, his voice disappearing. This sentence was also a blow back at Mo Wu Dao, saying that he was seeking his own humiliation and could not be blamed on others. Furthermore, although the words, no social ethics or morality to speak of, seemed to be said in graciousness, it was in essence a direct shot at Mo Wu Dao, calling him a vile beast right to his face. In this age, was there anyone who didn't know social ethics? Truly, only vile beasts would not understand such stuff. Of course, the crowd was able to understand the meaning behind those words very clearly. However, no one dared to say it out loud. The evil monarch may be able to disregard the palace lord of the elusive world of immortals, but would they dare? Although Jun Moxie had just called the rest of them equals to the three holy lands and everyone felt good about it internally, but the crowd were obviously not idiots. Would they really dare to think that they were equals with the three holy lands? Although the two had only exchanged 2 sentences from start to end, it had been enough to leave the crowd with endless thoughts. Everyone could feel that there would definitely be a huge show to watch later today. High up in the castle, Mei Shuiyan sat silently beside a tall window, looking down. All of a sudden, she muttered lightly. That lovable-looking girl in yellow with the misty illusory manner should be our little sister Xiao Miao, right? Young Master Jun, who had just emerged from a round of sharp-tongued battle with the palace lord of the elusive world of immortals, rubbed his nose in a guilty manner, and coughed twice dryly. NN. Where? Dugu Xiao Yi, Han Yen Meng and Kura rushed over excitedly and looked towards where Mei Shuiyan was pointing. You 3 little lasses, Mei Shuiyan smiled bitterly, but still pointed for them to see. Not bad indeed. She definitely looks pretty. Dugu Xiao Yi pouted her mouth cutely and stared unblinkingly. Miao Xiao Miao was dressed in a long, pale yellow dress, and her expression was calm. Although they were too far to see her face clearly, the grace and elegant bearings that emanated from her could already be seen, setting her apart from the crowd. There might be no need to mind the others, but we need to receive this Miss Miao ourselves. Mei Shuiyan said in a light voice. Otherwise, young Master Jun will think that we're a bunch of jealous women and get angry at us. Qing Han, let's go down together. Guan Qing Han shot a glance at Jun Moxie, and nodded. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose with a bitter smile. Would I dare to get angry at you all? If you don't get angry at me, I'll be burning incense and thanking the gods. Young Master Jun actually wanted to get that fellow Tang Yuan up here initially. However, while that fatty was being carried up, he happened to look down. Seeing how high up they were, he became scared and hurriedly scrambled back down. Very few of these guests came along with the women of their family. Miao Xiao Miao naturally felt rather lonely and uncomfortable in a sea of men. After being greeted by Jun Wu Yi, she followed behind a few white-robed youths. As she looked up, there was actually an exceedingly huge hall at the front. This hall was wide enough to easily accommodate a few thousand tables, with a large space left empty in the center. There was even a tall stage on the opposite end. While Miao Xiao Miao was observing the setup, a shadow suddenly flashed, and her eyes blurred. 2 girls had abruptly appeared at the doors of the huge hall and were smiling at her. The colors of their dresses were not much different from the rest, but even as they simply stood there, they gave others a feeling that they were different from the others. Whether it was the style, the bearing, or the attitude, they stood out starkly from the rest. In terms of looks, they were heavenly beauties of a generation. The one on the left was standing still in a simple manner, but there were the bearings of a strong leader on her. Although she was smiling faintly, she gave others a feeling that she could not be taken lightly, a person who was high up in the air, looking down up the world. The person on the right also had a slight smile on her face, but she looked cold and aloof, and seemed to be exceedingly out of reach. Just looking at her, one would feel as if they were looking at a celestial fairy from another dimension who could not be approached. One was like a proud peony, graceful and elegant, while the other was like an ice lotus at the peak of a snowy mountain, set apart from the world and untainted by worldly filth. The moment these two girls appeared, even those old Holy Land experts who had lived for countless years, could not help but stare in a dazed manner. Such levels of beauty should be something that only belong in the heavens. Miao Xiaomiao had always been confident in her own pure and exceptional looks, and even when she heard Mo Junyi praising his wife to the heavens, she still felt a deep feeling of unresignation in her heart even though she hadn't said anything at the time. She didn't dare express those thoughts to him in fear that the other would think her to be a calculative and jealous girl. But in her heart, she did not believe that the elder sister whom she had never seen before would possibly be more pretty than her. After all, who could in the Xian continent that was clouded with filth could reach a level of beauty that was comparable to the misty illusory manor? Miao Xiaomiao could not be blamed for having this kind of arrogant view. The people in the misty illusory manor had always felt that they were superior to the people of Xian continent. Being born in that kind of environment, it was no wonder that she also had the same thinking. But after seeing these two girls now, she could not help but to feel a deep sense of shame in her heart. Although she was also a peak-level beauty, but how could she be mentioned alongside these two girls? The moment this thought appeared, another thought appeared in her heart. Since there is this kind of beauty in Xian continent, then, if the elder sister that Junyi had described was also real, what should I do? Miao Xiaomiao felt her heart drop, and an uncontrollable pain rose in her chest. A sense of deep self-pity birthed, overflowing on her brows. But what she didn't know was that when Mei Shuiyan and Guan Qinghan saw her, they had also been deeply shocked. In these days, with all the girls living together, one could truly say that their lodge was a place where all kinds of different beauties could be found together. The graceful and poised Shuiyan, cold and proud Qinghan, playful and adorable Xiao Yi, lively Yan Meng, gentle and quiet Qian Sun, kind and amiable Kur, restrained and composed Ling Meng, there was practically one of every characteristic here. Sometimes, Mei Shuiyan would even wonder to herself if that baddie was actually intending to capture all the top beauties of different characteristics and bring them into his harem, netting the best of everything in this world together. But after seeing Miao Xiaomiao today, she realized that Jun Moxie's grand collection had not ended yet. A strong yet refined girl, soft on the outside but strong on the inside, this kind of girl was truly rare. Especially that pitiable look of pain between her brows was even more shocking. Venerable Mei, I trust you have been well since we last met. Mo Wu Dao smiled lightly and took the initiative to speak. At this, Miao Xiaomiao gasped lightly in her heart. So this is the current lord of Tian Fa's ferocious land. Venerable Mei. I heard that she's also the woman of that evil monarch. Seeing her today, she's indeed a peerless beauty. But who is that beside her? Looks like that evil monarch is truly blessed with boundless luck with women. But what Miao Xiaomiao didn't know was that she was also one of those women that evil monarch had boundless luck with. Mo Wu Dao, you really never change, still as pretentious as before. You clearly hate me to death in your heart, but you still manage to express a deep look of kinship in your eyes. Mo Wu Dao, among all the pretentious fellows that the Xian continent has witnessed over the past several thousand years, you are undoubtedly the first. Mei Shuiyan looked coldly at him and said in a bland manner. Venerable Mei is still so direct with your words. Our four lands are actually the same body, joined in the same purpose of opposing the foreign invaders. After fighting alongside each other for so many years, Venerable Mei's words are a little disheartening. Mo Wu Dao sighed heavily and said. I remember back then. Just what kind of person was this? The three holy lands and Tian Fa were already at an inconciliable level where they could not share the same sky together. But he still had the face to say four lands are the same body, joined in the same purpose. How could those words even leave his tongue? Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes, no longer bothering to reply to him. Against such a shameless fellow, it wouldn't mean anything no matter what she said. Rather than wasting her breath bickering on him, she turned and smiled lightly at Miao Xiaomiao. This little sister should be the misty illusory manor's little princess, Miss Miao, right? Yes. Nice to meet you, Senior Mei. Miao Xiaomiao froze for a moment and hurriedly replied. Although Miao Xiaomiao was the little princess of the misty illusory manor, her status and position were not worth anything compared with the person before her. Venerable Mei had held up the entire Tian Fa forest by herself for hundreds of years. Although her cultivation at that time was not high and was possibly even weaker than the current her, she had not allowed that to stop her from protecting Tian Fa forest at all. This was a true legendary character, and a true leader of a ferocious land. This was made even more amazing now that this legendary character had been revealed to actually be a woman. Her courage and leadership qualities were even more admirable. Miss Miao is too courteous. If Miss Miao doesn't mind, you can just call me elder sister Mei. The word senior makes me feel a little old. Mei Shuiyan smiled in a warm manner and said, this place is filled with men, and Miss Miao seems to be a little uncomfortable here. Why don't you follow us to rest in a quieter place? And, Miss Chiao, you should come with us as well. Miao Xiao Miao was going to be one of their sisters in the future, so it was within reason to address her warmly. As for Chiao Ying, Mei Shuiyan truly didn't know how to address her, and could only call her Miss Chiao as per custom. Sure. Miao Xiao Miao was very excited. In that moment, she had even forgotten to seek her senior's opinion, directly agreeing. Firstly, she truly felt somewhat uncomfortable here. Secondly, Mei Shuiyan was actually a person she'd idolized for a long time. She admired this amazing woman greatly, and in her excitement, she'd agreed without much thought. On the other side, Xiaoying also nodded. Her main purpose in coming here this time was to take a look at the exquisite lotus that Jun Moxie had taken away. If there was a need, she would rather give up some of her secrets and give the latter some pointers than see the exquisite lotus which she cared for like her own children to suffer at all. If she followed Mei Shuiyan, she would be able to find young Master Jun. It would naturally be much more convenient than sitting here. Miao Zhan also did not mind and nodded his head. There were too many people here, and although Miao Xiao Miao and Xiao Ying's cultivation were good, they were still girls in the end. For them to go with Mei Shuiyan was the best choice. Jun Moxie was most likely the great prodigy Mo, so Miao Zhan naturally did not have to worry about Miao Xiao Miao. Even if he weren't Mo Junyi as they had guessed, Mei Shuiyan would definitely not do anything bad towards Miao Xiao Miao given her status. I wonder who this elder sister is. Miao Xiao Miao looked at Guan Qinghan and asked. My name is Guan Qinghan. Guan Qinghan replied with a gentle smile as she introduced herself. Whether it was Mei Shuiyan or Guan Qinghan, both of them felt a bit of jealousy in their hearts in the instant that they saw Miao Xiao Miao. Such an elegant and beautiful girl, was actually the first girl that had intimate relations with Jun Moxie in sober circumstances. But after seeing how adorable and easygoing Miao Xiao Miao was in person, along with the pitiable look between her brows, forget about thinking of her as a villain, even the feelings of jealousy had disappeared. The situation was already like this, and the wood had already been made into a boat. Rather than being unhappy in their hearts, they might as well open their hearts and accept reality. Moreover, this Miao Xiao Miao did not seem like the kind of girl that was difficult to get along with. Miao Xiao Miao could feel that the gazes of these two beauties were somewhat strange as they looked at her. At the same time, she also felt quite confused in her heart. Why are they looking at me with such complicated expressions? Still, so this is the girl whom the evil monarch had stood against the world to protect back then, silencing all rumors in the world, to the extent of being willing to slaughter a river of blood. Guan Qinghan. Is Jun Moxie up there? Xiaoying asked, causing Miao Xiao Miao to perk her ears up as well. She did not find it strange that Xiaoying would suddenly mention the evil monarch, but she was more curious about how this legendary ruthless and bloodthirsty, as well as shameless and despicable hoodlum, looked in real life. Miss Chiao, do you wish to see him? Mei Shuiyan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mei Shuiyan had already heard the story between Xiaoying and Jun Moxie before, and she naturally knew that this all-seeing Rakshasa had once been brutally tricked by Jun Moxie several times. Any girl that had been tricked by young Master Jun before would usually fall into a very pitiful state. To this point, Mei Shuiyan had a very personal understanding. Thus, Mei Shuiyan's gaze was rather meaningful as she looked at Xiaoying. I don't want to see him. For some reason, a sense of panic rose in Xiaoying's heart as Mei Shuiyan looked at her. Hurriedly denying, she said, I only want to check on the exquisite lotus that he took away from me. At the same time, she scolded herself in her heart. What am I panicking for? Why should I panic? However, her heart was jumping wildly. This kind of feeling was extremely strange, as if she were a mistress who had suddenly bumped into the official wife. At the same time, she realized with shock. This Venerable Mei had received her nickname back then, because of her cultivation at the Venerable realm. But, from the looks of it now, how could she just be a Venerable? Right now, she might be around the same level as her, in fact, she might even be a level stronger. Could it be that her nickname, Venerable Mei, had came from a cultivation of Saint Venerable instead of just Venerable? But this seemed rather unlikely. But if that was not the case, how could her cultivation have risen so quickly in such a short time? This way, please. Mei Shuiyan and Guan Qinghan led the way in front, and walked towards the other direction. Seeing the four great beauties disappearing into the distance, the crowd could not help but sigh heavily. The four great beauties gathered together like that had truly been an excellent sight. With them leaving like this now, they would likely never get to see such a beautiful sight ever again for the rest of their lives. To say that this building was a large hall, it was more appropriate to call it a tent. Only, this tent was undoubtedly extremely huge. It was many times higher than a regular tent, and millions of times larger. But even this tent did not give anyone a feeling of being simple and crude. The surrounding tables and chairs are arranged neatly, and every table was draped with a luxurious tablecloth. A pot of fresh flowers was placed in the middle of each table, every branch and leaf was luxuriant and bright, while the flowers were a charming pale blue. These flowers alone gave a fresh feeling in everyone's hearts. When the guests entered, and they saw the flowers, everyone could not help but be shocked. When they finally confirmed the species of flowers it was in front of them, they could not help but to become even more speechless. Austere heart orchid. These mystical flowers were very rarely seen in the Xian continent. To call them mystical flowers, it would be more appropriate to directly call it mystical spirit herbs. For a fully bloomed austere heart orchid, if one had the chance to just swallow one petal on it, they would immediately gain immunity to 100 poisons and a myriad of evils for 1 year. Although the effects would only last for 1 year, it was the equivalent to countless more chances to live for these cultivators who roamed the pugilistic world. However, these flowers took a long time to bloom, requiring 3 full years each time. Furthermore, the time they remained in bloom was extremely short, only around 3 days. To preserve the petals was even more difficult. Its medicinal efficacies would only remain if it was kept using warm jade or other rare storage materials. They were extremely hard to come by. But all these flowers before them were clearly a gift from the evil monarch to all of them. Each table had 8 seats and each austere heart orchid with exactly 8 petals. This evil monarch is truly generous. So many austere heart orchids, just a single stalk would be able to fetch at least 1,000 liang gold on the market. As for the living plant itself, the value was even more unimaginable. They were things that only had demand but no supply. But here, there are several thousand pots of them. Just these austere heart orchids alone, was worth a terrifying amount of wealth. However, the evil monarch was treating them like balls of cabbages, putting them on the table. This wealth, and this generosity, was truly, too extravagant to the point of causing everyone to be speechless. The smell of orchids permeated the entire hall, causing everyone who walked in to feel a light and refreshing feeling in their hearts the moment they walked in. There was a name on every table, and as long as one took out their invitation letter, they would be led to their seats. Because there were too many people, and the space was limited, so apart from the Holy Lands, all the other factions that were invited had only been allowed to send one representative. As for the fatty Tang Yuan, the Blizzard Silver City, Dongfang family, Duanmu family, and the rest, they were not seated here with the rest. After all, they were people close to young Master Jun, and they had a special relationship with him, so there was nothing the rest could say about it. Of the people that had come in early, only Li Yuran remained in the common hall. Although Tian Xiang had a close relationship with the Jun family as well, but from the position of a country, it wasn't too convenient for them to stand out too overly. Right now, Li Yuran had already dissolved any intentions of being an enemy of Jun Moxie. In fact, he could be considered to be a person on Jun Moxie's side. But with his character, he would not display that in an obvious manner. Only by being close to both sides, would there be a chance to obtain valuable information. Perhaps with these things, he would be able to win the true friendship of Jun Moxie. This was Li Yuran's true final goal. The crowd gradually filed into the hall and saw the extravagance of the evil monarch for themselves. At the same time, they discovered one more important thing. True to the evil monarch's words, they were truly all treated with complete fairness. Apart from having their tables placed a little closer to the front, there were no difference to their table or their treatment from the rest at all. At this time, the only ones who were feeling uncomfortable were the 3 Holy Lands. Everyone else felt exceedingly comfortable. Even those aristocratic families who were subordinate to the 3 Holy Lands also felt a much more refreshing feeling in their hearts. In the past, when had they ever been in a position to be treated equally with the 3 Holy Lands? To think that something that even their ancestors had not managed to do or dream of had actually been accomplished today thanks to the evil monarch. That they could sit in the same hall as the Saint Venerables, Saint Emperors, and even the palace lords of the three holy lands in the same place. The evil monarch was indeed evil enough. In the entire world, he was probably the only person who could do something like this. Even if it were another person who had an irreconcilable grudge with the three holy lands, they would not necessarily dare to so outrageously refuse to give the three holy lands any face in such a formal setting. However, the evil monarch dared. Not only did he dare, he even did it in such a brazen manner. And the most important thing was that the three holy lands actually did not raise any opinions after being treated like that by the evil monarch. The moment they said anything, that would mean that they looked down upon all the other heroes of the world. And they would suddenly be standing in opposition against everyone. Thus, the three holy lands were fated to suffer in silence. The crowd was soon all seated. The three holy lands and the misty illusory manners table were on the first row, directly opposite the main stage. This kind of feeling was rather unbearable, as if they were only considered of a lower status, while those who could go onto the stage were the people who had truly high status. Mo Wu Dao, Shiroa Chen, and the rest did not say anything, and their expressions were composed and light, as if they didn't mind, but the caution in their hearts grew more pronounced. All of them were people with great analytical abilities. Being able to obtain thousands of austere heart orchids was certainly no easy task, but the most difficult thing was that just what method did that brat Jun Moxie use, to cause these several thousand austere heart orchids to bloom at the same time. And each austere heart orchid had 8 fresh flowers exactly. Such freakish accuracy was the truly shocking part. But being astonished was one thing, the various palace lords had already decided in their hearts that the moment Jun Moxie came out later, they would definitely show him some colors. Even though they could not directly disregard everything and start a fight because of the approaching war for seizing the heavens, but they would not allow the grand opening ceremony of the evil monarch manner to progress so smoothly. On the other side, Xiao Ying and Miao Xiao Miao entered another large hall in the castle and were somewhat stunned at this time. On the main wall of this grand hall, there was only a single, ancient-looking sword hanging slanted on the wall. There were no other decorations, save for this single sword hanging against the snow-white wall. It was an exceedingly simple and plain setup, but an indescribable killing intent could be felt surging from it. For large pearls were laid into the 4 corners of the ceiling. Every single pearl was shining brightly, with a myriad of colors. Xiaoying had always lived a simple and hard-working life, and was unsure of what it was, only taking them to be simple decorations. But Miao Xiao Miao was from an aristocratic line, and with a single look, she could tell that these were the exceedingly rare night illumination pearls. As it was still daytime right now, they didn't seem anything special. But if it was night, the hall would not need any light at all. It would be as bright as day. Truthfully, to call it bright as day would be somewhat inaccurate. The light given out by the night illumination pearls was soft and gentle, not glaring for the eyes at all. At the same time, the fragrance emitting from it was greatly beneficial to the human body. For this kind of pearls, not to mention 4, just one would have a value worth several cities. Even if one had money, it would be a treasure that could not be bought. But if that were all, it wouldn't be so amazing. The most shocking part was that these 4 pearls were exactly the same size. For 4 identical-sized night illumination pearls to be gathered in one place like this, could only be described with the word miraculous. There were a few chairs placed in a seemingly disorderly manner, but in a somewhat intentional manner. These chairs looked somewhat strange in style, but as long as one observed carefully, it would not be difficult to realize that these chairs would undoubtedly be extremely comfortable to sit on, a stark difference from those hard and stiff ancient-style chairs. Between the chairs, there were sets of green jade tea sets. A plate of white jade patterned plate could be seen in the middle of each tea set, within which was a bunch of tender shoots. The color of these shoots was light and gave others a calm and melancholic feeling. That's the ancient tea fragrance herb. Miao Xiao Miao exclaimed loudly, her eyes nearly popping out from her head. The ancient tea fragrance herb was a kind of extremely special plant. There weren't any particularly special medicinal effects from it, but the amazing thing was that it could release a kind of special tea fragrance that gladdens the heart and refreshes the mind. From the time this herb started growing, it would only be as tall as a finger and would not get any taller. Within the first 100 years, there would be no effects at all. An ancient tea fragrance herb that had reached 500 years of age would have a light green color, and would already release a faint tea fragrance. When it reached 1,000 years, it would turn pale blue, and no matter where one placed it, it would fill the entire room with an enchanting smell. But only when they were above 10,000 years would they be fitting of the name ancient. The ancient tea fragrance herb that had reached 10,000 years would turn white instead, and their fragrance would be more subdued. One only needed to place it in the pot, and even if only regular plain water was used to boil it, one would get a pot of top-grade tea. But if that was all, this would only be a slightly more rare plaything. But the true effects lie in the part where if one drank the tea made with the peak-grade tea fragrance for enough times, it would have a very beneficial effect towards helping a Xian cultivator in a breakthrough. It could allow a person to break through a bottleneck without any side effects. To those cultivators who had been stuck at a bottleneck for tens or hundreds, even thousands of years, this was a priceless treasure that they longed for even in their dreams. The tea leaves placed on the tea sets had already turned into a white, jade-like color, and there were even traces of it glimmering with an enchanting luster. From the looks of it, they were definitely at least over 10,000 years of maturity. In fact, it was very possible for them to be several tens of thousand years old. Her own grandpa Miao Jingyun only had one stalk of this tea herb on his table. But that tea herb was only a faint greenish white, and was at most 5,000-6,000 years old. However, it was already treated like a priceless treasure by her grandfather, and no one in the Miao family was allowed to touch it. But here, there were over 9 stalks at the same time. Furthermore, all of them were the kind with maturity of over tens of thousands of years. This evil monarch. Miao Xiao Miao was already unclear of what she should use to describe him. The words rich and overbearing were already greatly insufficient. As for saying that he had wealth enough to rival a country, that was vastly overestimating the wealth of the countries in this world. Perhaps only the words unprecedented in ages old and present could barely suffice to describe him. In this moment, Miao Xiao Miao had a strange feeling as if she were in a dream. However, Xiaoying beside her was even more shocked than her. Although the simple and inexperienced her did not know about the night illumination pearls, nor did she recognize the ancient tea fragrance herbs, but the 4 strangely shaped ginseng by the window sills had caused her to be completely stunned. There was a faint layer of mist lingering around these 4 ginsengs as the sun shone on them, causing one to be unable to see them clearly. Moreover, the ginsengs were continuously shifting forms inside the mist, sometimes appearing long and thin, and sometimes rough and round. At moments, they would morph into a human face, or change into all kinds of shapes and creatures. They did not seem to have a fixed shape. At one moment, they looked one way, but with the blink of an eye, they would transform into a completely different form again. Could this be the Yin Spirit Ginseng? The legendary heavenly treasure. Xiaoying directly felt a faint feeling overcoming her. And from the looks of it, these were superb grade Yin Spirit Ginseng that had already formed their own atmosphere. Because a Yin Spirit Ginseng that hadn't formed its own atmosphere could not change forms as it wished. There needed to be some time before it could change into another form. Seeing how these ginsengs could change their forms at any time, it was obvious that they had already reached that level. As per its namesake, the Yin Spirit Ginseng was not something that normal humans could use. Even if one used it, there would not be any effects, apart from having an overload of Yin Qi, greatly harming the essence Qi of the person who consumed it. There was only one usage of the Yin Spirit Ginseng, preventing the soul from being destroyed. If one were undergoing a deadly heavenly tribulation or before participating in a death match, swallowing just a thin slice of this ginseng would ensure that even if their bodies were destroyed or they were blasted by heavenly lightning, they would not truly have their souls destroyed. Instead, it would guarantee that they could escape with an intact soul. Whether one chose to be reborn as a holy infant, or return to the wheels of samsara to reincarnate, they would be able to retain their memories perfectly. Besides that, they would be able to take 1/3 of their cultivation with them. The most important thing was that it would not affect the matters of their next life at all. There would even be a most basic guarantee, their natural talents would not be lower than their current lives. To those peak-level experts, this was a treasure that they did not even dare to imagine in their dreams. The preciousness and value of these things was even higher than the 7-colored holy fruits and the exquisite lotus. One had to know, that even if one were reborn as a holy infant, it was impossible to take away even a single bit of cultivation. At best, they would only be able to retain their memories. Furthermore, the strength of a person's soul would be diminished by at least 70% after forcibly stealing the body of an infant from another soul. But this Yin Spirit Ginseng could ensure that there would be no loss in the process, and they could even retain 1/3 of their original cultivation strength. Regardless of the realm. If the Heaven Saint Palace had such a precious treasure like the Yin Spirit Ginseng, the many seniors that had been sacrificed in the war for seizing the heavens throughout the years, would all be able to revive with this method, living on for hundreds of thousands of years. This was a treasure that went against the heavens. And Jun Moxie actually had 4 of them here. And from the looks of it, all of them were 10,000 years old. Xiaoying only felt her heart thumping heavily, and her mouth had become completely parched and numb. The only thing she couldn't understand was that the legendary Yin spirit ginseng were lifeforms that were of an extreme Yin nature. They could not be placed under the sun, otherwise, they would turn into a puff of smoke and disappear. However, Jun Moxie had placed them directly on the windowsill to bask in the sun. There was a possibility that that brat Jun Moxie had the treasures, but could not recognize the treasure and didn't know how precious they were. However, the Yin spirit ginseng were clearly not showing any strange reactions even though they were sitting under the sun. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that she had made a mistake in her judgment, and this was not the legendary Yin spirit ginseng? However, were there any other kinds of ginseng that had the same unique traits? The moment they stepped through the door, the two girls had sunk into a state of their own shock. They didn't even hear Guan Qinghan calling them at all. The both of them just stood there in a faint and dumbstruck manner, their mouths hanging wide open speechlessly. Soon, a series of flurried footsteps rang out at the door, and an cutesy voice rang out. "Hurry hurry, look at those two great beauties. I heard that that fellow Jun Moxie was completely enchanted by the two of them, losing all his wits. Let's take a look and see just what kind of peerless beauties they are." Another voice rang out, "Even little sister Xiao Yi is jealous. Waha, so you're beginning to feel the danger now too, eh?" "Nonsense." The first voice rang out. "Little sister Meng, you should be calling me elder sister. If you address me with the wrong terms again, I'll tell elder sister Shui Yan. I'll let her take care of you, you little twerp that doesn't respect seniority. Don't forget, I'm the elder one here, you can fool around for other things, but you cannot mess around with the seniority. Che, with the way you are, do you think you look bigger? Where are you big?" A disdainful voice rang out. "You. I. I'm big everywhere. Bigger than you. Are you not convinced?" The voice turned angry. One could easily imagine the image of the little girl baring her claws and snaring her teeth. "Humph, I'm indeed not convinced. If you have the ability, let's take everything off and compare," the unconvinced voice said. All right, stop bickering, what a joke it'll be if they heard you," another voice rang out. Guan Qinghan and Mei Shuiyan's foreheads were both filled with black lines. Xiaoying and Miao Xiaomiao also looked at each other with confusion. What was going on? Why is it so rowdy? It's fine if they're rowdy, but what does it have to do with us? Following that, the sound of messy footsteps rang out as several figures shuffled in. In a short moment, the hall was filled with girls, becoming a gathering of flowers in a garden. Dugu Xiao Yi, Han Yen Meng, and Kur poked their heads in through the door, just happening to meet Mei Shuiyan's cold gaze. All of them swallowed uneasily, and walked in obediently, completely losing their domineering attitude from before. Xiaoying and Miao Xiaomiao looked at the three little girls who walked in, and their faces could not help but to twitch with shock. Although these three lasses were young, they were as tender and bright as brilliant pearls. They looked incredibly adorable and cheeky, and their features were sharp and beautiful. With a single look, it was easy to see that when they grew up, they would definitely become country-toppling beauties of a generation. Furthermore, these few Lolitas had figures that were somewhat overboard in amazingness. Especially the two in front, their curves and straight lines were extremely pronounced, and just by looking at them, one would be able to see that these two lasses only looked like Lolitas. In actual fact, they were already at an age where they could be plucked. Look at those breasts, those waists, and those legs. No matter how much their faces looked like little girls, they were clearly not little anymore. The moment these three girls came in, the intended effect was immediately achieved. The somewhat solemn atmosphere was directly shattered instantly. "Ayaya, this must be Miao Miao, right? Kiki, you're so pretty," Dugu Xiao Yi measured Miao Xiaomiao with a wide grin. Examining her up and down, she walked several rounds around her, looking at her from head to toe, from her breasts to her buttocks, from her waist to her legs, even her face and her neck. Not a single part that was exposed on the outside was not pierced through by her keen gaze. She stared so much that Miao Xiaomiao even felt the hairs on her skin rising. This little lass's gaze was even more perverted than a pervert. It was as if she was stripping Miao Xiaomiao with her eyes and examining every fine detail. The most ridiculous part was that this lass even proceeded to compare the former's assets with herself, and when her eyes landed on Miao Xiaomiao's chest, she even proceeded to knead her own breasts with a serious expression on her face. Finally, she sighed and muttered to herself in a somewhat depressed tone. "Just a little bit smaller. Humph. Hers is definitely bigger, even a little bit bigger is still bigger. Han Yanmeng skipped over to Dugu Xiaoyi's ear and said in an evil tone. Looking at Miao Xiaomiao's chest, she clearly had some looks of jealousy in her eyes as well, but she did not stop whispering in Dugu Xiaoyi's ears. Without taking it off to compare, only the heavens know who's truly bigger. Dugu Xiaoyi pouted and said. Besides, I heard that thing can get bigger after being kneaded. I haven't been kneaded yet, but, she has, so, what's so strange about hers being a little bigger than mine? Miao Xiaomiao nearly passed out on the spot. What kind of words were those? Could this kind of stuff be talked about casually like this? Moreover, did these little lasses think that their voices are very soft? With our cultivation, not to mention whispering in front of us, even if they were whispering tens of zhang away, we can still hear them clearly. Also, how did she know that I've been kneaded? There was no way to retort, and no ways to question. Depressing, too depressing. Awkward, too awkward. Sit, come, elder sister Miao, let's us sisters have a good chat. Her face burning with embarrassment, Miao Xiaomiao was dragged in a state of confusion to a plump chair. The moment she sat down, she discovered how soft and comfortable the seat was, even the backrest was soft and nice. When she leaned back, the chair even went down with her, as if it was a special little bed. Kua grabbed the teapot as if it were a natural thing for her and began to pour some hot water into the cups. Hot steam began to rise out of the cups as soon as the hot water was poured in. But before the steam could rise high, they were directly cut off as a piece of jade-colored thing was placed into the cups. In an instant, the water turned into a pale greenish color, as if it were a large piece of precious jade. At the same time, an extremely graceful fragrance that caused one's heart to feel refreshed, instantly filled the entire hall, even spreading outside. Xiaoying and Miao Xiaomiao felt as if their minds and spirit had been reinvigorated. And this was just a sniff. In a short moment, the tea's fragrance had already spread into the first level's reception hall. Such a strong fragrance, even if it was not considered as a scent that could spread for 10 li, it was pretty much there. The people in the reception hall instantly wriggled their noses and sniffed at the air. What kind of tea was that? Such fragrance, it was simply too amazing. Dugu Xiaoyi sneakily pulled Miao Xiaomiao to her side and stared at her with gleaming eyes. At this time, she was contemplating what method she could use to glean even the slightest bit of information on cooking rice from this powerful love rival. That baddie had said that he was waiting for her to show her skills in cooking. This time, she could no longer back out. Not minding the sneaky lasses beside her, Xiaoying lifted her teacup, took a light sip, and said, "That fellow Jun Moxie, is he not here? The friends and enemies of Tian Xiang are here, and he naturally needs to go and offer a greeting. He'll be back after that." Mei Shuiyan said with a slight smile. Could it be that he's going to host the opening ceremony personally? Xiaoying was truly surprised this time. The opening ceremony, at the end of the day, that is just a ceremony. Mei Shuiyan shrugged her shoulders. If Mo Wu Dao is willing to behave properly, would Mo Xie need to make an appearance? How could this be an ordinary ceremony? Such a grand matter like the opening of the evil monarch manor, as the person with the highest authority here, how could Jun Moxie not appear personally? Xiao Ying's hands shook, and she nearly spilled the tea. This was too big a shock. It was too ridiculous. So it turned out that Jun Moxie had actually never intended to appear. It's still those same words, no matter how big of a ceremony it is, this is just a ceremony at the end of the day. Whether he wants to make an appearance or not, will depend on his mood. Mei Shuiyan was also very helpless in this matter. Was this the only ridiculous matter? There would be another soon. Depend on his mood, Xiaoying was completely floored. At this time, a loud hong sound rang out below. Following that, it was as if a pot of trouble had been opened, as clamorous sounds rose. What's going on? Xiaoying furrowed her brows. We've prepared a batch of top-grade wine for the guests for today's ceremony. Mei Shuiyan sighed helplessly. Towards this matter, she was truly somewhat speechless. To have prepared fine wine is a good thing. Xiaoying cocked her head with some confusion. All warriors in the pugilistic world loved wine. But no matter how good the wine was, it wouldn't be this rowdy, right? That sound just now didn't seem like it was the sound of cheering. But at the same time, we've also prepared a table of austere heart orchids to thank the guests for coming. Everyone has one stalk exactly, Mei Shuiyan said with a bitter smile. Pu, Xiaoying spat out a mouthful of tea that she had just drank, and choked for a long time. At that moment, all kinds of strange feelings surged through her heart. The austere heart orchid was an extremely magical item, however, it had a huge inhibition. That is, after consuming it, one would not be able to drink any alcohol for at least 2 hours. Otherwise, all the medicinal effects will be gone. Although there would be no other effects, and the body wouldn't be hurt, that would still mean that they were wasting a rare treasure and a chance to be immune to 100 poisons for a year. Right now, the situation below was exactly because of this. If they wanted the spirit herb, they could drink the wine. But this wine was the heavenly wine that was previously auctioned for great prices in Tianxiang City. Hundreds of thousand liang silver a vat ah. But if they drank the wine and satisfied their tongues, what should they do about the spirit herbs? This was a treasure that would allow them to be immune to poisons for an entire year ah. It was an additional layer of insurance on their lives ah. It was no wonder that the guests were so conflicted. All of them were looking from the large amounts of top-grade wine and the austere heart orchids on the table, no knowing if they should laugh or cry. This was an exceedingly hard choice to make. Some of those wine lovers who enjoyed a good drink more than their lives were already somewhat trembling, and they were swallowing their saliva repeatedly. Their 2 eyes were already rigid from staring too hard. Who came up with this idea? Xiaoying asked in a frustrated and amused tone. This was too evil. Who else but Mo Xie? Mei Shuiyan massaged her temples in a helpless manner. Even until now, she could not manage to understand the meaning behind Jun Moxie's arrangement. Was this just a pure prank? What a high-level prank, ah. This is a devious trap that directly targets certain people. Miao Xiao Miao said with a faint smile. Right now, Mei Shuiyan was directly overseeing the whole event and had to be concerned with the overall picture. Because of that, she was unable to see certain things. But Miao Xiao Miao was looking in from the side and could see certain things more clearly. Firstly, her family had great influence in the misty illusionary manner, and she was naturally more learned about this kind of sinister schemes. Secondly, the verbal war between Jun Moxie and Mo Wu Dao earlier had given her some flash of inspiration in this moment, and she was able to understand the intricacies behind this matter. What does Miss Miao mean? Mei Shuiyan's eyes brightened. Xiaoying also turned her head around, while her brows remained tightly furrowed. If this were a trap targeted at someone, then there could only be one person to target, Mo Wu Dao. Only a vengeful person like Mo Wu Dao who was good at seizing every opportunity and capturing every detail to attack Jun Moxie, in order to destroy the purpose of this magnificent ceremony. Only then, would Jun Moxie's counterattack be even sharper. Because this was truly what it meant to fight while being thoroughly prepared. Xiaoying only hoped that Mo Wu Dao would not continue to pick any fights now, saving some face for the 3 holy lands. But, just as she was worried, that warm voice had already rang out, causing Xiaoying to instantly feel a dreadful, cold feeling through her entire body. Mo Wu Dao had ultimately still been blinded by his hatred and fell right into Jun Moxie's trap. Jun Moxie. To actually be capable of doing such a thing on the grand opening ceremony of the evil monarch manor. This Mo had truly received a great eye-opening experience. What a good evil monarch, truly evil indeed. Mo Wu Dao laughed mockingly and said in a graceful manner. Dare I ask what Palace Lord Mo means by those words? Shi Ruochen instantly backed him up, knowing that Mo Wu Dao needed a second person to play along with him. Apart from the people of the 3 holy lands, no one else would be willing to participate in the quarrels between the 2 great powers. This wine is naturally an excellent wine. I trust that for many people, it's likely that they would never be able to taste such excellent wine even in their entire lives. From this, we can easily see the evil monarch manor's sincerity in treating the guests. Mo Wu Dao said with a faint smile, and there was even some hint of a playful tone in his voice. The flowers are also extremely precious, and just eating a single stalk of this orchid, one would gain immunity to 100 poisons for an entire year. This could be said to be gifting an additional life to all the guests here, or perhaps even several extra lives. It's a truly generous stroke. Since the evil monarch had been so sincere and generous in his reception, why did Brother Mo say that he was being despicable? Isn't that being self-contradictory? Shi Ruochen asked with a feigned look of confusion. The 2 coordinated perfectly, one singing and the other harmonizing as they set up the play. All things in this world boost and counter each other. The fine wine and the flowers are naturally excellent treasures on their own, but once the 2 are merged together, the wine will be tasteless, and the flower will have no miraculous effect. With the two extreme treasures counteracting each other, it would mean that we get none of them, save for a wasted trip. Even if we only drink the wine today, and do not eat the flowers, it would still be a waste of heavenly treasures since the flowers only have an exceedingly short lifespan of 3 days. Once the time is missed, the flowers would lose their miraculous abilities and be wasted. Mo Wu Dao continued in a loud voice. Jun Moxie, what is the meaning of this, using such methods to toy with all the heroes of the world? As he said that, his eyes blazed like a pair of sharp swords as he looked upwards. If we drink the wine, we cannot eat the flowers. If we consume the flowers, we cannot drink the wine. You are making things deliberately difficult for everyone, as if forcing us to sit on a cushion of pins and needles. Jun Moxie. Could it be that this is the way your evil monarch manor receives their guests? Huyen Ao Bo stood up in rage and roared, thoroughly stirring up the rage in the hearts of all the heroes of the pugilistic world. With 2 treasures before them, forcing them to choose only one. Wasn't that simply toying with them? It was better to be killed than to be humiliated. Even if your evil monarch manor is powerful enough to shake the world, you still cannot take the heroes of the world for a joke. Exactly, what is the intentions of the evil monarch manor? Could it be that you feel a sense of accomplishment to toy with people like that? If I knew it was like this, I would have rather not come. We gave you face by coming here, and yet you toy with us like this. Truly intolerable. The evil monarch manor has gone too overboard in this matter. How infuriating. With someone leading the charge, the atmosphere in the reception hall became more and more intense. From the looks of it, the situation was going to explode soon. If that happened, the evil monarch manor's opening ceremony would forever remain a joke in the pugilistic world from now on. Mo Wu Dao smiled calmly, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. From the looks of the current situation, the results were already clear. No matter how the other side tried to save the situation, they would not be able to save that which had already been lost. Knowing that, he could not help but to snort in a triumphant manner. Ha ha ha, a long laughter rang out in the air. Following that, Jun Moxie's bright voice rang out. What a great joke. Mo Wu Dao, this seat truly doesn't understand. Why must your elusive world of immortals always use the heart of a base person to judge the actions of righteous people? Don't you think that your current actions are very laughable? I truly wonder how the previous seniors of the elusive world of immortals ended up choosing you to be Palace Lord of the elusive world of immortals. As this loud laughter rang out, it instantly suppressed all the clamor in the reception hall. Today is the grand opening ceremony of my evil monarch manor. This seat planned everything to an extremely meticulous level, so why would such an obvious mistake be made? You said that this seat is intending to toy with the heroes of the world. Mo Wu Dao, did you think that I, Jun Moxie, am a retard like you? Oh. In that case, I'll like to hear the evil monarch's explanation. Hey. I still need to explain to you. Anyone with half an eye could see that the austere heart orchid is something that this seat has given to all the heroes of the world to take home as a parting gift. Everyone who comes here will be able to take a stock home. I trust that everyone can understand this much. As for the wine, it's naturally for all the heroes who came here to enjoy. Jun Moxie said in a disdainful manner. Who doesn't know that these 2 treasures counteracts each other? Since I could take out so many austere heart orchids, would I not know about such a simple thing? The crowd began to discuss lowly again. Since you knew, why did you still do it like this? Everyone, please take note. There are 8 handkerchiefs under the flower vases. There is a corner revealed for each piece, forming a flower shape. Everyone should have seen it, right? Jun Moxie said in a light voice. There is exactly 1 such handkerchief for each person. The handkerchiefs are made from the silk of the snow silkworm from the peaks of the snow-capped mountains. They are resistant to extreme colds and are incomparably tough. Any spirit herbs that you wrap with this handkerchief, even if it's just some pill powder, will not lose its medicinal efficacy. This little gift is also a gift from my evil monarch manor, for all the heroes of this world. As for the austere heart orchid, everyone gets a stalk. And with the snow silkworm handkerchiefs, is there a need to consume the flowers immediately? Everyone can keep the flower in the handkerchief and bring them away. After that, you may consume them whenever you want. Today, not only are you not barred from drinking, everyone can drink to their fills, not leaving until you are drunk. If I spell it out like that, everyone should understand, right? As his voice rang out, everyone instantly looked down, and in an instant, they saw the snow-white handkerchiefs on the table. At first, all of them thought that the handkerchiefs had simply been placed there as decorations. Who would have thought that they were an even more precious treasure? In that moment, all of them felt a deep sense of guilt in their hearts. The evil monarch was so generous towards them, gifting them 2 treasures. If they added in the excellent wine, it would be 3 treasures. Yet, they raised their voices and stood up so rudely, nearly misunderstanding his kind intentions, that was really too much of them. But if they wanted to blame the other party for not explaining things properly in the first place, that was even worse. Since the other party had already placed everything on the table for them, it was clearly meant as a gift for them. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for being too rash and impatient. Otherwise, what was the point of trying to offend them like that? Could it be that he was really trying to declare war on all the heroes of the world? What kind of logic was there in that? Mo Wu Dao, Palace Lord Mo, tell me, are you not laughable? Jun Moxie's voice rang out again. But this time, it seemed to contain a bit more rage. My evil monarch manor put in so much effort, and because we're concerned about the lives of the heroes of the world, we did not mind the heavy expenditure, showing everyone the greatest amount of respect. But you 3 holy lands, are actually slandering us while trying to turn the other heroes against us as well. Mo Wu Dao. You, what are your intentions? Do you have nefarious designs against our evil monarch manor? Or, are you scheming against all the heroes of the world? This seat is requesting Palace Lord Mo to give a proper reply right now. Do not try to twist your words anymore. What are your intentions? Faced with such a direct question, even with Mo Wu Dao's deep scheming mind and strong mental ability, he could not help but to be flustered momentarily. It was originally a situation where the opponent should have no ways of coming back from. How did it end up like this? It was a feeling of the heavens and earth flipping over on him. Sensing the unkind gazes from all around, Mo Wu Dao suddenly felt a strange sense of alarm that he hadn't felt in a long time. It was a feeling as if things were no longer in his grasp. This was a feeling that he had forgotten long ago in his life. The last time he felt like this was an extremely long time ago. At least, a situation that made him feel like that had not happened ever since he assumed the role of the Palace Lord of the elusive world of immortals. A Palace Lord of a holy land, using words to vilify others. And under the countless gazes of the heroes of the world, being exposed on the spot and left with no way to retort. Such a feeling of embarrassment was surely very hard to accept. Manor Lord Jun is truly far-sighted and planned well enough. As expected, Mo Wu Dao was a peak-level character who was able to let go quickly enough. Laughing self-mockingly, he said. So it seems that Manor Lord had a purpose for designing things this way. This Mo had been careless, and made a mistake. I apologize. May Manor Lord not take offense seeing that I had only questioned thus in consideration of all the heroes present. The evil monarch is truly an evil monarch as expected. This kind of breath of spirit is truly extraordinary. That sentence of him was hinting that the current situation had been a trap that Jun Moxie had specifically designed for him to fall into. But directly following that, he had admitted his mistake in a direct manner, admitting that he had fallen into Jun Moxie's scheme. After that, he used the excuse of acting on behalf of the welfare of the crowd to justify himself. Finally, he even retaliated in a soft manner, saying, "You paid such a large price, just to trap me once. Was it worth it?" Mo Wu Dao's attitude changed in an instant. Although he still managed to give others a feeling as if he was open and aboveboard, he had still clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position. Counting the other incident at the gate, Mo Wu Dao had already lost twice in a row. This seemingly petty war of the tongue actually had huge influences. At least, with regards to their standing in the eyes of these people in the hall right now, there would be a lot of difference. Because this time, the 3 holy lands as 3 palace lords had joined hands and still failed. And not only had they failed, they had been forced to apologize in public. In the eyes of all the heroes of the world, this was an exceptionally inconceivable thing. With regards to the path that they would take and the positions of their families, whom they should lean towards, everyone would deliberate more on such things in after this event. Palace Lord Mo is the leader of the elusive world of immortals, one of the 3 holy lands. No matter how lavish our reception is, it would never suffice. So this seat needs to worry that the quality of our reception is not high enough. Jun Moxie's voice rang out with a sincere pride as he continued coldly. For the sake of Palace Lord Mo, and the sake of the holy lands, any sacrifice is worth it. Jun Moxie's word sounded as if he was putting the 3 holy lands on a very high pedestal, but in truth, it contained the complete opposite meaning. As for this meaning, all those who had the qualifications to come here were naturally not idiots. Any one of them could easily hear the hidden meaning. I'm not doing this because of you, it's because of the 3 holy lands. As long as I can land a blow on you, I will spare nothing. Even if I'm throwing more wealth away, even if I really had to sacrifice something, so what? This daddy can afford to lose this wealth. As long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it isn't a problem. No matter how shocking the price tag is, it isn't considered a loss at all. Just a tiny portion of the profits from Fatty Tang Yuan is already more than enough to cover all the losses. Can your 3 holy lands match this? Mo Wu Dao only felt as if he had swallowed a live fly. He finally couldn't help but twitch as he forced himself to manage a smile. Manor Lord Jun really holds us 3 holy lands in high regards, ah. You flatter me. The 3 holy lands are admired and respected by the world, so virtuous and reputable, not failing to meet the expectations of everyone. This seed is extremely clear of this fact. You can say that I desperately revere you, ah, Jun Moxie lamented. A series of low laughter that failed to be suppressed erupted across the hall. Jun Moxie's sentence of, desperately revere you, was truly remarkable and meaningful. Under the pressure of 3 holy lands, this evil monarch was a little desperate during this period of time. But now, the situation has changed, and it seems that those who were really desperate wasn't necessarily just the evil monarch manor alone. Generally speaking, one must show their strength when establishing a faction. This is the difference between the pugilistic world and the secular world, Mo Wu Dao said with an amiable smile, as if he were completely thinking for Jun Moxie's sake. You must know that in the pugilistic world, strength still comes first. Whoever's fist was bigger will be the one in the right. Even if you are well versed in schemes and plots or even gain a momentary upper hand with your clever way of speaking, it still can never compare to the sharpness of a sword. What does Manor Lord Jun think of my words? Since he was defeated in the exchange of words, then he must win it back in terms of strength. Mo Wu Dao had never been willing to suffer any losses. Although he did not take a glance in his surroundings, Mo Wu Dao was clear about what the others present were thinking. No matter what thoughts you have right now, as long as it is proven that the evil monarch manor is unable to withstand a single blow in terms of strength, even if I fall into another disadvantage in terms of speech, everyone will know how to make their choice. Naturally, what you've said makes sense. Lord Mo's words are truly thought-provoking, rousing even the apathetic. This seed is truly ashamed of being inferior. Jun Moxie smiled amiably. Speaking about the strength of our manor, it is truly a little weak. I'm ashamed. Everyone present felt the corner of their mouths twitch uncontrollably. Deploying 300 saints and saint emperors to welcome the visitors as ushers is considered weak? Then how much more powerful are you hoping to be? Any random person here is easily a fearsome figure without even having to lift a finger. All they needed to do is open their mouths and show their might. Manor Lord Jun is a little too humble with your words. It is well known that the strength of the evil monarch manor is domineering in the present age. Mo Wu Dao continued to smile as his gaze began to focus. It's just that this lord wonders what Manor Lord Jun's aim is. What is the objective in establishing your own faction? The real exciting part was here. Everyone widened their eyes and straightened their backs, quietly waiting to hear Jun Moxie's answer. Although the evil monarch was arrogant and the forces he were indeed powerful enough for him to look down upon everyone else, compared to the 3 holy lands, in the hearts of everyone, there was still a difference. After all, the holy lands had deep roots of 10,000 years. The future development of the evil monarch manor would lie in Jun Moxie's reply. And the 3 holy lands will also make respective adjustments to how they will get along according to Jun Moxie's response. Lord Mo's words are a little unnecessary. Jun Moxie chuckled and said unhesitating, Jun Moxie only have one goal. No matter what I do, unless I decide not to do it, if I'm going to do it, I must do it till it is the best. Do it till it is the highest. Do it till it is at the peak. This answer was like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone was a little stunned at this instance. After a long while, it seemed as if Jun Moxie's words were still echoing across the entire hall, the entire world. Do it till it is the best. Do it till it is the highest. Do it till it is at the peak. Saying these 3 sentences under the current circumstances was the equivalent of declaring war on the 3 holy lands. He is insane. My objective is to crush you. I want to defeat you. And step above your heads. Because right now, you are the peak that everyone acknowledges, the peak in the current reality. Everyone had the same thoughts. Right now, they've only heard him speak, not met him yet. But this evil monarch couldn't have been kicked in the head by the donkey right. Making such an unyielding, determined declaration on the day of opening his own faction, not leaving the slightest way out for himself. Manor Lord Jun's words are promising, as expected. One is ambitious and has great aspirations when they are young. Mo Wudao's statement is clearly saying that Jun Moxie was still young and incapable of accomplishing things. But this journey to the peak has always been tough, the slightest carelessness can have significant losses. We who have been on this path understands this experience the most. Mo Wudao's words may seem as if he was trying to help groom a junior, but in essence, it was saying that though the evil monarch manor may have a mighty reputation right now, it was still a force that had just began to grow. It may not necessarily be able to travel far on this thorny path. And he, representing 3 holy lands, had already reached the end point of this treacherous journey, winning way in advance. Lord Mo's words are absolutely right. Moxie is full of admiration for the seniors who had established the 3 holy lands, Jun Moxie said ruefully. Ultimately, Moxie still started from nothing, with no foundations and just my bare fists. How great would it be if I could be like Lord Mo, whose starting point is at the peak, having a solid foundation of 10,000 years the moment I take over the position, not having to worry about anything. Jun Moxie's words were full of praise for the founding seniors of 3 holy lands, but in essence, he was mocking the arrogance of those from the 3 holy lands, taking advantage of the hard work of those before them. Your seniors are the pioneers who truly walked down this bumpy path. What has that got to do with you lot who only reap the rewards without doing anything? To think that you have the cheek to claim that you have an understanding of the experience, how shameless. The moment he said this, even Mo Wudao's complexion changed. Because what Jun Moxie had said earlier were praises for the seniors of 3 holy lands, Mo Wudao must not refute it no matter what. The moment he refuted it, he would have to carry the infamy of being ungrateful. So he could only suffer in silence. But Jun Moxie was unwilling to stop at that. He still continued to rave in admiration. I heard that since Lord Mo took over the position of Lord, you have allowed the mighty reputation of the elusive world of immortals to maintain in the 3 holy lands. Although there was also no improvements, but this is a good proof that Lord Mo is a rare talent. Didn't they always say that it is difficult to start your own business, but it is even more difficult to maintain it? I only wonder if our faction will be able to produce a talent like Lord Mo in the future. Jun Moxie said these praises in such an eccentric way that it completely humiliated Mo Wudao. Although Mo Wudao was calm, he could no longer endure it. He said coldly, you must have the strength of those at the peak if you wish to stand up there. And the 3 holy lands are also in existence at the peak that is publicly acknowledged. There should be no doubt about the evil monarch manor's strength, but mere hearsay is false. What the eyes see is the truth. Why don't we spar a little, let all the heroes present here witness the immense strength of the evil monarch manor. Take it as the 3 holy lands gift to Manor Lord Jun, what do you say? I am truly embarrassed to receive this gift from Lord Mo. Jun Moxie chuckled. However, the men I've trained are a bunch of burly, rough men, with poor basics, who may not be able to control their strength, unlike the experts from your side with solid foundations who are capable of controlling your strength at your will. If they accidentally cause a casualty by accident, then it will really disrupt the harmony. Mo Wudao's face finally darkened. Manor Lord Jun sure has confidence. Confidence? Not necessarily. Jun Moxie said airily. It's just that it is a joyous affair to establish a faction. But in the opening of my faction here, it is not very auspicious to not have a little bit of blood to decorate the place. Since Lord Mo is so keen, it is also good. This seat's men are all burly, coarse-skinned, rough men, they wouldn't mind enduring a couple of punches and kicks. No one knew whether to laugh or cry. Hosting important events like this, be it the opening ceremony of a faction, or a birthday celebration, the greatest taboo was to see blood. The moment blood was spilled, it was viewed as an inauspicious sign. But this evil monarch on the other hand was saying, it is not very auspicious to not have a little bit of blood to decorate the place. What sort of fallacy was this? Just at this moment, a man donned in white slowly stood up, a cold, haughty air around him as he said indifferently, 3rd level Saint Emperor of the elusive world of immortals, Duan Chongfeng, awaits. A 3rd level Saint Emperor, Jun Moxie chuckled nonchalantly before saying, Falcon, the distinguished guests from the Holy Lands have delivered their gift. You shall receive this matter. You must treat our guests properly, do not let others say that we are lacking in manners. Solitary Eagle who was in the hall laughed and said, "Rest assured my lord, I will definitely make proper arrangements to receive it." Jun Moxie had directly handed this challenge from the elusive world of immortals to his underling to arrange. The meaning of this no longer needed to be spelt. In the eyes of this evil monarch, no matter which faction from the three holy lands, they were not worthy of him dealing with personally. They're not even worthy of him making the arrangements personally. There may not be a change in the expression of that third-level Saint Emperor Duan Chongfeng who stepped up for the challenge, but he still couldn't help but reveal a sharp glint in his eyes. When the evil monarch manner steps up for the challenge, I must take the opponent down in a single strike in a crushing blow. Did you take me lightly? Then I will let you learn the most cruel lesson. The other party is a third-level Saint Emperor. This is a little troubling. Solitary Eagle furrowed his brows in deep thoughts. Suddenly, he came to a realization and yelled, "Some small captains from Heavenly Destroyer, come in." Over 10 members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer members who were receiving the guests at the door instantly came in. "Ha! Apologies," Solitary Eagle said apologetically. "I kept thinking, which level does this brother belong to, so that he will not end up as a bully in the sparring later. He is a guest, after all, it is not good to have any delays. But it will be worse if I make it into a situation where we bully the weak." I finally remembered that the cultivation level of this brother Duan should be about the same level as the small security captain of the evil monarch manor. "Apologies for the delay, please pardon me, one's memory really gets worse with age." Everyone was completely speechless watching this scoundrel who was pretentiously bowing to apologize. A third-level Saint Emperor of the elusive world of immortals was only the equivalent of a small security captain in the evil monarch manor. What sort of comparison was this? Fine, let me learn a lesson or two from this, small captain. Duan Chongfeng's entire face was black. He recognized Solitary Eagle, one of the 8 great masters. If this person said that he was old or with age, it was still passable, but to have the audacity to call himself old with a measly 90 years of age, before him, someone who had already lived for almost 900 years. How dare he? Zhang Dinyo. You go. Serve our guest from afar properly. Pay careful attention, don't throw the face of our manor lord Jun. Solitary Eagle commanded, pointing to a burly man. Then, something everyone did not expect it happened. No one had imagined that this small captain Zhang Dinyo would reply unwillingly. "Old Falcon, are you kidding me? I'm a small captain, and you want me to step up in dealing with someone like this? How can I have footing before the others in the future?" Duan Chongfeng rolled his eyes hearing this, barely passing out from anger. "I'm a small captain, how big of a deal did you think you were? Did you think you are some official? Shut up. Shut up now. There are guests." Solitary Eagle chided angrily. "How can you be this idiotic? Letting an idiot like you go is already giving you a lot of face. You damn thing. Don't tell me you need your big captain to personally come forth for someone like this. Are you trying to make this old fellow here rack his brains to find another fellow more idiotic than you to go forth?" Everyone almost fell to the ground. This reply was truly full of character, too classic. And this small captain, his name Zhang Dinyo, one was truly too jubilant. This idiot was sufficient enough for dealing with a third-level Saint Emperor of the elusive world of immortals from one of the 3 holy lands. But what they did not know was that this small captain's real name was really Zhang Dinyo. In fact, all the members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer were related to the Jun family. They were all soldiers who had fought their way out together on the battlefield. This person was no exception. He came from a poor family, and his parents were illiterate, so they couldn't think of any good names. So they named him Zhang Dinyo. I know I am not clever, I also admit that I'm an idiot as you say, but I'm still a small captain after all. My status is very high too. That small captain Zhang Dinyo was still grumbling, as if feeling like this entire matter was beneath his status. I don't care if you are Zhang Dinyo or Zhang Xiaonyo one, hurry up, come up and meet your death. Duan Chongfeng was so angered that he was about to vomit blood. Zhang Xiaonyo is my younger brother. He didn't join the army and is farming back home. He also doesn't know Xian skills. What are you being so arrogant about? Zhang Dinyo looked at Duan Chongfeng unwillingly. You're a third-level Saint Emperor, why are you so crude in your speech? Oh, I see, you're the same as me. We're both middle tiers, that is still not too bad. Let me ask you, what is your position? What is my position?
Duan Chongfeng was so angry he felt giddy. Saint Emperors in the three Holy Lands only had to focus on cultivation. What positions did they have? Who dared to pin a position on a Saint Emperor? They were all desperately trying to worship one. I am the fifth small captain of the security troops of the evil monarch Manor's peripheries, Zhang Denyo. Zhang Denyo looked down condescendingly at Duan Chongfeng. My vice-captain is a third-level Saint Emperor, I have another 4 second-level Saint Emperors, 6 first-level Saint Emperors, 8 fourth-level Saints. Including myself, there are 20 of us. Our duty is to watch over the house for evil monarch Manor. The entire area from Tiannan to Tianxiang is under my charge. Zhang Denyo gleefully introduced himself. In other words, if this small captain goes out, I'll be considered a regional general that governs the area. Then, he looked at Duan Chongfeng from the corner of his eyes and said, actually I did not wish to step forth, in the past, if we met someone like you, it would be the underlings that would settle you. Making me deal with it personally is truly a little. Then he furrowed his brows, as if he couldn't think of a suitable description. After wrecking his head for a while, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, using a knife for killing chickens when you are trying to kill an ox. Using a knife for killing chickens when you were trying to kill an ox. There was such a proverb. Everyone clutched onto their bellies. This Zhang Denyo who messed up in his proverbs even declared himself as a regional governor. But no one really dared to laugh out loud. This person may not have much education, and his brains may even be a little dim-witted, but he had the cultivation of a solid third-level Saint Emperor. If he walked about outside, all the emperors in the world would be crying and clamoring to curry favor with him. It was even possible for him to be made Taishang Huang 1. Acknowledging a third-level Saint Emperor as their father, who would give a *T about who their biological father was. But a third-level middle-tier Saint Emperor like him was only one of the small captains of security in the evil monarch Manor. And there were 14 more like this in the evil monarch Manor. And the weakest under them were all saints. This strength was too shocking. Too incomprehensible. Come and meet your death. In a burst of fury, Duan Chongfeng shot out, his white figure vanished from the hall. Seeing that the opponent has already gone out, Zhang Denyo's face was full of reluctance, feeling as if it were a degrading thing for his status. But he still stepped out with broad strides. Instantly, they could hear booming sounds coming from the outside. Clearly both parties had already begun to exchange blows. They were all astonished. This was very much beyond their expectations. In a battle between Saint Emperors, it was very rare for it to proceed straight into combat. Most of the time, it would be a showdown of their auras. The moment there was a victor, it would show who was superior. Even if it boiled down to fight, it was usually at the end. After all, Saint Emperor experts were not common, and no force would be able to sustain the loss if there were any casualties. A situation like this right now, entering straight into battle was too hot-tempered and rare. Everyone felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. It was not only those from the three Holy Lands who were concerned about the battle situation. Everyone else was just slightly less pressured than those from the three Holy Lands. Saint Emperors were towering existences to everyone who was present. There was no exception. As to a battle between experts of this level, it was even more rare to come by. To have this sort of opportunity like this come by today, how could their hearts be at ease if they did not go outside to watch? But if they went out, they were still sitting on the banquet chairs. Plus, the two great gifts they had received from the host, everyone had a piece of that austere heart orchid, and they'd already wrapped it and tucked it away using the snow silk. Were they really going to hit on the face of the host? The moment this thought surfaced, it completely suppressed the thoughts of going outside to watch the battle. Being seen as hitting their face is still secondary, but if the evil monarch Manor sees us as an enemy because of this, then will there be any good for us? We won't die if we don't go out to watch the battle, but offending the evil monarch Manor will definitely mean that there is no good end for us. Just then, the tentage at the entrance suddenly began to part open. At the same time, the doors began to move upwards, allowing everyone to have a broad and clear view from their seats. There were also several huge, circular mirrors that were reflecting the situation in the battle, so every single thing can be seen clearly. No matter where they were fighting at, as long as they were within this huge courtyard, it was in clear view. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but brighten at such an elaborate design. But Mo Wu Dao's face instantly darkened. The other party clearly expected this move of mine, even preparing this sort of elaborate setups beforehand. Following this logic, the higher-ups of the evil monarch Manor are extremely positive towards this battle. Shi Ruochen's face also darkened.
He frowned and looked at Mo Wu Dao, but he did not say anything, only mulling in his thoughts. Everything today had been extremely unfavorable. They were trying to make use of the other party's negligence to incite resentment from the masses and have them attack Jun Moxie. Yet the enemy had repeatedly used their own tricks against them. We have obviously fallen into the trap of the enemy with the sparring this time. Things are looking dim. With the current circumstances, we've fallen into a predicament where we can't advance or retreat. Shi Ruochen could confirm that if they continued to advance, they'd definitely face the sharp counterattack from the other party, and it may be even worse than the current situation. The purpose of 3 Holy Lands for this trip was not to fall out with Jun Moxie and go into full-fledged battle. After all, due to the previous repeated losses, the 3 Holy Lands no longer had the strength to face the war for seizing the heavens on their own. It could be said that if they wished to obtain victory, they must borrow the strength of the Jun sect's forces. But the 3 Holy Lands were unwilling to acknowledge that the evil monarch manor had the same supreme status as the 3 Holy Lands. And using force was not the way to obtain this purpose, for it would definitely result in a greater loss in forces and they may not necessarily win. Thus, Mo Wu Dao kept repeatedly picking on Jun Moxie's negligence, hoping that everyone else would stand opposite the evil monarch manor. If this ploy succeeded, even if it was a fact that evil monarch manor had supreme forces, they would still lose that supreme status. But the current situation was poles apart from what the 3 Holy Lands had expected. The one who was placed against the masses is not the evil monarch manor, but the 3 Holy Lands. The current battle of Saint Emperors, the Holy Land did not have any confidence of winning. If they lost another integral part of their forces due to this, it would no doubt only worsen the already dire circumstances. But if they backed off like this, how could they accept it? They were currently under the scrutiny of all the heroes in the world. Backing off means that the 3 Holy Lands would be forced to acknowledge the evil monarch manor's supreme status. And it would deal a blow to the original prestige that the 3 Holy Lands had originally. Their invincible and unassailable status would disappear. If they wished to do some other tricks, they would have to be prepared to be scolded and criticized. Besides, Mo Wu Dao was unlikely to be willing to back off. Just last night, Mo Wu Dao paid his respects to his deceased younger brother, Mo Xiaoyao. Although he did not say a single word during the entire process, both of them knew what that meant. Shi Ruochen sighed internally. If Mo Wu Dao insisted on continuing on, he really had no more countermeasures. He completely had no more ideas. The two were engaged in an intense battle, worthy of being called Saint Emperor's experts. Their control of Xian Qi and strikes were with ease. Everyone watched them exchanging blows, but they did not hear any sound of strong wind. It was as if these two people were merely gesticulating, not using any real strength. But wherever they turned to, there would be streaks of blackness that appears, following the direction of their punches and kicks, like small black holes appearing and disappearing suddenly. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. These signs had already gone beyond the comprehension level of everyone present. The only thing they knew was that these two people were already going all out. And they were using the strongest skills they've comprehended at full force. Those streaks of blackness should be the terrifying marks of the legendary power of heaven and earth. The current battle situation may seem ordinary, but it was actually extremely intense. Due to their precise control of their Xian Qi, not a single bit of their Qi leaked out. Their strengths were almost on pair, and they were locked in a stalemate. They could offset almost 90% of the force delivered from their opponent's blows, leaving the last 10% to the Xian Qi protecting their bodies, which caused this entire battle to become one that resulted in life and death. This may look like a thrilling but harmless dumb show, but it was a matter of life or death. You advance and I retreat, you strike and I'll defend, you throw a punch and I stop it with a kick. Their clothing fluttered in the air, every single action was extremely fast, but it did not stir up a single dust from the ground. The two exchanged a couple of blows at a spot, then switched locations at the speed of lightning. And as if the entire space had crumbled in an instant, a giant black hole appeared at this original spot they were in, before vanishing immediately. And in the process of it appearing and disappearing, dozens of such spatial black holes had appeared consecutively. No one in the hall dared to catch a single breath when watching this battle. A battle like this had surpassed the knowledge of the majority of those present. But everyone was aware of one thing: no one could endure this level of attack, even if it were those two people in the battle. Which was why they would continuously change the place they were fighting at without any agreement. Because the moment they were trapped by these spatial black holes, even if they had the cultivation of a Saint Emperor, they would also disappear and vanish for eternity along with these black holes the next moment. Because both of them had already understood, the other party was staking his life. Huyen Aobo watched carefully, before suddenly furrowing his brows. This shouldn't be, ah. At the same time, Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, and the rest also shook their heads slowly. How could such a situation happen? It truly left everyone at a loss. A few people could tell that the Saint Emperor from the evil monarch manor had undoubtedly high cultivation, but he was not that old. This level of strength that he had was obviously achieved by using some sort of unique method. A skill like this was definitely worthy of being called peerless. It was a superpower forces dreamed of. But this sort of strength that obtained through external expedition had a flaw. No matter how pure and powerful the strength obtained was, the skills that one knew would not be many without significant battle experience. One's cultivation could be obtained swiftly, but the physical aspect of the body and experience required accumulation over time. Those who obtained great strength through external expedition often relied on their overwhelming strength to defeat their enemy, or relied on their immense strength to get out of danger. Thus experts who relied on external expedition for strength might have extremely high cultivation level, but in an actual battle, they may not necessarily be better than other experts who may be slightly lower than themselves. Zhang Denyo may have the cultivation of a third-level middle-tier Saint Emperor, but in theory, he may not be able to win an expert who is at his beginning tier of a third-level Saint Emperor. Take Xiaoying for example. Xiaoying may have high cultivation, but a huge portion of it was all due to the exquisite lotus and seven-colored holy fruit. If not because of her gift of the all-seeing eye, her real battle capabilities were far inferior to experts of the same level. And Duan Chongfeng, who was representing Holy Land for this battle, was a 1,000-year-old demon through and through, full of battle experience. With his numerous battles with various experts throughout his life, logically, he should be in an advantageous position with his skills, techniques, and experience. But from the current looks of situation, this was not the case. It was completely the opposite. Because it was still that Zhang Denyo who was using all sorts of bizarre and peculiar techniques to strengthen his attacks. And this old senior who had gone through countless battles, Duan Chongfeng, was using his Xian Qi to take on those blows in defense. This is too bizarre. Every single stroke Zhang Denyo used was extremely elaborate, every single one was something no one had seen before. Most of the time, Duan Chongfeng had to change 6 other techniques consecutively to counter each strike by him. It hasn't been long since the battle lasted, but Duan Chongfeng's forehead was already covered in perspiration. This was a Saint Emperor. With their powerful physical strength, Xian Qi and endurance, most of the time, even if they go at a battle for a few days continuously, they may not even drop a single sweat. In contrast, that Zhang Denyo's breathing was slow and steady. Suddenly, Zhang Denyo laughed loudly and said, "I already said you are not a match for this captain, yet you still insist on trying. Now your time has come, eat my 4-season samsara stroke." Suddenly, a strike cut across horizontally. Duan Chongfeng's pupil shrank and wind began to blow. A strike cut diagonally across the skies. Duan Chongfeng felt the world before his eyes turning dark, dark clouds began to loom across the entire sky. This was actually what Duan Chongfeng felt, being in the battle himself. But all the others watching may not be able to experience the same thing as Duan Chongfeng, but they also understood the absolute aura that came from these 2 strikes. Yet another strike, the spring winds turns into rain, birds sang and fragrant flowers bloom, and frozen rivers began to thaw. The next strike, the scorching blaze of the summer sun, strong winds and storms, the rage of the heavens. Another strike, the autumn winds blew as fallen leaves began to flutter in the wind. The final strike. White snow flutters in the freezing cold of winter, the boundless heaven and earth, it was the end. The end of one's life. From the moment the first strike began, Duan Chongfeng's mind jolted. The second strike, his heart began to fluster. The third strike, he was already struggling with all his might. The fourth strike, his mind was already beginning to be in a mess. The fifth strike, he just went with the currents. The sixth strike, he was completely lost. With no path of return. Bang! Instantly, on Duan Chongfeng's body, on his chest and his back, 365 palms that appeared in a blink of an eye struck his body. The moment fresh blood came spurting out of his mouth, they also came out of his eyes, nostrils and ears. Duan Chongfeng did not even have the time to make a single noise when he had already fallen from the air in a semicircle, his body making a curve as he descended. On the ground, there was a semicircle of blood. When he landed on the ground, he did not make any noise. Duan Chongfeng's almost 1,000 years of cultivation was not adequate.
But the moment Jun Moxie's condescending summoned someone else, he already developed dissatisfaction. He was even more enraged with Solitary Eagle's behavior and careless arrangement. What this small captain said when he first appeared had thoroughly infuriated him. His tranquil state of mind was completely wrecked. As such, without a focused mind, and his desire to quickly end the other party's life, but was yet met with techniques he had never seen before, his confidence was completely crushed. He lost his desire to win, but still remembered that he was carrying an important duty. He must not be defeated, so naturally there was greater pressure on his mind. The fear of humiliation before all the great heroes of the world was even greater. All these combined had resulted in his defeat. A complete and utter defeat. With his cultivation, he may still be able to deal significant damage to Zhang Dinyo. He may die, but he would definitely be able to cause irreversible damage to the other party. But it was a pity, the moment Mo Wu Dao fell into the trap, it was the equivalent of him falling into it. The outcome of the battle was already determined. And it was destined to not have any opportunity to make a comeback. A saint emperor of his generation was defeated like this. Although it was not enough to be fatal, but the opponent held back no punches, so all his bones had been broken. The three holy lands, elusive world of immortals, first round, complete defeat. Looking at that fresh, circular bloodstain, everyone was speechless. Those who were worthy of receiving the invitation letter from the evil monarch manor were no fools. Although they are limited by their strength and were unable to understand the profoundness of the strength of saint emperors, they still had eyes to see. Even though they did not hear a single sound of wind, they all saw those black holes that repeatedly appeared from time to time. A third-level saint emperor was, silently and noiselessly, defeated like this. I've lost. Indeed, it is a knife for killing an ox that killed the chicken. Duan Chongfeng's entire body was already like meat paste, but he still stubbornly tried to lift his head and looked at Zhang Dinyo as he spoke in a raspy, low voice. The injuries on his body were extremely severe. Even being hacked to pieces may not even compare to the agony and pain he was in. But he did not make a single groan. Instead, he raised his head and openly admitted his defeat. A good man. Zhang Dinyo no longer looked at him scornfully as he praised solemnly. Even though he was a saint emperor now, the boiling blood in his veins of a military man had never cooled. Naturally he would give his most respectful attitude when treating this sort of iron-boned tough guy. He scratched at his head, stammering as he said, I'm sorry, I was a little too heavy-handed. And, the words I said earlier, were, all intentionally to anger you, please don't take it to heart. Duan Chongfeng's gaze was cold, but he slowly nodded his head and said in a low voice. We are serving our own masters. That should be the case. I don't blame you. I really do not blame you. After saying this, Duan Chongfeng's head suddenly dropped as he fainted. Mo Wu Dao and the others did not say a single word. They only looked at the arena silently. Brother Mo. Shi Ruochen said softly. You have been rash this time. Yes. Mo Wu Dao let out a deep sigh, a downcast look in his eyes. I have indeed been too impatient to seek revenge, leading to the current situation today. It is indeed too rash of me and have gone against our original intentions. Huyen Ao Bo slowly nodded his head. But it is not entirely fruitless. We more or less have an understanding of the strength of the evil monarch manor already. Jun Moxie has already shown his full strength. I believe that this is all. It is already a force to be reckoned with. The main priority is that the thing that we are most worried about has yet to happen. Huyen Ao Bo said. Which is that Tian Fa Forest did not become part of the evil monarch manor. And only Venerable May those arrived today. And Venerable May is only making an appearance as Jun Moxie's woman. We have yet to see any of the other beast kings make an appearance yet. This is a good sign. Brother Huyen, you mean that? Mo Wu Dao's eyes brightened. But Brother Huyen must not forget about those several thousand flying Xian beasts, soaring into the sky together, that shocking sword formation. Shi Ruochen said darkly. It is a little subjective to determine whether these two families have completely merged just based on this. No, it is precisely because of this that I believe that they did not join forces. Huyen Ao Bo replied. Don't forget Mei Shuiyan's status. If Tian Fa has truly been merged in, then how could it only be these aerial Xian beasts that came here? And we mustn't forget, those 8 former Xian beast kings had already reappeared in Tian Fa, how can the passing of powers between the old and young be this easy? Indeed. Mo Wu Dao's eyes brightened even more.
As long as we confirm that Jun Moxie did not join with Tian Fa and are merely neighbors. Then we will have more options. As long as we cope with the imminent war for seizing the heavens, we have plenty of time and methods that can be put into use. Let's put everything on hold until the war for seizing the heavens is over. As the saying of the secular world often goes, for a nobleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too long. To us, how much of a deal can a little bit of time be to us? Why should we be in such a rush? Shi Ruochen said indifferently. After all, Tian Fa is not to be bullied, evil monarch is not to be insulted, these two forces are existences with quite the character. The three smiled and made their decision. In this battle, one party was completely defeated, and the losing party was the Holy Lands. But aside from carrying the man out for treatment, they did not take any more actions. Not only did all the guests in the hall find this weird, even young Master Jun found it odd. Why did they completely stop their attempts? This situation had really gone beyond Jun Moxie's expectations for the first time. Could it be that there is some other plot? But, even if there is, it's alright, I'll just deal with changes by remaining steady. Manor Lord Jun. The strength of your men has indeed reached the peak of the world. I believe that there will no longer be anyone who doubts this. With this, there is no more doubt on the evil monarch manor rising to stand alongside as one of the peak forces of Xian continent. After this ceremony, we wish to have a good conversation with Manor Lord Jun. Mo Wu Dao said amiably with a smile, regaining his most calm, peaceful state. No problem. Jun Moxie agreed readily. This gathering today is ultimately only a ceremony, but we are uneasy to have had to trouble everyone to travel from afar. Thus, we have arranged for a 7-day-long party after this ceremony. Everyone can just enjoy yourselves. The evil monarch manor will bear all the expenses. Amidst the jubilant cheers of everyone in the hall, Jun Moxie suddenly heard a tiny whisper entering his ear. Manor Lord Jun, I am Zhan Wufeng of the Misty Illusory Manor, I wonder if I could have a private talk with Manor Lord Jun after the ceremony? To see if there is a possibility of collaboration between the evil monarch manor and the Zhan family? Zhan Wufeng. The Zhan family, what do they have to discuss with me about? Possibility of collaboration. Is there such a possibility? Jun Moxie was really stunned this time. It was truly too unexpected. Fine. Jun Moxie nodded in agreement. After which, sumptuous delicacies and wine were served. Everyone finally felt more relaxed. It looked like, there wouldn't be any more unexpected situations today. But the three Holy Lands' actions today really left everyone astonished. They seemed to have arrived in such an overbearing manner, but after sustaining a casualty, they instantly retreated. A response like this was a little unacceptable for everyone, this was too cowardly, wasn't it? But this matter had also proven another thing, the evil monarch manor was an extremely powerful existence. Everyone has plenty of thoughts, but all these power balance affairs amongst the superpowers had nothing to do with them. Even if they wish to curry favor with any one of these powerful forces, they may not even take a glance at them. Since it was meaningless, then they might as well not think about it. Enjoying all these delicacies was the real important matter. They were just about to dig in when there was a sudden loud roar from outside. It was like the doors of hell suddenly opened with thousands of ferocious ghosts rushing out with this roar. Instantly, the entire world turned eerily dark, making it suffocating to even breathe. The faces of Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, Miao Jian, and the other Saint Venerables changed. Because they already knew who it was who had arrived. The disaster the appearance of this person could bring may not be any less terrifying than the war for seizing the heavens. It was even more horrifying. Then, an eerie voice spoke. How can this master not come and join the festivities on such a great occasion like the evil monarch manor's opening? The 9th 14th young master offers his congratulations. Will the evil monarch Jun Moxie come out to meet? The 9th 14th young master. This demon, the number one expert acknowledged by the world. To think that he also came. The 14th young master has been thoughtful. Since you've arrived in my manor, why don't you come in for a drink? The great wine that I've prepared may be to 14th young master's taste. Jun Moxie replied. It is true that your wine is excellent, but how can there be loathsome people present? As such, it is fine to not drink. The 9th 14th young master's voice was floaty and indiscernible, coming from directions that were constantly changing before gathering in the central position to form a complete sentence that was heard by everyone clearly. Even that eeriness could be clearly felt. Since 14th young master is unwilling to show yourself, then this seat shall greet you with this wine to express my appreciation. In the hall, above the stage, a wine jar suddenly burst open with a bam. The wine came spilling down, but before it could reach the ground, it had already materialized into a crystal-like sword shape. Then, it suddenly went flying out from the hall through the door like a shooting star. The wine sword had already completely vanished in an instant, but it was only now that the whooshing sound from it slicing across the air could be heard. What sort of Xian skills were these? What sort of level of Xian skill were these? Everyone's faces changed. Miao Zhan had an odd look in his eye as he looked in the direction the wine sword flew, as if there was something on his mind. After a while, the 14th young master's praise could be heard coming from outside. As expected of the rumored excellent wine. Tasting it is more impressive than hearing about it. Then he snapped. Jun brat, are you still not going to come out? Jun Moxie chuckled bitterly and replied, could it be that the congratulations that 14th young master mentioned earlier is just empty talk? Present your gift and this seat come go out to meet you. Everyone was instantly speechless. A madman like the 14th young master arriving to offer his congratulations without stirring up trouble, wasn't this the best gift? How many people in this world could get this sort of face? And yet you're still not grateful and dared to openly demand for a gift. A gift, the 14th young master also sounded awkward. Looks like this fellow really did not prepare a gift. A gift. Jun Moxie's voice was resolute. Full of an air that screamed, if you don't bring a gift, then I will not go out. 19 nether frost blade as your gift. A boom rang out from outside. Then, a black light came shooting in, shrouded in black mist, like a dragon from the 9 nethers. Whoosh! A ball-like object with black rays shining out of it came flying in. As it approached the front, the black light suddenly vanished as it turned into a sharp, narrow blade that stuck right on the stage. No one did not dare to believe that all that loud rumbling was caused by this narrow, long sword. How petty. And you're the mighty 14th young master, just bringing something like this, how disgraceful ah. Everyone only heard Jun Moxie's disdainful voice when they saw a handsome young man donned in white appearing suddenly on the stage. The next moment, this youth in white robes had already walked out of the hall, wearing a faint smile. Each step he took and left thousands of silhouettes, as if there were countless of him arranged in a neat, tidy row that lined all the way to the door and into the air. The silhouette of him on the stage only began to gradually dissipate when the figure in the air disappeared. The evil monarch. Jun Moxie. Seeing that gradually fading silhouette, Miao Zhan let out a deep sigh. He already felt that the cultivation of this evil monarch was definitely above his own from this sight alone. Then, is it really possible for this child to be Mo Junyi? Thinking of Mo Junye's performance in the misty illusory manner, Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, and Miao Jian all suddenly felt confused. Is it really possible? How can there be completely no sign of similarity? Their brows knitted tightly, losing that confidence they had earlier. Although Jun Moxie was no longer in the hall, right now, praises were ringing out. As expected of the legendary evil monarch. Truly graceful and amiable. The bearing of an overlord of his generation, ah. Although Jun Moxie had walked out quickly, everyone genuinely felt that the faint smile Jun Moxie wore was directed at them. He was greeting them. Everyone had the same thought. Did you bring that thing out? The 14th young master was standing in the void, his two eerie eyes looking at Jun Moxie. If I said I did not bring it out, are you going to strike? Jun Moxie shook his head. Before I battle with your master, I will not take the initiative to fight you. The 14th young master looked at him condescendingly. You have indeed advanced rapidly, but you are still far from being worthy of battling with me. You actually are thinking of fighting with my master? I'm afraid that my master will kill you. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and took Divine Tune out and tossed it over. Shaking his head, he continued. I have explored this thing for a couple of days, but I still couldn't find out how to use it. Can this really be used as a weapon? The 14th young master stretched his hand and caught that Divine Tune into his hand and fondled it admiringly. You don't have the 9 nethers essence chi, so naturally you are unable to use it. With a twist of his wrist, Divine Tune had disappeared. But this also made clear that his Divine Tune could only show its real effectiveness when the 9 nethers essence chi was used. It was only a mere decoration in the hands of others. As expected, in the hands of the 14th young master, that divine tune suddenly began to change forms rapidly, turning into a sword, then a sawtooth saber, then a jade shao. In the blink of an eye, it had already changed 20 over forms. The Nine Nether's divine tune will finally blossom once again. The music reeking of blood that it ought to have. Inevitably resonating throughout the world, the Nine Nether 14th young master looked at the skies, a nostalgic look in his eyes. He glanced at Jun Moxie, gave a smirk, and his figure slowly disappeared. To leave without even saying something. The hell? Just because you value this cheap thing this daddy had put in so much great efforts to retrieve. Forget that you are not deeply grateful and offering yourself as thanks, to not even say a word of thanks. What sort of person is this? What bloody sort of person is this? Does he even know how to get on in the world? Jun Moxie was flabbergasted. He had not expected this fellow to be this poor at social interaction. Not only did he not give anything in return, he did not even make a single fart and just ran off like this. He seemed to have left a Nine Nether Frost Blade. The F***CK. I have thousands of that stuff. What sort of rare thing is it? Trash. It is merely trash. This was really the first time young Master Jun had made a loss. Although it didn't take much to retrieve that divine tune, but had it been anyone else, it would be an almost impossible task. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. He suddenly stomped his feet and hollered, Nine Nether 14th young master. You petty miser, F***CKU. You could have just let out a fart, ah. You be ***startly scoundrel. Don't let me see you next time. If this daddy sees you again, I'll strip you naked and make whop your ass till it is red. How dare you ask me to do something and not give anything in return? Young Master Jun has really lost it this time. Cursing at the heaven and earth's unfairness. If Nine Nether 14th young master were still here at this moment, young Master Jun would definitely fight him without giving a single ***t. Even if he was going to use 10,000% of the Hongjun Pagoda's strength, he must give this scoundrel an ass-kicking. If he didn't get his payment, he would definitely not cease. But the place remained silent, and there was no longer any trace of the Nine Nether 14th young master. This fellow instantly escaped the moment he got his goods, with his skills, who knew how far he had already ran off to. But Jun Moxie's furious explosion had clearly reached the ears of everyone in the hall. Everyone bit on their tongues. Even Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, and Miao Jian. This lad was too brave. Who dared to curse at the Nine Nether 14th young master in this world? What sort of words was he using? But all those with some power and rights to know the Nine Nether 14th young master would feel their backs turn cold from just hearing his name. And the current situation was that, the Nine Nether 14th young master came to offer his congratulations to the evil monarch and also gifted a peerless, divine sword that was worth 10,000s of gold, the Nine Nether Frost Blade. This thing was really something that many would desire. Its most unique trait was that it was able to ignore all sorts of divine weapons of Xian cultivators. And it also had the eerie aura of the Nine Nethers. If injured by the Nine Nether Frost Blade, those who were venerable or lower would definitely not able to force it out using Xian Qi. It instantly eradicated their hopes of healing for eternity. That small Nine Nether Frost Blade could be said to be a priceless treasure, a divine weapon. But from the looks of things, this evil monarch was obviously very unsatisfied with this treasure, to even curse and swear in his face. And to use all sorts of profanities and swear words. Not only had the Nine Nether 14th young master had suffered these scoldings, even his 8 generations of ancestors had to suffer it too. And the most incomprehensible thing is, the legendary number 1 lunatic under the heavens, the number 1 vicious person under the heavens, the Nine Nether 14th young master did not even open his mouth to retort, and seemed like, he just, left with his tail between his legs. The heck? What's happening? Could it be that this evil monarch is this fearsome? This was no longer any legend or miracle, but a real and solid. Immortal, ah. Hearing the series of cursing that did not have a single bit of repetition in its words, no one found that youth uncouth or vulgar. They all revealed a genuine look of admiration and caution. Anyone with this sort of strength, no matter what sort of uncouth thing he did, no one would think anything of it. The stronger fist had more reason. Even Mo Wu Dao and the rest felt lesser, that Nine Nether 14th young master was an ultimate boss that even the 3 holy lands could do nothing about. They were really curious how could he endure that sort of cursing and scolding by Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie finally felt bored of swearing and headed back in angrily. His white robes fluttered in the wind and he had a cold look in his eyes as he slowly walked in. He subsequently noticed the result of his actions. Everyone stood up uniformly and looked at him walk in. Whoever he walked past, that person would instantly give him a flattering smile before lowering their heads in fear, as if it were blasphemy to look at him. Even Miao Zhan and those from Misty Illusory Manor, who had originally viewed him as a junior, did so. The look in their eyes had been replaced by apprehension and uncertainty. The look in Mo Wu Dao's eyes when looking at him was full of restrained fear. Or even a lingering fear for the future. Jun Moxie was a little confused, but he instantly figured it out. These were the side effects of him cursing at the 14th young master. The hell, I really didn't expect that something this frustrating and annoying could have such a positive effect. Suddenly, Jun Moxie recalled a saying, the fastest shortcut to becoming famous was to defeat someone with a mighty reputation in front of everyone. That was definitely something that would make you famous overnight. But right now, it seemed like it didn't even take the duration of overnight. It was literally achieved in a single breath. And its effects were so perfect and flawless. But since he had revealed himself, he still had to make some speech. Jun Moxie only took an instant to completely get into character. His mental state went from frustration to anger, to surprise, confusion, realization, and gleefulness to make use of this matter to increase the impact of the evil monarch Manor's influence. And he already had a perfect plan. Making his decision, Jun Moxie got onto the central stage again and coughed lightly. Please be seated. This seat only had a small argument with Brother 14th earlier, it is really no big deal. Haha, he has already left. This seat's poor conduct has truly affected everyone's mood. I am truly apologetic for it. Here, this seat offers his apologies to everyone. Jun Moxie wore a humble look on his face, making it clear that he did not wish to talk about the matter earlier. It was clear. I'm not willing to borrow the repute of 14th young master, is he even worthy? But in fact, this fellow had already borrowed the reputation completely, through and through. Hearing his words, everyone quickly replied that they were unworthy before settling back in their seats. Some people even felt their backs completely covered in sweat, who dared to accept the apology of someone who dared to curse at the 14th young master. Thank goodness that there were many others here to give a little boost in courage. Had it been themselves alone, wouldn't they be frightened to death hearing this? He cleared his throat again. Young Master Jun had an amiable smile, but there was an air of arrogance and aloofness. But in the eyes of everyone, this was something that was completely reasonable. It'd really be abnormal if a big shot like this didn't have an appropriate temperament. No matter how haughty or arrogant he was, it was as it should be. You refuse to accept it? If you're capable of pointing at the 14th young master's nose and cursing away, then you can refuse to accept it. It's just that if you really did that, even your ancestors' bones would be dug out from underground. Because you are not Jun Moxie, and you do not have his powers. Young Master Jun finally began to speak. There was an arrogant and bossy overtone in his gentle and mild manner of speaking. These two opposing feelings were full of harmony at this instance. Thank you everyone. Evil Monarch Manor is in Tiannan, in a remote mountainous area. Everyone has traveled from afar without complaints. You've really given this Jun a lot of face. Here, I express my welcome and grateful thanks to everyone. He cupped his hands slightly. Aside from 3 Holy Lands and Misty Illusory Manor, everyone else stood up solemnly to return the greeting. The uniformity of it was comparable to an entire army. Since the evil Monarch Manor has chosen to open its faction to face the world at a time like this, naturally we have our goals. And certain rules. Jun Moxie's originally gentle voice slowly turned heavy and resolute. Full of irresistible power, like the dark clouds of the skies suddenly pressing down on the hearts of everyone. The goal of the evil Monarch Manor is, for the world, for the continent, for the people. For the peace of mankind. Upstairs, Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qinghan, and the rest fell into their seats. What is he saying? This was a little too ridiculous. Jun Moxie continued to speak without the slightest bit of change in expression. Here, I officially announce to the world. From the day the evil Monarch Manor opens, there must be no rape of women in the world. If discovered, the offender will be killed. I, Jun Moxie, am always thoroughly righteous, full of justice, and the thing I disapprove of the most in my life are tyrants and debauches who take advantage of others. This is my principle and it has no room for discussion. Jun Wu-yi, who was helping out his nephew, could no longer endure it and turned his face aside, using his sleeves to hide his face as he coughed quietly. Third Master Jun seemed like he was about to sustain internal injuries from all the suppressing. Solitary Eagle raised his head and looked unmovingly at the ceiling, completely motionless like a statue. But no one knew that this old eagle was actually rolling his eyes with all his might. Those who knew Jun Moxie more closely, like Li Yuran, Tang Yuan, Mo Wu Dao etc., were all lost for words as their temples twitched heavily. Among them, fatty Tang Yuan was the most exaggerated. He directly choked on his breath when he heard this and descended into a violent coughing fit. It was as if he had suddenly gotten a fierce asthma attack, and he coughed until his fats wobbled like a turbulent sea. This was simply the greatest joke they had ever heard in their lives. When it came to oppressing people and acting tyrannically, there didn't seem to be anyone who committed more of such crimes than young Master Jun in the whole of Tianxiang City. Only God knew how that fellow managed to say those words without even blushing at all. But Jun Moxie truly did not feel like there was any need for him to feel any embarrassment at all. Why should this evil monarch be ashamed? When has this seat bullied anyone innocent? Even the time when I first lost my virginity in this world was due to someone drugging me. Although it's a little overboard to say this, but it's actually the truth. As for before that, what does that have anything to do with me? Thou shalt not oppress and bully the innocent, that is the first rule that my evil monarch manner has set for the pugilistic world. Jun Moxie said slowly. Secondly, thou shalt not harass or torment the commoners. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and continued. The commoners already have a hard enough life. Us martial practitioners should behave in a righteous and chivalrous manner, for the country and the people. If we who are strong use our strength to torment the weak, we are worse than pigs or dogs. So, whoever dares to violate this rule will be killed without mercy. The third rule, thou shalt not. The rules mentioned above will be our evil monarch manner's 9 death laws. Whoever violates them will be chased down by our evil monarch manner no matter where they are hiding. Even if the backing behind you is more powerful, it will not save you. So, may everyone please take note. I do not wish for our evil monarch manner's hands will be stained with you, your relatives, or your sex blood. After listing a long string of laws, Jun Moxie established 9 laws that could not be violated. The 9 death laws. In addition, this seat will take the opportunity to talk to everyone about the serious matter of the evil monarch order. Jun Moxie waved his hands, and a huge patch of misty cloud-like substance suddenly appeared. The air trembled, and after a short moment, the cloud turned into a strange diagram. In the middle of the diagram, was a huge order character. On the top, was the word evil. And emblazoned on the sides were numerous swords and sabers, intertwining into a large kill character. This is the token of my evil monarch manner, the evil monarch order. If anyone takes out this order and shows it to you, I hope that everyone can give me some face. Jun Moxie turned his eyes onto the crowd, and his piercing gaze swept across everyone's faces. Whoever is willing to give me face, I will naturally also give him some face, Jun Moxie said lightly. But if that person refuses to give me face. I'm a pretty nice person, except my temper is a little bad. And I also have the bad habit of needing to seek revenge for the smallest grievances. We are only humans, who doesn't have some flaws and bad habits. Jun Moxie shook his head and sighed heavily, seemingly very dissatisfied with his flaws. A threat. This was definitely a threat. A bare and naked threat. This was undoubtedly saying that all the heroes in the world were expected to obey the orders of the evil monarch manner. Those who don't, would be executed. Does anyone have any questions? Any opinions? Jun Moxie asked with a faint smile. His demeanor was warm and casual, and he seemed to be asking in a sincere manner. The crowd looked at each other, unable to reply. Many people even directly looked at Mo Wu Dao, Shiroa Chen and the others from the 3 holy lands. This evil monarch manner was behaving so overbearingly right now, aren't you going to say anything? What happened to your domineering attitudes? Unexpectedly, Mo Wu Dao and the rest actually did not say a single word and continued sitting quietly on the chairs. It was as if they didn't hear Jun Moxie's words. Shiroa Chen and Huyan Ao Bo had their heads lowered and their brows furrowed with deep thought. Only Mo Wu Dao raised his eyes slightly and gave a hidden glance to a person in the back, seemingly transmitting some kind of message. So no one has an opinion. That means that everyone agrees then. Looks like everyone's sense of righteousness is quite strong too. Jun Moxie laughed happily and said. In that case, this matter is settled. Wait. A loud voice rang out as a stalwart bearded man stood up. This person belonged to a subordinate family under the elusive world of immortals. This was a person who was used to having his way in the Xian continent, often behaving in an overbearing manner. At this time, he finally could not bear it and stood up. And his courage came precisely from that single glance from Mo Wu Dao. That glance had clearly indicated Mo Wu Dao's intentions. Although Palace Lord Mo hadn't said anything, he had already given him a clear hint. Since the three holy lands were backing him, he naturally needed to display his own sincerity. At this moment, no one else had the courage to stand out. It was a great opportunity for him to stand out. In any case, there were so many people here, and even the three palace lords of the Holy Lands were sitting there. He was also a guest that was invited here, so no matter how insane this Jun Moxie is, no matter how evil he was, no matter how unreasonable, he couldn't possibly kill him here, right? Thinking of that, he stood up with a schwa sound and puffed out his chest in a righteous and indignant manner. You have an opinion? Jun Moxie asked with a light and warm smile. Indeed. The bearded man raised his chin and snorted. We. Sir's words are rather inappropriate. There's only a you here. You can't represent the rest, only yourself. Jun Moxie said in an affable tone. I seem to have mentioned just now, that I'm a rather narrow-minded person. I actually hate listening to differing opinions the most. So, there's no need for you to continue speaking. There's no purpose, and it's a waste of my time. The bearded man was just about to speak again, when he felt a sudden chill traveling down his spine. Taking half a step back, he cried out, You may die. Jun Moxie stretched out his jade-white hands and grabbed through the air. There were over 30 zhang of distance between the two, but Jun Moxie simply clenched his fists in front of his chest. Before the bearded fellow could say another word, his head had exploded, shattering into tiny pieces. His head had actually been squeezed until it burst from a long distance away. Blood flew everywhere, and the crisp sound of the head bursting apart rang out in everyone's heart. Who else disagrees? Or rather, who else does not approve of the way my evil monarch manor does things? You're welcome to voice your opinions bravely. Jun Moxie said in a sincere tone. Apart from that tiny flaw in my character, I'm a very reasonable person. I'm actually pretty good at accepting others' opinions. If anyone has any questions, please don't keep it inside your heart. If there are any issues, we should discuss it together, shouldn't we? If I was the one who was wrong, I naturally won't insist stubbornly on my methods. I will definitely accept good advice as naturally as a river follows its course. The crowd looked at the kind and magnanimous expression on his face, and back again at the cold and headless corpse beside them. In that moment, they only felt an intense chill in their hearts. Who would dare to believe your bullsh *t? F *ck. You have the face to call yourself a righteous leader like this? What kind of accepting good advice as naturally as a river follows its course is this? The other person hadn't even managed to say anything before he was killed by you. What's going on? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and pointed at that corpse. Why did this hero suddenly kill himself? Could it be that he's unhappy with our reception here? Everyone was at a complete loss for words. Suddenly killed himself. You're the one who suddenly committed suicide. His entire family committed suicide suddenly. Of course, the crowd only dared to think these thoughts in their hearts. No one dared to voice it out. Zhang Dinyo. What kind of small captain are you? You didn't even see the guest committing suicide. Why are you still standing there stupidly? Jun Moxie barked. Quickly go and investigate the truth. Zhang Dinyo had a bitter look on his face as he hurriedly nodded and ran out. After a moment of investigation, he returned and reported loudly. Reporting to Manor Lord, this friend had been too excited and agitated after hearing the Manor Lord's grand plans. As a result, too much blood rushed to his head and he ended up bursting his brains with too much happiness. So that's how it is. A passionate man. Jun Moxie sighed in a heartfelt manner. Arrange an elaborate funeral for him. Yes. Zhang Dinyo waved his hand and called over a few men, quickly carrying the body out. After that, a few servants ran in and cleaned the whole area up in a swift and well-practiced manner. A passionate man. Everyone in the crowd did not know whether they should laugh or cry as they heard this conclusion. Too agitated and excited, blood rushed to his head and his brains burst from happiness. There's actually such a method of justification. This was too ridiculous, right? Couldn't they have come up with a better story? Naturally, justice is in the hearts of man. Even within the evil monarch manor, anyone who commits crimes in violation of the law will be punished heavily. Jun Moxie said lightly. From now on, the evil monarch order be sent out in all 4 directions, appearing in the pugilistic world once a month. These orders will be held by 8 people together, with 2 people heading in each direction, north, south, east and west. The holders of the order must not kill indiscriminately or abuse their power. If they have to kill someone, they must conduct a thorough investigation and submit a comprehensive written report after that as well. If there are any discrepancies or evidence of a misuse of power, the holder of the order may also face death. So, although it is the evil monarch order, it has the ability to bring about a time of peace and stability to the world. Jun Moxie said in a serious tone. Evil monarch court, focus on monitoring this matter. If there are any incidents of any wrongful killings, the murderers will be required to pay with their lives. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. If it was like this, things would at least be a little easier to accept. We're just worried that you people will go around killing wantonly. Everyone discussed for a long time, and after seeing that the 3 holy lands didn't seem to have any intentions of doing anything, they could only agree helplessly for the time being. In any case, it was just a nod of the head. There weren't any formal written agreements or any corresponding mandatory precautionary measure. So the crowd did not worry too much. Truthfully, most of them were thinking, if we refuse to acknowledge this thing after we returned, what can you do about it? The mountain is high, and the king is far away. Although your evil monarch manor is powerful, could it tend to so many things as well? You may be able to kill 1 or 2 people, but can you slaughter all the Xian cultivators in the world? Even if we really gave you a status in name, you still can't do anything to me. Since nobody has any objections, this matter is settled then. Jun Moxie said with a sly smile. Following that, his gaze turned heavy as he continued, and everyone, please remember one thing. I, Jun Moxie, am not joking about this matter. This is actually a good point of me which I'm quite proud of. After saying that, he smiled and ended his speech. Following that, the feast began in full force. With the lively atmosphere and the excellent wine, most people directly threw this matter to the back of their heads.